Going crazy. It's not that I'm saying this, but during the big New Year sister-in-law, you don't even know how to prepare a few hearty dishes. How can these be enough to go with the drinks? Exactly, these cherries are small and sour, clearly second-rate goods. Look at how sour how looks. The cramped living room was filled with a cacophony of voices. The round table was already full of people, each holding chopsticks and occasionally frowning to complain. Behind them, 2 children were roughhousing and knocked over the trash can, but no one paid any attention. The woman who heard the voice quickly came out of the kitchen, wiping her apron with her hand. Facing her brother-in-law's complaint, she only showed an embarrassed smile. Then should I ask Ji-yoon to buy a few more braised pig's feet? The middle-aged man in the striped shirt sitting by the table immediately stood up without a word, about to go out to buy groceries. Meanwhile, the lobsters and hairy crabs on the table had long been cleared away, clearly showing no intention of waiting for the people in the kitchen to eat together. Remember to buy a few more family buckets. How and the others rarely come over. Zhao Yun hurriedly called out from the kitchen. Got it, the middle-aged man responded immediately. Watching him leave the room, the people inside resumed their usual habit of eating the New Year's Eve dinner, and although he was a guest, there was not a hint of formality. The Spring Festival Gala was still playing in the living room. Lu Zhenyi took a sip of his wine and suddenly looked at his niece, who had been silent all along. I heard you're about to graduate, so you're not that young anymore. There's a young guy at my workplace who's pretty decent. He drives for the boss and earns several thousand a month. Uncle San can introduce you to him sometime. At this, Aunt San, who was eating nearby, also looked kindly at the girl. Yes, when you get older, it gets harder to find a match. Your mother is so busy, and you don't even think to help in the kitchen. All you do is eat and don't know how to do any housework. When you get married, won't that just make our family a laughingstock? Aunt Air scolded her sternly, displeased. At the dining table, everyone was talking over each other, chopsticks never stopping, mouths never silent, pointing fingers at the silent girl. Sumi poured herself a sip of herbal tea. The cool liquid going down her throat barely suppressed the rising anger in her liver. At the same time, her consciousness kept communicating with the system in her mind. Does it count as completing the task if I now deduct this group of jerks all at once? There was no sound in her mind. Obviously, the system had already given the answer. Sumi took another sip of herbal tea, continuously adjusting her breathing, barely accepting the fact that she had transmigrated. That's right, she was not the original Sumi, but someone who had died from overwork and transmigrated into this body. Although getting a second chance at life should be something to be grateful for, based on the original owner's memories, this was clearly a sweet, feel-good story about a genuine or fake heiress being doted on by a group. From the remarks of these terrible relatives just now, it was clear that she definitely was not the one being doted on. Although the original owner came from an ordinary family, she had excellent grades, and her parents treated her very well, making it a relatively harmonious family. But this is a story about a fake and real heiress. The female lead, Su Ruan Yuan, although a fake heiress, is kind-hearted and innocent. Even after learning the truth about her identity, she does not feel lost. Instead, she refuses the help of her wealthy adoptive father and ventures alone in the entertainment industry to build her career. During this time, she also uses sincerity and kindness to resolve the family conflicts of her biological parents. Sumi, on the other hand, is the real heiress who has ruined a good hand. Because of her suspicion and sensitivity, she always feels that her biological parents favor Su Ruan Yuan, so she repeatedly persecutes the female lead. In the end, she is exploited by the Su family's arch-rival, nearly causing the wealthy Su family to face bankruptcy. The ending, of course, is that the female lead and the male lead help the Su family out of the crisis, saving them from bankruptcy. Finally, Su's father realizes that blood relations are not the most important thing. In anger, he removes Sumi from the family registry and hands her over to the public security authorities. While Su Ruan Yuan once again enjoys a fulfilling life with success in her career, love, and family. Although the original owner came from an ordinary family, her adoptive parents treated her fairly well. However, her adoptive parents were too timid and were often bullied and exploited by other relatives, which affected the original owner from a young age, making her personality overly introverted and self-abased. Therefore, the original owner always wanted to prove her existence, which caused her psychological imbalance and led her down a path of no return. When work pressure was high before, she liked reading these feel-good stories, but switching to the perspective of the female supporting character felt oppressive. Ultimately, it all comes down to the original family. In the original owner's family environment, her parents' approach to education was to endure whenever possible, which naturally resulted in extreme inner imbalance. Although she had only been here for a few hours, her liver fire had already reached a critical point, something only the original owner could endure. But the system told her that the female lead was the fate support point of this world. As long as the female lead's fate existed, no matter how she changed the plot, it would be useless. Everything would still follow the original storyline. Unless her fate value could surpass the female lead's, she would end up in trouble in the end. This system appeared at some unknown time and bound itself to her without asking for her consent. It clearly seemed unreliable, and the task flow instructions said nothing except that she only needed to trigger and complete tasks to gain plus 10 fate points. Her current fate value was 20, while the female lead's fate value was 600. No wonder she chokes even when drinking water. Why the system chose her was probably because she had been working nonstop for a month and was close to losing her mind. I've said it before, what's the use of girls studying so much? It's better to get married early, Lu Jini said, sipping his drink as he looked toward the kitchen. Zhao Yun happened to bring out a plate of chicken wings, and a pair of chopsticks immediately reached over to grab one. She also smiled at her daughter. Studying more helps you understand things better, and it makes finding a job easier later on. Sumi glanced at her third uncle across from her. It's precisely because you haven't studied that you don't know what use it has. Su Zheni, who had just taken a sip of wine, immediately choked, his face turning red and his neck thickening. The others also looked at her with displeasure, clearly not expecting her to talk back to an elder after only a few months apart. Mimi, how do you talk to your third uncle like that? Apologize immediately. Zhao Yun was also surprised by her daughter's change and looked apologetically at the person involved. Sumi retorted, so he can talk to me like that? If you like getting married so much, why not let your cousin get married? Studying is useless, so why make your cousin repeat a year? Lu Yu, who was playing on her phone, immediately changed her expression. You're already 22. My dad cares about you and kindly introduced you to someone. How can you talk like that? Sumi raised her eyelids. Your dad is already 44. Shouldn't he be looking for 2 partners then? Everyone else was so shocked by her change that they were stunned for a long time, never expecting that after not seeing her for a while, it was like she had a different mouth. Lu Jini slammed his palm on the table, glaring angrily at Zhao Yun. Look at what she's saying. I think she's read so much that her brain's gone dumb. Lu Hua immediately waved his hand, acting as a peacemaker. Mimi, don't blame third uncle for speaking harshly. Your third uncle is only looking out for you. He's worried that as you get older, it'll be harder to find a partner. Would your third uncle be this concerned if it were someone else? When you were your age, your cousin was already out there. Sumi smiled faintly. Yeah, last year my cousin even borrowed 200,000 yuan for gambling. Second uncle, weren't you so angry you wanted to cut ties with him? In my opinion, having children is such a good thing. You should have had more back then. What are you saying? I think you just deserve a beating. Lu Ha suddenly slammed the table, chewing betel nut and glaring fiercely at his cousin. The once lively dining table instantly became tense and hostile. No one expected that after just a few months apart, Sumi, who had always been obedient and well-behaved, would suddenly become so rebellious. For a moment, everyone turned their questioning gazes toward Zhao Yun. The person involved looked helpless, only able to flusteredly apologize on behalf of her daughter, her breath trembling. Mimi has just been under a lot of pressure from her internship recently. She definitely didn't mean anything else. What internship? Isn't it just going to a film crew to be a stand-in? Otherwise, how could she afford such an expensive computer? Who knows what crooked ways she's taken? She still wants to be a star? She should look in the mirror and see what kind of person she really is. Lu Yu looked down at her manicured nails and sneered. Sumi curled her lips. I'd rather be your mother so I can discipline you, this unfilial daughter. You? Lu Yu angrily pointed at her with furious eyes and scolded. Do you have any manners? Zhao Yun's face changed drastically as she hurried to pull her daughter, trying to push her into the room to prevent her from saying anything more shocking. My manners are for people, not dogs. Sumi shoved Zhao Yun to the side and coldly glanced over a table full of relatives glaring angrily. Everyone knows you have to wait until everyone is here before sitting down to eat. And you? My mom is still busy running around, and you've already eaten half the dishes. If someone didn't know better, they'd think there's a famine outside and you're all starving ghosts reincarnated. Yes, both second uncle and third uncle mean well for me, but please pass that goodwill on to your own daughters. Ask them to get married and have children early, preferably 9 at a time. I have my own parents and don't need anyone else's concern. Besides, this is my home. If you don't like the food, you can go back to your own homes. No one is stopping you. Hearing this, Lu Zheni's face turned ashen with anger. He glared at Zhao Yun. If you don't welcome us, just say so. If Mom hadn't insisted on being here, even if you had invited us, we wouldn't have come. The food is still so terrible. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Faced with the overwhelming accusations from everyone, Zhao Yun was momentarily at a loss and looked towards her mother-in-law, but her mother-in-law also stared at her with angry eyes, as if she thought Zhao Yun had embarrassed her. Since second uncle is so filial, why not just bring grandma over to live with you? Our place is small and we can't take good care of her, but your place is big, so grandma will definitely be comfortable there. Sumi said seriously. Right now she found everyone annoying, and especially this idiot. Just looking at him made her eyes hurt. Alright. You really spoke your mind. It seems you never wanted to take care of Mom. Who knows how you usually mistreat her? How did my eldest brother end up marrying such a venomous woman like you? Lu Zhini was so angry he almost pointed at Zhao Yun's nose while scolding her. The latter had no idea how to explain and could only pace anxiously. No, Mimi didn't mean it. How could we not take care of Mom? Saying this, she grabbed her daughter's arm, her tone more serious than ever. Apologize to second uncle and third uncle right now. Everyone looked at the mother and daughter with dissatisfaction, their eyes full of reproach toward them. Because the elderly man who had a stroke was speaking unclearly, he also snorted. I've long said we should have had one more child back then. What use is it raising such an ungrateful loser, who only causes losses? It'd be easier if you had aborted it. Ding. Keyword triggered. Sumi frowned, then suddenly grabbed the old man's hair with a sinister grip, forcibly dragging him in front of the mirror, her tone icy cold. You know you're a losing old fool, don't you? Who are you putting on that attitude for every day? Who do you think wants to serve you like a nurse? The old man's chest heaved with anger, but due to the aftereffects of the stroke, he couldn't utter a word for the moment. After a brief moment of shock, the people around instantly started cursing furiously one after another. She's gone mad, gone mad. I think this brat has lost her mind. How dare you treat grandma like this? Lu Yu looked at her in disbelief. Since big brother and sister-in-law won't teach the child, today I, as the third uncle, can't avoid cleaning up the family's reputation for big brother. Lu Zhini rolled up his sleeves and was about to lay hands on Sumi. The others couldn't help but step forward one by one with fierce momentum, clearly intending to give this junior a good lesson today. Lu Ha even smashed a wine bottle and Zhao Yun at a loss tried to block him in the middle, but was pushed aside with a shove, suddenly falling to the ground and hitting her head on the corner of the table, instantly bleeding profusely. Ding! Luck value plus 20. Friendly reminder. Please remain calm when the system has not issued any tasks. Ignoring the warning sound in her mind, Sumi directly picked up a pair of scissors from the table, her face full of warning. This is my home. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Seeing that she even dared to take scissors, Lu Ha cursed angrily, suddenly rushing forward to grab Sumi's hair, raising his fist to punch her in the face. Until a spray was sprayed into his eyes, he hissed and quickly let go, stepping back. The entire hall was in chaos. The children who were originally causing trouble hid behind the adults, clenching their fists secretly, as if hoping their father would teach Sumi a lesson. Ding dong! A doorbell rang abruptly. Lu Yu thought it was her uncle returning, so she immediately went to open the door, while thinking about how to make her uncle give Sumi a good scolding. As the door opened, she saw not her uncle's honest and simple face, but a middle-aged man in a suit with an elegant demeanor. Behind him were several tall men also in suits. She glanced at them and seeing one handsome man after another, she couldn't help but blush. May I ask who you are looking for? She asked softly. The middle-aged man leading the group glanced at the mess inside the room, then precisely fixed his gaze on Sumi, instantly breaking into a smile. Although this is quite abrupt, our chairman cannot wait even a moment, so I hope to take the young lady back to reunite with her family today. I will personally explain the details to her. In an instant, Lu Yu felt her head buzzing, overwhelmed by a wave of ecstatic joy. Isn't this just like a scene from a TV drama? It turns out she is not her parents' biological daughter, but the child of a wealthy family. She breathed rapidly with excitement. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man strode past her into the room, then respectfully bowed to Sumi. Young miss, the chairman has been looking for you for a long time. Acknowledging kinship. Young miss. Everyone immediately looked at each other in confusion. Lu He's fist, the size of a sandbag, froze mid-air, and he could only stand there grimacing, covering his eyes irritated by an unknown spray. Who are you? In front of outsiders, Lu Hua immediately adopted a calm and polite demeanor. Moreover, with his rich experience, he could tell at a glance that these were no ordinary people. What ordinary person could afford to wear an Armani limited edition suit? I am the butler of the Su family, Su Group, and I am here specifically to escort the young lady home this time. The middle-aged man spoke apologetically. Although we did not notify you in advance, which may seem abrupt, today is New Year's Eve. Our chairman is really eager to reunite with the young lady, so we hope you can return. As for the reasons, I will personally explain them to the young lady on the way. The originally chaotic living room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at each other in confusion. What young lady? Isn't that brat the eldest brother's daughter? Could it be that? Lu Zhini pointed at Zhao Yun with a face ashen with anger and shouted, "My eldest brother is honest and kind, and he hasn't treated you badly, yet you've been cheating on him behind his back. Are you even human?" The others also looked at her with contempt. No wonder Zhao Yun married my eldest brother while pregnant. It turns out she was just making him the scapegoat. Now her biological father has come looking for her. "Hey, I'm calling the police. Longchen Garden Building 3 Room 201. There's someone here attempting murder. Please come as soon as possible." Sumi hung up the phone, then helped the bewildered Zhao Yun to her feet, and hurriedly took some tissues to wipe the blood off her forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting, you stinky girl? Who did I murder?" Lu Ha shouted, pointing at her nose. Sumi glanced coldly. "You deliberately pushed my mom down, causing her to hit her head. Isn't that intentional murder? If you have anything to say, take it to the police." After speaking, she turned her gaze to Lu Zhini. "And you fabricating facts to defame my mom's reputation, that already constitutes slander. Just wait to receive a court summons." Unexpectedly, she even dared to call the police. No longer the shy and quiet eldest niece she used to be, Lu Zhini's face turned red with anger, and just as he was about to curse, his second brother stopped him. "We're all family. Causing such a scene during the new year is really unlucky." Lu Hua took the opportunity to step forward. He acted as a peacemaker. "Hurry and take your mom to the hospital, I'll cover the medical expenses. Also, tell the police not to come. It would be embarrassing for the neighbors to see this during the new year." It's hard to understand how these people had the nerve to say such things. This just shows that kindness is often taken advantage of. They had already gotten used to treating the original family this way. Sumi didn't want to waste words and was about to help her mother to the hospital. However, Zhao Yun still refused to move, instead looking at her with a helpless expression, as if hoping she wouldn't make a big deal out of it, since after all, they were family. It's always like this. The original owner's family would only endure being bullied, which is why these terrible relatives have become so arrogant. But she has no blood ties, and even if she did, so what? Someone has to teach these idiots how to behave. "Don't worry, I'll have the lawyer come right away," the butler said calmly as he took out his phone to make a call. Suddenly remembering that her biological father is a wealthy man, Lu Zhini also became uneasy. The insults he wanted to say were instantly swallowed, but he still couldn't bring himself to apologize. However, Lu Hua quickly reacted. "Su Group? How many Su Groups are there in this city? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." He walked forward with an apologetic face, even bowing to Zhao Yun, his expression sincerely earnest. "It's all because of this brat Xiao He being reckless. Sister-in-law, you can punish him however you want." Saying that, he immediately glared angrily at his son. "Hurry up and kneel to apologize to your aunt. If your aunt doesn't forgive you, you will kneel here and kowtow to apologize today." Lu Ha covered his eyes, irritated by the spray, feeling at a loss. He didn't understand if his father had lost his mind, actually making him kowtow and apologize to this woman who stole a man? "If I had known this woman was so unchaste, I should have stood up for Uncle just now." "Dad, are you crazy too? She cheated on Uncle, and you actually want me to apologize to her?" He looked utterly incredulous. Crazy, this world really has gone mad. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Hua slapped him hard across the face. "You bastard! How do you talk to your elders like that? Mimi has grown up in our family since she was little. No matter who her biological father is, she is your sister." Lu Yu stomped her foot in anger, looking at the butler with hopeful eyes. "Did you find the wrong person? Could it be that I am the one you're looking for?" Yeah. Are you out of your mind too?" Lu Zhini's blood pressure soared in anger. When Lu Zhiyun came back carrying a family bucket, this was the scene he saw. The house was a mess, and suddenly there were several well-dressed strangers with an extraordinary aura. What's going on? Seeing his wife injured, he quickly put down what he was holding and walked over, his eyes full of uncontrollable pain. The butler respectfully looked at Sumi. "You can leave the matters here to me." The chairman is still at home waiting for you to have the New Year's Eve dinner. Sumi pretended to think for a moment. I need to take my mom to the hospital first. The butler respectfully nodded. Of course. After saying that, the bodyguards immediately pushed the others aside, clearing a path in the cramped living room. Zhao Yun seemed like she wanted to say something else, but at this moment, she was also confused. There was no doubt that the daughter was her biological child, but what was going on with these people? Lu Ha shouted unwillingly, Uncle, don't be fooled by this fickle woman. That brat is not your daughter at all, and now her wild father has come looking for her. As soon as he finished speaking, a pig-like scream came from the living room. Lu Ha was seen being pinned to the ground by two bodyguards, his hands bent behind his back at a strange angle. Seeing this, the others were even more frightened and dared not make a sound. You bastard! What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Hua glared at his son with disappointment. That is the chairman of Su Group. Hurry up and kneel to your sister and aunt to apologize. Even without watching the news, everyone had heard of the Su Group. After all, most daily necessities were under the Su Group, which was a top domestic conglomerate. Lu Yu looked even paler, almost unable to stand. The Su Group? That brat was actually the daughter of the chairman of the Su Group? No, this must be a mistake. Until he walked out of the messy room, Lu Zhiyun was still confused, not understanding how his home had turned into this while he was just out buying groceries. And no one even helped Mom when she fell there? What on earth is going on? Outside the community, rows of luxury cars were parked, and many people stopped to watch. When they saw the Sumi family get in, they whispered among themselves in shock. Given Lu Zhiyun's family's situation, how could they possibly afford such expensive cars? Could it be that their daughter has connected with some wealthy person and is now coming to pick up her parents to enjoy a better life? After getting into the car, the butler tried to explain the situation in as much detail as possible. He hadn't spoken earlier because there were too many people around, and some matters were better not publicized. After all, how to handle the young lady's identity is still a problem. If too many people find out about this matter, it will inevitably cause controversy. Sumi sat there with a puzzled look on her face. After all, she still had to act the part, even though she already knew the plot. The truth was that the original owner's biological father had offended too many people when he was young, which led to his archenemy bribing a nurse to swap the newborn daughter with the original owner. This was only revealed shortly before the enemy died of cancer, and he cruelly mocked the original owner's father, ridiculing him for raising someone else's child his entire life. When the original owner's father heard this, his head was buzzing. So, secretly and without telling the female lead, he conducted a paternity test, only to discover that the daughter he had raised for more than 20 years was not his biological child. This was not the most heartbreaking part. The most painful thing was that he could not imagine what kind of situation his biological daughter was facing. After all, he knew that this mortal enemy would never have placed his daughter in a wealthy family. So he secretly investigated for 3 years. Because so much time had passed, many clues had been lost along the way. And it was only now that he found the whereabouts of the original owner. But he was reluctant to part with the female lead, so in the end, he decided to keep both. However, the female lead had her own principles. Although she stayed with the Su family, she immediately decided to refuse the pocket money given by Su's father in the future. After all, she had already enjoyed a privileged environment that did not belong to her, and now she was even less entitled to enjoy those resources. She stayed with the Su family because she couldn't bear to leave such good parents. When reading the text, Sumi thought there was nothing wrong. But when the perspective shifted, she felt something was off. The female lead had been filming outside for years and didn't often stay with her parents, so whether she stayed or not didn't make much difference. However, she couldn't maliciously speculate about others. Nobody is perfect. Everyone has selfish motives. As long as the female lead didn't provoke her, it was fine. The chairman feels very sorry about this incident, so the appropriate compensation will definitely be provided. We will not let the two of you suffer any injustice, the butler said solemnly. After listening all the way through, Zhao Yun and the others finally understood the cause of the matter. They were both incredulous, never imagining that such a 1 in a million chance would happen to them. Lu Zhiyun reacted quickly but with a serious frown. If a paternity test is done and it confirms that what you say is true, we won't stop Mimi from going to her biological parents. But no matter what, she is still our daughter. Compensation is out of the question. Mimi is not an object, nor can she be measured by money. Sumi remained silent, as if still immersed in the shock of the mystery surrounding her origins. Although the original family was a bit weak, They were indeed good to the original owner. However, being too weak could lead to personality flaws in their daughter. But there is no perfect person in the world, and she had no right to criticize anyone. The butler also showed a sincere smile, and his gaze toward the two carried more respect. Having seen many people driven solely by profit, he could tell at a glance that Lu Jiyun and his wife's sincerity was not an act, but genuine love for the eldest young lady. However, this family inevitably caused the eldest young lady to suffer many grievances. This is up to you to decide, but our chairman is eager to see his daughter, so I must take the young lady back today. I hope you both can understand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun and the other exchanged glances. At that moment, the car also stopped at the hospital entrance. She smiled at her daughter. Mom only has a minor external injury, and your dad is with me, so it's fine. You've grown up and have your own thoughts now. Whether you go or not is up to you. Although her daughter's recent behavior was very different from before, she could understand it. Her daughter had always been introverted and must have been holding in a lot of grievances. It was just that she suddenly exploded now. After all, everyone has their temper. In the end, it was still her and Jiyun's fault for not providing the child with a good environment to grow up in. Sumi glanced at the hospital entrance outside the car window, then looked at Zhao Yun, whose forehead had stopped bleeding, and was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Seeing this, the butler couldn't help but show a pleased expression, then assured that he had already informed the hospital, and they would definitely give Zhao Yun a thorough physical examination later, so she wouldn't have to worry. Since they had to go back sooner or later, there was no need to drag things out. She also realized that this task required her to trigger it herself. She had to quickly increase her luck value, or else she might end up in trouble in the end. It's just a pity that she earned her hard-earned money by working overtime for a whole month, so people should still spend, drink, and enjoy the moment. Life is about getting by. In just a few short years, rather than wronging yourself, it's better to wear others down so you won't die holding a grudge. Choice. Watching the car drive into a villa district in the city center. Under the night sky, the streetlights shine brightly, and neatly lined up along the greenery stand upright servants, each with an expression of utmost respect. Welcome home, young lady. The uniform voices echoed through the night sky, lasting as long as the car had been driving. The voices abruptly stopped only when the car came to a halt in front of a massive building. At this moment, the lavish scenes from the novel suddenly became tangible, but Sumi felt conflicted. Unable to change the plot, all of this was just an illusion. As the car door was opened by the butler, she also stepped out, noticing a thick red carpet laid on the ground and 3 figures standing at the villa entrance. Perhaps unable to wait even a moment, the middle-aged woman in a plain cheongsam stepped forward first. When she saw the girl in a bulky down jacket, tears burst uncontrollably from her eyes. "Child!" She choked up to the point of being almost unable to speak. After all, it was their first meeting, and Sumi did not show much enthusiasm. "It's cold outside, come in quickly and talk." Sumin's eyes were also red. He had been searching for his daughter for 3 whole years, so once he was sure Sumi was his daughter, he couldn't wait a moment and immediately sent someone to bring her back. Every time he thought about his daughter wandering outside, he couldn't sleep all night, and he didn't even dare to imagine the suffering she had endured over the years. "Sister." Before Sumi could say anything, a slender figure flew over and tightly embraced her, with a choked voice whispering in her ear. "Dad and Mom really missed you. I also asked many friends to look for you. Now it's all good, you're finally back." In the original work, the female lead is just as passionate, but in the eyes of the original protagonist, it feels all wrong because of her excessive sensitivity and suspicion. The original protagonist feels that the female lead is asserting her dominance, which makes her feel even more uncomfortable. However, she did notice that the female lead truly had the fruity fragrance described in the original work. All right, it's windy outside, don't let Mimi catch a cold," Sue's mother said, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, looking at her own daughter with a face full of concern. Hearing this, Su Ruanyuan immediately held Sumi's hand. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Sumi's feelings were complicated, and for a moment she couldn't determine whether Su Ruanyuan was truly innocent and carefree, so she could only feign indifference and follow into the villa. Facing her sister who was ignoring her, Su Ruanyuan couldn't help but look down at her hands, a wave of guilt welling up in her clear eyes. She had taken over a life that originally belonged to someone else, causing her sister to suffer so much. It was only natural that her sister was unhappy. She had already made up her mind that no matter what decision their parents made, she would support it. She wouldn't take those clothes, bags, or jewelry with her either. She was already an adult. If she wanted something, she could earn it herself. How could she take what belonged to someone else? That would be no different from shamelessness. The living room was brightly lit. Having worked with superiors on collaborations for many years, Sumi was no stranger to the world of the wealthy. Some things, if not given at birth, most likely would never come in this lifetime. Good child, you've suffered. Sue's mother could no longer hold back and grabbed her daughter's hand, especially seeing her fingertips red from the cold, which pierced her heart like a knife. Given the conditions of the Liu family, it was imaginable how much hardship her daughter had endured over the years, yet she still had to do odd jobs to earn money for tuition. Do we still need to do a paternity test? Sumi frowned slightly. Knowing that she would find it hard to accept this all at once, Su-min waved his hand and took a paternity test report from the butler. After confirming your news, I had this test done. If you still have doubts, the three of us can do it again tomorrow. Hearing the words, the three of us, Su Wanran's eyes flickered slightly. For the wealthy, secretly taking a single hair for DNA testing is as easy as pie. Sumi took the report and glanced through it a few times. Although the story had already confirmed that the original owner was indeed Su family's daughter, she still cautiously said, "It's better if we do the test again tomorrow." Looking at her cautious and timid daughter, Mother Su couldn't help but hold her close, gently stroking her head with one hand. "I'm sorry, it's all our fault, making you suffer for so many years. Rest assured, from now on whatever you want, Mom and Dad will give it to you." The servants inside and out were also watching closely. This new eldest miss didn't seem to be living well. The down jacket she wore clearly cost no more than 300 yuan, and she didn't have a savvy personality. They just didn't know how the chairman would ultimately handle the matter of the two eldest misses. Of course, they hoped Su Ruan would stay. After all, she was considerate to the servants and had no heirs. But they weren't sure if Sumi would be easy to serve. "Your grandfather has been waiting for you for a long time too." Su-min immediately snapped out of the joy of reunion, as if recalling something. Upon hearing this, Sumi's brows slightly furrowed. In the original story, this grandfather liked the female lead very much, but disliked the awkward original protagonist, which made the original protagonist even more sensitive and insecure, desperately wanting to prove that she was better and more outstanding than the female lead. When they arrived at the restaurant, the long table was already filled with dozens of delicacies from land and sea. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, sat at the head of the table. Although his face was lined with wrinkles, his old eyes were still bright and spirited. An overwhelming aura of authority instantly enveloped everyone, but only Su softly smiled sweetly as she stepped forward, obediently pouring tea for the elder. "Call him Grandpa quickly," Su's mother said gently. Sumi was silent for a moment, then spoke softly, "Grandfather." Looking at the graceful and elegant girl, Su Zhenan slightly squinted his eyes and said nothing else, just took out a red envelope and handed it to Sumi. "Since you're back, pick a day to pay respects to our ancestors, and write your name into the family genealogy early on. It will also count as recognizing your roots." Upon hearing this, Su-min nodded. "I've already had someone choose a date. The day after tomorrow happens to be an auspicious day. It will also be a good opportunity to formally introduce Mimi to the outside world during your birthday celebration next month." Sumi stepped forward a few steps to take the thin red envelope, then said thank you again. It's not that she didn't want to be a bit more enthusiastic, but since the plot couldn't be changed, no matter how much she tried to please him, this grandfather would never like her. So why bother putting effort into maintaining the relationship and end up trapped in mental exhaustion? Whatever will be, will be. Whether she is added to the family genealogy or not doesn't matter. Right now, she just wants to confirm one thing. "Look at my memory." Sumu immediately took 2 red envelopes from the servant, handing one to Sumi with a bright smile and the other to Su Ruan across from her. "I'm already this grown up. How can I still accept New Year's money from Mom and Dad? Besides, I'm earning my own money now," Su Ruan said, waving her hands repeatedly. As if knowing what she was thinking, Su-min smiled and patted her head. "You are Mom and Dad's daughter, always will be. In their eyes, you are still their little child." Hearing this, Su Ruan felt a stir in her heart, her nose inexplicably tingling with emotion. She had thought Mom and Dad had forgotten about her. In the end, she still took the red envelope, all of which she would leave behind when she left. "You are Grandpa's precious granddaughter. Grandpa can't be without you, this little rascal." Su Zhenan showed a loving smile as he handed her a thin red envelope. "Grandpa." Su Ruan could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and shook the old man's arm while hugging him. The whole family was happily together, as if Sumi was the one who didn't belong. "Mimi must be hungry too, let's eat quickly." Su-min immediately pulled out a chair for his daughter and asked someone to warm up a cup of hot milk. He had already heard from the housekeeper about the Liu family's situation. No matter what, no one was allowed to bully his daughter anymore. After Sumi sat down, Su Zhenen's first chopsticks were for Su Ruanyuan, and her bowl was soon filled with many dishes that Su's mother had picked for her. Before long, one plate was piled high. She lowered her head to eat, while Su's mother kept watching her with a heart full of worry, her eyes growing red as she looked on. I heard you just graduated and haven't taken the graduate entrance exam yet. Su Zhenen pondered for a moment. Your education level is still a bit low. After we finish the family genealogy, I'll have your father arrange for you to study abroad. You don't need to worry about anything else. Obviously, the Su family was still ruled by Old Master Su. Sumi suddenly looked up. I'm not very comfortable with new environments, so I don't want to go abroad, and besides I already have a job. Seeing that she actually defied him, Su Zhenen said nothing, though he couldn't help feeling displeased. However, since his granddaughter had just returned, he didn't make a big deal out of it. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually changed. Su Min adjusted his cuffs and said, Then we won't go abroad. Your mother and I can't bear to see you leave. If you like acting, Dad will arrange it for you just like Ruan. If you don't want to study abroad, then join the company to learn. It's all up to how you plan it yourself. Yes, as long as you're happy, Su's mother said with a face full of affection. At this time, even if her daughter wanted the moon from the sky, she would find a way to pluck it down. Sumi did not speak. Logically, she should only take over the Su group after joining the company, but she is a supporting female character. If the plot cannot be changed in the end, it will still be a futile effort. The female lead entered the entertainment industry out of interest and hobby, while the original character did it as a stand-in for others to make a living. The original character did not want to add to the burden of her foster parents, and with a good figure and appearance. She was accidentally chosen by the crew to be a body double, which allowed her to save money to buy a computer. The reason for entering the entertainment industry later was because she didn't want to lose to the female lead. She wanted to prove that she was better than the female lead, even if it was in the entertainment circle. Although she should now join the Su group to gain control over the company's decision-making power, if the plot cannot be changed in the end, she will still have to go to jail, and the Su family will no longer recognize her. Entering the entertainment industry is different. With the financial power and influence of the Su family, it would be easy for her to gain fame. Even if she ends up with a bad reputation and goes to jail, it would only be for 5 years. After coming out, she could still do live stream sales. Negative publicity is still traffic. After all, it is extremely difficult to find a job after being reformed, so she must maximize the advantage of her current resources. People should still keep their feet on the ground. These billions of assets belong to others. Only by having self-worth can one create wealth. If a person does not think about the long term, they will surely have immediate worries. One must prepare for the worst. At least then, life won't be too bad after coming out. Rely on that unreliable system? Then forget it. I recently took on a variety show, and I might have to leave tomorrow. Su Ruanyuan fiddled with the grains of rice, her voice soft and light. Later, I want to go back to my own home. My biological parents must miss me very much. Although she was reluctant to leave her dad and mom, she originally didn't belong to this family, and there was no need to stay any longer. She should return to her own relatives. Since hearing the mystery of her origins yesterday, she was very shocked, but more than that, she felt guilty toward her sister. She had taken up someone else's parents, so what right did she have to stay any longer? You are a child recorded in the Su family genealogy. No matter what, you are Grandpa's good granddaughter. Our family is not short of a mouth to feed. Su Zhenen frowned. Su Min smiled in agreement. It's good to go see them, but no matter what, this will always be your home. Ahem. Su's mother picked up her chopsticks and served Sumi a lion's head meatball, then glanced displeased at her husband. But how are we going to explain to outsiders that our family suddenly has an extra daughter for no reason? She also likes Su Ruan very much, but having already owed her biological daughter for so many years, no matter what, she would not allow her daughter to suffer any more grievances. Mimi has always been weak and was raised in the temple. She was only recently brought back, Su Zhenen said, squinting. Hearing this, Su Min glanced at Sumi, who was focused on eating, a hint of hesitation in his brows. I'm done eating. Sumi suddenly put down her chopsticks. She just wanted to see if the plot would change. If Su Ruan left the Su family, it would mean the system was playing her. Because in the original work, the original owner actively persuaded the female lead to stay. The female lead then went along and stayed, but now she has not actively persuaded anyone to stay. But if the female lead still stays, it means that no matter what, As long as the fortune value has not surpassed the other parties, the main storyline cannot be changed. Then Mom will take you to your room to rest. Sue's mother smiled and took her hand. It was the first time the granddaughter came home, and Su Zhenan did not expect her to understand many rules. However, this petty personality definitely needed to be changed in the future. Even if she wasn't as sensible as Ruan, at least she wouldn't embarrass the Su family outside. I'll go check on sister. Su Ruanyuan also put down her chopsticks and followed. Su Zhenan glanced sideways, and the butler immediately dismissed all the surrounding servants. The dinner table, which should have been a happy family reunion, suddenly fell into silence. Su Min gradually grew serious. Dad, I know you like Ruanyuan, but we already owe Mimi too much. How do you think Mimi will feel about what you're doing? Hearing his son's words, Su Zhenan showed some displeasure on his face. Qixi and Ruanyuan have been childhood sweethearts and are about to get engaged soon. Now you suddenly want to change the person. Do you think the Qi family will agree to that? You know perfectly well the situation of the company now, so are you really going to disgrace the entire Su family for the sake of your daughter? Faced with his father's dissatisfied accusation, Su Min pondered for a moment, then could only pick up the teacup in front of him and take a sip, ultimately acquiescing to his father's decision. He was not only a father but also the chairman of a group, and he could not disregard the interests of the entire group. After following Su's mother to a room on the second floor, Sumi heard a servant say that the dressing room was next door, and that the lady had long since prepared her things. Originally, Su's mother wanted to have a talk with her to connect on a mother-daughter level, but just then a servant came in and whispered something. Su's mother's expression changed, and she then told her to rest well and to ask the servants if she needed anything. Once the room was empty with only herself left, Sumi immediately opened the 2 red envelopes she had just received. One was a check for 5 million. The other was a check for 10 million. She remembered that the 10 million came from Su's mother. This is cash flow, not a supplementary card. Even if she is kicked out of the Su family later, this money will still be hers. But right now she was more concerned about Zhao Yun's situation, wondering if those vampire relatives had made things difficult for them. Bang bang. The door suddenly rang again, and Sumi immediately went to open it, only to see the female lead standing at the door, hesitant to speak. Her clean and pure face indeed easily aroused goodwill. Sorry sister, I've decided to stay after all. Su Ruan lowered her head, as if afraid to see the disgust on Sumi's face. Grandpa has high blood pressure, and I don't want to disappoint him, but I really have no intention of competing with you for Mom and Dad. I just can't bear to leave them. I hope you can forgive my selfishness. Extortion. Ding. Key plot triggered. Sumi was suddenly startled by the mechanical voice in her mind. Looking at the pitiful heroine in front of her, although she couldn't tell if the other was genuinely innocent and naive or just pretending, nothing was more important than fate points. At that moment the corner of her mouth twitched, and she reached out to grab the heroine's hair. Meeting those panicked eyes, her tone turned cold. How many moms do you have? Why do you call everyone sister? The passing servant was instantly frightened, his face changing color, and the teacup in his hand wobbled, almost falling to the ground. Sis. Su Ruanyuan's entire face instantly turned pale. Don't call me sis anymore. I don't even have a sister like you. You have no sense of boundaries at all. Is this how the Su family taught you? Sumi curled the corner of her mouth into a cold smirk and glanced at her, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Miss, are you all right? The servant hurriedly stepped forward with concern, looking indignantly at the closed door. How could she treat you like that? You're way too easy to bully. Even the chairman said you're part of the Su family. That woman from the countryside really has no manners at all. No sooner had the words fallen than the door opened again under the astonished gaze of the servant. Is your upbringing such that you stand outside others' doors gossiping about your master? Sumi coldly stared at the servant's panicked face. Pack your things and get out immediately. Don't make me go find the housekeeper, all right? The servant's heart skipped a beat and he immediately knelt down to admit his fault. Miss, I'm sorry, Su Ruan stepped forward reluctantly. Sister. Get lost too. Sumi slammed the door shut again with a bang. Ignoring the commotion outside, the cold mechanical voice immediately echoed in her mind again. Ding! Luck points plus 10. Hearing the sound, Sumi immediately asked, why was it plus 20 last time, but only 10 luck points this time? Could it be that she didn't go crazy thoroughly enough just now? But the female lead didn't openly offend her either. She couldn't lose control too badly. What if she was mistaken for a lunatic and sent to a mental hospital? The increase in fortune value is determined by the host's task completion. Sumi lay on the bed pondering for a while. As expected, this means that the fortune value increases based on the degree of madness. However, she also discovered a pattern. This key plot point should be triggered by the original host's emotional knot. Because in the original story, the grandmother scolded her as a losing investment, and the original host always felt very suppressed and wronged. Even when the female lead chose to stay just now, the original host felt even more dissatisfied, believing the female lead was deliberately trying to compete with her for everything in the Sue family. But according to this rule, when will I be able to stack my luck value up to 600? What use do you have besides increasing the luck value? Faced with her doubt, the system was silent for a moment. The luck value can also be converted into talent skill points. Currently, the host's luck value is too low, so conversion is not recommended. Listening to that cold mechanical voice, Sumi's brows twitched rapidly. It's already this low, does it really make a difference between 0 and 50? Convert all my current fortune points into combat talent skill points, she suddenly said. Even going crazy requires some capital. If next time she loses it in front of others, she might be immediately taken away as a lunatic. After all, the female lead has protection, but her side has very few allies now. So having the ability to protect oneself is essential. The money now might not ultimately be hers, but the skills will definitely belong to her in the end. Taking a step back, if she really ends up in trouble, being skilled means she won't be bullied. Confidence comes from within, and she must convert all the quality resources she currently has into her own value. Are you sure? Sure. After a few seconds of silence in her mind, the system's voice finally sounded. 50 luck points successfully converted. Current host's fighting talent value is 50, maximum 100. Overall luck value 0, maximum 1000. Not sure if it was psychological, Sumi lifted her leg and suddenly felt as light as a swallow. But this is only the talent value, which can only give her a boost when learning fighting skills. After all, professional training is still necessary. As if she had thought of something, she called Zhao Yun again. The other party was obviously still awake and immediately asked how things were going there, whether the Su family looked down on her or anything like that. Sumi responded briefly, then got straight to the point, asking if Lu Zhini and his group had taken advantage to make things difficult for them. Zhao Yun's voice was hesitant, saying that Lu He was detained by the police, but since they were family, she signed a settlement agreement. Knowing it would be like this, Sumi didn't want to say much more and simply didn't bring it up again, only mentioning that she would go back tomorrow. To completely get rid of that group of vampires, the adoptive parents' cowardice must be changed. Actually, it's not that difficult. After hanging up the phone, she went to the bathroom to take a bath while scrolling through her phone, and suddenly saw a Weibo post from the female lead. At this time, the female lead had already begun to stand out with her pure and delicate beauty, and her popularity in the entertainment industry was also very high, making her one of the top new traffic stars of the 2000s. Su Ruanyun. Pictures, pictures, pictures. A sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner was had at my sister's house. It's just that I was too lacking in a sense of boundaries, and my family seemed a bit unhappy. Under the lemon tree, you and I. Pet the little goose. If you're unhappy, just go back home. Why suffer this anger? Watermelon frost. I just get annoyed by those people who stir up trouble for no reason, living a bad life themselves and then pointing fingers at others. Hurried camel. So the little goose actually has an older sister. Maybe she got married and is having a hard time. Don't mind these people. If you really feel unhappy, just go home. Heart. Steamed bun. Is my memory confused? Didn't the baby say 2 years ago that she was an only child? When did an older sister appear? Whoa. Let me join the group tomorrow. No matter who gets wronged, I can't be wrong. Dog head. Blink blink. Am I the only one who wants to eat all these dishes? Drooling. Su Ruanyuan's popularity has always been good, and shortly after posting the update, hashtag Surwanwan's dining table hashtag trended on the hot search list. Peeking around. Oh my. This table actually costs 3 million. Poverty really limits my imagination. Smiling face. Silent and unknown. So what if there's one more rich person like me in this world? For the people. They're sitting at a 3 million table, eating delicacies from the mountains and seas, yet some still feel sorry for the celestial dragon's laugh cry. The rustling apricot blossoms. Just a passerby saying, it's really annoying to run into terrible relatives during the new year. Especially when your parents don't see it clearly. It's even more frustrating. Crooked calligraphy. Instead of feeling sorry for the little princess of Shanghai, better to feel sorry for your own 3,000 yuan salary. Smiling face. Timid tiger. Laughing all the way to the bank, she only debuted in one satellite TV drama. So how did she become the little princess of the Shanghai Circle? Momo memorizing words. As expected during the holidays, Su Ruinsoft's mindless fans all went online. Who would believe your master has no backing? Eating melon. The female lead doesn't lack rivals either. Seeing the public opinion turning into another fan war, Sumi couldn't be bothered to pay attention. This post by the female lead is indeed very subtle. By proactively stating that this is her sister's home, it implies she doesn't consider it her own. It's unclear whether this is a disguised gesture of goodwill, or has some other intention. But maybe the female lead really had no ill intentions. Everyone has selfish desires after all, and there's no such thing as a perfect person in this world. No one came to disturb her at night, and Sumi slept soundly until dawn. The wardrobe was filled with clothes in her size, and even a single piece could feed an ordinary worker for several months. Moreover, the down jackets worn by wealthy people are different from those worn by ordinary people. They are not bulky but very lightweight and warm. After all, one jacket costs over 100,000. Early in the morning when she went downstairs to eat, the table was already full of people, except the heroine was nowhere to be seen. How did you sleep last night? If you need anything, be sure to tell Mom. Don't ever wrong yourself, Su's mother said, looking her daughter over, who had a rosy complexion. Sumi said it was very good, then sat at her place cutting into her steak and eating, completely ignoring Su Zhenan's questioning gaze. What did you and Ruan talk about last night? Su Min took a sip of hot milk and acted as a peacemaker. It's normal for girls to bicker a bit. It just means they have topics to talk about. I just asked her not to call me sister. We're not related by blood, and besides, it's not certain who's older or younger. Sumi bit into her steak seriously. Oh, and I also hired a servant. Since I'm also Mom and Dad's daughter, I should be able to make this small decision, right? Mrs. Su coughed lightly a few times but said nothing, only kindly handing her daughter a bottle of yogurt. Su Zhenan frowned deeply. In all his years it was the first time someone dared speak to him like that, but thinking that it was his own granddaughter, he could only barely suppress his anger. Ruan only calls you sister because she likes you. She left early this morning without eating breakfast. Later, you should go apologize to her. He closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, I have already arranged an etiquette teacher for you. Starting today you will take etiquette lessons at home. Sumi raised her head and arched her eyebrows. She likes me so she calls me sister? Why doesn't she ask if I like being called sister? Also, I need to go home today and don't have time for class. I don't think there's anything wrong with my etiquette. Su Zhenan stared at her with piercing eyes, anger about to erupt at any moment. This is your home, and you are not allowed to go anywhere today. If you go, don't ever come back. His gaze was icy cold. Dad, Mimi is still young. Why are you making a fuss over her? Besides, our family has never been strict about rules. Those etiquette lessons can wait until later, Su's mother said, reaching out to stroke her daughter's head. Although the Su family was ultimately ruled by the father-in-law, the daughter was also her beloved treasure. If anyone bullied her daughter for someone else, she would simply take her daughter back to her parental home. Among all virtues, filial piety comes first. My adoptive parents have raised me for more than 20 years. If I were to suddenly ignore them, how would that be any different from being an ungrateful wretch? Sumi took a sip of milk and suddenly stood up. Morality comes from within. How can you expect me to become a refined lady just because I attended a few classes, especially when I have no sense of filial piety? Besides, where I want to go is my freedom. If you can't stand me, then go deal with Su Ruan. I've never liked others bossing me around. After saying this, she picked up her scarf, put it on, and left the dining table directly. The surrounding servants dared not even breathe loudly. At first, they thought this newly returned young lady wouldn't cause trouble, but now it seemed her audacity was too great. Daring to speak to the old master like that was simply unheard of. Su Zhenan should have been furious, but instead he sat there as calm as still water, holding the cup in one hand and slowly drawing it closer, his face still serene. Only Su's mother gave the steward a glance, and the latter immediately followed Sumi's pace. Although Mimi speaks frankly, she is not wrong. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues. This is the family tradition our Su family should uphold. Isn't this what you taught me since I was young? Su Min said earnestly. Only his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He had never thought his daughter would be so blunt. Su Zhenan instead laughed, the anger on his face vanishing in an instant. He stood up, leaning on his cane as he went upstairs. I have a headache, so I won't be attending the ancestral rites tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su's mother's expression changed. and she glanced at her husband again, showing some dissatisfaction on her face. Su-min could only pat her shoulder to comfort her. Mimi was his biological daughter, and would eventually be added to the family genealogy. Right now Dad was just angry for the moment. Once he calmed down everything would be fine. After stepping out of the villa door, a gust of cold wind hit her face. Sumi immediately saw a row of bodyguards standing outside, each over 180 centimeters tall with broad shoulders and narrow waists. In an instant, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. This was what she was supposed to see. Rest assured, they are only here to ensure your safety, and will not interfere with your normal activities. Thinking she valued freedom and privacy, the butler immediately began to explain seriously. Sumi cleared her throat lightly, then bent down and got into the car, casually asking the butler, "My health is a bit weak, and I want to strengthen my body. Can you find me a skilled martial arts coach?" Unexpectedly, she had such high standards for herself. The butler turned around and assured her, "Rest assured, leave this to me. Also, the chairman has already instructed that whenever you have time, Vice President Zhou will personally come over to plan your future acting projects. She is the head of Yuxing Entertainment under the group, so she definitely won't let you down." This matter indeed needed to be put on the agenda. I must quickly build my reputation so I can maximize my own resources. After thinking it over, Sumi told the other party to come find her tomorrow. As for the ancestral rites, forget it. That old man is so petty, there's no way he would let her perform the rites. If she doesn't go, she doesn't go. She also doesn't want to visit the grave in the middle of winter. The car drove for an hour before stopping outside a rundown apartment complex. It had started to snow lightly outside, and as soon as she got out, a bodyguard opened an umbrella for her. Looking at each of these pleasant little faces, her mood inexplicably improved a lot. This was truly the source of her motivation. She reached the second floor, and before she could even use the key to open the door, she heard loud arguing from inside, unmistakably Lu Zhenyi's booming voice. "I don't care, it's so cold late at night, and he spent a whole night in the detention center. Now all the relatives and neighbors know he was locked up. How is he supposed to face people or find a job in the future?" "Exactly, you have to pay compensation." The room was noisy and chaotic, and Lu Zhiyun, hoping to calm things down, could only tentatively ask, "So, how much do you want?" Lu Hua sat there calmly, expression unruffled. "Hee, it will definitely be hard for him to find a job in the future. Brother, why don't you have Mimi find him a job, or just give us 2 million? 2 million? Even Zhao Yun gasped in surprise. The couple looked even more troubled. "Where would we get 2 million? Even if we sold this house, it wouldn't be enough." "You don't have it, but Mimi has now found her biological father. She definitely won't ignore you all. What are 2 million compared to that?" Lu Zhenyi said confidently. "Right, I also want to enter the entertainment industry and become a star. Uncle, you have to arrange something for me too. Cousin will definitely listen to everything you say." Lu Yu stepped forward to massage Zhao Yun. At that moment the door suddenly opened. Everyone looked out together, and when they saw the completely different eldest niece, their faces instantly lit up, as if they had known she would come today. "How many years do you get for extortion?" Sumi, playing the recording, looked at the butler behind her. The latter replied without changing his expression, "Imprisonment for up to 3 years, criminal detention or control. If the circumstances are serious, imprisonment for more than 3 years but less than 10 years. Cutting off relations." The people in the room all changed their expressions at once. Only Lu Hua remained relatively calm and quickly stepped forward warmly to greet. "We were just talking with your mother about He's work, nothing about money." "What money is there to talk about among family?" Sumi casually turned off the recording and slowly took off her scarf. "Then I must have heard wrong. By the way, what does my cousin looking for a job have to do with my parents?" She seemed to suddenly realize. "I remember Dad said their company still needs a gatekeeper. My cousin is big and strong, he should definitely be able to get in." "You." Before Lu Hua could speak, his mother covered his mouth with her hand and gave him a sharp look. Lu Hua didn't blush. Instead he sighed. Last night, he was detained, and he might end up with a criminal record, which will make finding a job even harder in the future. Of course he deserves it. Who told him to be so disrespectful? But after all, we are family. There's no grudges among family members. Your dad and I used to fight and quarrel since we were kids, even to the point of bleeding heads, which was common. But now we're still fine. It's just that He's future children won't be able to take civil service exams, and this." Hearing this, Lu Zhiyun's eyes showed some emotion. "Our unit doesn't need more people now, but what happened was indeed a misunderstanding. You shouldn't blame Mimi either. She was just scared and that's why she called the police. We still have 50,000 yuan on hand. If he needs any help in the future, Zhao Yun and I will definitely help if we can. 50,000 yuan? Lu Zhini sneered coldly. He's next generation can never take the civil service exam again. How is this any different from cutting off his future? Big brother, do you really think 50,000 yuan can buy off He's future? Lu Hua sighed, his face also clouded with worry. Watching them play the roles of the angry and the calm one, Sumi pulled out a chair and sat down. So how much do you want? At these words, a flicker of joy appeared in Lu Hua's eyes, but he still remained silent. Instead, Lu Zhini raised his voice. Either find he a high-paying, secure job or compensate us 2 million. If it weren't for you calling the police, would he have ended up like this? 2 million is still too little. Sumi looked at him steadily. How about I give you 100 million? Lu Hua's expression changed, and he repeatedly waved his hands, suppressing the curve of his mouth. This is too embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all family. When you all pass away naturally, I'll definitely burn 100 million for each of you. As for luxury cars and villas, Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 definitely won't be lacking either. After all, we're all family, Sumi said seriously. Lu Zhiyun cleared his throat lightly, signaling his daughter not to say such unlucky things. The others all changed their expressions. In the past, they would have scolded her by now, but given Sumi's new status, they could only endure and endure again. However, Lu Zhini was furious, his eyes blazing as he looked at Lu Zhiyun. Big brother, is this the good daughter you raised? Although there's no blood relation, she grew up in our family. They say the gratitude of birth is not as great as the gratitude of upbringing, but I think she's an ungrateful wretch. Now that she has money, she's eager to get rid of us poor relatives. Exactly, she thinks she's so great just because she found a rich father. She has no manners at all. Who knows how people are laughing at her behind her back? Lu Yu snorted coldly, crossing her arms. Mimi didn't mean it like that. Zhao Yun hurriedly tried to explain. Sumi was too lazy to waste words with this group of people and just glanced at them coldly. My cousin hit my mom, and not making him pay is already my mom's kindness. If you feel wronged, I don't mind having a lawyer file a lawsuit. Whether it's attempted murder or intentional injury, it will be up to the court to decide. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in silence. Only Lu Ha clenched his fists. If it weren't for his parents' warning not to cause a scene today, he would have made this brat's face blossom. Also, the second and third uncles said yesterday that they don't feel comfortable with Grandma living at my house. Fine, from now on, Grandma will be in the care of the second and third uncles. You can take her away today. As for the money, when Grandma lived at my house before, the second and third uncles only gave 500 yuan a month. So from now on, I'll give each of you 1,000 yuan, considering it as my filial duty to Grandma as her granddaughter. Hearing these words, Lu Zhini could no longer hold back and slammed his palm on the table. If you, big brother, feel at peace with your conscience, then my second brother and I have nothing more to say. From now on we are severing ties so you won't have to look down on us poor relatives anymore. Mimi didn't mean it like that. How could we possibly neglect Mom? Lu Zhiyun hurriedly explained. Mom will definitely continue to live with us in the future, and we will find a way to handle He's matters as well. Knowing exactly what kind of temper their big brother had, Lu Hua instead took a step back and said, Big brother, you don't have to make things difficult. Mom has lived with you for so long. It's time for her to stay with us for a while. Sumi glanced back. Didn't you hear? Hurry up and carry my grandmother out. The bodyguards quickly pushed through the crowd and entered a room inside. In an instant, the sound of an old man coughing came from within, and soon after, both the man and his wheelchair were carried out. You? The old man's mouth twisted, unable to utter a single word in his anxiety, only able to glare with his resentful old eyes at Sumi. The bodyguards moved efficiently, gathering almost all the items from the room. Amid Lu Zhini's shouts, everything was taken downstairs. Mom! Lu Hua hurriedly followed out. Others did not dare to stop them either, mainly because these bodyguards were all tall and strong, and they didn't dare to make any moves. Thinking that with Sumi there today they definitely wouldn't gain any advantage, they could only grit their teeth and follow out. However, they all understood Lu Zhiyun's character and were sure that next time they came, they would make them pay. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yun also pretended to go out and take a look. Until the door was closed, she could only helplessly watch her daughter. She knew that her mother-in-law had never liked her daughter, but after all, the mother-in-law had raised her husband. Moreover, now that he was still recovering from a stroke, they definitely couldn't just ignore the situation. Only the butler admired Sumi as he looked at her. The eldest miss carried herself with the demeanor truly inherited from the old master, while the second miss was too kind-hearted, somewhat resembling her biological mother. The weather outside is so cold, and your grandmother's health still hasn't improved. Even if we have to move, there's no need to rush, right? Zhao Yun looked at her daughter with deep concern. Sumi said nothing but stood up and took a pair of scissors from the table. How much my second and third uncles have taken advantage of our family, I won't bother to count. When grandmother was young, she even had to secretly abandon me, but I walked several kilometers back on my own. Over the years my heart has been in great pain, so much so that I couldn't sleep through the night. Today I will say this. If you want grandmother, then today I will cut flesh to repay my father and shave my head to repay my mother. As soon as she finished speaking, she snipped off a lock of hair with a sharp snap. Zhao Yun and the other person were so frightened their faces changed drastically, and they hurried forward to grab the scissors. Ignoring their attempts to stop her, Sumi resolutely continued cutting her long hair, her face filled with unprecedented determination. Stop cutting, stop cutting. Zhao Yun grabbed her hand, tears streaming down her face. Of course Mom wants you. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Zhiyun quickly snatched the scissors while she was off guard. The three of them instantly hugged each other, crying uncontrollably, and the small living room was filled with the family's unbearable sobbing. Only the butler stared oddly at the clump of hair on the floor. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the wig the young lady wore this morning, right? After crying for a long time, Sumi solemnly emphasized once again that she must not interfere with those people anymore. Otherwise she would cut off ties even at the cost of flesh and blood. Cut off all relations. Having been a corporate slave for many years, she deeply understood one truth. Occasionally losing your mind might get you scolded, but if you keep losing your mind, no one will dare to mess with you. For people like Zhao Yun and his wife, who are indecisive, timid and honest, extreme measures should be used to force them to make a choice. All right, Dad definitely won't give any more money. Lu Zhiyun hurriedly promised. Although they are family, nothing is more important than their daughter. They didn't know how much pain their daughter was feeling inside. After all, it was still his responsibility as a father. The Su family raised their daughter so well, yet they let Mimi suffer these grievances. How could they face Mimi's biological father with any dignity? Sumi didn't mention the heroine's situation. If she guessed correctly, the heroine's disappearance early in the morning was definitely to see her biological parents. Otherwise, the two would have asked about the heroine's situation, but now they haven't said a word, which likely means they have already seen their daughter. As for the money, it definitely can't be given right now. She still needs to observe whether the two have truly decided to stay away from that group of vampires. Otherwise, no matter how much money is given, it will just fill the holes for those people. Thinking of other matters, Sumi didn't stay any longer. After she left the house, recalling the young lady's earlier instructions, the butler looked hesitantly at the couple. To be honest with you, the young lady has been diagnosed with tendencies toward mania, so it's better for you to go along with her. Otherwise, she has a tendency to self-harm at any time. He sighed, spoke no more and turned to leave. Left behind, Zhao Yun and the other stood at the door, looking at each other in silence. In an instant, Zhao Yun immediately covered her mouth and cried uncontrollably, never having expected her daughter to have this illness. It was all because she hadn't properly paid attention to her daughter's mental state. From now on, don't let those people come again. Her eyes gradually grew resolute. Lu Zhiyun nodded with a furrowed brow. Now, as long as his two daughters could be healthy, he didn't want to worry about anything else. After all, he had already done everything he was supposed to do. After leaving the community, Sumi went straight to the bank and got herself a card, and at the same time transferred the money from those two checks into it. In the original work, only the protagonist's adoptive parents still cared about her, and did not hold her past mistakes against her. They even pleaded on her behalf to reduce her sentence. So later on, she definitely planned to buy a house in the names of Zhao Yun and herself. That way, even if she was kicked out of the Su family, her assets wouldn't be completely wiped out. But for now, it was definitely not possible. She still needed to observe whether the two of them were truly determined to stay away from that group of vampires. After leaving the bank, she didn't want to see the old man's face, so she ate lunch alone outside and invited the butler and bodyguards to join her at the table. In the cold winter, no one's work was easy. However, they were very strict with their rules and refused to eat at the same table with her no matter what she said. When they returned to the villa, they heard voices coming from inside. In the living room sat several unfamiliar strangers, a couple and a young man in his early 20s wearing casual clothes, who looked somewhat attractive. It was probably because Su Min had gone to the company, Only the old man and Sue's mother were in the living room accompanying the guests. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, so these were likely visitors paying their respects. Upon seeing her, the young man's expression suddenly changed. His previously indifferent gaze instantly turned into one of disdain. Their eyes met, and Sumi immediately guessed who he was. The female lead and the second son of the Chi family have been childhood sweethearts and arranged to be married. This must be the second male lead, Chi-shi. Why is he the second male lead? Because the male lead is his elder brother, Chi-yun. However, the male lead already has a fiancée, so he cannot marry the female lead. But he likes her, so the two can only flirt in secret. Yet the second male lead is completely unaware, and still thinks that he and the female lead are mutually in love. It's only after the male lead breaks off his engagement with the third female lead that he openly declares he wants to marry the female lead. The second male lead is utterly stunned, but with his elder brother on one side and his beloved on the other, he can only grit his teeth and swallow his disappointment, then leaves the country never to return. This must be Mimi, indeed a remarkable good girl, Chi's mother said, turning her head to look over. Sumi unbuttoned her coat and handed it to the servant, nodding slightly as she walked over. Seeing that her daughter was finally back to normal, Mother Sue also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly introduced, "This is Uncle Chi and Aunt Chi, and this is Brother Chi-shi." When she said this, Mother Sue still did not mention the engagement between Chi-shi and Su Ruanyuan. However, the person involved raised his eyes and arched his brows. Sister Sue really is exceptionally beautiful. The rumors do not compare to seeing her in person. Sensing the other party's undisguised disgust, Sumi only gave a faint smile. Brother Chi is even more unique than the rumors. Engagement? Ahem ahem. Su Zhenan stared straight at the person who spoke recklessly, a trace of anger hidden in his eyes. Sumi smiled faintly. What I mean is, a different kind of handsome and delicate, a perfect match with soft. Chi-shi's eyes grew slightly cold, her gaze increasingly filled with disgust. Such a two-faced woman could never compare to his soft. Chi's father and mother didn't say much, just smiled kindly. It's a pity Yuner is already betrothed, otherwise a double wedding between our two families would be a double joy. Although Soft is not a biological daughter of the Su family, this time they came specifically to test the Su family's attitude. Even if the Su family doesn't want Soft, they would never give up on this daughter-in-law. What's really worrying is that the Su family might be planning to switch partners. Although Sumi seems quite poised, after all, Ruan was raised by them. Smart, sensible, filial and well-behaved. Besides, their son likes her, so they definitely wouldn't do anything to break up the couple. The elder brother likes someone like the elder sister-in-law, so don't go meddling with the matchmaking, Chi-shi said, sizing up Sumi from head to toe, a lazy curve lingering at the corner of his mouth. Sumi didn't get angry. Her gaze just held a hint of pity. If she remembered correctly, in the original story, at this point the female lead was being comforted thoroughly in the male lead's office. The male lead thought the female lead had been wronged, but in reality, she was upset because he hadn't yet broken off his engagement with the third female lead. In the end, the male lead resolved the misunderstanding by forcefully kissing the female lead. I wonder what reaction this big fool will have when he sees this scene. But now that she's come to break through this thin veil, it won't do any good. It will only speed up the breakup between the male lead and the third female lead, and the plot will move even faster. Not a bit polite. How do you talk to your sister like that? Chi's mother looked displeased at her son, then smiled warmly at Sumi. Cece never knows how to speak properly, only that soft girl can tolerate him. Don't mind it. Once you get close, he won't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Sumi smiled faintly. Not at all. Uncle and Aunt, please sit first. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes. After speaking, she walked straight to the second floor, completely ignoring the scrutinizing gazes behind her. Chi-shi's brows twitched. What kind of look was that woman giving? Was it pity? No, she must be out of her mind. Only Chi's mother gave him a displeased glance, signaling him not to forget the purpose of today. Today we mainly came to see Mimi, who is indeed a good girl from a prominent family. Also, regarding Ruan and Cece's engagement. Chi's mother looked toward Old Master Su, hesitating to speak. The latter sipped his tea calmly and said, "The date has been set. The engagement banquet will be held whenever it is supposed to be." Upon hearing this, Chi's father and mother exchanged a glance, and the heavy stone in their hearts gradually lifted. Chi-shi even curled the corner of his mouth, and his originally casual expression became serious. He once again promised that he would definitely keep Ruan in his heart for a lifetime, and never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Only Su's mother sat there smiling silently, drinking tea, seemingly having nothing to say about these matters. After returning to the room, Sumi called the butler and asked him to have Vice President Zhou come over in the afternoon. She had no time to get involved in the play between the male and female leads, so she let the second male lead, that big fool, continue to wear the green hat. She just wants to make money now. Money is her true love. After the second male lead and his family left, her door was suddenly knocked on. Outside stood a tall middle-aged woman wearing a black trench coat, with short hair that looked especially neat and capable. Upon seeing her, she immediately reached out to introduce herself. "My name is Zhou Hong. You can just call me Sister Zhou from now on, Mississippi. The chairman has already instructed me, and I have prepared several plan analyses for you. We can discuss which direction you prefer to develop, or if you simply want to try the fun of acting." Sumi smiled and shook her hand, then invited her in and asked the servant to pour a cup of hot tea. She just didn't want to bother with idiots, but that doesn't mean she's actually crazy. When dealing with normal people, she definitely still needs to be polite and courteous. After all, cooperation is the key to mutual success. Actually, it's not surprising that the other party thinks she's just playing around, because the female lead entered the entertainment industry purely out of personal interest. At first, she had no plans to develop a career, but after discovering she wasn't a biological daughter of the Su family, she started to work hard on her career. Generally, wealthy people with deep backgrounds don't enter the entertainment industry. If her life wasn't like a novel, she wouldn't want to join the entertainment world either. Sitting at home waiting for dividends would be much more enjoyable. But the reality is she must quickly build her reputation. Otherwise, if she ends up in jail, all the money will be taken back by the Su family. Only by gaining fame can she develop in the long term. In this era where traffic is king, even negative fame is a form of popularity. Once she's out, she can still directly. Don't underestimate the live streaming sales industry. Top influencers with huge traffic can easily earn 9-figure incomes annually. Isn't this much easier than struggling as a regular worker? Sister Zhou has indeed been seriously helping her plan, and the proposals are very clear. If she wants popularity and traffic, she should focus on both variety shows and ancient romance dramas, using a few trending topics to naturally attract traffic. If it's just about acting, there are also some high-quality scripts, all big productions with excellent teams basically aimed at winning awards. For those with artistic pursuits, this is definitely the best choice. Sumi didn't hesitate to choose the first plan. She doesn't have much artistic ambition. Right now, she just wants popularity and heat. Only then will she not lack traffic, making it easier for her to find work later on. There are a few scripts here that are about to start production soon. Take a look and see which one you prefer, Sister Zhou said, pulling out several scripts from her bag. Sumi took a glance and suddenly paused when she saw one of the scripts. "I thought this one already had someone cast?" When she had read the gossip news, she remembered that this Xinxia script had already cast a third-tier online drama actress. The actress's acting was quite good, but without any backing, she had only been able to work in B-level productions. Because she had recently gained some popularity from a variety show, she had now received an S-level script, but it was still the kind where the male lead overshadowed her. This genre never goes out of style and should have a good audience. If you like it, we can negotiate with the production team to replace the cast. Our company has always cooperated with the producers, so changing the cast is not a big deal, Sister Zhou said calmly, explaining the industry's unspoken rules. Sumi frowned slightly and handed the script back to her. "No need, I don't like the storyline of this one." She actually quite liked this actress. It was hard enough for her to get noticed, and if she snatched the role away, she would probably be spitting blood herself. After all, she had countless quality options, while the actress had very few choices. "Alright then, take a look at the scripts you like, and just let me know once you've decided. I'll send you the packaging and planning proposals afterward." Sister Zhou glanced at her watch. "I have another meeting and might need to head back to the company first. What do you think?" "You can go back. I'll let you know if anything comes up." Sumi leaned back on the sofa and continued looking through the script. Sister Zhou nodded, took a sip of the tea brought by the servant, and then turned to leave. Actually, at first she thought this eldest miss was just dabbling like the second miss, but she didn't expect that the eldest miss's ambitions were quite clear. It's just that recently the second miss has also become career-minded. She used to film only one drama a year, but now she's even willing to take on variety reality shows. However, the chairman has already instructed that all resources must prioritize the eldest miss. As expected, blood relations are still blood relations. She didn't want to take sides in the family power struggle, but she had to find a performance coach for the eldest miss. Otherwise, without any foundation, she would end up just a pretty face. Choosing a script wasn't an easy task either, and it was hard to make a decision quickly. Sumi spent the entire afternoon going through them and barely narrowed it down to 2 scripts. To decide which one to choose, she still needed to finish reading all the content. Generally, the production team would never give the lead actor the complete script. Only in this way can the producers add scenes for certain favored individuals later on. However, the full scripts that Sister Zhou brought her were clearly only available to those with capital and influence. At dinner that evening, the old man said he had a headache, so only she and Sue's mother ate together. Then Sue's mother hesitated before saying that her grandfather had a headache and probably wouldn't be able to attend the ancestral rites tomorrow. She knew the old man was petty, so Sumi was not the least bit surprised, as if she was willing to visit a grave in heavy snow. But the next day she had an even more important schedule. The butler had already found her a fighting coach, who was said to be a 5-time consecutive world free fighting champion. Over the years, he had also been coaching wealthy clients and had rich teaching experience. So early the next morning, she went to the training center to visit this renowned coach. Time was tight and she had to quickly learn fighting skills, but since the butler was busy, she could only go with a few bodyguards. Just outside the training center, she could see a woman waiting at the door, clearly there specifically to pick her up. After she got out of the car, the woman immediately introduced herself. "Hello, Miss Sue. I am the person in charge of the training center. Coach Lee is only responsible for creating your training plan. For all other related matters, you can contact me." A cold wind blew in and Sumi tightened her scarf, silently following the woman into the training center, where a wave of warmth gradually enveloped her. It was said that this coach's classes were very hard to book, but since this was her first request after returning home, Sue's mother had spent a lot of money to secure it. Outside the training hall there was a large gym with quite a few people working out. Everyone was very focused. Obviously no one would spend a lot of money here just to pose for photos. "Coach Lee is already waiting for you over there." The person in charge seemed to remember something. "Before classes start here, you need to fill out a practical questionnaire. You can go sit over there first, and I'll go get it for you." Sumi nodded, rubbing her neck as she walked through the corridor. Suddenly, a spacious private training area came into view, filled with all kinds of training equipment. On a tall ring stood a man, who must be the coach the person in charge mentioned. She walked straight up to greet him. The man was turned slightly to the side, wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel in his left hand. His upper body was bare, large beads of sweat sliding from his neck down to his chest, then disappearing along the well-defined lines of his muscles into places unseen. Her greeting suddenly got stuck in her throat. "This coach is quite attractive." The man suddenly turned his head, their eyes met, and he casually took off his gloves and put on a short-sleeved shirt from the fence. Sumi suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder the other party's classes were so hard to get. With that kind of looks, which rich woman could resist? But she is a decent person, and the relationship between employer and client must be clearly defined. "Hello, Coach Lee." She extended her hand. After the man stepped down from the platform, he casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table and twisted it open without saying a word. Capable people are generally very proud. Sumi could only tell herself this. But she is a paying client. "My time is tight, so I hope to start lessons today." She raised her hand to check her watch. "Also, do you offer home tutoring?" After a pause she continued, I often work out of town so I might not be able to attend classes on time. But the place I stay has a gym. If it's convenient, could you make a business trip? And I want to learn the real stuff, not some fancy show." After taking a few sips of water, the man suddenly glanced at her, his voice hoarse from intense exercise. "The real stuff." Facing each other, Sumi looked him up and down and said, "Aren't you skilled in Muay Thai and Judo?" "Of course, I want to learn some practical combat techniques. Those flashy but useless moves are unnecessary. Only with good skills can one afford to go crazy. A bodyguard can't follow you 24 hours a day. So true strength comes from being strong yourself. Otherwise, what if you lose control next time and get dragged away by the male lead's bodyguard?" Sensing her unrestrained gaze, Lin Yu met those determined eyes. The girl's fair and delicate face was exceptionally serious, yet that slender arm could break with a single snap. He took another sip of water, his lowered eyelids hiding the flicker of color within. "Miss Sue, you are in the wrong place. The training ground is next door." After searching for a long time, the person in charge was finally found, but upon seeing the man beside her, his expression slightly changed. "Ah." Sumi frowned slightly, then looked at the tall man in front of her again. Then "I'll send you the training plan later." He lowered his head to screw the bottle cap back on, then glanced sideways at the person in charge. The person in charge was momentarily stunned, standing there speechless. Not training today? I can do some basic warm-up exercises, Sumi said, clenching her fists and raising her arms. However, even through the sweater, no muscles were visible. She cleared her throat lightly and lowered her hands again. I have other clients today. The class schedule will be sent to you later. Lin Yu picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off his head, then suddenly raised his eyelids slightly. Also, I generally do not offer home tutoring services. Family property. Most personal trainers are available on call, especially since I paid $3 million in course fees, and now they don't even provide home tutoring services. Making money as a personal trainer is really easy nowadays. Sumi controlled her expression management and finally nodded slightly. All right, if you're not free today, then forget it. She glanced at the time, then turned and walked straight out of the training ground. The person in charge looked at Lin Yu, then hurriedly personally escorted Sumi away, repeatedly apologizing, not daring to say a single other word. Until a young man in a black suit walked in, glanced at the displeased Sumi, then shifted his gaze to their CEO. This seems to be the daughter the Su family just brought back. Why is she here? Lin Yu tapped his phone a few times casually, then looked up at him without saying a word. The assistant immediately held her breath and lowered her head, her tone filled with regret. I'm sorry, President. I just took a call over there and didn't notice her coming in. Lin Yu walked straight toward the locker room. As if recalling something, he glanced sideways and said, Reschedule my personal itinerary. Upon hearing this, the assistant was momentarily stunned, then nodded seriously in agreement. She had originally thought she would learn some basic training today, but unexpectedly it was a wasted trip, so Sumi could only head home. This coach better be competent, or else she won't hesitate to replace them later. After all, no one's money just blows in with the wind. There's no room for such a lazy personal trainer. Fortunately, the Su family has a private gym. Although formal classes have not yet started, regular workouts are still beneficial for improving physical fitness. After returning home, she immediately went to the gym, perhaps due to an increase in her talent value. Even after exercising for 2 hours, she still felt as light as a swallow. In the past, she would have to rest for half an hour just after climbing 6 flights of stairs. Sure enough, with better physical fitness, she also felt refreshed and invigorated. It was only in the evening that an additional email appeared in her inbox, sent from the training center. It was probably the training schedule for the next month, mostly on Saturdays, weekends, or evenings. She was a VIP client, so the other party had to accommodate her schedule. There was no reason for her to accommodate theirs. Without hesitation, she created a new schedule and sent it over, then contacted the person in charge of the training center, saying that if they couldn't accommodate her time, she would switch to a coach who could. So what if she's a world champion? She's now a paying customer, and money and service should be proportional. The person in charge rambled on and apologized a lot. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that they suddenly agreed to her schedule, only making slight adjustments to 2 specific time slots. They also said the coach had lingering effects from previous competitions, so he needs to go to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic for acupuncture every week, and that particular time slot has never had classes. Only 2 time slots were adjusted, so Sumi didn't fuss too much. But it would be best if the other party could actually teach something useful. Otherwise, she would definitely have to change people later. Bang bang. Hearing the sound of the door, she immediately jumped off the bed to open it. At this late hour, only one person would come looking for her. Sure enough, when the door opened, she saw Sue's mother holding a glass of milk outside, then smilingly asked if she was disturbing her rest, and if she hadn't slept yet, to drink the milk as it would help with sleep. Knowing that the other person was definitely not just here to deliver milk, Sumi immediately stepped aside to let her in. There were only 4 people in this house. The female lead had gone out to film a variety show and hadn't returned yet, and even if she had, after what happened last time, she probably wouldn't easily come looking for her. The old man definitely wouldn't come looking for her, and since Su Min was always at the company, only Sue's mother would come over. There's something you might not know yet. After putting down the milk, Sue's mother took her hand and sat down, her expression complicated. Next month, Ruan is going to get engaged to Chi-Chi, and barring any surprises, they'll be married by the end of the year. Normally, this marriage should have been yours. Sumi was so startled she quickly shook her head. Ruan and Chi-Chi are a perfect match. I have no feelings about it at all. Please don't ever bring this up again. Marry that big fool, the second male lead? This is even more cruel than having her thrown in jail. Seeing that she seemed not to like Chi-Chi, Sue's mother also smiled and gently touched the back of her hand. That's good too. Mom doesn't really like the second young master of the Chi family either. It's a pity their eldest son is already betrothed to the Hua family, otherwise he would have been a good choice. Sumi frowned slightly. Her mother was getting more and more ridiculous. The male lead clearly had a fiancé and refused to break off the engagement, yet secretly tried to steal her own younger brother's wife. That was even more vicious than the second male lead. Unable to give up the benefits of marrying into the Hua family, yet unwilling to let go of the female lead, the mental calculations were about to burst onto his face. Let's not mention those for now. Mom specially picked out some suitable candidates for you. Take a look and see if any catch your eye. Mom will find a time to arrange a gathering, so you can get to know them. Sue's mother suddenly took out a stack of photos, which seemed to have been carefully selected. They were all young, handsome second-generation rich heirs, not a single oddball among them. Sumi glanced at them a few times but ultimately shook her head. Right now, I just want to live freely and not be bound by anyone. Even if I get married now, who knows if the Su family will abandon me later, or if the man will also give me up. After all, men are very practical. Love? Forget it, she doesn't believe in that stuff. That's true, but having extra support is also good. Sue's mother gradually grew serious and said bluntly, your grandfather made a will with a lawyer again today. He has always favored Ruan and surely left her a good number of shares. Plus, with the Chi family backing her, when your father and I grow old, it will be even harder for you to gain control over the company. She didn't want to rush her daughter into marriage either, but she had to quickly find some support for her daughter. Only then would the old man be wary and not make things too ugly. After all, many of the company's veterans were old friends of the old man, and the combined shares of her and her husband were still not enough to control the company's decision-making power. Grandpa can leave it to whoever he wants. Besides, I heard the company is having some problems now. Taking benefits also means taking risks. It's best to just let things take their natural course, Sumi said with a faint smile. Matters of inheritance could wait until she successfully got through the finale. Otherwise, no matter how much inheritance there was, it would all end up empty. Only by increasing her luck value could she avoid being bound by the plot. The company is indeed having some problems, but those are minor. What's meant to be yours, Mom will definitely fight for, Sue's mother said without adding more, smiling as she stood up. All right, you should rest early. Remember to drink your milk. Sumi nodded and personally saw the other party out of the room, then picked up the glass of milk and drank it all in one go. In the original work, Sue's mother also loved the original protagonist very much, and repeatedly covered up for her when she did bad things. However, in the end, the original protagonist was exploited by a rival company, causing her own company to nearly go bankrupt. Sue's mother could no longer tolerate such a foolish daughter and ultimately had to watch helplessly as she was sent to the police station. Perhaps Sue's mother suddenly came to her senses, feeling that if she continued to indulge her daughter like this, it would only harm her. It was better to cut losses in time and let her reflect on herself. Although she was a supporting female character, the original protagonist's treatment couldn't be said to be too bad. There were still many people who cared about her. After all, it was a matter of personality. The influence of one's original family environment accompanies a person for life. Thinking of this, she immediately called Zhao Yun to ask if Lu Zheni and his people had come to cause trouble. But Zhao Yun seemed very surprised and said that those people hadn't come at all, nor had they made a single phone call, as if they had no intention of pursuing compensation. When something is amiss, there must be a reason. Sumi wasn't sure whether what the other party said was true or false, so she could only hire a private detective online to investigate Lu Zheni, Lu Hua, and their family to see what they had been up to recently. How could those kinds of people pass up an opportunity to exploit? They were probably up to some bad scheme. For the next 2 days she stayed home reading scripts, went to the gym for training on time every day, and even her sleep quality improved significantly. In the end, she chose a martial arts script. Although this genre is relatively niche, the script was solid, with every plotline being very rich. The female lead is a disciple of a secluded sect. Having practiced the unparalleled martial arts passed down from her parents since childhood, she is unmatched in martial skills. However, she had never left the mountain until her master was killed by a traitor, prompting her to descend the mountain in search of the truth. On the way, she met the fifth prince of the current dynasty. Through various tests and interactions, sparks flew between them, but the female lead's heart was solely focused on finding the truth. Hearing that only by becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance could she access the archives of the Thousand Secrets Pavilion, she then outshone all rivals and secured the position of Martial Arts Alliance leader. In the end, it was discovered that her master was secretly assassinated by the court, because he refused to reveal the whereabouts of the Qingyin sword. It is rumored that the Qingyin sword and the Qingyang sword hide treasures from the previous dynasty, with the Qingyin sword always in the heroine's possession, and the Qingyang sword in the hero's hands. The heroine wants to destroy the sword to break those people's desires and end decades of conflict, but the hero, ambitious and unwilling to let the treasure disappear, causes the two sides to gradually drift apart. The heroine avenges her master by killing her enemies on her own, while the hero ascends to the throne. When the hero requests the position of empress, the heroine resolutely chooses to become the leader of the martial arts world. The supporting storyline involves righteous disciples and a demon sect enchantress, and the heroine and the second female lead storyline is also very heartwarming. Although there have been few popular wuxia scripts in recent years, this screenwriter has solid skills, and the production team is also top-notch in the industry. If the characters are well developed, it could be a very appealing role. However, due to the female lead's character setting, a lot of martial arts training is required before filming, so top stars are reluctant to take the role. After all, this genre rarely becomes a big hit, and it's not worth the risk for them. From a market perspective, the second female lead, the demonic cult enchantress, is actually more likely to stand out. In contrast, the female lead storyline is relatively thin and simple, without many plot twists. However, she doesn't see it that way. With the rapid rise of female consciousness, the female lead's character can easily benefit from the strong female trend. Once the script was confirmed, she immediately called Sister Zhou. It is said that the production has already been delayed by a month, because the originally cast female lead stood them up. For her choice, Sister Zhou only analyzed the pros and cons and did not interfere too much. She also said that she had already hired an acting teacher for her, and next week when she joins the group for action training, she can attend the class at the same time. Acting skills are the foundation of an artist's career, and also greatly contribute to increasing popularity. Sumi was thinking about whether she should add some talent points to her acting skill, but you have to trigger the key storyline quest yourself for it to appear. However, she vaguely grasped the pattern for triggering the plot, which was the original owner's emotional knot. So early in the morning, she started talking about the news of her about to join the crew at the breakfast table. A perfectly good rich daughter refuses to be one, insisting on becoming an actor instead. What kind of nonsense is that? Su Zhenan said unhappily as he drank his porridge. Sumi casually lowered his head and bit into the sandwich. Ruan can become an actress, so why can't I pursue my own hobbies? Hearing this, Su Zhenan frowned. How can you compare yourself to Ruan? Ding! Key plot triggered. Suppressing the curve of his lips, Sumi suddenly looked darkly at the old man and unexpectedly swept the entire table off in one swift motion. Soup and water spilled all over the floor, and the servants stood frozen in fear, not daring to make a sound. Su Min and Su Mu were so shocked that they momentarily lost their composure. Of course she can't compare to me. I am a biological member of the Su family, while she is just a mistakenly adopted daughter. You won't let the biological children be recorded in the family genealogy, yet you have an outsider honored at the ancestral tomb every year. I'm afraid even the ancestors would be so angry they'd want to overturn their coffins. Su Min was so frightened that his face changed drastically as he stepped forward to stop his daughter. In his memory, his daughter had been quite normal these past few days, so how could she suddenly? What did you say? Su Zhenan's complexion visibly worsened. Even after years of navigating the business world, he could not control the surge of anger welling up inside him at this moment. Ignoring the servants and Su Mu's attempts to pull her back, Sumi slammed her palm on the table. No wonder other families are thriving, but the Su family is dying out. The people visiting the graves are wrong. The ancestors obviously don't bless their descendants. Talent. Mimi, how can you talk to your grandfather like that? Su Mu hurriedly stood in front of her, signaling the housekeeper with her eyes. The latter, having worked for many years, encountered such a situation for the first time and seriously suspected that the young lady's previous claims were not lies, but that she really did have bipolar disorder. However, he reacted quickly and without a word ordered several maids to take Sumera away, but the entire dining room fell into an icy silence, and the others stood there, not daring to make a sound. The eldest miss has the biggest courage they have ever seen, bar none. Su Min didn't dare to look at his father's sullen face and could only clear his throat. Mimi has suffered a lot over the years, and having just returned home, she's a bit unsettled by her surroundings. It's normal for her emotions to be unstable. Please don't hold it against a child. Yes, besides, what Mimi said isn't without reason. She's just straightforward and speaks bluntly. Su Mu gave a subtle gesture to the servant, and in an instant, only 3 people remained in the entire dining room. I know you like Ruan, but after all, she is not of our Su family bloodline. In your generation there were still 3 siblings, but by the time it came to mine and Amin's generation, there was only 1 daughter left. We did try other methods back then, but none worked in the end. Perhaps this is a warning from our ancestors, warning us that all of this is wrong. What is true and what is false. If we go against this, we might end up turning things upside down and upsetting our forebears. Su Zhenan closed his eyes without speaking, but the originally clouded expression on his old face gained a few ambiguous nuances. Even though he knew his daughter-in-law was speaking in favor of that wild girl, he had to admit that in his son's generation, the offspring were indeed dwindling. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in the many generations of the Su family. Young and impolite, disrespectful to elders. If you don't discipline her, I'm even more afraid that our ancestors will poke my spine in the middle of the night. His eyes blazed as he swept over the 2, then suddenly stood up and, leaning on his cane, walked step by step toward the 2nd floor. Mimi is just new here and not yet accustomed to the environment. I will definitely teach her well, Mother Su said gently. Watching his father's figure disappear, Su Min also rubbed his forehead in frustration. The daughter had been perfectly normal these past few days. He didn't know why she suddenly caused such a scene. Even if there are grievances, they can be talked about with them. Throwing tantrums indiscriminately will only make father side more with Ruan. Mimi has always had a gentle personality. If it weren't for what your dad said, she wouldn't have suddenly gotten angry. Su's mother glanced upstairs with a hint of complaint. What do you mean Mimi can't be compared to Ruan? Look at what Dad said. Anyone would feel wronged hearing that. Why is my daughter any less than others? Seeing his wife about to lose it, Su Min quickly put his arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Ruan has been raised by Dad since she was little, you know that. She's the biological granddaughter after all. As they spend more time together in the future, Dad will definitely care for Mimi too. Su's mother didn't say anything more and got up to go comfort her daughter. After being forcibly dragged into the room, Sumi immediately closed the door. As expected, she still needed to learn fighting skills. Otherwise, if she lost control again next time and got dragged down, wouldn't that affect her performance? Ding! Host plus 60 luck points. Hearing the cold mechanical voice in her mind, her expression changed. Indeed, the luck points are calculated based on the degree of madness. It seemed her guess was correct. The task was triggered by the original owner's emotional knot, because the old man's words were undoubtedly the original owner's biggest emotional burden. She didn't understand what made her inferior to the female lead, to the point that even her own grandfather sided with someone else. So afterwards she kept desperately trying to prove she was no worse than the female lead, which led her step by step down a path of no return. Add 30 luck points to the fighting skill, and the other 30 to the acting talent. Conversion successful. Host's fighting talent is 80. Acting talent is 30. Why not convert all the luck points into acting? Because for now, maxing out the fighting skill is more beneficial for her self-protection. Since one day she will lose control in front of others, and if she encounters a tough opponent, she will definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, having enough self-protection ability is crucial. As for acting skills, the talent value will gradually increase over time anyway. Mimi, are you okay? Suddenly, Su's mother's worried voice came from outside the door. Sumi still got up and went to open it, seeing her holding a new breakfast, clearly knowing she hadn't eaten much just now. It was obvious that she truly loved her daughter. Otherwise, most parents would scold a disrespectful child. This is the reality of most family education. Thank you, Mom. She calmly took the breakfast. Looking at her daughter who had returned to normal, Su's mother couldn't help but feel heartache, becoming even more certain that her daughter had been wronged, which caused the sudden outburst. Mom knows you're in a bad mood. It's normal that you don't want to talk to me about it, so I've arranged for you to see a psychologist. If something's bothering you, you must speak up. Don't keep it bottled up inside, she said hesitantly. Without thinking, Sumi also knew it was definitely the housekeeper gossiping, so her mother believed she had intermittent bipolar disorder. But it doesn't matter if she wants to see a doctor, then let her. She also feels she needs to relieve her mental state. Otherwise, she would find fault with everyone. I understand. She nodded, then closed the door. The original owner's parents were quite open-minded. They didn't make her apologize to the old man, which already beats 99% of parents. But as expected, a psychologist came in the afternoon, asked a few questions, and then had her fill out a psychological test form. In order to go crazy for a long time without arousing suspicion, she decisively chose the more severe options on certain questions. After reading her report, the doctor's expression gradually became serious. and he temporarily asked her to fill out 2 additional schizophrenia test forms. This time she honestly filled out the multiple-choice questions. She couldn't fill them out carelessly, or else she would really be treated as mentally ill. After reviewing her scores, the doctor's expression relaxed slightly. Miss Sue, you have just been trapped in a repressive environment for a long time, coupled with considerable mental stress, so your mood swings are relatively large, and there are some tendencies toward mania but only mild. As long as properly adjusted, there is a great possibility of recovery, the doctor quickly comforted her. Sumi leaned back on the sofa, frowning. Then doctor, will I get depression or bipolar disorder? Hearing this, the doctor immediately shook his head. You don't seem to have any signs of depression at all. It should only be an intermittent manic episode, but it still needs careful observation later to prevent worsening of such conditions. Since you show no signs of insomnia, I won't prescribe medication. We will take a conservative treatment approach, focusing on soothing the body and mind. I will send you the treatment plan shortly. If necessary, you can take some traditional Chinese medicine to avoid symptoms of liver-yang hyperactivity, the doctor said seriously. Sumi nodded slightly, then politely shook his hand again. I will definitely try my best to control myself. The doctor smiled. Any medication is just an aid. Ultimately, you need to regulate your emotions yourself. Watching the other person leave the room with the items, Sumi immediately refilled those test questions. This time she didn't fill them in randomly, and sure enough the scores were normal. Better safe than sorry. Sometimes she felt like she was crazy, but fortunately it was all an illusion. It is normal for people to vent their emotions appropriately. When she just graduated, she was very quiet, but after encountering those terrible clients and colleagues, she gradually became a powder keg, on the verge of exploding at others and self-destructing every day. Lingering on the edge, gradually even the leaders dared not scold her anymore. I don't know what the doctor said, but at lunch there were only her and Sue's mother. I heard the old man's migraine acted up again, and he was still doing acupuncture in the room, so he didn't come out to eat. The fact proves that endurance only consumes oneself internally, while going crazy will infuriate others. Instead, her mother personally cooked a table full of dishes and was even more caring, constantly asking if she was feeling cold or warm, and said that she should do whatever she liked without worrying about others' opinions. Obviously, she had listened to the doctor's advice, which is why the old man did not make a fuss. Otherwise, with his petty nature, how could he not have taken offense? Nothing else happened the whole day. And the next day she went to the training center for class according to the schedule. That coach must have been arrogant because of some looks and being pampered by wealthy women, so she dared to be so haughty. The other party better have some real skills, or she would replace her tomorrow. When they arrived at the training hall, the person in charge still came out to meet her immediately. Perhaps noticing her dissatisfaction, he said there was nothing that could be done because too many people had signed up for Coach Lee's class. However, Coach Lee had suffered many aftereffects from previous competitions and could no longer work at high intensity, so it was inevitable that some customers would be neglected. He looks pretty solid, and he's already not up to it at such a young age, Sumi said with some feeling. The person in charge cleared his throat lightly and led her into training area number 2. This is how it is with professional players. They all end up with chronic issues at a young age. I hope you can understand. Sumi certainly understood. After all, this line of work is a matter of life and death. But if you take the money, you definitely need to have basic professional ethics. Being passive and negligent is not a good thing. As expected, the coach had not arrived yet. She could only go to the locker room first to change into simple sportswear. Having won the World Free Fighting Championship 5 times in a row, he must be quite skilled. When she had time, she also needed to check out his matches online. She couldn't just rely on what others said. Just after she finished 20 sit-ups, the training ground door opened, and the coach walked in wearing a simple black t-shirt. She could vaguely see the well-defined back muscles beneath the black t-shirt. Her group of bodyguards each had broad shoulders and narrow waists, but compared to this coach, they were still somewhat inferior. With such looks, it was indeed hard for any wealthy woman to keep control. You usually can do 50? The man walked over holding a tablet, which displayed her Q&A form. Sumi sat there without changing her expression. I can still do 60 push-ups. Since her talent value increased, exercising felt like second nature. She no longer gasped for air, her legs didn't ache, and she could even learn Wing Chun by watching videos. Lin Yu's lips curved slightly, then he handed over the tablet. These are specialized training exercises. Practice these this month first. Once your physical strength improves, we'll move on to more advanced training. Sumi took a look and indeed these were all basic movements, but they didn't seem easy. Practice once first, and I'll correct you if anything's wrong. He opened a bottle of mineral water. Seeing that he finally said something he should, Sumi didn't waste any time. Every second was money slipping away. So she watched a set of movements, starting from bent leg kicks to high knees and elbow crosses, practicing each move 20 times. They were indeed more technical than push-ups. On the flat ground, the girl wore a white tracksuit, her figure slender, and every move was as precise as a professional athlete's, showing no sign of being a beginner. At first glance, it was hard to tell who was teaching whom. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Yu's eyes. According to the information, the other party had no prior experience in this area. After a set of movements, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Sumi's forehead. She could only wipe her sweat with a towel while looking toward the person over there. Did I make any mistakes in my movements? Coach, why aren't you saying anything? The man quietly watched her every move, a spark of curiosity burning in his eyes. His voice was low. Give me a punch. Sumi. This is the first time I've heard such a request in my life. Looking at the other person's sharply defined profile, she once again felt that the other was probably testing her reaction ability. Besides, she hadn't yet trained in power techniques, so she probably couldn't damage his face. Acquaintance. So I'm coming then? She clenched her fist and threw a straight punch with lightning speed, but the next moment her wrist was grabbed, as if clamped by iron tongs, unable to move. She instinctively raised her elbow to strike the jaw, but unsurprisingly it was blocked with one hand. At the same time, she quickly spun around and delivered a side kick, which was easily dodged. Not knowing how she managed to execute this combo, Sumi found it surprising herself. Her talent really was no exaggeration. Sorry, it was an instinctive reaction. She looked at the arm that had been grabbed. Although she was still a novice, she could tell that the coach was not holding back, judging by his reaction speed, but it might also be because she was too weak. Lin Yu released the slender wrist, his gaze carrying a hint of meaning. Have you trained before? A newcomer might know a combo, but their reactions wouldn't be this fast, nor would they use angles so effectively. It was just that her way of exerting force was off. If you haven't deliberately practiced, then it's innate talent. Does watching 2 Wing Chun videos count? Sumi took a step back and made a questioning gesture with his hand. He lowered his head, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table and tossed it over. No, it doesn't. Sumi took it over, twisted off the cap, took a few sips and rubbed her wrist, which he had gripped painfully, then said seriously, So should I just practice the set of moves we just did? I feel like my strength is too weak. Should I do stance training or hit a punching bag or something? Being too weak still won't do. Besides fitness training, there must be other ways to increase her strength. Once she masters it and returns, she won't have to worry about being interrupted when she loses control again. If she could beat up the male lead badly, her level of frenzy would definitely reach its peak. Wouldn't her luck value then skyrocket? If your body can handle it, you can practice kicking the punching bag. Use your shin for the sweep kick, not the top of your foot. When turning your hips, lift your arms naturally to protect your head. While attacking the enemy, you also need to avoid being attacked. Haste makes waste. You should practice slowly first. Lin Yu glanced at the time and showed a hint of apology on his face. I have another client appointment. If you have any questions, contact me again. We can do video lessons. Sumi frowned and took a sip of water. It had been less than half an hour, and the other party had already made the money? After thinking for a moment, she didn't get upset but took out her phone. Will you scan mine or should I scan yours? I'm not sure if the next one will be capable either. Although this one was a bit lazy, it doesn't seem like just a show-off. Let's wait and see first. Just as the other person reached out with their phone, Sumi suddenly noticed the watch on their wrist. It looked exactly like that Italian noble brand, and it was a limited edition, rumored to cost several million. Are personal trainers this rich nowadays? But thinking about it, this is only a small portion. After all, the other party has actual achievements, and some people are willing to pay high fees. Generally, private coaches still charge normal prices. Moreover, with that body and face, which wealthy woman could resist? The price would definitely rise accordingly. If a client makes some excessive requests, would you agree to them? She asked curiously. Lin Yu glanced at her and said, For example? Sumi cleared her throat lightly, then glanced left and right, before secretly staring at his abs. For example, if some brazen person wanted to touch your body, what would you do? Noticing her wandering gaze, Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly and looked at her meaningfully. Usually, I would refuse, but it depends on the situation. Hearing this, Sumi's mind suddenly opened up, so the implication was that it was okay as long as you paid more? I'm just asking casually, no other meaning, she said with a polite smile. Before completing her studies and becoming a master, it was impossible for her to have any improper relationship with the private tutor, although his physique was indeed impressive. Lin Yu's brow twitched slightly. I usually don't do video teaching outside of class, but if it's Miss Su, it's not impossible. After speaking, he glanced at the slender wrist he had just squeezed until it turned red. I didn't pay attention to the boundaries just now, sorry. Watching the other person walk away directly, Sumi fell into deep thought, feeling that the previous sentence had a hidden meaning. Was he trying to seduce her? Does this mean others have to pay if they touch him, but if he touches himself he doesn't have to pay? No wonder people say the private coaching circle is very chaotic. Which rich woman could tolerate these moves from the other party? But she only loves money. Only money can make her crazy and obsessed. Male beauty will only hinder a woman's progress. When you have money, what man don't you have? By then, she can wholesale a dozen young studs and have a different one every day. Putting on her boxing gloves, she kept punching the heavy bag again and again, then recalled the techniques the other person mentioned and tentatively practiced the sweep kick. Haste makes waste. She practiced the sweep kick for a full 2 hours until her legs started to ache and go numb before leaving the training hall. After returning home, she continued reading the script. Only by thoroughly understanding the characters could she better grasp the role. Since she chose this profession, she definitely needed basic professional qualities. Relying solely on talent was not enough. Not really. It wasn't long before the private detective sent her news, several photos, one of which included the female lead's figure. It turned out that the Luzhini family suddenly became honest not because they were intimidated, but because the female lead couldn't bear to see her biological parents being harassed, so she paid to settle things with those two families. It must be said that the female lead was still too naive. Once there's one, there will be two. Having tasted the sweet fruit this time, those people will only become more aggressive in demanding money in the future. But this is the female lead's business. She can't control others' money no matter what. However, if those people continue to harass Zhao Yun and the others, then don't blame her for sending these bloodsuckers to jail. Extortion is enough to sentence them for several years, and by then not a single one will escape. After the headache was gone, the old man no longer made a fuss. Usually when he saw her it was as if he didn't see her at all. No matter how much she provoked him, the old man no longer said harsh words. It was probably the psychologist's advice that had an effect. Since she was indeed his biological granddaughter, the old man definitely didn't want to push his own granddaughter into becoming a lunatic. That would be a disgrace to the Su family. Unable to trigger any plot development at home, Sumi had to shift her focus to others. When it was time to join the crew, Sister Zhou accompanied her to attend the crew's dinner. She also said that the acting teacher would give her 2 hours of lessons every night from then on. The director was quite strict and spoke harshly, so it was best to endure it and not argue with him lightly. For an unknown connection to play the female lead, any director who cares about the quality of the work would have objections. By the time they reached the hotel private room, it was already full of people, including producers, investors, directors, screenwriters, and lead actors. Sumi suddenly saw a familiar face. Obviously, the other party saw her too and was momentarily stunned, as if they hadn't expected to see her here. Sorry, I was late because of traffic. Let me introduce you. Sumi Mimi doesn't have much acting experience yet, so if there's anything lacking in the future, please be understanding. Sister Zhou naturally greeted the others. Then he pulled out another chair for her to sit down, and he himself sat on the producer's side, obviously still having things to explain. Seeing Sister Zhou being so polite to her, although the others were not quite sure about Sumi's exact identity, they also warmly said it was only right. After all, Sister Zhou is the second in command at Yuxing Entertainment. Anyone she treats with such respect can't be an ordinary person. Xiaomi's image perfectly matches the protagonist. She will definitely present the most perfect state, the screenwriter said earnestly. Given the current situation in the industry, no matter how good the script is, it still requires investment from a benefactor. Today, she also needs to connect with Yuxing Entertainment to make things work. Sumi toasted the other party with tea instead of wine without being too warm. Others followed with endless praise, but the director sat there unmoved, chatting with others without any reaction. Knowing the director had issues with her, Sumi didn't intend to curry favor at the banquet. Sometimes speaking with strength is the only way to silence others. Sumi. A girl beside her suddenly looked at her with a strange expression, then curled the corner of her mouth into a smile. Long time no see. The male lead actor will only arrive on set tomorrow. Today, only the female second lead and the male second lead actors are present. Coincidentally, The female second lead is also an acquaintance of the original owner, as the original owner had previously served as her double, specifically for scenes involving cold water. Although Hichao is only a second-tier rising star, she is young and spirited, so in the eyes of netizens, her future is bright, and it's only a matter of time before she becomes a top-tier celebrity. However, she behaves very differently in public and private. On set, she often acts like a diva and never shows a good face to the staff. As for the extras, it's even worse, because one extra secretly took a photo of her from behind. Hichao's assistant scolded him for a full half-hour. During one time when the original owner was standing in for the other party, the wind blew the original owner's skirt askew, causing Hichao to shoot an extra take. Afterwards, the original owner was scolded by Hichao for quite a while, with all sorts of unpleasant words. It was only when the assistant director came out to mediate that the other party calmed down. Even the originally agreed 600 yuan was finally reduced to 300. After that, the original owner never received any easy and well-paid stand-in roles again, as if all the extras leaders had blacklisted her. Only the original owner was able to endure it. If it were her, she would definitely have sold the story to a marketing account and made a profit. I didn't expect to be able to work with Chow Chow again. Our last collaboration was so pleasant. I'm sure this time we'll have even better chemistry, she said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Hichao's expression turned somewhat odd. She had no idea which big shot Sumi had hooked up with to get the lead role. Otherwise, how could a mere stand-in extra be sitting here? But in this industry, such things were not uncommon. No matter what, her contract was already signed, and even if Sumi's backers wanted to kick her out, it wouldn't work. You two have worked together before? Isn't Xiaomi filming for the first time? An investor asked curiously. Sumi smiled faintly. My family didn't want me to act before, so I secretly went to be an extra. I even worked with Chow Chow once. I didn't expect Chow Chow to still remember me. Yes, Xiaomi is very dedicated, Hichao quickly added. I'm going to the restroom. Sumi suddenly stood up. After leaving the private room, she asked a waiter and followed him to find the restroom. But shortly after she went in, someone followed her inside. It was none other than Hichao, her face full of apology. The delicate makeup on her face showed a hint of remorse, completely different from the person who had once pointed at the original owner's nose and scolded her. I've been staying up late every night recently, so my temper hasn't been great. I'm really sorry. How about I treat you to a meal next time? Hichao approached with a gentle attitude. While washing her hands without looking up, Sumi said, Sure, my shoes got a bit dirty. I wonder if I could trouble Chow Chow to help me wipe them. Endure? Be magnanimous? Sorry, she doesn't have that kind of good quality. Hearing this, Hichao's originally attractive features gradually became colorful. Having never been so angered before, she immediately sneered coldly. Who do you think you are? You're just a golden cage bird raised by some big shot. The day you're dumped, you won't even qualify to be my substitute. Ding! Key plot triggered. Sumi suddenly turned around, grabbed the other's long hair and pressed it against the wall, then tore off her false eyelashes and fake bangs amid her hysterical screams. I was wondering why this bathroom smelled so bad. Turns out someone was spraying feces everywhere. Just look at Chow Chow's mouth, it's smeared with glycerin suppository. No wonder she sprays it whenever she sees someone. Remember to chew on a few more old cucumbers when you get back. I don't think you ate enough today. Hichao's face twisted with anger. You have the guts to say that again. Looks like you're really hungry. Sumi tugged her hair, looking towards the toilet pit. Just so happens there's something here you love to eat. Breaking news. Ahem. A light cough came from the direction of the door. Sumi looked over accordingly and saw Sister Zhou standing there with a strange expression. Her eyes also filled with astonishment. Sumi decisively let go of Hichao's hair, then turned around to wash her hands. Under the murderous glare of the other party, she calmly and unhurriedly walked out of the restroom. Ding! Host's fortune value plus 30. How come you? Sister Zhou trailed off, wanting to speak but hesitating beside him. She had originally been worried that Sumi would be bullied by Hichao, so she had deliberately followed to check, but she never expected to see this scene. This was the first time she had her perception of this young lady completely changed. Even among insiders, no matter how deep the hatred, they usually remain polite on the surface. Incidents like pulling someone's hair do happen, but they are rare, since being caught on camera would only become negative publicity. Yet she didn't expect this young lady to be so straightforward. Replace her for me. Sumi was unwilling to explain too much. Hearing this, Sister Zhou frowned instead. She has already signed a contract with the production company. It might be difficult to kick her out. Although she didn't know how this young lady had fallen out with He Chao, if it were a month ago, they could have replaced her, but now that the contract was signed it would be hard to manage. Then let her leave on her own. Compared to being the second female lead, she should know how to choose when it comes to future film and TV resources. Sumi said calmly. Seeing that she was determined to replace He Chao, Sister Zhou couldn't say much and could only nod to indicate she would communicate with the production team. A few days ago, the chairman specifically instructed her to always pay attention to the young lady's mood, to give her whatever she wanted, and to never let her suffer even the slightest grievance. In contrast, he only asked a few simple questions about the second young lady, but the old master gave her many instructions, showing that he still favored the second young lady more. If she couldn't handle this well, it would be difficult to manage. Back in the private room, Sumi smiled and nodded at everyone, but didn't engage in lively conversation, focusing instead on eating. Gradually, no one approached her to talk. When He Chao returned, her expression was once again calm and composed, completely different from the fierce and twisted look she had just moments ago. Facing a group of investors, she was even more attentive, stepping forward to offer toasts and skillfully navigating the conversations at the banquet table with ease. This just goes to show that everyone in the entertainment industry is a best actor or best actress. It's just that some perform on stage while others do so behind the scenes. After the dinner party ended, she went back to the hotel with Sister Zhou, while the acting coach had been waiting for a long time. For this reason, she deliberately transferred the luck points she had just gained to her acting talent points. In fact, she hadn't expected that He Chao was also the original owner's emotional knot. But considering the original owner's personality, it's not surprising. He Chao's insults to the original owner were definitely wounds that were hard to let go of during her humble times, constantly reminding her that she was once just a stand-in who couldn't show her face. Although the original owner said nothing, she hadn't actually come to terms with those unbearable past events. Instead, they became thorns in her heart, causing her to suffer internal struggles repeatedly every day, and gradually developing a sense of inferiority. This is characteristic of an internally conflicted personality. Even if a stranger insults them once in passing, people with this personality will fall into internal turmoil, repeatedly recalling those bad experiences. Such a personality either leads to depression or develops into a paranoid personality. So why can the female lead become the group's favorite? After all, who doesn't like a sunny and positive little son? But there's no need to care about others' opinions in everything. As long as you are strong enough, what does it matter if others don't like you? She doesn't eat according to others' moods. As long as you are strong enough, others will need to watch your mood instead. This is the reality of society, so making money is the top priority. After adding the acting talent points, what the teacher said seemed to have a visual effect, including a clearer way to express emotions in her mind when reading the script. She immediately wrote detailed notes on the script for a long time. The next day, when they went to the training ground rented by the crew, all the main actors were already in place, including the male lead who had just arrived that morning. Although Chang Yu was not a top-tier star, he was still a popular young actor in the second tier. The other party agreed to take on this female-led script mainly out of respect for the production team. Otherwise, an average popular young actor would never accept such a marginal male lead role. The production team also needed Chang Yu's popularity to attract traffic to the drama. Without any well-known leads, the promotional efforts would require a much larger budget. The supporting actors like the second male lead and the third female lead were basically all there, except for He Chao, which showed how efficient Sister Zhou was at handling things. Although He Chao also has capital backing, it is mixed with vested interests, making it impossible for her to cause a rift with Yuxing Entertainment just for one person. If He Chao doesn't want to become a discarded asset, voluntarily leaving the group is the best option for her. The entertainment industry is just that realistic, but in fact every circle is like this. Her generosity is reserved for those with good character, not for those two-faced green teas. No heads up last night either. How about I treat everyone tonight and we go have a feast? The actor playing the second male lead took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere. The training ground was only this big, and everyone else nodded repeatedly. After all, they were all young, and in the end they unanimously decided to go for barbecue. Sumi did not respond but followed the fight choreographer to practice sword fighting. After all, the female lead had the most fight scenes, and the director required the entire crew to forbid the use of stunt doubles unless it was a dangerous shot, ensuring the most authentic effect. Your moves are pretty good. Have you practiced before? The fight choreographer rarely gave a compliment. Others also secretly glanced over, all knowing that Sumi was a connection placed by the investors, but her fight scenes were smooth and natural, not at all like a novice. I usually practice Muay Thai and Wing Chun, but it's barely even the surface, Sumi said modestly. Upon hearing this, the action director also nodded unusually. No wonder he noticed that Sumi's way of exerting force was different from others. Others were soft and gentle, but Sumi's movements were fast, fierce, and precise. Such a visual effect was naturally the best, though it was prone to accidental injuries. When practicing fight scenes with Changyu, sure enough, Sumi accidentally kicked the other person's ear. His assistant immediately screamed and rushed over. Oh my god. Brother Yu, are you okay? Your ear is so bloodshot like this. I'll call 120 for you right now. At this moment, all the staff came over to check. If an accident really happened, it would definitely delay the subsequent training schedule. Moreover, Changyu was the key to attracting investment for this drama. Only the person involved awkwardly pushed the assistant aside. It's nothing. Your ears are this red, how could it be nothing? What if you go deaf? The assistant anxiously held his phone making a call. Changyu frowned and glanced at him. Whose ears are these, mine or yours? If you have nothing to do, just shut up. The assistant stood there feeling wronged, not daring to say more. He cared about Brother Yu too. What if something really happened? Others didn't really say much either. The people involved all said it was fine, and they certainly couldn't force the other party to go to the hospital. Besides, it was just a kick, so there probably wasn't any major problem. Sorry, I didn't hold back just now. Sumi tossed a bottle of water to the other person. No wonder the coach told her that hitting the target wasn't difficult. Being able to effortlessly control your strength was what truly meant stepping into this threshold. Changyu casually caught it and shook his head dismissively. It's nothing. Let's do it again. Before coming, he had also heard that the female lead was a well-connected insider placed by the investors, but since the contract was signed, he could only do his best to play his part. However, unlike the imagined insider, she was young but very hardworking. He was exhausted after training for 2 hours, yet Sumi was still full of energy practicing wire work. Her level of diligence was the highest he had seen among female artists. If a newcomer was this serious, then how could he, a grown man, take breaks so easily? Failing to deliver the best visual effect would be a real regret. Tell your assistant to get an egg and rub it a bit. Don't really get hurt. You can practice again this afternoon, Sumi said to herself as she came over and sat down to rest. Sister Zhou immediately arranged for her female assistant to wipe her sweat with a towel. After taking a few sips of water, Sumi was scrolling through her phone when she came across a piece of gossip. It was a leak posted by a marketing account, filled with various leading hints. Entertainment Third Master. Actor C has already joined the crew for training. The production originally favored a certain top star for the martial arts script, but unfortunately, a connection inserted by the investors interfered, leaving the top star with no choice. The capital behind this connected person is not ordinary. Because they were worried about being overshadowed by H. Xiaohua's acting skills, they had the production team replace H. Xiaohua. Now the team is scrambling to find someone to save the show, likely targeting a post-2000s webdrama rising star. Momo Kai. I don't understand why Chung Yu's agent accepted this script for him. It's clearly a big female lead story, and doesn't really add anything for the male lead. Eating out. Ha ha ha. I just saw Chung Yu's fans already tearing into the studio. Crying laughing. Wang Jizhu Mai. He Qiao and the second female lead were so close, and they actually got replaced. Director. You have no heart. Tutu. I was actually quite looking forward to it, since the plot seemed pretty interesting, but the crew's ridiculous antics now make me want to vomiting. Remind me to go to class. Chung Yu, run fast. Here it comes, here it comes. You can feel the fans' despair even through the screen, ha ha ha. This scoop has just come out, so it's only spreading in a small circle, but if there's someone behind pushing it, that means someone is deliberately setting her up with traps. When the show airs later, it will turn into her bringing investment to join the crew, snatching the top star's role, and bullying the female second lead in the same cast. Sumi immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Sister Zhou, knowing that she was a favored person pushed by capital, so most marketing accounts wouldn't offend her. It could only mean someone was deliberately spreading negative information to target her. It looked like He Qiao, but the other party probably wouldn't be that foolish, unless they hadn't suffered enough losses yet. Are you going out for dinner tonight? Chung Yu sat down holding a towel. Sumi looked up at him and said, I have class tonight. You guys go ahead, I'll pay the bill. It's not that she is unwilling to get along with others, but time is tight. She has too many classes to attend and can't wait until filming starts to cram. Chung Yu didn't say anything else. Instead, he continued to train intensively with the stunt coordinator. It wasn't until evening that Sumi received a message from Sister Zhou, who said they hadn't found out who did it but had already managed the public relations around the exposé, and released some other information to divert attention. Not being able to find out who did it is very delicate. After much thought, Sumi felt it could only have been the second male lead. In the original story, he always caused trouble for the protagonist because of the female lead, so she believed the protagonist's unhappiness must have been caused by the female supporting character. But he didn't know that the heroine was unhappy because his eldest brother had not yet broken off the engagement with the third female lead. So she was jealous. Only he was still looking forward to next month's engagement party, so some idiots really have something wrong with their brains. He couldn't even tell that the heroine didn't like him. No wonder he got cheated on by his own family. The next time she runs into this idiot, she will definitely trigger a task to slap him in the face. The heroine doesn't like him, yet he targets her. That's just brainless. If the heroine liked him, there would be ghosts. After finishing the performance class, it was already 9 o'clock at night. She then went to the hotel gym to work out for half an hour, following a video and asking the coach about how to engage muscles properly. If you don't control your strength, it's very easy to accidentally hurt others. After all, acting is acting, it's not real fighting. You seem to be in a hurry? The person in the video sat quietly at a desk, watching her kick the punching bag. Compared to a few days ago, her way of exerting force has become much more standard. Such rapid progress is rare. She trained all day, attended classes for so long, and still practiced late into the night, showing how eager she was to improve quickly. But if she wants to gain influence in the Su family, she should study financial management, not martial arts. I have someone I really dislike, and I've always wanted to beat him up. Rather than letting someone else do it, I'd rather do it myself and feel satisfied. She kept kicking the punching bag again and again. Time waits for no one. She must succeed in her studies before the female lead's engagement next month, or else it will ruin her entire physical plan. What could be crazier than beating up the second male lead in front of a crowd? That would definitely cause a surge in luck points. But if I can't beat the second male lead, that would be awkward. Violence can't solve problems. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Sumi kicked the punching bag flying with a sideways kick, then glanced out of the corner of her eye. Violence can't solve problems, but since ancient times men have bullied women through force. I'm just using their own method to give it back to them. Genealogy. It feels impossible to reason with him as a man. Men always stand on the side of other men and never think they have any problems. Sumi decisively ended the video call and continued kicking the punching bag. Once she masters it, even if she ends up in jail, she won't be bullied. This novel world is too dangerous. She's just trying to protect herself, otherwise, wouldn't she be repeating the original owner's mistakes? If others didn't provoke her, she would definitely be polite. But if that big fool, the second male lead, bullied her too much, she certainly wouldn't sit back and let herself be bullied. She trained until 11 o'clock before returning to her room to rest, and early the next morning, she had to continue practicing the fight choreography. Probably because she had a talent for fighting, she picked up the fight moves quickly with almost no difficulty. After all, these were just flashy stage moves, quite different from real martial arts. The director never showed up from start to finish. It wasn't until the day training ended that she suddenly received a call from Su's mother, saying that the old man was finally going to add her to the family genealogy, and urging her to come back quickly before he changed his mind again. The opening ceremony was about to take place soon, and as the lead actress, it was obviously against the rules not to attend. This was also a major taboo in the industry, as it concerned whether the crew's filming would go smoothly. Knowing her mother was also very anxious, Sumi could only attend the opening ceremony in the morning, and then ask the director for a day off in the afternoon. The director's already lukewarm attitude worsened the situation, and in the end, he said nothing at all, his expression colder than the icicles outside. She booked the next available flight and immediately flew to Shanghai. When she returned home, she found several little boys standing at the villa's entrance, each holding a water gun. Perhaps having seen her, the boys did not come forward to greet her. Instead, they stared at her with a rejecting attitude, as if she had stolen their toys. Sumi frowned slightly and ignored the little brats, walking straight through the villa's front door. Inside, the house was even more crowded, with people ranging from 88 years old to babies still in diapers. The spacious living room had at least dozens of people standing. But the living room was not noisy. There were only occasional casual chats. The female lead was surrounded in the center, with each person showing concern for her. She acted coquettishly among the relatives, making everyone laugh frequently. What a warm scene until someone noticed her at the door and immediately asked, "This must be Mimi, such a beautiful girl. but she doesn't look like the second brother and sister-in-law's daughter. At this moment, a noblewoman beside her took a sip of tea and said, "What are you talking about? Could a paternity test be fake?" "A paternity test definitely can't be fake. I was just saying it casually, it's better to be cautious," another person said with a smile. In an instant, everyone cast scrutinizing glances at Sumi. The girl was wearing a beige coat, her chestnut brown long hair casually draped over her shoulder. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, and she looked quite elegant, nothing like the child rumored to have grown up in the village. But appearances can be deceiving. Now that she has money, even a fool can be packaged into a big star, but vision and cultivation can never be faked. "Sister." Su Ruan immediately stepped forward enthusiastically, as if she had thought of something, then suddenly changed her expression and hurriedly corrected herself. "Li. Miss." It was understandable that the older sister didn't like being called that way. After all, no one wants to be called old. So calling her like this should be fine, right? Fearing her daughter would get angry again, Sue's mother quickly stepped forward and held her daughter back. "You go upstairs first, I'll introduce you to the uncles later." "She's already a grown girl, could she still be shy around strangers?" a middle-aged woman in a black cheaphouse said with a faint smile. Others also smiled without speaking. After all, growing up in a poor family, it's inevitable to be a bit petty, nowhere near as refined as Ruan. There is a difference between how rich people and poor people speak. One is bluntly harsh, the other subtly mocking and sarcastic, but essentially there is no difference because this is human nature. The more people added to the family tree, the more people there are to share the inheritance, and no one would be happy about that. However, Sumi understood why the old man suddenly agreed to let her be added to the family tree, probably because her words last time hit a nerve with him. After all, the other branches of the family were thriving with descendants, but by the time it came to Su Min's generation, there was only one daughter. No matter how you looked at it, something felt off. The old man was probably worried about being blamed by the ancestors, so he specifically had his own biological granddaughter go to the tomb to pay respects to the ancestors. But some people are shameless when given face, so don't blame her for being rude. "You must be tired after such a long flight. It's not too late to get acquainted later. I'm sure the uncles won't hold it against you as a junior," Sue's mother said with a calm expression. Others were given high praise but didn't say much, though their eyes inevitably showed some disdain. Just a little girl like that, so what if she was added to the family genealogy? In the end, she wouldn't get a single share of the company. Sumi smiled, then stepped forward to the nanny holding the baby. "This is the eldest nephew, right? He doesn't look like third uncle and third aunt at all. He actually resembles a female celebrity a bit, especially that nose." After saying that, she went upstairs amid several displeased glances. The faces of the Su family's third branch turned slightly cold, and one of them was the first to criticize. "How can she talk like that? Second sister-in-law, is this how you usually teach her? No manners at all. If she goes out like this, won't she just embarrass the Su family?" The others watched the commotion carefully, knowing full well whose child the third branch's kid really was. To get a bigger share of the family inheritance, they were now willing to do such shameless things. Sister was just straightforward and didn't mean anything else. "Third uncle and third aunt, please don't be angry." Su Ruanyuan immediately stepped forward to make tea for them. Everyone smiled indulgently again. Ruanyuan is still so sensible. No wonder the Chi family specifically wants you as their daughter-in-law. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful and well-behaved girl? Under everyone's teasing and playful gazes, Su Ruanyuan immediately blushed and lowered her head. As if thinking of something, a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Brother Yun promised her that at the latest by next month, he would break off the engagement with the Hua family. By then, she wouldn't have to be engaged to Brother Shi. She just hoped he wasn't lying to her. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to explain this to her parents. Grandpa would be so disappointed. After returning to her room, Sumi changed into simple clothes. Not long after, the door was loudly knocked on. When she opened the door, she saw it was the group of kids from outside. Suddenly, a stream of water splashed sharply onto her face. Knowing that today was the ancestor worship day, she had even put on makeup, hoping to make a good first impression on her ancestors. Ha ha ha. The kids then sprayed her with expensive water guns, as if trying to help Su Ruan teach this new cousin a lesson. Sumi's lips curled into a slight smile as she reached into her coat pocket. "First time meeting, cousin, here's a red envelope for you." Hearing there were red envelopes, several children immediately rushed forward eagerly. Su Ruan used to always give them red envelopes, much more generously than others. Sumi suddenly grabbed the child who was splashing water at her. In the child's terrified gaze, She snatched the water gun and sprayed water fiercely at his face. The cold water streams hit his face one after another. The child struggled in pain. "Let me go. You bad woman." But no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. The other children were so scared that they quickly ran away. Perhaps the noise from upstairs alerted the people downstairs. Before long, several children came over holding the hand of a woman dressed in a black cheapao, their eyes and brows full of reproach towards her. "Tet and the others only play with you because they like you. How can you quarrel with children like this? It's just unreasonable." Sumi directly raised the water gun and sprayed each child in the face. The cold water stream made everyone scream uncontrollably. "You!" The woman was so angry she could hardly maintain her composure. "I was just joking around with them, didn't you see?" Sumi kept smiling. "Or do you want to join in too? Ancestral worship. You. Is this how your mother usually teaches you?" The woman frowned deeply in anger. Sumi glanced at the water gun, then threw it on the ground and stomped on it, still smiling. "My mom always teaches me to follow the rules when visiting others' homes, not to run around everywhere. Otherwise, how am I different from a wild child with no guidance?" "Mom! She crushed my gun!" A boy grabbed the woman's arm, crying incessantly. Feeling backed by an adult, another boy raised his water gun and sprayed it at her. The water splashed on the white coat. Sumi glanced at the triumphant boy, suddenly stepped forward, grabbed his arm, snatched the water gun, and sprayed it fiercely at his forehead. Second aunt, please save me." The boy squinted his eyes in pain, struggling with his hands but to no avail. Seeing this, the woman angrily tried to intervene. "How old are you? Why are you still quarreling with a few kids?" It wasn't until a cold stream of water splashed onto her face that the woman froze on the spot, staring in disbelief at Sumi, who actually dared to splash her. "You're already an adult, you wouldn't hold a grudge against a little kid like me, right?" She looked innocent. Then in the woman's furious gaze, she snatched all the water guns and stomped on them, smashing them on the ground. In an instant, the hallway was filled with the sound of crying. "These guns should be quite expensive. I'll definitely compensate at their value," Sumi said, glancing at her coat again. "This coat can't be washed with water, and it's only 230,000. Should you also have me compensate for this? Or should I go find each of their parents? I have never seen such an immature junior." The woman's face, still retaining its charm, twisted slightly. She and Su Ruanyuan were like two people with completely opposite temperaments. "What's going on?" Su's mother heard the noise and came over immediately. Seeing a group of children crying and making a fuss in the corridor, her brows twitched involuntarily. She quickly stepped forward to pull her daughter away, then looked apologetically at the woman. "Mimi must not have rested well. Don't take it personally with the juniors." Hearing this, the woman seemed to find a vent for her frustration, her voice suddenly rising. "She's already in her 20s, yet she acts like a child. Look, she's covered my face with water. How am I supposed to face anyone later? You're already in your 40s and still acting like me? Who exactly is ill-mannered?" Sumi's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Besides, I like them, that's why I play with them. If I didn't like them, would I waste my time playing water fights with them?" Upon hearing this, the woman's breathing became rapid with anger, and she looked at Su's mother furiously, as if questioning how she had raised her daughter. The latter simply pulled her daughter back to the room quickly, to prevent her daughter's manic episode from flaring up again. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a simple water fight. "Second sister-in-law, is this how you raise your child? Such poor manners, how can she be worthy of being a Su family child? I'm embarrassed just thinking about it." The woman sneered coldly. Su's mother glanced at her displeased. "What's wrong with Mimi playing with a few kids? If you think it's embarrassing, then mind your own son. My daughter doesn't need some random person shouting orders at her." After speaking, she calmly went straight downstairs, instructing the servants to carry the few children who were still crying and not to let them go back upstairs. Cold water trickled down the corner of her mouth. The woman gritted her teeth and took a deep breath, deciding to temporarily go to Su Ruanswan's room to tidy up. After changing into casual clothes, Sumi touched up her makeup. If it weren't for the ancestral worship outing today, which was not suitable for causing trouble, she would have made those little brats cry even louder. Soon, the servants' shouts came from outside, saying they were just waiting for her alone. After she came downstairs, she saw that the living room was already packed with a crowd of people. However, the hierarchy of the wealthy family was clear. Only the direct line of the Su family could sit there. At the head was the old man, and beside him were several elderly men of the same age, presumably the original owner's great-grandfather, great-uncle, and the like. The female lead was also sitting on the sofa, looking uneasy and restless. Clearly this was the old man's intention. The purpose was to tell everyone that no matter what, Su Ruanyuan was still the bloodline of the Su family, and no one or nothing could shake that. She wondered why the old man was so kind as to add her to the family genealogy. It turned out the real intention was not about the genealogy itself. The main purpose of gathering everyone today was probably to tell everyone that the female lead status remained unchanged. Quick, say hello. Su's mother hurriedly took her hand and whispered. Sumi kept smiling, then greeted everyone by calling them Grandpa. As long as they weren't looking for trouble, she was certainly willing to maintain surface-level politeness. Su Min immediately waved at her, signaling her to sit beside him. Perhaps realizing she was not fit to sit there, Su Ruanswan immediately stood up, only to hesitate and sit back down when she met Su Zhonan's displeased gaze. Su Min offended someone before, causing our Su family's bloodline to be scattered outside. Fortunately, the child has now been found. Ruanswan is also a sensible child. From now on, don't mention whether she is biological or not. From today on, they are all the flesh and blood of our Su family. Mimi will be the legitimate eldest daughter of the second branch. In my personal capacity, I will give her 3% of the company's shares as compensation for the years she was lost outside. Su Zhenan said solemnly. In an instant, the others exchanged glances, feeling dissatisfied. Su Ruanswan previously had no shares, and now this wild girl has just returned and is already given shares. Being biological really makes a difference. Several documents were laid out on the table, along with a thick genealogy book. Given how prosperous the Su family is, such thickness is not surprising. But Sumi knew that the old man had left the female lead a 20% share, but she was unwilling to accept it. It wasn't until after the old man's death, when the will was made public, that the female lead reluctantly accepted it. But 3% is 3%. She didn't have many thoughts about this anyway. After all, whether she could keep it in the end was uncertain. Only by improving her own value could she create lasting wealth. Thank you, Grandpa Xia. She sat there without changing her expression. Not expecting her to be overly attentive, Su Zhenan didn't want to say anything more. He personally took up the pen and wrote her name on the family tree, including her birth date and other information. Afterwards, he signaled her to sign the share transfer contract. Under the various gazes of the crowd, Sumi took the pen and signed her name on the document. From now on, you need to set a good example and be a role model for your younger sisters. Don't act recklessly and willfully anymore, Su Zhenan said sternly. Just a few days of behaving properly, and the old man couldn't help but start lecturing again. Sumi kept smiling and nodded, not wanting to argue too much. After all, Mimi is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Entering the entertainment industry to become an actress is simply too scandalous. Isn't this just asking to be laughed at by others? An elderly man with graying hair beside them frowned and said. In an instant, the woman upstairs immediately chimed in. Exactly, our Su family ancestors were also a prestigious scholarly clan, and never before have any children become actors. To put it nicely, they're called celebrities. To put it bluntly, isn't this just selling smiles? If Mimi doesn't set a good example, no wonder Ruan is following her down the wrong path. Who knows how outsiders will view our Su family? Exactly, why give up being a proper young lady when you have everything? Choosing to sell smiles like this, what else is it but self-degradation? Everyone was talking at once, and the living room quickly became noisy. Su Zhenan sat there with an unreadable expression, while only Su Ruanyuan seemed hesitant, wanting to say something. When are we going to pay respects to our ancestors? Sumi looked at her mother. The latter was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting her daughter to be calm today, then immediately looked at her father-in-law. It's getting late, why don't we set off now? She was afraid that if they delayed any longer, her daughter's mania would flare up again. Starting today, both of you are to quit that so-called entertainment industry, or else what kind of example are you setting? The eldest elder said sternly. You can pay respects to the ancestors anytime, but if the ancestors see their descendants neglecting their duties and resorting to selling smiles, who knows what kind of dreams they might send to the fathers in the middle of the night, a middle-aged woman said earnestly. Seeing their descendants like this, of course the ancestors would be angry. Sumi smiled slightly and turned her gaze to the woman who had just spoken. Auntie, you are also an elder. At your age, going to the Tianma club and keeping young boys, isn't that even more scandalous? And your son at such a young age already using drugs like others, to the point of losing his mind and nearly causing a car accident. If the ancestors saw this, they'd probably be so angry they'd want to overturn their coffins, right? The calm voice was like a huge stone thrown into still water. The person's face instantly changed, and he stammered angrily at her. What nonsense are you talking about here? How dare you talk to my mom like that? A 17 or 18-year-old boy charged forward with a fierce look. Sumi remained expressionless and picked up her phone. If I report this to the police now, I might even get a banner for being a helpful citizen. Su Zhenan's brow twitched. All right, let's set off to pay respects to our ancestors now. Others definitely don't have this kind of courage, but his granddaughter might be a different story. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman could only glare at Sumi unwillingly. Dad, this girl talks to her elders like this. Aren't you going to do something about it? Sudden surge. Dad, you can't keep spoiling her. Mimi is immature, and if we adults don't discipline her, how will the Su family save face in the future? A middle-aged man said sternly. Speaking of which, others chimed in one after another. If she didn't want the shares, that would be one thing, but now that she's already on the family register, she's officially one of the Su family descendants. How can she still bring such shame to the Su family? How will other children get married in the future? Exactly, as the elder sister, if she doesn't set a good example, the younger ones will follow suit. Won't the Su family be in complete chaos? Everyone was talking over each other, as if without her making a promise today, the ancestral ceremony wouldn't be able to proceed so easily. Sumi seemed to understand now that the reason for their intense reaction wasn't because she entered the entertainment industry, but clearly because they couldn't stand her holding that 3% of the shares. Since no one wants to visit the grave, then none of you should go. Rowan entered the entertainment industry a long time ago, yet in your eyes Rowan is not one of our Su family. So she can't disgrace the Su family? She deliberately led the conversation. Hearing this, the woman upstairs immediately retorted. How can you compare yourself to Rowan? Rowan is obedient, sensible, and adorable. In what way can you surpass Rowan? Ding! Key plot triggered. Hearing this, Su's mother and Su Min both looked at their daughter with anxious faces, as if afraid she would have another episode, hurriedly trying to pull her away. However, Sumi suddenly stood up, walked straight to the woman, grabbed her hair, and poured the drink from the table onto her face. Ah! The entire living room was filled with the piercing screams of women. The others were also startled, not expecting Sumi to be so uncultured in public. No wonder she was a wild girl raised in the countryside. How can you treat your elders like this? The middle-aged woman from before glared angrily and stepped forward. But before she could get close, a crisp slap echoed through the hall. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on the left side of the middle-aged woman's face, and she froze on the spot. When she came to her senses, her gaze at Sumi was filled with extreme anger. You uncultured wild girl. A middle-aged man also stepped forward displeased. You are too. Sumi turned around and slapped him with a smack. You also know I am too tolerant, letting you bunch of ignorant pests bawl here. Unable to sort out your own family mess but pointing fingers at others. When I'm in a good mood and call you uncle, do you really think you're some rare treasure? The middle-aged man stood there stunned for a long time, as if it was the first time a junior had scolded him like this. How dare you hit my mom? The 17 or 18-year-old boy suddenly rushed over, raising his fist fiercely and swinging it at her. Sumi lifted her foot and kicked him in the abdomen. He immediately flew back 2 meters, clutching his stomach and screaming non-stop. Still not fully grown and already crying here? Since it's our first meeting, cousin, I'll give you another gift. She squatted down and patted the boy's sickly pale face, then directly dialed 110. Caught off guard by everyone, she said. Villa number 2, Chilin Palace. There is a person named Su Wu suspected of using illegal drugs here. Please come as soon as possible. These are all indisputable facts from the original work, basically without error. Seeing that she actually called the police, everyone else's faces changed drastically, thinking she was truly crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Another middle-aged man stepped forward sternly. Sumi slapped him again with the back of her hand. So what if I entered the entertainment industry? Isn't being self-reliant better than you bloodsuckers? You're good for nothing. Just waiting every day for the company to give you some dividends to live on, you parasites. Who gave you the right to boss me around? Still talking about decency? You secretly keep a mistress and that's not indecent? Just to get a bit more money, you register the mistress's son under the legitimate wife's name. Sure enough, you can't have 2 kinds of people under one blanket. Uncle C and Aunt C really are a perfect match. You? The middle-aged man covered his face, furious and embarrassed, raising his hand to punish her. However, his leg was suddenly kicked, and he let out a sharp cry, clutching his leg and spinning around on the spot. She's gone mad, gone mad. I think she's just crazy. How did you bring back a lunatic like her? The woman, drenched in the spilled drink, glared at her in near collapse. Those who were not affected also kept stepping back, as if firmly convinced that Sumi must be crazy. Otherwise, no normal person would do such a thing. Crazy! Several children cursed in unison. Sumi's gaze shifted, and she suddenly stepped forward to block their retreat, slapping their mouths repeatedly with several sharp claps. So fond of provoking others, huh? Today your auntie will play with you properly. She suddenly pulled out a bottle of pepper spray from her pocket and sprayed it fiercely at them. Ah! The entire living room was filled with screams and wails. The children's parents hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, each trying to grab Sumi's arms from either side. Unexpectedly, they were sprayed by the pepper spray instead. And for a moment, they all grimaced and couldn't open their eyes. She's gone mad. Quickly, have the bodyguards tie her up. Someone covered their eyes and stumbled outside to call for help. Several elderly men were so angry that they puffed their beards and glared, looking at the mess all over the room, and could only direct their questioning gaze at Su Zhanan, demanding to know what on earth was going on. The latter sat there with his brows twitching. Having lived most of his life, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he could only signal his son to quickly go find a doctor. Until a few bodyguards came in and saw Sumi spraying pepper spray wildly everywhere. They immediately moved to restrain her without saying a word. But the next moment the pepper spray was sprayed at them again. One bodyguard reacted quickly and grabbed Sumi's arm, but at that moment, an elbow strike hit solidly on his neck. The force was not great, but it hurt enough to make him gasp sharply. She surprisingly had some skills which made the other bodyguards even more cautious. After all, they were hired by the third branch, so whether Sumi got hurt was not within their responsibility. Several bodyguards surrounded her from all sides. As a hand reached out again, Sumi bent down and dodged to the left, then suddenly used the corner of the table to launch a 360-degree aerial triple kick. After practicing for so long, at this moment she suddenly experienced the smoothness brought by talent. Being weak doesn't matter. As long as you hit the enemy's vital spot, it's enough to kill with one strike. Watching two bodyguards actually get kicked down by her, including that move just now which you only see on TV, everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene, completely ignoring even the stinging sensation in their eyes. This wild girl actually has such skills? The other bodyguards also showed astonishment on their faces and dared not take it lightly. Suddenly, a bodyguard from behind threw a straight punch with lightning speed. Sumi was about to lift her leg to intercept when a body filled with the scent of fruit suddenly lunged over. She could only watch helplessly as the bodyguard punched the female lead in the head. Rwan. Su Zhanan's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly stepped forward leaning on his cane. What are you doing? Planning a rebellion? Look at what you all look like. Everyone covered their eyes silently. They were supposed to be nobles of the upper class, but at this moment, each one looked extremely disheveled. Some even had increasingly clear slap marks on their faces, which was very conspicuous. Seeing the old man coming over, the bodyguards also realized that something serious had happened and could only turn their gaze to their employer. The fourth branch of the Su family immediately waved their hands, signaling them to leave. Mimi, how are you? Su's mother anxiously stepped forward, looking displeased at the others. What are you all doing? I'm here with a min, and yet you're bullying two children like this. All of you get lost. The others all looked angry and speechless. Who exactly was bullying whom? Grandpa. I'm fine. Su Ruanyun covered the back of her head and looked at Su Zhanan. Though her face was somewhat pale, clearly the punch just now wasn't that easy to take. Sumi was also helpless. How could she have known the female lead would suddenly pounce? Was the other's halo of kindness about to shine on her? Get out. All of you get out. Su Zhanan glared angrily at everyone. The next moment everyone quickly packed up and hurried out, each still covering their eyes involuntarily. Out of the corner of their eyes, the looks they gave Sumi grew increasingly angry, as if they had never seen such a lunatic before. The others left, but those few elderly people still sat there, as if they demanded an explanation today. Seeing Sumi carrying a pot of tea and walking over, Su Zhanan felt a sharp pang in his heart, and immediately signaled the security guards to take them out. What do you mean by this? Mimi has a mental illness and you haven't said a word. How long do you intend to keep hiding it? The eldest elderly man shouted angrily. How can she face anyone like this in the future? I think you're just senile, hiding this matter without reporting it. A few people were quickly dragged away by the security guards as everyone was talking at once. Looking at the living room in complete disarray, What was supposed to be a proper ancestral ceremony had turned into this. Soo-jin's head was buzzing, and he involuntarily took a step back and sat down on the sofa. "Dad, are you okay?" Soo-min immediately helped his father. At that moment the doctor also arrived just in time. Soo-jin waved his hand, signaling the doctor to check on Soo-ruan first. Ding! Host's luck value plus 80. Listening to the cold mechanical voice in her mind, Sumi couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. As expected, the level of madness determines the luck value. If this happened a few more times, surpassing the heroine's luck value might no longer be an unattainable dream. However, such crucial plot moments are too rare, so she must firmly seize every opportunity. "Mimi, are you okay? Don't scare Mom." Sue's mother saw her smiling strangely to herself and felt her anxious heart flutter wildly. It's okay, don't be afraid, Daddy is here for everything." At this moment, Soo-min was like a spinning top, watching his father carefully while also paying attention to his daughter's condition. The other servants held their breath, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, their shock at the young lady had reached an unprecedented peak. At that moment, the phone in the living room rang again. Soo-min immediately went over to answer it. "Police." Remembering that his daughter had just called the police, he was about to say that no one had taken illegal drugs, but that would be like going against his daughter. Wouldn't that make her even more resistant to him as her father? Thinking this, he could only helplessly raise his hand to rub his forehead. "Tell them the person has already returned to the Watchingview Villa district." "You." Soo-jin glared at his son, never expecting him to condone his granddaughter betraying their own family. Could it be that his own misdeeds had angered their ancestors? Otherwise, how could the granddaughter they had so painstakingly found be mentally ill? The second young lady's condition is not right. She probably needs further examination. "We should hurry and take her to the hospital," the family doctor said seriously. Hearing this, Soo-jin immediately stood up, his face full of pain. Quick, quick." As he spoke, he began to stagger again, as if his hypertension was acting up once more. In an instant, the entire living room fell into chaos again. Those who needed to go to the hospital went, and those who needed to get blood pressure medication did so. Sumi calmly sat there and took a sip of tea, rubbing her palms at the same time. After slapping so many times, her hands were quite sore. Slap in the face. Her psychologist arrived quickly as well, especially after hearing about what had just happened, his expression becoming even more inscrutable. "Miss Sue, when you hear others comparing you to the second miss, do you find yourself momentarily unable to control your emotions?" The doctor stared intently at the changes in her expression. Sumi leaned back on the sofa sipping tea. She had to admit, this doctor really hit the key point. It seemed her mother's money was not wasted. "I think this is a normal emotion, and I don't believe there's anything wrong with me. If a person can't even express anger, I think that's the real emotional disorder," she said expressionlessly. The doctor shook his head slightly. "But self-control is the most basic human function. Some people cannot control their behavior, but if it causes harm to others or society, then it has already become a serious psychological disorder. Of course, I'm not saying you have a mental problem, it's just an analogy. I also underestimated the impact the surrounding environment has had on you. I'll prescribe you some medication shortly. You can take it for half a month and see if your mood improves. If the medication doesn't work, we can adjust it. There will definitely be a treatment plan that suits you. But the best treatment is still self-regulation. Actually, you don't need to be so angry, nor do you need to care about what others think of you. People have their own mouths. If some think you are not as good as your sister, there will surely be others who think you are better than her. There's no need to live your life based on others' opinions." Hearing this, Sumi frowned instead. "I don't agree with what you said. Living in society means you can't completely block out external voices. For example, if your girlfriend, who is a doctor, says you are not as good as her ex in that aspect, can you just pretend you never heard it?" Their eyes met and the doctor adjusted his glasses. "Everyone has different perceptions. We don't need to live by others' evaluations." "What if every girlfriend you had said the same thing?" Sumi asked. The doctor paused, wanting to say something but unable to find the right words. "You see, if you hear the same voices all around you, eventually you'll even start to doubt yourself, wondering if you really do have a problem." Sumi looked serious. "So I just want to resist those untimely voices because the ones who are wrong are them. When they realize they can't suppress me with such words, they will naturally give up this behavior, and I won't have to live trapped by others' opinions anymore." After hearing her words, the doctor couldn't help but lift his teacup and take a sip. He actually felt that Sumi made some sense. Although her behavior was extreme, her consciousness was clear, and the score on the measurement scale had not increased, so it should be simply a form of intermittent manic behavior. I've prescribed some medication for you. Take it on time. And if you experience any adverse reactions, let me know immediately. He suddenly stood up. Sumi politely nodded, then watched as he walked out of the room. Sometimes the interaction between people is just a process of PUA and being PUA'd, especially when talking with this kind of psychologist. If you're not careful, she might start wondering if she herself is sick. Why are madmen called madmen? It's because their behavior is no longer bound by ordinary moral and social norms, so they are not accepted by society. Of course, there is also a type of mental illness that is purely a consciousness disorder, where the person may unprovokedly attack others to take revenge on society. This kind belongs to neurological damage. Thinking of the female lead still being treated in the hospital, and the old man hospitalized for high blood pressure, she felt it necessary to go take a look. What if she really ends up angering him to death? But the fact proved that maxing out the fighting talent attribute was the right choice. Otherwise, if you keep getting interrupted, such a good opportunity would be wasted. Convert 20 points of luck value into fighting talent, and the other 20 points into acting talent. Conversion successful. The host's total luck value is 40, fighting talent value 100, maximum 100, acting talent value 80, maximum 100. The acting talent value doesn't need to increase further. A person's acting skills should improve gradually to keep people hopeful. Raising it to the maximum all at once might make it seem limited. But fighting talent is different. After this experience, she has become more aware of the importance of physical skills. After all, even going crazy requires the capital to do so. This time there were only a few bodyguards, but in the original story, the male lead's bodyguards were foreign veterans. If she didn't hurry up and train herself when he went crazy, she might end up being dragged down by the male lead's bodyguards. Losing face would be minor. Losing such a huge opportunity would be a big deal. If she were to beat up the male lead and the second male lead at the engagement banquet, she didn't dare imagine how much her luck value would skyrocket. After 2 more times like that, her luck value would definitely surpass the female leads, allowing her to change the plot and avoid ending up in jail. There were still a few big scenes in the original story, so she had to firmly seize these opportunities. No one could interrupt her performance. The servants in the villa were cleaning up the messy living room, while she called the butler to take her to the hospital. The madam has instructed that you just rest at home. The chairman and others are at the hospital, the butler said carefully, choosing his words. After these incidents, with his many years of experience and keen observation, he noticed that whenever someone compared the eldest miss to the second miss, the eldest miss would lose control of her emotions and fly into a rage. But thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. The eldest miss grew up in a very oppressive environment, so being compared to others now naturally caused resentment in her heart. He could understand all of this, but what shocked him the most was that the eldest miss had only been working out for less than a month, yet she could actually defeat the bodyguard. And no matter how you look at it, the young lady's professional movements don't seem like those of a beginner. Or could it be that she has a natural talent in this area? I just have a bad temper, I'm not crazy. That's my grandfather. Of course I have a responsibility to see him. Sumi bent down and sat in the back seat, glancing at the time as she raised her hand. She only took 1 day off. After seeing the female lead and the old man, she had to return to the set. Otherwise the one who might go crazy would be the director. That goes without saying. The butler didn't say much more and personally drove her to the hospital. This is a private hospital in the city center, in which the Su family also has investments. After getting off the car, Sumi took the VIP entrance and without encountering anyone, arrived at the VIP ward. The female lead is hospitalized on the 6th floor. It is said to be a mild concussion, and further observation is needed to see if there are other conditions. So she decided to take the opportunity to visit the female lead first. Although she really doesn't understand the female lead's self-sacrificing behavior, it might also be because of her own low moral standards that she can't comprehend such kindness. After getting off the elevator, she saw the corridor filled with tall and burly bodyguards, tightly surrounding the area so that not even a fly could get in. But this is quite normal. Setting aside the identity of the second young lady of the Su family, the female lead is currently quite popular. To prevent paparazzi from relentlessly pursuing her, it's understandable that security is tight. Sometimes, even when the person involved clearly went to the surgery department, the media would portray it as so-and-so celebrity, showing up at the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department late at night, suspected of having an abortion after a long absence. For the sake of traffic, those media outlets will stop at nothing. Stop. A bodyguard at the edge of the corridor suddenly reached out to block her, his expression cold. "No one is allowed in here, please leave immediately." Almost forgot. This is the retired military bodyguard hired by the male lead for the female lead. This Sue family young lady probably won't foot the bill. "Oh, then tell her I've been here." She took a fruit basket from the butler and placed it on the floor, then decisively turned and left. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind. Sumi's brow twitched. When she turned around, she just saw Chi walking out of a hospital room. The gentle expression had faded, leaving only disgust and disdain. She felt her fists itching to move. Rowan has become like this to save you, and you don't even dare to go in and see her once. Is this the attitude you should have as a sister? Chi stepped forward, his face full of undisguised disgust. Sumi almost laughed. She just wanted to pry open that idiot's head to see if it was filled with paste. She had originally planned to deal with that fool at the engagement banquet, but it seems the situation has changed. "Are you sick? If you are, go see a doctor. It just so happens that this hospital is where my family is. Investment can get you a discount." She sneered. "I think there's something wrong with your ears. You can't hear them not letting me in? What do you mean I don't dare to go in? What, should I fly in to see your soft little sister? Besides, she and I are not related by blood. Don't treat me like her sister here. She was the one who threw herself at me. I didn't blame her and was generous enough not to accuse her of staging an accident. She should compensate me for the emotional distress at least." The housekeeper, fearing she might have another outburst, quickly stepped forward to interrupt. "Second miss probably needs to rest. Besides, your intentions have been conveyed, and that's enough." Chi frowned, a look of disdain filling his handsome face. "Indeed, someone like you is not worthy of being Sister Rowan." Their eyes met, and Sumi laughed instead of getting angry. "You were the one who had my dirty laundry exposed last time, weren't you?" Hearing this, Chi took a step forward, his gaze full of mockery. "Yes, it was me, but I was just telling the truth. Don't think I don't know your intentions. You just saw Rowan enter the entertainment industry, and want to oppose her at every turn. Unfortunately, you lack self-awareness. People like you don't even deserve to be Rowan's shoe cleaner." Ding! Key plot triggered. The butler's heart skipped a beat, hurriedly stepping between the two, but was grabbed by Sumi's arm and pulled away forcefully. "You and Sue Rowan really are a perfect match. One is a foolish boy pushed out of the center of power due to incompetence. The other is an adopted daughter who likes to meddle but can't see her own limits. No wonder incompetent people like to gather together. At least they find some comfort in each other." Sumi smiled faintly, then suddenly kicked off the wall, delivering a side kick to his left cheek with lightning speed. Chi was violently pushed back several steps until the bodyguard caught him just in time, helping him regain his balance. The burning pain seemed to remind Chi of what had just happened. He covered his left cheek, which was covered in shoe prints, and glared furiously at the audacious woman opposite him. At this moment he completely forgot the bottom line of not hitting a woman, clenching his fists and ready to step forward to teach this reckless woman a lesson. "Young master." The bodyguard stopped him in time, shaking his head slightly. Judging from Miss Sue's skills just now, she was clearly a trained fighter. Otherwise, her movements wouldn't have been so professional, which even caused the second young master to be momentarily caught off guard. If she had kicked the temple, the second young master would probably have had to go to the operating room at this point. Judging by the situation of the second young master, he is probably no match for Miss Sue. "You're looking for death." Chi shoved the bodyguard aside and glared furiously at the person who dared to hit him. Sumi glanced at him up and down. "You don't even admit you're incompetent. A useless person like you. I'm afraid you dirty my shoes." Injured. Hearing her mockery, Chi clenched his fist and slammed it hard into her face, completely forgetting the principle of not hitting a woman. Sumi quickly dodged to the left, another punch grazing her left ear as it aimed for her face. She immediately raised her arm to block, then followed with a knee strike and a spinning kick straight to his abdomen. He staggered back several steps, still needing a bodyguard to steady him. The pain in his abdomen constantly reminded Chi of what had just happened. He furrowed his brows tightly, glaring fiercely at the woman opposite him, as if he had never been so humiliated in his life. The next moment, clenching his fist again, he was about to charge forward. The bodyguards quickly stopped him. This Miss Sue is obviously a martial artist? How could the second young master be her match? Besides, this is a hospital. Causing a scene here wouldn't be good. The butler standing nearby was also stunned. He couldn't believe that the frail young lady before him could actually kick second young Master Chi so far away with one kick. Someone like you still wants to stand up for Su Ruanyuan? Sumi sneered. What can a useless person like you do to defend her? Only Su Ruanyuan doesn't have a fear of useless people. Even I feel my eyes are polluted just by looking at you. Ignoring Chi-Chi's bloodshot eyes, she slowly took out a few bills from her bag and threw them on the ground. Take this and go downstairs for a CT scan. So if you feel unwell later, you won't come to scam me again. Watching her turn and walk away straight ahead, Chi-Chi clenched his fists and glared angrily at the surrounding bodyguards. Let me go. The bodyguards reluctantly released him. They were only responsible for protecting the second young master's safety, but if the second young master ordered them to hit someone, the eldest young master would definitely not let them off if he found out, especially since the other party was the eldest Miss Su. Fortunately, Chi-Chi didn't make any demands. He just stared fiercely in the direction Sumi had left, furious and humiliated, punching the wall with a fist, his eyes filled with overwhelming rage. Impossible. How could this woman possibly be this fast? A grown man actually couldn't beat a woman. And it was a soft, vicious woman he was bullying. Wasn't this just a blatant slap in the face to him? No, he definitely wouldn't let this woman off. Ding! Host's luck value plus 30. After entering the elevator, the butler didn't even dare to breathe heavily, while Sumi stood there calmly. She really didn't expect this fool to come willingly, completely throwing off her entire plan. But it's also quite normal. Every sentence from the other party directly hits the original poster's emotional block. How else could it not trigger the key plot? However, beating him up now would hardly be worth it, so she still has some reservations. First, she wants to provoke this fool a bit, and by the time of the engagement banquet, the other party will definitely come looking for trouble, which will be even more beneficial for her to trigger the mission. Going crazy now only raises it by 30 points. On the day of the engagement banquet, it will definitely multiply several times. Small impatience can ruin a big plan, so it's necessary to seize the critical moment. After arriving on the 8th floor, many doctors were gathered outside the corridor. Su Min was talking with the doctors, seemingly inquiring about the old boss's condition. Seeing her approach, he was obviously taken aback for a moment. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting at home? Sumi smiled slightly, then took the bouquet from the butler. I came specifically to see Grandpa. Seeing that his daughter had returned to normal, Su Min sighed, then patted her arm affectionately. Don't worry, your grandpa's blood pressure has gone down, but he's still resting now. You should go back first. He was afraid that if his father saw his daughter, his blood pressure would spike again. It was better for both of them to stay calm for now. On one side was the father suffering from hypertension, and on the other was the daughter with mania. Ultimately, it was the father's negligence. If he hadn't offended anyone, the daughter wouldn't have been left out on her own all these years, enduring so much hardship and even developing such an illness. Oh, then please send my regards to Grandpa for me. Sumi had no intention of going in to upset the old man. Instead, she handed the bouquet to Su Min. I still have to return to the film crew to shoot. If Grandpa has any situation, please remember to inform me immediately. She didn't expect the old man to be so fragile that he would suddenly have a hypertensive attack. But she was only reasonably venting her own emotions. As long as the old man didn't say those discouraging words, how could she have triggered the plot to go mad? Does he really consider himself her biological grandson? Seeing her have an episode, he should feel heartache like Su's mother does, not get so angry that he develops high blood pressure. So, the one who should reflect is actually him. As long as you're happy, it's fine. You don't need to worry about your grandfather's side, Su Min said gently. Sumi nodded and didn't say anything else. After leaving the fruit, she turned and left directly. She still had to catch a flight back to the crew. Taking a day off on the first day of filming, the director probably had to endure it again and again. But this is indeed her problem. Having taken the money, she certainly can't slack off. Basic professional ethics must still be maintained. After several hours on the plane, Sister Zhou came to pick her up immediately. Not sure if it was because her father had reminded her, but logically the other party should be very busy, with no time to accompany her on set. Presumably, Su Min was also worried about having another relapse, so she needed someone to watch her at all times to prevent the condition from worsening. Back at the hotel, she didn't rest but continued with acting classes. After class, she went to the gym to train. Probably because her talent level was maxed out, moves she couldn't do before suddenly became effortless, and she could imitate other moves perfectly just by watching once, as if she had unlocked the Ren and Du meridians. No matter how high the talent value is, training is still necessary. Moreover, combat experience is accumulated, not something that can be obtained out of thin air just because of talent. The second male lead is just a pretty face, so he's not a concern. However, the male lead is surrounded by experienced veterans, so if he wants to defeat them, he still needs to practice diligently. Early the next morning, she went to the crew. Because of her absence, the entire crew did not start filming yesterday. After all, the whole drama revolves around the female lead, and the other characters have relatively few solo scenes. The first scene today was the second female lead stealing something from the female lead's junior disciple, followed by the female lead intercepting the second female lead on the way, and discovering that the second female lead is a member of the demon cult. After He Qiao was replaced, the crew found a post-2000s internet drama rising star to save the day. At this time there were basically no popular stars willing to come to save the scene, but the newcomer seemed to have good acting skills. Although she hadn't undergone prior stunt training, being a dance student made her fight scenes flow very smoothly. The first scene was filmed very smoothly, so smoothly that everyone thought it would need to be done again, but surprisingly it went through just like that. Watching the two people in the forest fight fluidly like flowing clouds and water, the director in front of the monitor also had a profound and unfathomable expression. It must be said that Sumi's performance was beyond his expectations. The other party's action scenes were almost a one-to-one replica of the action director's moves, and even added a touch of sharpness, not at all like the soft and limp fighting of others. But what surprised him even more was that the dramatic scenes could be so good. Although not as masterful as the veteran actors, they were still full of spirit and handled with ease, to the point that he was so frustrated he couldn't find anywhere to vent. You should know what would happen if I handed this over to the nearby Tsongshan sect? Sumi coldly stared at the actress playing the second female lead. As the camera slowly zoomed in, the person on the ground looked at the sword hilt pressed against their neck, a hint of indifference appearing on their face. Instead they winked at her. Is that so? Then why not? Let sister kill me. Dying at sister's hands is better than dying under those stinky men's swords. Their eyes met and Sumi withdrew the sword hilt from her neck, her expression calm. My sword hasn't drawn blood yet, and I don't intend to sharpen it today. Cut. As the director called out, the assistant immediately stepped forward to help the person on the ground up. The other crew members were also busy with their tasks, though they were somewhat surprised by the performance of the two. Shui, after all, has a formal background and relatively extensive acting experience, but Sumi is just a newcomer with no acting experience at all. To be in such a state on the very first day of shooting is indeed hard to believe. Can I add you on WeChat? Shui asked tentatively. She had already heard that the other party was a connection placed by the investors. She was quite uncertain about this rescue scene, especially since even He Qiao had been kicked out. What if she offended the other party somehow? But Sumi seemed like a pretty nice person. When they almost accidentally hit each other during the scene, Sumi didn't hold it against her, so it was definitely necessary for her to get along well with the other party. Oh. Sumi took the phone from the assistant, scanned the code for the other party, and soon others gathered around, saying they wanted to add her and create a group chat for easier communication and promotion later. After adding a bunch of WeChat contacts, she took the script to find the director and asked how to express a few uncertain parts. Although the director's face still showed no warmth, his tone was fairly normal. He wasn't angry that she missed the first day of shooting. Instead, he explained the script to her in detail for quite a while. The morning scenes were shot smoothly. At noon, Sumi still ate the private chef meal she brought herself. She had so many classes every day and had to shoot as well. If she didn't eat something good, her body definitely wouldn't hold up. Only the meal was unfinished, and on the chair beside her sat someone, surprisingly with an apologetic expression. It was Changyu. Sorry? I will try to control my fans' comments, but sometimes I just can't really sorry. He helplessly lowered his head. The breeze gently blew through the woods, and the RV couldn't get in. Sumi sat alone there eating a meal of 5 dishes and 1 soup. It's okay? If I scold your fans, you just don't get angry, that's all. Some scattered fans are just uncontrollable. The current public opinion is still focused on why Changyu accepted this big female lead script. But once the show airs, it will turn into accusations that this female lead brought funding to join the cast, and is undeservedly overshadowing Changyu. That's right, in the signed contract this female lead did struggle for a while, and Changyu's agent also struggled for a bit, but after the production team offered some benefits, they decisively gave up the struggle. At that time it's definitely unavoidable to be scolded by others, but so what? These are all just traffic and popularity. Being ignored in the entertainment industry is the scariest thing. Actually, she wants to start her own company and become a big shot, and she could also leverage her talent in financial management. However, her luck value isn't high enough right now, so she still needs to change the storyline first. Otherwise, in the end, she'll still end up in jail, and after getting out, she'll really only be able to do live stream sales. You eat this much every day? Changyu stared straight at the 5 dishes and 1 soup in front of her, as if seeing a female artist who doesn't diet for the first time. Sumi kept eating by herself. I digest quickly. Upon hearing this, Changyu nodded, seemingly unsure how to continue the conversation, and simply lowered his head to eat his own boxed meal. The afternoon shoot went very smoothly, and the director rarely scolded anyone. After returning to the hotel in the evening, Sumi continued with her acting class. Sister Zhou hesitated but then said, "There might be paparazzi outside the crew. It's better for you to keep your distance from Changyu to avoid unnecessary trouble." After saying this, she seemed to remember something. Of course, hyping a CP couple pairing is also more beneficial for the promotion of the drama. And she didn't think Changyu's side was without such intentions either. She was just worried that this young lady might take the act too seriously. After all, when someone fully immerses themselves in a role, it's easy to get emotionally involved, which could affect the young lady's emotional state, and then she wouldn't be able to explain it to the chairman. I'll be careful. Sumi continued to look down at the script. Seeing that she had no intention of hyping up a CP, Sister Zhou also relaxed and said that this young lady would still have to marry into a family in the future, so it was indeed unsuitable for her to have any scandals in the entertainment industry. After she left the room, Sumi picked up her pen and took notes on the details and insights. If it were a romance-focused idol drama, hyping a CP would definitely help it go viral, but this was a wuxia script. What CP hype? Of course, if after the drama airs there are many fans shipping the male and female leads, she wouldn't mind stirring up some hype to boost popularity. In the entertainment industry, the only thing that's real is Lee. Everything else is fake. When she got to the gym, she realized that training alone lacked real combat experience, so she simply brought along her bodyguards to spar with her. It wasn't that she was afraid of getting hurt in a real fight. The main concern was that she was still filming. If her face got swollen or her arm dislocated, it would be irresponsible to the entire crew, especially since the filming schedule had already been delayed repeatedly. Fortunately, there were no unexpected issues with the subsequent filming schedule. She also asked the director for leave in advance, saying that her sister was getting engaged, so she needed to take 2 days off. It might be because the notice was given half a month in advance. The director was quite accepting and didn't say anything else. It's just that her coach, for some unknown reason, suddenly wanted to offer home tutoring services. After confirming that he wouldn't charge extra, Sumi actually started to hesitate, saying that they had agreed not to provide home tutoring services, but now he was coming to her. What else could this blatant hint mean? However, she still didn't refuse. Since the money was already paid, if the other party insisted on seducing her, she wouldn't mind reluctantly touching his abs. They were all adults, and as long as the boundaries were clear, they could still remain friends. She had to shoot during the day, and after returning to the hotel at night, she informed the performance teacher that there would be no class today. It was rare to have a home teaching service without extra charge, so she definitely wanted to spar a few rounds with this coach. Only by clearly recognizing the gap could she realize the level of her own fighting awareness. Training like this every day, I'm afraid your body won't be able to handle it. How about resting for 2 days? Sister Zhou said closely, reluctant to let go. Sumi changed clothes and entered the gym. Looking at her, she said, "It's just routine training, it doesn't consume much energy. My coach just arrived, let me introduce him to you. He has been the world free fighting champion for 5 consecutive years." Pushing open the door to the private training room, she saw a man already standing on the platform, wearing a black short-sleeve shirt that faintly revealed the smooth lines of his arm muscles. At this moment, he was staring at her Wing Chun wooden dummy. "Coach," she waved her hand. The man on the platform slightly turned his head. Then his lips curved into a polite smile. "Coach." Sister Zhou looked at the man over there, her eyes showing a hint of strangeness, unsure whether it was her eyes or her ears that were playing tricks on her. "Isn't this Lin Yu, the president of Huamao Group? My memory shouldn't be that confused, and there shouldn't be 2 people in the world who look this similar." "Hello." Lin Yu looked at her calmly and introduced himself. "My name is Li Yi." Their eyes met. Sister Zhou was momentarily stunned, then glanced at Sumi beside her, smiled and extended her hand while handing over her business card. "Hello Coach Li, I am Zhou Ji, Vice President of Yuxing Entertainment." Lin Yu casually took the business card, then turned his gaze to Sumi. I have to go back tonight, so I can only practice with you for 2 hours. Seemingly accustomed to his passive attitude, Sumi didn't find it strange, but was surprised that Sister Zhou was so enthusiastic, shaking hands and handing over a business card. She had never seen the other party so warm before. One is the entertainment industry, the other the fighting circle. No matter how you look at it, it didn't seem like there was any relationship worth exploiting. Could the other party be hiding some kind of secret identity? She had long felt that this coach was strange, lacking any enthusiasm that a personal trainer should have. She was a genuine wealthy woman, yet the other party dared to be so passive and negligent. It just didn't make sense no matter how she looked at it. However, she didn't say a word, just quietly put on her boxing gloves and walked over. All right, I'll come find you after I finish shooting next month. Seeing this scene, Sister Zhou didn't linger either. She quietly left the training room, closing the door behind her. How about it? Same as last time? Shall I make the first move? She stared intensely at the person opposite her. Without holding back, she threw a heavy backhand punch straight at his face without a word. And as he bent his arm to block, she immediately lifted her leg to sweep kick his chest. A high-level sweep kick doesn't actually give her much of an advantage given her build, but it's not impossible for her. A high sweep has stronger explosive power and greater lethality. She usually keeps it as a trump card, not revealing everything even to the coach. However, the opponent reacted quickly as well. Even if only defending, all her series of attacks were blocked outside. Sumi squinted slightly, suddenly launching a strong attack with straight punches from both sides. Taking advantage of the opponent's block, she then executed a 3-step flying kick in midair. The first kick to the abdomen, the second to the throat, and the third striking the Taiyang acupoint. This move could easily be fatal, but she controlled her strength so generally, it wouldn't pose a life-threatening danger. If it were just you hitting me once and me hitting you once, in that case she wouldn't be able to touch the opponent. She needed to use something real. This move was learned from watching Muay Thai matches and was indeed very ruthless. At least none of her bodyguards could defend against it. Until the tibia kicked the other person's neck? Seeing the man take 2 steps back, one hand still covering the kicked neck, he looked at her with a very complex expression. Unexpectedly, she really hit him. Sumi immediately took off her gloves and walked over, her face full of apology. Sorry, I didn't hold back just now. She had never taught her this move before, but her progress was already too great for Lin Yu to face. If another 2 months passed, maybe even he wouldn't be able to teach her anymore. Your neck is bruised, sorry? Sorry. I have some injury ointment in my room. You can apply it and then go to the hospital to get it checked. I'll cover the medical expenses. Sumi clasped her hands in apology. In the end, it was still a matter of not playing fair, promising a friendly spar but using such ruthless moves. However, she didn't expect the other party to fail to defend against them. Lin Yu took off his gloves and rubbed his neck. No need, you've improved a lot. After these 2 months of classes, you don't need to continue. Hearing this, Sumi immediately stared intently at his neck. Are you really okay? Although she didn't use much force, normally a kick like that would definitely hurt, and going to the hospital wouldn't cost much. What if there are any problems later and the other party tries to scam her? What would she do then? Just get me a bottle of medicated oil to rub on it. Okay? Lin Yu said without changing his expression as he walked ahead. He insisted on this. Sumi didn't want to force him, so she could only take him to her own room. Sure enough, maxing out the talent value is really different. By the time of the engagement banquet, going crazy won't have to worry about being interrupted. If he can even beat up the male lead, his luck value will definitely skyrocket. Actually, she wasn't attacking indiscriminately. As long as they didn't say hurtful things that touched the original owner's emotional wounds, she naturally had no reason to go crazy. In the end, it was still their problem. Everyone should bear the consequences of their own words and actions. There was no such thing as collective punishment with her. Arriving at the room, Sumi took out some medicinal oil from the box and casually asked, Do you know Chi-Yun? The eldest young master of the Chi family, the current CEO of Chi Corporation. Lin Yu lowered his eyelids, leaned back on the sofa, and rubbed his neck. Yeah, I used to be a sparring partner for President Chi. Hearing this, Sumi immediately leaned closer, twisting open the bottle cap, her eyes burning as she stared at him. So, do you think I could beat him? Hearing her words, Lin Yu's brow twitched. He had considered countless possibilities of her inquiring about Chi-Yun, but this was the last thing he expected. Before he could say anything, a slap suddenly landed on his neck, and the stimulating ointment was roughly rubbed onto his neck. Bear with it. When you go back, it's best to have a full body checkup to avoid any lingering aftereffects. Otherwise, you'll blame me again, Sumi said seriously as she applied the ointment to half of his neck. Looking at the fine sweat on the girl's forehead, Linyu showed curiosity. Do you have a grudge against Chi-yoon? So the other person practiced fighting hard just to defeat Chi-yoon? But there is no sign in the data that the two know each other. Do you need a reason to dislike someone? Sumi stood up and tightened the bottle cap. I'm just doing it to better protect myself. Are you really practicing this just to fight others? The tingling sensation from the medicinal oil gradually stimulated the sensory nerves. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. You're right. In another month he definitely won't be a match for you. With her extraordinary talent in another year, Li Yi wouldn't be a match for her either. 1 month. Sumi frowned. She could wait for a month, but the engagement banquet wouldn't be postponed for that long. It seems she will have to train even harder for the next half month. No one can disrupt her plans. All right, it's nothing. You can just go. She put the medicinal oil back into the box, then took a towel to wipe her sweat. As if she suddenly thought of something, she stared straight at the person on the sofa. Aren't you not offering home tutoring services? Lin Yu picked up the mineral water and twisted it open, his expression as usual, just passing by. Upon hearing this, Sumi's eyes flickered slightly as she glanced at the faintly visible back muscles of the other person, then seriously picked up her phone. Didn't you say special services cost extra? How much per time? Give me a number. She never liked to wrong herself, and today she was determined to see what kind of feel those apps had when touched. The man's brows twitched, and he coughed a few times involuntarily, but seeing her serious expression as if discussing a serious business deal. 500,000. He stared at her meaningfully. Sumi frowned hearing such an outrageous price for the first time. Forget it, isn't making money for enjoyment? All right, I'll transfer it to you later. After saying that, she looked down at the other person from above. Are you going to take it off yourself or should I? After thinking for a moment, she stepped forward directly. Forget it, I'll do it myself. As a hand reached over, the man's usually calm expression showed a trace of unease for the first time, clearly not expecting her to be serious. Actually, he still preferred it to be more formal. After all, she was very likely just a recent graduate who hadn't interacted with many men, so her irrational behavior was understandable for the moment. Until that hand shamelessly roamed over his abdomen, he couldn't help but lower his eyelids, hiding the dark color within. The distinctly textured sensation was incredible. Sumi pinched his bulging arm muscles again. Although the 50,000 was a bit expensive, it wasn't easy for him to have built such a good physique. These days no one earns money easily, so it was better not to fuss over it. Great. She patted his back with complete satisfaction, her face full of admiration. All right, you can go now. Lin Yu frowned slightly, seeing that she was simply touching him once. He took a deep breath, suddenly grabbed that slender wrist, a dark current surging in his eyes. You can continue. Their eyes met. Sumi suddenly gave him a slight smile. Guess if I kick you, will you end up in the ICU? The man suddenly stood up, glancing at her eyes out of the corner of his eye. His voice hoarse. This time I'll charge you 500. After speaking, he rubbed his neck and walked straight out the door. Sumi couldn't help but frown. It was the first time she had seen a man drop his price so quickly. Without a doubt, she knew he was casting a long line to catch a big fish, trying to lure her in further and then trick her into investing money. This has always been the routine in the personal training circle. That said, the feel of his abs was indeed good, QQ bouncy and very firm. No wonder he was the top sales champion in the personal training circle. However, she could never be addicted to male charm. Her money was only for herself and definitely not to be spent on men. Of course, today was just an exception. After thinking it over, she still transferred 500,000 to the other party. They had agreed on a certain price, and she never liked these unclear entanglements. A clean transaction was always the best. Just as Lin Yu stepped out of the hotel, he received a transfer notification, but he also saw Zhou Ji at the entrance. The latter seemed to have been waiting there all along, and upon seeing him come out, she warmly approached. Hello, President Lin. The man said nothing, only walked to the roadside, opened a car door and got in. As the car window slowly rolled down, he glanced outside. There are some things I don't want others to mention. I hope Vice President Zhou understands. Sister Zhou immediately nodded. Understood. It's just that the young lady has bipolar disorder. I'm worried she won't be able to handle deception, which could worsen her condition. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Huamao Group is the largest real estate company in the country, and also includes technology research and development such as smart chips. Previously, she had only seen President Lin from a distance at an event, but she never expected that he would be so close to the young lady. A man deliberately using another identity to get close to a woman, what other intentions could he possibly have? If she is the chairwoman, she would definitely be very pleased. After all, if they could form an alliance with Huamao Group, it would surely solve the company's current difficulties. Moreover, General Manager Lin has always been outstanding in ability. He is simply the perfect son-in-law candidate, far better than that unreliable young Master Qi. Mania. The person in the car paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Understood." As the car gradually drove away, Sister Zhou could only turn back to the hotel. She felt that this matter still needed to be reported to the chairman. It was always wise to keep a backup plan. But if she blocked the path ahead, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The car was silent. The assistant, while driving, glanced back and said, "I told you before, Miss Su has seen a psychologist, but the Su family is very tight-lipped about it. Not many people know about this yet." The president had specially come over to act as a sparring partner. Even without thinking, one could understand what that meant. Although Miss Su was good, it was said that this kind of psychological illness had a high genetic possibility. This illness has a high chance of relapse. You should still consider it carefully, the assistant couldn't help but add. And he was worried about the day Miss Su would have an episode and beat the CEO into the operating room. What then? After all, this kind of situation can be guarded against during the day but not at night. People who lack inner security urgently need to increase their own defenses. Lin Yu closed his eyes and leaned back, as if understanding why Sumi was so persistent in practicing martial arts, because no one could protect her, so she had to protect herself. But why did she want to fight Qi Yun? Because Qi Yun was two-timing and deceiving her sister's feelings? But her relationship with Su Ruanruan wasn't that good either. Then, "Are you still going to the Su family's engagement party?" the assistant asked curiously. The carriage fell into silence, and after a long while, a barely audible intake of breath was heard. The person in the back seat rubbed their neck. "Let's go to the hospital first." Oh. After taking a shower and lying back in bed, Sumi rarely went to bed so early. Probably because she had satisfied a long-standing curiosity, she slept especially soundly. It was just that the next day during filming, Changyu was accidentally scratched on the face by an extra's sword. His assistant was screaming again, wanting to call 120, but in the end the staff saw that not even the skin was broken. Within a few days, Changyu had a new assistant by his side. This one was much more normal, and no longer stopped Changyu from taking photos with the extras. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. By the time the female lead and the second male lead had their engagement banquet, she had already flown back to Shanghai a day early. The second male lead must have been furious and eager to regain his standing with her, so she didn't need to deliberately lead him on. He would come to her willingly tomorrow. But late at night, before she even entered the villa, she could already hear laughter and cheerful voices coming from inside. As soon as she stepped in, she saw a few people happily gathered in the living room. The old patriarch was so amused that he could barely keep his mouth closed. Nothing like the high blood pressure flare-up he had shown before. It seemed this was the family's original harmonious atmosphere, and she was the unexpected disruption. So the original owner ended up with emotional knots, constantly wanting to compare herself with the female lead. Because sensitive people only amplify their emotions, and then gradually wear themselves down to the extreme. Miss. The servant at the door suddenly shivered in fear. Hearing the voice, the room suddenly fell silent. Su Ruanyuan abruptly stood up, looking at the person at the door with a face full of hesitation, wanting to say something but afraid of making her angry. Seeing her so cautious, the others actually felt somewhat displeased and were unwilling to even glance at Sumi. It turned out to be several other elders from the Su family, presumably here to discuss the engagement arrangements between the Qi and Su families for tomorrow. Sumi had no intention of greeting them and simply took off her shoes and headed straight upstairs. Seeing this, an elder immediately pointed at her angrily and said, "You? What kind of behavior is that? Truly no manners at all." The others also furrowed their brows and looked meaningfully at Su Zhanan. "If it's confirmed that she has mental issues, then send her abroad for treatment. That way, we won't disgrace the Su family." Just as Sumi was about to go upstairs, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her ears weren't deaf yet. This elder was clearly trying to slap her in the face with his scheming. She suddenly turned around and went downstairs, ignoring the heroine's frightened gaze. Step by step, she approached her great-grandfather, smiling and raising her voice. "Great-grandfather, I see your legs aren't steady anymore. How about I send you abroad for some recuperation?" I've heard the nursing homes there are especially comfortable. Definitely suitable for someone your age. Timing. How can you say such things? The old man raised his hand, pointing at her, while casting a questioning look at Su Zhanan. Look at what your good granddaughter is saying. Are you planning to drive away us useless old men too? No, Grandpa, sister didn't mean that. Su Ruanyuan quickly brought over a cup of tea to explain. Sumi shot the old man a sideways glance. No, you're useless? Why don't you hurry up and make some space? Who are you showing off your old age to every day here? Still talking about Su family rules and upbringing? Even the eunuchs in the palace aren't as strict as you. What, does our family have a throne to inherit? Well, I'm also a legitimate direct descendant of the Su family, and you're just a bastard born to the great-grandfather. To put it nicely, I call you Grandpa. To put it bluntly, you're all illegitimate branches who can't be seen in the light. How dare you boss me around here? The old man has gotten old, and it seems he's lost all shame. In an instant, several elderly men were so furious their faces turned bright red. They pointed at her for a long time but didn't utter a single word, their arms trembling as if they might lose their breath at any moment. Even though they had already witnessed this young lady's temper at this moment, the surrounding servants still dared not breathe loudly. Their shock at the young lady had once again reached a new level. Su Zhanan only felt his blood pressure soaring straight up, his head starting to buzz, and he could no longer clearly hear what the people around him were saying. Grandpa, take your medicine quickly. Su Ruanyuan promptly brought the blood pressure medication. These old men were all more venomous than one another, yet they were all more fragile than one another. Sumi didn't want to cause a fatal incident, so she decisively turned and went upstairs. She was just speaking the truth, so why should she have to endure and yield when others insulted her? There's no such logic in the world. These old men were just used to acting arrogantly because of their age, thinking that since they had high blood pressure and heart disease, others should yield to them. What, who doesn't have some illness? What if she hears these remarks? What if she loses her mind for a moment and commits suicide? Knowing full well that she has bipolar disorder, these old men still provoke her like this. If this isn't malicious, then what is? They even want to send her abroad for treatment. By the time she returns, the company shares will all be divided. These old men are more calculating than anyone else. Being so good to the female lead is simply because they find her easy to manipulate, and she has the Chi family backing her. As for their own biological child who is sick, they definitely see no value in an alliance marriage in the future, so naturally they look down on her no matter how you see it. She felt that she was still too kind. She should have scolded a little longer just now. As soon as she returned to her room, Sumi saw a light green sheer strapless evening gown laid out on the bed. The texture of the dress was very good. Just touching it, she could feel it was distinctly different from ordinary dresses. It must have been prepared by her mother, who surely thought she was too busy filming to get these things ready herself. Bang bang. The door suddenly rang. She immediately went to open it and saw her mother standing at the doorway holding a box, a kind smile on her face. Those grandfathers of yours are just like that. Whenever they see a younger generation member, they have to say a few words of teaching. If you have any grievances, tell Mom it's the same. How is it? Do the clothes Mom prepared for you fit well? Sue's mother smiled as she walked in. Her daughter had always been very gentle. If others didn't provoke her, she definitely wouldn't get angry. It must have been something those old men said that caused her daughter to lose control of her condition. Thinking of Su Ruanyuan, who was still busy showing filial piety, she inexplicably felt a bit displeased. Knowing that Mimi had a psychological illness, yet the other party still stayed at the Su family. If this isn't adding trouble, then what is? It's quite nice, but I don't really like this style, Sumi said, standing by the bed and examining the fresh and elegant evening gown. How could this kind of dress suit her? It's like getting your hair pulled during a fight. If someone steps on the hem of the dress, wouldn't everything be exposed? It's all my fault, I forgot to ask what style you liked, Sue's mother said with a look of guilt. Why don't you take a look at other styles? I can have them sent over overnight. Sumi shook her head. No need? I'll just wear my usual clothes. After all, tomorrow isn't my engagement. If I dress too formally, it might overshadow the main event. Seeing her daughter so considerate of others, Sue's mother touched her head with a complicated look. Silly child, you think so much for Ruan, but she might not think the same for you. Tomorrow is also your first public appearance, so you should dress nicely. That way, you can show everyone that you are the legitimate young lady of the Su family. Sumi frowned slightly, although what her mother said made sense compared to the luck value. The title of the Su family's young lady was just an illusory honor. If the plot couldn't be changed, She would still be kicked out as the young lady. Beautiful dresses can be worn anytime, but such a good opportunity? It's not something that comes around often. My wardrobe is already full of gowns, don't worry. I know how to dress myself. I'm not a child, so there's no need for you to worry about this, she said with a smile. Seeing that she had her own opinions, Sue's mother didn't say much more. She just opened the box in her hand and said, "This was given to me by your grandmother. Mom is getting old and this style no longer suits her. It's more suitable for someone young like you." Inside the box was a ruby necklace, clearly valuable at first glance. Sumi immediately pushed it back seriously. "This is something your mother gave you, how can I accept it? This is the dowry, carrying the blessings of the elders for the younger generation. I definitely can't take it. Silly child, after your mother is gone, these things will sooner or later be yours. Why do you keep saying such foolish things?" Sue's mother said with a look of indulgence. Sumi felt a slight stir in her heart but still did not take it. Instead, she stepped forward and hugged her mother. "Then wait until I get engaged in the future. It's not too late for you to give it to me then. For now, the plot hasn't changed yet. Only when the storyline changes can she truly breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, everything is just an illusion." This was the first time the daughter had gotten close to her, and Sumu's eyes involuntarily grew a little moist. She hugged her daughter and gently patted her head. "All right, when you get engaged in the future, Mom will give it to you." No matter who her daughter liked, as long as the person truly treated her well, she definitely wouldn't be overly picky. As for an arranged marriage, that was absolutely impossible. She could never entrust her daughter's lifelong happiness to a business transaction. Said a few more words again, and after sending the person out, Sumi also opened her own wardrobe. There were indeed many evening dresses, but basically none suited her well. But it didn't matter anymore. It was the same no matter what she wore, after all, it wasn't her engagement. Actually, she could also sense that the female lead was a very conflicted person. Although she appeared kind and well-behaved, she was actually quite troubled as well. After all, everyone has two sides and everyone harbors selfishness. Even though she knew the male lead was delaying breaking off the engagement with the Hwa family, the female lead still chose to have a secret affair with him. Of course, she knew this was wrong, but every time she would be coaxed back by the male lead. She also knew this was unfair to the second male lead, but she didn't dare to resist the old man's arranged marriage for her. She knew staying with the Sue family wasn't good, but she still chose to stay. Yet at the same time, she kept telling herself that this was wrong. When a person's words and actions don't match, especially when they hurt others, it's easy for people to label them as a white lotus, because it looks like they say one thing but do another. However, no one is perfect, and defining a person purely by good or evil is inaccurate, because everyone's perspective is different. Perhaps the female lead truly does give selflessly to others. But compared to the female lead, the male lead is actually more disgusting. It seems like he only has eyes for the female lead, but if he were really so devoted, why hasn't he broken off the engagement with the third female lead? If it's inconvenient to tell others, at least he should have told his own younger brother, so he could have cut off his brother's obsession with the female lead in time. But he actually just watched his own brother get engaged to the female lead. And yet he can still be the male lead? Sure enough, with a different perspective, the viewpoints all change. She now just feels like everyone is abnormal. But the most abnormal of all is the second male lead. It's truly unimaginable that such a huge fool could exist in the world. Although she had been on the plane for so long, she still didn't rest immediately. Instead, she went to the gym next door to work out for another 2 hours. The male lead always looked down on and refused to talk to the original female lead, which made her feel increasingly inferior and believe that everyone looked down on her. If she runs into that show-off this time, she'll definitely slap him first to see if he's really mute. She went to bed at 11 at night, and the next day she slept until noon without anyone waking her. Outside, it was so quiet it didn't feel like the young lady was about to get engaged. After washing up, she casually changed into some casual clothes and opened the door, just in time to bump into a servant carrying tea. The servant's expression immediately changed, and he quickly lowered his head in fright. "Sorry, miss, I didn't mean to wake you." Sumi didn't say a word. She just saw the people downstairs bustling about, moving something. It seemed to be a sandalwood screen sent by the Sue family, looking very elegant and refined. Watching them tiptoe around as if afraid of disturbing someone, the old man suffers from severe insomnia and usually wakes up at 6 o'clock. At this time, the only one not awake is probably herself. When she first arrived here, these servants almost seemed to have their eyes on the top of their heads, focusing all their attention on talking to the female lead. Now they have realized their own status. Sure enough, as long as a person keeps acting crazy, no one will bother her. After coming to the first floor, she didn't say much, just went to the dining room to find something to eat. The servants respectfully offered to cook a new meal for her, since it was about time for lunch. The engagement banquet didn't start until the afternoon. The old man and the others had probably already gone to the hotel to entertain the guests. Sumi still decided to eat at home first before going to the hotel. After all, she probably wouldn't get to eat at the banquet later. Hearing that she was going to the hotel, the butler stood there hesitating, wanting to say something but holding back. For the first time in his life, he spoke up. "Aren't you going to change your clothes?" Sumi sipped her milk and walked out the front door by herself. "I'm afraid of the cold. When I get cold, I tend to get emotionally agitated." Upon hearing this, the butler immediately shut his mouth and said nothing, instead being the first to open the car door for her. As a union between two prestigious families, the event was naturally extravagant beyond words. The most luxurious hotels in the city had already been fully booked, and outside were a sea of luxury cars, with elegantly refined noblewomen stepping out. Sumi, dressed in casual clothes, was accompanied by the butler all the way up to the 6th floor. At the door, the original owner's fourth uncle and aunt were receiving guests. Seeing her come in like this, the disdain in their eyes was unmistakably clear. Without greeting them, Sumi walked straight inside. The two behind couldn't help but mutter, "I told you she had issues with her brain. Really treating this place like a countryside banquet? Showing up dressed like that. If I had a daughter like her, I'd have sent her far away long ago, just to avoid embarrassing the Su family. Forget it, why bother arguing with a lunatic? After all, the disgrace isn't ours." Hearing the voice, the butler became even more nervous, staring intently at Sumi, afraid she would have another episode. Today, the old master had specifically instructed him to stay close to the eldest young lady at all times. If her condition flared up, he was to immediately take her away. For this reason, the old master had specially hired mercenaries from abroad. It's better to be safe than sorry, especially since the eldest young lady's skills were truly intimidating. However, Sumi did not argue with the two men. Instead, she found a spot to sit and eat dessert, paying no mind to the strange looks from those around her. Everyone was dressed in elegant Chinese attire, but she stood out conspicuously, looking neither like a server nor a guest. "Where is my bodyguard?" Sumi suddenly looked at the butler. The latter's face stiffened, and as he spoke, he lowered his head. "You have now entered the entertainment industry. The old master is worried about your safety, so he replaced your bodyguards with a more professional team." What does professional mean? This is what professional means. Obviously, the old man was worried about his precious granddaughter causing trouble at her engagement party, but when it came out of the butler's mouth, it sounded different. After all, he was a top-notch butler, not like some people who only know how to spew nonsense everywhere. She knew the old man was just there to make things harder for her, but it didn't matter. It was always like this, batch after batch. "I heard this is the daughter the Su family just got back. She can't seriously think that dressing so shabby will attract attention, can she?" That's hard to say. No matter how well you dress, you can't compare to Su Ruan. It's better to take a different approach. Maybe she even thinks she's clever. This kind of fool really cracks me up. Faint voices came from not far away. Sumi looked up and saw several people glancing her way from time to time, each dressed in luxurious evening gowns, holding wine glasses with elegant postures, but their eyes and brows were full of disdain. Ding! Key plot triggered. Sumi frowned. What she hated most was someone disrupting her overall plan. But she had anticipated this. The original owner had been subjected to cold stares at this engagement party. Already insecure, and with everyone praising the female lead, how could the original owner not have psychological knots? Seeing Sumi suddenly stand up, the butler's heart skipped a beat. "Mista!" Casually taking 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter's tray, Sumi walked straight over to the group, then smiled and said, "Were you just talking about me?" Seeing that she actually dared to come over and confront them, the group exchanged glances, but none of them were flustered at all. A girl wearing a goose-yellow evening gown shrugged indifferently. "What are you talking about here?" The others all chuckled softly, their eyes filled with even stronger ridicule. Sumi tilted the wine glass directly over the head of the girl in the yellow dress. "Take this. Eat shit." The cold wine flowed down from the top of her head, and the girl froze on the spot. Her originally delicate makeup now showed a crack, her elegant posture suddenly collapsed, and only a pair of eyes stared fiercely at Sumi, clearly not expecting her to dare treat her like this. She, who had never been treated like this before, slapped her on the spot. But before the slap could land, her wrist was suddenly grabbed, and instead, a burning pain came sharply to her face with a smack. "You! How can you hit someone?" another girl said, looking at her with a face full of anger. The people around also looked over, sensing the commotion, especially after hearing that Sumi was the daughter the Su family had just found. Their gossiping interest grew even stronger. "So what if I hit her? Do you think I don't treat everyone equally?" Sumi's eyes shifted, and with a smack, she slapped her face again. "How about that? Satisfied now?" Never had anyone seen such a wild and rude shrew. The two of them were so angry they didn't care about etiquette. They directly picked up their wine glasses and were about to splash it at her. Sumi immediately dodged to the left, and the wine suddenly splashed onto a girl standing behind watching the commotion. The latter's expression also changed, clearly not expecting such an unexpected disaster. In an instant, the two girls could only grit their teeth and glare at Sumi. "You uncultured wild girl. You're not even worth a single strand of Roro's hair. No wonder the Chi family would rather have a fake than you. People like you wouldn't turn into a phoenix, even if you had chicken feathers." Words just fell, and then several glasses of champagne were splashed onto the two faces. The passing waiter looked helplessly at the empty glasses on the tray. "I was originally a phoenix. Only you need to stick feathers on a chicken. I think you are artificially bred chickens for wholesale, unable to fly, only clucking all day. I was wondering why it was so noisy today. Turns out a whole flock from a breeding farm came in." Sumi ended up pouring all the champagne on the two people's faces, and the latter could no longer care about anything else, angrily trying to grab her hair. Until their abdomens were suddenly pushed. The two fell to the ground in pain, gasping for breath, their disheveled appearance nowhere near the elegant posture they had just now. Having grown up like this, they had never suffered such a loss before. At this moment, they wished they could tear Sumi's mouth apart. The others watching the commotion quickly backed away, fearing they would get caught in the crossfire. Normal people don't have such skills, and they're so quick too. I originally thought this eldest Miss Su from the Su family was just a rude wild girl, but no one expected her to be such a fighter. But today is the engagement banquet between the Chi and Su families. No matter what, it's definitely wrong to start a fight. Or could it be that this eldest Miss Su has a grudge against that Su Ruanyuan and is deliberately causing trouble? Hurry and help the two of them to the back room. The butler quickly called over several female attendants. Probably having seen Sumi's temper before, he actually felt that everything happening now was still within an acceptable range. "Stinky girl. You. Just you wait." Two girls, clutching their stomachs, were helped up by someone. It seemed they had never been so humiliated in public before, and their eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Ding! Host's luck value plus 20. Hearing the mechanical voice in her mind, Sumi had long anticipated this. This level of madness only earned this much luck value. But even a mosquito is meat. She was completely forced into this. Who told these two to speak ill of others? They should have kept their distance. Perhaps they deliberately spoke at this distance so she could hear, to see if she was a pushover. If she remained silent, these people would become even more reckless in the future. After all, the female lead was protected by the male lead and the second male lead, and the original character had no friends. Facing this kind of exclusion would only cause her mental exhaustion. Thinking this way, she suddenly felt that she had been too gentle just now. But the person had already walked far away, so she could only go to the restroom to wash her hands, which were sticky with wine stains. Everything happened too quickly. Some people hadn't even had time to watch the commotion before dispersing. However, when they heard that the daughter recently brought back by the Su family had no manners at all, one by one they began to mock her again. It didn't take much thought to understand what was going on. If she were a proper and well-behaved young lady, would the Chi family ignore their legitimate daughter and insist on marrying a fake? Ignoring the various gazes around her, Sumi made her way to the restroom and found the butler still standing diligently outside, as if afraid she might fall ill even while washing her hands. If he wants to follow, then let him follow. Not long after entering the restroom, another girl in a purple strapless evening gown came in. She looked elegant and delicate, seemingly young, but exuded a calm and steady demeanor beyond her years. As if just touching up her makeup, the girl glanced at the mirror and suddenly caught sight of her out of the corner of her eye. "Miss Su." After Sumi finished washing her hands, she dried them with the tissue she had brought herself, then looked at her and said, "Miss Hua, do you have something to discuss?" From the moment the other person walked in, she knew who it was, because Huaxian was very similar to the description in the original work, possessing an innate noble and refined lady's aura. Even the female lead felt ashamed in her presence. Their eyes met and Huoxian suddenly smiled meaningfully. Ordinary people only see what they believe, not realizing that this is the most foolish behavior. Just like how outsiders think the eldest Miss Su is vulgar and unrefined, lacking any manners, not knowing that some people are wise and seeming foolish, and those who only judge by appearances are the real fools. Miss Hua, why not just say it directly? My patience has never been very good, Sumi said, glancing at the time. Hearing this, Huoxian simply closed her makeup mirror. I just wanted to make friends with Miss Su, that's all. They exchanged a glance, and Sumi smiled without saying a word, then turned and walked away. Some people just like to take what doesn't belong to them. Such people should return to their rightful place, shouldn't they? Hearing the voice behind her, Sumi suddenly turned around. At this moment she was not surprised at all, because in the original story, the third female lead also wanted to team up with the original protagonist against the female lead. But compared to the original protagonist, the third female lead's ending was even more tragic. Because she was suspected of kidnapping the female lead, she was eventually locked up in the police station and tortured every day, dying within a month. As for how she died, of course you have to ask the male lead. How could he ever let someone who bullied the female lead go? So people like this are truly disgusting. They don't like others but still give them false hope, delaying the cancellation of the engagement. After using others to achieve their goals, they turn their backs and deny knowing them. They are even more nauseating than his younger brother. I'm not quite sure what Miss Hua means. She was silent for a moment. If you mean my sister and Mr. Gee, then I don't understand why you haven't called off the engagement, knowing full well that he has a thing with Su Ruan. With Miss Hua's background, she shouldn't be short of talented young men who like her. Or do you just believe in love that much? They were all part of the same group going to the police station, and the other party didn't know the plot, so she just gave a word of advice. Otherwise, she didn't like to meddle. To ruin oneself like that over a man, no matter how you look at it, is like playing a winning hand terribly badly. Seeing that she actually knew about Qi Yun and Su Ruan, a flicker of surprise passed through Huoxian's eyes, but she quickly stepped forward, looking at her calmly. Miss Su, you're still young. Actually, all men in this world are the same, eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. The outside is always fresher, especially when it comes to a wealthy and powerful man. Who can guarantee that without Su Ruan it won't happen? Someone else? All I want is the position that originally belongs to me. If some people try to covet what belongs to me, I naturally need to let her know the price of greed. Their eyes met and she smiled faintly. I thought we would have a lot of common topics. Looking at the outstretched hand, Sumi did not take it, but simply looked at her eyes coldly. Miss Hua, I'm afraid you are mistaken. There are many things in this world worth my hard work and struggle, but men are not one of them. After saying that, she walked straight out of the restroom. Her own storyline had not changed yet, and she had no ability to meddle in other people's affairs anymore. Let those people sort out their own tangled love and hate. A man who eats from the bowl but looks at the pot? What use is such a man? Of course, he should be taken in one way and sent out another. Mista? The chairman is waiting for you over there. The butler at the door immediately came over. Sumi responded with an "oh," then followed through the magnificent hall, arriving at the very center of the crowd. As if seeing her, Sumin waved repeatedly. Mimi, why aren't you coming over quickly? Seeing the girl so simple, the other's gazes also grew more meaningful. At this moment, Su Ruanyuan was wearing a light red off-shoulder dress, with a sapphire necklace around her neck. Under the lights, she looked like a princess from a fairy tale, captivating everyone's attention. When she saw Sumi, she was about to speak but immediately closed her mouth, as if she knew the other party probably didn't want to hear what she had to say. This is Uncle Huang, Aunt Huang and Uncle Yang. Hurry up and call them, Sumin said, pulling her daughter's arm and introducing them one by one. Although he didn't understand his daughter's outfit today, he didn't dare to have any thoughts about it. As long as his daughter was happy, why bother with other people's opinions? Uncle Huang, Aunt Huang, Uncle Yang. Sumi nodded slightly to each of them. However, the other members of the Su family couldn't help but show suspicion in their eyes. How did this wild girl suddenly become normal? Could it be that all the psychological illnesses were fake, and in reality this wild girl was just spoiled and unruly? What a distinctive girl, her eyes are exactly like your father's, a middle-aged woman immediately praised. Others also joined in. Yes, you can tell at a glance that she is Mr. Su's daughter. Hearing these words, Su Ruan suddenly lowered her head slowly, her fingers gently tugging at the hem of her skirt. The first time he took his daughter out, the joy seemed to surpass the alliance between the Qi and Su families. Sumin kept waving his hand modestly, only saying that if it weren't for his daughter being reluctant to leave her family, he would have sent her abroad to study long ago, so she could return earlier to inherit the family business. Everyone seemed to notice that he still favored his biological daughter more. And of course they all chimed in, saying that Sumi was truly a well-behaved and filial good child. Only the others in the Su family almost rolled their eyes. Well-behaved and sensible? What do those words have to do with this wild girl? Inherit the family business? This wild girl deserves that? She'll probably lose it all by the next day. Chairman Chi has arrived. A commotion arose in the crowd. A few members of the Chi family made their way through the people, heading straight toward Su Min. Before they even got close, a hand was already extended. Sorry, I just went to see Old Master Su, so I'm late. I heard Old Master Su isn't feeling well, so I specially brought some traditional tonic herbs and have already handed them to Madame Su. That's very thoughtful of you, father-in-law. Su Min grasped the other's hand, and both of them smiled happily. Only Chi Shi stared intently at the girl who looked like a princess. The thought that he was going to be engaged to Soft today made it hard for him to contain his inner joy. Until his gaze landed on Sumi beside him, the handsome face instantly darkened, probably remembering the occasion, and immediately masked the disgust. Uncle Su, long time no see. Chi Yun politely extended his hand. Su Min immediately shook his hand, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If only Chi Yun hadn't gotten engaged to the Hua family, how wonderful it would be. Then their two families could share even more joy. Father-in-law is really lucky. Now he doesn't have to interfere in company matters at all, and can just enjoy a peaceful life at home. He couldn't help but sigh. As the male lead, Chi Yun indeed had more presence than Chi Shi, and his looks were slightly better, probably because of the male lead aura. He could always be spotted at a glance in a crowd. But Sumi just felt disgusted. This kind of scumbag could only pollute her eyes. Soft little sister. Chi Yun cast his gaze toward the girl over there, a flicker of possessiveness flashing in his dark pupils. The latter lowered her head and softly responded. Chi Yun brother. At first glance, the two might not seem very familiar with each other. I have to say, their surface act is indeed well done. No wonder they fooled the second male lead, such a big fool. Alright, it's about time. Let's take our seats. Chi's father hurriedly waved to the others. Sumi followed and came to the 9th floor. By now, seats had been arranged both inside and outside, and as a direct member of the Su family, she naturally sat at the main table. Although the old man had a hypertensive episode from anger yesterday, he was still in good spirits today to attend the female lead's engagement banquet. Unfortunately, the male lead happened to sit right next to her and didn't greet her at all from start to finish, just like in the original story. But she ignored it too. Later, she would definitely make him scream in agony. Soft, you really look beautiful today. What virtue or ability does our Chi family have to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law? Chi's mother held Su Ruinsoft's hand, unable to stop praising her. As if thinking of something, she politely glanced at Sumi. Mimi is also a beauty in the making, and the father-in-law is so lucky to have two such sensible and well-behaved daughters. It's truly enviable. Hearing this, Chi Shi suddenly sneered coldly, and again couldn't hide the disgust on his face. How can she be compared to Ruinsoft? Brother Chi. Su Ruinsoft suddenly shouted loudly with a hint of urgency on her face. Don't talk nonsense. Sister is excellent. Much more excellent than me. Seeing that she was so afraid of this woman, it was clear she had been bullied quite a bit. Chi Shi couldn't help but clench his fist slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Sister Su is indeed very outstanding. She used to work as a stand-in in a drama crew to help support her foster family. Such character is truly rare and precious. Su's mother and the others went to greet the guests. Sumi ate by herself, suddenly feeling like laughing. This fool probably thought this would embarrass her, right? This attack power is just like him, completely ineffective. It seems Brother Chi is very concerned about me, even asking about my past. This won't do. You are Ruan's fiancé. How can you be inquiring about other women? If Ruan heard this, how sad she would be, she said seriously. Upon hearing this, Chi Shi's eyes immediately changed, and he nervously looked at Su Ruan. Ruan, don't listen to her sowing discord. I just happened to overhear Big Brother mention it. Sumi again cast her gaze at the male lead. Oh, so it turns out Brother Chida is investigating my private matters. I heard you already have a fiancé, yet you're still prying into other people's private affairs. That might not be appropriate. If Miss Hua finds out, how upset she would be. Stop talking nonsense here. That's outrageous. Chi Shi clenched his fists in anger. Chi's mother immediately glared at him. signaling him not to lose his temper here. Miss Sue's excellence doesn't need to be deliberately investigated. It's naturally known to everyone, Chi-yoon said indifferently. Sumi again. She took a sip of tea, then picked up some food for herself. I just said that Brother Chi and Miss Hwa must be deeply in love. How could they do such a thing? I wonder when Brother Chi and Miss Hwa's wedding date is? Soft, and I can prepare a gift for you. Hearing this, Su Rwan-swan suddenly lowered her head and picked up her chopsticks to take some food, her expression instantly darkening. Seeing this, Chi-yoon's gaze also turned cold. Miss Su seems to be very concerned about other people's matters. Of course I care. Rwan is my little sister, and I can't stand anyone bullying her. Saying this, she again cast her gaze toward Chi-shi. Rwan is the apple of our family's eye. I believe Brother Chi-shi isn't the kind of beast who would mess around behind his fiancée's back. Clatter! Someone's chopsticks dropped, and everyone simultaneously looked at the pale-faced Su Rwan, who didn't know why she was so colorless, her hands trembling even as she tried to pick up the chopsticks. Mimi, how can you talk to President Chi like that? You don't understand any manners at all. Aren't you just making a fool of our families? The third branch of the Su family said displeased. Then she looked apologetically at Chi's mother. Really embarrassing. Mimi has never been taught since she was little, so it's inevitable that she doesn't understand manners. Madam Chi, please don't take offense. No problem. Young people communicate like this. Maybe it's just that we don't understand. Madam Chi smiled faintly. Chi-shi, however, glared at her sarcastically. Stop pretending here. Rwan doesn't have a sister like you. Ding. Key plot triggered. Don't. Su Rwan-yuan's face grew even worse. She didn't expect him to say something like that, and she looked at Sumi with even more concern. Brother Chi didn't mean anything else, sister. Please don't misunderstand. Rwan-yun, you're just too kind. I told you I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Chi-shi took her hand naturally. Glancing at their joined hands, Chi-yoon couldn't help but lower his eyes to hide the turbulent emotions within. Sumi scanned the dishes on the table, his expression dark. It seems none of you want to eat, so then none of you should eat. She grabbed the tablecloth and gave it a strong pull, causing all the dishes on the table to crash and shatter onto the floor. In an instant, Su Min, who was nearby greeting a business partner, immediately looked over. Seeing the mess on the floor, his heart skipped a beat and he hurried over. Su Zhenan, who was catching up with an old friend, changed his expression even more and quickly called the butler. Quick! Take her away! Verbal fight. A trace of panic appeared on the butler's face. He hurriedly picked up the call device to summon the bodyguards, but before he could finish speaking, he saw young Master Chi air being kicked like an arc, flying from one end to another table. Food, wine, and water all splattered over him. We are not related by blood, so she certainly doesn't deserve to call me sister. Why are you still protecting her? Sumi bent down and grabbed Chi-shi's short hair, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What kind of trash like you can protect her? Relying on that mouth smeared with glycerin suppository. What can trash like you do besides spewing crap all day? Last time I didn't kick the water out of your brain, and now you're here spouting nonsense again. I'll make you shut up. Before Chi-shi could throw a punch, his abdomen was suddenly kicked hard. A sharp pain shot through his left cheek, followed immediately by a heavy punch to his right cheek, as if hitting the nasal bone, causing blood to splatter from his nose. He gradually shifted from resisting to protecting his head, even though his anger was raging at this moment. He didn't know where the other person got the strength from. After one punch, it felt like his face was shattered. The commotion here disturbed everyone at the banquet, and they all turned to look at the excitement. But they only saw young Master Chi air being pinned to the ground and beaten by Miss Su from the Su family. Although no one knew why this sudden change happened, just looking at the size difference between the two made it unbelievable. Or could it be that the young master has become so weak now, he actually can't even beat a little girl? This. Chi's mother was also stunned by this sudden change, but the next moment she was firmly grabbed and dragged outside. Relatives, don't go over there. She's just a lunatic. The third branch of the Su family hurriedly held her back, and Sumi's eyes were filled with fear. Brother Chi. Seeing Chi-shi beaten up like this, Su Rwan immediately lifted her skirt and stepped forward to stop it, but the next moment she was pulled back by Chi-yoon, who unconsciously shielded her behind him, his gaze fixed on the bodyguards behind. Noticing someone approaching from behind, Sumi suddenly tilted her head, instinctively striking the opponent's abdomen with a horizontal elbow, then followed up with a sweeping leg that knocked the person to the ground. In an instant, a tall bodyguard fell heavily to the ground. Not only was the person involved shocked, but the people around also doubted their own eyes. This? No matter how you look at it, seemed impossible. Seeing this scene, a more dangerous look appeared in Chi-yun's eyes. The bearded big man behind him also stepped forward, trying to control Sumi. President Chi, please stop them. Our family matters will be handled by ourselves. No need for others to interfere. Su-min looked at Chi-yun with burning eyes. The latter calmly glanced at his younger brother. He hit Xiaoxi, so this is no longer just a Su family matter. Sister was just impulsive for a moment. It was all because brother Chi she spoke too harshly. This has nothing to do with sister. You will hurt sister. Su Ruanran anxiously grabbed his arm tightly. Looking into each other's eyes, Chi-yun looked at the girl meaningfully. But she will also hurt you. I won't let anyone hurt you. This sentence was very soft, so soft that Su Ruanswan was the only one in the entire banquet hall who heard it. Upon hearing it, her face immediately turned pale, and she couldn't help but look anxiously in Sumi's direction. But the next moment, a figure suddenly crashed over. It was none other than the burly bearded man from just now. The latter? Clutching her abdomen, she stared in disbelief at the girl opposite her, clearly never having expected the other to have such explosive power. It was simply unfathomable. In an instant, the bodyguards accompanying Chi-yun swarmed over, and the people around quickly stepped back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. As a hand suddenly reached out toward her, Sumi instinctively blocked it with her arm, then executed a spinning side kick that fiercely knocked the person back several steps. She had already learned how to exert force properly, which made the pain inflicted greater and the impact stronger. Now with one kick she could break a wrist-thick tree branch. That's the secret of Muay Thai. A top Muay Thai fighter can even break a thigh-thick tree branch with a kick. If she didn't slap that show-off's mouth today, she would feel like she had wasted all her hard training over the years. Seeing her move so swift, the other bodyguards didn't dare to take it lightly either. After glancing at Chi-yun and confirming no need to hold back, each clenched their fists and immediately attacked Sumi. Sumi quickly leaned back to dodge. Then the opponent launched a straight hook punch to her abdomen. She swiftly raised her leg to intercept, followed by a strong left and right straight punch attack. Taking advantage of one bodyguard retreating repeatedly, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, suddenly stepped on a stool and flew forward with an elbow strike at Chi-yun, who could only block with bent arms, still tightly protecting Su Ruan behind him with one hand. Until suddenly a shadow appeared before his eyes, and as the shadow grew larger, a strong smell of earth suddenly hit his mouth. The force was so great that even he took a few steps back. President! The bodyguards' faces changed drastically, and they angrily looked at Sumi, who had actually launched a sneak attack. For a moment they couldn't care about anything else and all drew wooden sticks from their waists as if ready to get serious. Brother Chi. Su Ruanruan was also frightened, her breath trembling, especially when she saw the shoe print on Chi-yun's mouth. She held her breath and dared not make a sound. The person frowned deeply, staring coldly at Sumi over there. It was the first time in his life that he had been hit, and by a woman no less. Logically, this was absolutely impossible, yet he really hadn't reacted at all to that strike just now. Good, having this kind of woman around Ruan is definitely a disaster. Stop! Everyone stop! Su Zhenan stomped his cane. When they saw Chi-yun wave his hand, the bodyguards all covered their faces and stomachs and retreated together. At this moment they felt that they probably couldn't keep this job. Letting their boss be publicly slapped in the face. Doesn't that just prove they're all useless? But who would have thought that the eldest Miss Su could actually have such skills? It was simply unbelievable. The others were even more stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief, even forgetting why Sumi was fighting Chi-shi. Their minds were filled only with the fact that Sumi had kicked Chi-yun in the face despite being surrounded by so many professional bodyguards. This eldest Miss Su didn't seem like someone from the countryside. She seemed more like she came from the battlefield, so strong it made people break out in a sweat. Mimi, are you okay? Are you hurt? Su's mother hurried over, looking her up and down carefully. I'm fine. Sumi smiled faintly, then turned her gaze to the bruised and battered Chi-shi. He provoked me first. I treat young Master Chi as a guest, but he kept insisting that I bullied my sister and repeatedly insulted me. Since no one in the Chi family teaches him how to speak properly, I naturally need to teach him some manners. Saying that, she stepped forward and under everyone's watchful eyes, kicked him hard. Kid, remember to keep your mouth shut the next time you see me. If I catch you spouting nonsense again, I'll smash your mouth. Chi-shi, already covered in wounds, immediately fell down but was carefully helped up by his mother, who then glared at Sumi with eyes full of fury. Sumi glanced at Chi-yun again. I always thought she was mute, but it turns out he can talk. Seeing me and not even greeting me, what does he think he is? I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you and your useless little brother are both good for nothings. Next time I see you acting mute around me, I'll beat your mouth just like I did your brother's. After speaking, ignoring Chi-yun's sullen expression, she walked out of the banquet hall with great composure, and the people around her automatically made way. Only the other members of the Su family had faces full of mixed emotions. Crazy, this wild girl really has gone mad. Huixian's elegant and ethereal face also showed a hint of surprise, but seeing Chi-yun over there, she immediately walked over. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Yes, Brother Chi. Your lips seem swollen. Sumi timidly let go of his hand. She has already asked Brother Chi not to speak like that. Sister has psychological issues and definitely can't handle such stimulation. Who would have thought it would still turn out like this? It's all because of herself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escalated to this. She even caused Brother Chi-yun to get kicked, but she remembered that Brother Chi-yun had also trained. How could even sister not stop it? Sorry, please don't be angry. It's all that wild girl's fault. She's just crazy. From now on, you must keep far away if you see her. Otherwise, she goes mad whenever she sees someone. She's practically insane. The third branch of the Su family hurriedly explained. The engagement banquet turned into such a mess. All because of that wild girl. From now on, their Su family would become the laughingstock of the entire circle. It's nothing. Chi's mother quickly had someone help her son to the hospital, then looked apologetically at Su's mother. It's all my fault for poor discipline. Xiaoxi has been spoiled by me. To say those things at such an occasion, no wonder Mimi got angry. When we get home, I will definitely give him a good scolding. Grandpa! Suddenly, Su Runyuan's soft voice came from behind. Everyone turned to look, only to see Su Zhenan lying stiffly on the ground. In an instant, the entire banquet hall descended into chaos again. Ding! Host's luck value plus 100. After leaving the hotel, Sumi noticed that it had started raining outside. For some reason, the butler did not follow. Looking at the pouring rain outside, she felt extremely refreshed. The annoyance was that she hadn't slapped the pretender a few more times. He was still showing off in front of everyone in the courtyard, thinking he was so cool and impressive, but it turned out to be nothing special. She knew that the triple flying kick in midair wouldn't be blocked by the opponent. After all, even the coach, a world champion, couldn't stop it, let alone the male lead. But she couldn't defeat all the professional bodyguards, so she could only take the chance to kick the mouth first. So she still needed to train hard. Next time, the male lead would definitely be more cautious, and going crazy probably wouldn't be so easy. However, after brewing for so long, gaining 100 luck points was not bad. There were still several key plot points ahead, and as long as she firmly grasped the opportunities, it wouldn't be surprising if she could surpass the female lead after a few more attempts. Does Miss Su need to go to the hospital? Suddenly, an umbrella was held overhead. Sumi slowly turned her head and saw a tall man standing beside her, dressed in a black custom-made suit, with a gentle and warm smile on his face. A piece of text suddenly appeared in her mind. His appearance was like a ray of light, making Sumi feel that someone cared about her. I didn't expect that I had already disrupted the plot development, and the villain actually went out of their way to offer warmth. As long as the luck value doesn't surpass the female leads, no matter what, the plot will still follow its original trajectory. Sumi kept smiling. Why would I go to the hospital? Indeed, it was at this moment that the villain took advantage of the opportunity and infiltrated the original character's heart. For someone lacking love, having even one person willing to care for and approach them amidst everyone's disdainful gazes was enough to make the original character's heartstrings tremble. Later, under the villain's manipulation, the original character betrayed company secrets, nearly causing the company to go bankrupt. Yet the villain ignored the original character, as from beginning to end, they were only using them. So, in other words, the men in this text are each more disgusting than the last. Your hand is injured. Pei Yun looked down at her scraped left hand. Sumi turned around and slapped him across the face with a smile. Get lost. Taking the umbrella handed to her by the hotel staff, she strode into the rain, smoothly got into the car, and the vehicle quickly drove away from the hotel. Feeling the lingering pain on his left cheek, Pei Yun suddenly smiled, his gaze fixed intently on the direction where the car disappeared. President, are you alright? That Sumi really is crazy, completely ungrateful. Should I teach her a lesson? The assistant crept closer with a sinister look. Pei Yun glanced at him sideways. How do you plan to teach her a lesson? Of course, by sending someone. The assistant suddenly choked. As if recalling the scenes from the banquet hall just now, his expression turned colorful for a moment. I can find a professional assassin. No matter how tough that brat is, one dose of anesthetic, and she'll be obediently at someone's mercy. Pei-yun squinted slightly. And then, he raised his hand and patted the other person's head, his tone full of disdain. How did I end up with an idiot like you by my side? Tomorrow, go to the finance department to settle the accounts, and don't ever show up in my sight again. Hearing this, the assistant's face immediately turned anxious. He originally wanted to struggle a bit, but seeing that the CEO had already gotten into the car, he could only stand there helplessly, not understanding what he had said wrong. After returning home, Sumi didn't rush back to the crew. She still had to go through the necessary procedures. As expected, the psychologist was about to come looking for her. Sure enough, within 2 hours, the psychologist braved the rain to arrive at the villa. This time they brought another doctor along, clearly intending to conduct a comprehensive psychological evaluation on her. After filling out a bunch of psychological test forms, the doctor adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. Miss Sue, you still can't control your emotions. Haven't you taken the medication I gave you? Sumi leaned back on the sofa, sipping her tea. I don't think it's my problem. Why do you always think I can't control my emotions instead of tracing the problem back to its source? An idiot? You also know what day it is today? You know what to say on what occasion, yet Chi-Chi keeps saying I'm not worthy to be Suruan Soft sister, and even accuses me of bullying Suruan Soft. Is this what a normal person would say? Clearly it's his problem, but you say I'm sick? Why is it that when others say inappropriate things it's called straightforwardness, but when I defend my rights I'm mentally ill? What on earth is wrong with this world? Seeing her getting emotional, the two doctors also coughed a few times. It must be said that Sumi had some valid points, but the two things cannot be confused. The commotion Sumi caused was too loud. A normal person wouldn't start a fight over a mere argument. Although it's not unheard of, which is why they need to distinguish whether the other person's behavior is due to emotional agitation or a real psychological disorder. I understand how you feel, but you still need to control your emotions. We live in society, and we should try our best not to cause trouble for others, so as to avoid negative social consequences, the doctor said earnestly. What about the others? Why can't they bear it? Why must it be me who bears it? Sumi frowned. Ming knows I have a bad temper, yet those people deliberately provoke me. If that's not ill intent, then what is? You should be advising them to talk less, not saying I'm sick here. If I were really sick, I would have already beaten them into the ICU. And they wouldn't be able to make up nonsense there. Besides, I only hit 2 of them. Only a lunatic would attack others indiscriminately. If they hadn't disrespected me, would I have hit them? The ones who should reflect are them, right? Otherwise, why didn't I hit others, only those 2? Shouldn't they sincerely repent? The two doctors exchanged a glance. Sometimes they also felt that Miss Sue wasn't sick, because her logic was clear and didn't at all seem like someone with a psychological disorder. However, this does not prove that the other party does not have mania. Some illnesses are intermittent, and when normal, they are more normal than anyone else. But you ruined your sister's engagement party. Of course, maybe that wasn't your sister, but you must love your parents very much. What you did would also put them in a difficult position. Didn't you think about the consequences when you hit someone? The doctor coaxed gently. Sumi looked at him displeased. If my parents loved me, they would only feel sorry that I was wronged, not make me bottle up all my emotions. What I arrogantly think is good isn't necessarily what others want to see. So why should I endure? I do this for my parents' sake too. What if I suppress it and develop depression or even commit suicide? By then they wouldn't even have time to cry. In just a few minutes of conversation, both doctors couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Miss Sue's strong logic almost twisted them around. But your grandfather has high blood pressure, and he's still being treated in the hospital. Aren't you afraid that he might get so angry that something serious happens to him? The doctor said seriously. Hearing this, Sumi frowned slightly. He's not afraid that I'll get so depressed I might commit suicide, so why should I be afraid that he'll die from high blood pressure? People give and take. If the old man hadn't said those belittling things about her, she could still politely call him grandpa. But he was clearly trying to suppress her, constantly saying she was inferior to the female lead. If someone with a weaker mental tolerance heard that, they'd be driven to jump off a building and commit suicide sooner or later. So what if he has high blood pressure? If he truly cared about his granddaughter, he would be concerned about the grievances she suffered, not get so angry that his blood pressure causes him to faint. In the end, it's the old man's own problem. Otherwise, her father also has high blood pressure. How come he's perfectly fine without any issues, but the old man always has problems? The doctor took a breath and immediately changed the subject. Did you take the medicine I prescribed last time? Sumi's expression remained calm. I'm an artist. I need to fully engage my emotions to get into character. Your medicine would affect my normal work, and I'm not sick. I don't think I need to take any medicine. It seemed her resistance was much stronger this time, and the scores on the assessment scale also showed an upward trend. Obviously, the condition was worsening. The doctor didn't say much, only instructing her to try another set of music therapy, which was the same. After leaving the room, Sue's mother immediately approached anxiously and asked, "How is she? Is my daughter okay?" The doctor was silent for a moment, then said, "Miss Sue is currently quite aggressive outwardly, so it's best not to easily provoke her emotions. Also, as I have mentioned many times before, try to avoid stimulating her. If she continues to live in this kind of environment for a long time, her condition might worsen. However, it's fortunate that Miss Sue currently shows no signs of depression. It should be just intermittent mania. When you have time, you might want to take Miss Sue for a brain scan to check for any organic lesions. Ruling out another possibility could be beneficial." Hearing this, Sue's mother took a deep breath and then had the servant escort the doctor out. How could she not know that she shouldn't provoke her daughter? But who would have thought that that kid from the Chi family would be so reckless? What was going on in Chi-Chi's mind? He must have some issues, otherwise how could he say something so rude? The old ones act all high and mighty, the big ones are thugs and scoundrels, and the little ones pretend to be so pitiful every day. The Sue family is really getting more and more outrageous. If this continues, she will have no choice but to take her daughter back to her maternal home to recuperate. After seeing the doctor off, Sumi went to the bathroom to take a bath and rest. Honestly, those bodyguards today were pretty capable. If the fight had continued, she definitely would have been at a disadvantage. After all, talent points are just talent points. Practical experience is still necessary. Thinking that she still had a day off tomorrow, she decided to go to the training room to practice with the coach again. Otherwise, wouldn't the money have been wasted? Awkward. If she didn't seduce him, the one who should feel awkward is the other party, right? But she's not that petty a person. After all, it's a straightforward transaction, so what's there to be awkward about? Maybe she'll visit again next time if she's in a good mood, but the fee is just too expensive, 50,000 just for a touch. No matter how you look at it, it's ridiculous. Tomorrow belongs to the originally scheduled class time, but because she is filming, all the lessons are video-based, so she said that earning money as a private tutor is too easy. However, when she asked, the other party only explained briefly. If she has time, she won't slack off or be lazy anymore. When she woke up at 8 in the evening, it was already dark outside, so she could only put on a coat and go downstairs to find something to eat. But as soon as she opened the door, she heard intense arguing coming from downstairs. "I don't care, you shameless people, I still have some dignity. Letting a lunatic stay in the Sue family? Isn't this just asking for people to laugh at us?" Exactly, she must be sent away. Either to a mental hospital or to a rehabilitation center abroad. Anyway, she can't appear in the Sue family anymore. The shares must be taken back too. How can a madwoman hold company shares? Look at how angry the old man is. She actually hit someone at the engagement party. Does she really think she's some kind of Iron Man? Who knows how people outside are mocking us now? Our reputation is completely ruined. Seeing the group in the living room accusing her, Sumi frowned slightly, casually tied up her hair and walked downstairs. "Mimi is my daughter. I know better than anyone whether she is ill or not, and I don't need you all to point fingers here. As elders, if you don't have any virtue, what right do you have to educate my daughter?" Sue's mother cast a cold glance over everyone. The fourth branch of the Sue family sighed immediately. "Second sister-in-law, you're confused. Even if you finally reunited with your daughter, you have to see the bigger picture. We want her to go abroad for treatment so her condition can improve quickly. Otherwise, dragging it out like this is nonsense. The longer it goes on, the worse it will get. What if she kills someone? What will you do then? You'll regret it when it's too late." "That's right. If you can't bear to part with your daughter, at least send her to the appraisal center for evaluation, or to the nearest psychiatric hospital. That way you can see her often. It's better than watching her go mad at home every day. If the old master dies of anger, you and second brother will be the culprits." As soon as these words fell, someone saw Sumi approaching. In an instant, a trace of panic appeared on their face. They quickly stood up. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." Others also saw the people over there, and immediately stood up one after another. We're leaving too. Second sister-in-law, please think it over carefully. Sumi didn't go to the living room but instead walked step by step to the front door of the villa, slamming the door shut with a bang using one hand. Everyone was instantly startled and stopped in their tracks, quickly putting on smiling faces to greet her. We're only doing this for your own good. Niece, you must take good care of your health. Only when you recover can you marry a good family. Sumi stepped forward and grabbed her fourth aunt's hair, then raised her hand and patted her terrified face. All right, I suddenly remembered. It seems that killing someone during a mental breakdown isn't illegal. She probably witnessed her madness. The person involved was so scared that their legs went weak, and they instantly turned pale and knelt down. It's all Aunt C's fault. Aunt C has a sharp tongue. Mimi is such a well-behaved and sensible child. How could she possibly be sick? It's all that Chi family's kid's fault. Next time we must make him come over and apologize to you. That's the right thing to do. Confrontation. She even dared to kick Chi-yun in public, let alone kill someone. Even if Sumi were to bomb the police station tomorrow, they wouldn't find it surprising at all. Yes, Chi-shi has always been ill-mannered. This time he actually dared to speak rudely to you. Isn't this clearly showing he doesn't respect our Su family? The Chi family isn't any better. Luckily, the one who married into it was Ruan. Someone like Chi-shi is nowhere near worthy of Mimi. Exactly, soft really is something. Seeing her sister being bullied and not saying a word. After all, an outsider is still an outsider. Our Su family has fed and taken care of her for so many years, and she turns her elbows outward. If this isn't being ungrateful, then what is? Everyone started criticizing Su Ruan soft one after another, but there was none of the anger and accusations they had just directed at Sumi. Instead, it seemed as if they were wholeheartedly considering her. This world is like this. Going crazy once will only get you scolded by others, but if you keep going crazy, everyone will treat you with great respect. Sumi smiled faintly. Uncles and aunts, aren't you sending me to the mental hospital anymore? Upon hearing this, everyone repeatedly and righteously waved their hands. Not at all. If it weren't for Chi-shi speaking rudely, my niece wouldn't have hit him. The one who's sick is that kid from the Chi family. What does it have to do with my niece? Please don't say such things in the future. Yes, even if Mimi has some psychological issues, it's because we elders haven't cared enough. If we had paid enough attention to your mental health, how could you have gotten sick? Exactly, the old man has always been in poor health, and occasional hospital stays are normal. What does that have to do with Mimi? Besides, even if there is a problem, it's because that kid from the Chi family angered her. If they don't give us an explanation this time, we definitely won't let it go with their family. Seeing the group suddenly change their tone, their faces flushed with anger as if they were about to go settle the score with the Chi family, Sumi kept smiling. It's good that you think this way. In the future, don't come to disturb my rest when there's nothing going on. I have quite a bad morning temper. No, we definitely won't come here again in the future. Everyone swore solemnly, at this moment wishing they could immediately find a crack in the ground to crawl out and get far away from this dangerous place. Come again. Who knows if this madman would stab them to death with one blow. Just by looking, it's obvious this wild girl could do such a thing. Sumi didn't say anything more, but instead walked step by step to sit on the sofa, while the others anxiously hurried out the front door, as if some flood or fierce beast was behind them, completely lacking the arrogance they had when they arrived. Ever since your grandfather handed the company over to your father to manage, your uncles and elder relatives have been unhappy, which is why they keep causing trouble. This has nothing to do with you. My daughter is outstanding, more outstanding than anyone else, Sue's mother said with a loving look at her. Previously, her father-in-law never gave any shares to Ruan, but now he suddenly gave shares to Mimi. She suspected that her father-in-law wanted to push her daughter out as a scapegoat to attract these people's attention, so no one would focus on Ruan. Although she didn't care about the Su family's shares, if anyone harmed her daughter, she would never stand by and do nothing. Don't worry, I was just saying casually I definitely wouldn't kill anyone, Sumi immediately explained. She wasn't really crazy. She wouldn't kill someone just because they insulted her. From beginning to end, it was those people who verbally attacked her, and she only fought back. She had never provoked trouble on her own. What's more, the male lead, that scumbag, even secretly had his bodyguard ambush her. It was because the other party didn't play fair that she took the opportunity to fight back. People like her, who are honest, only take action to defend their rights when others bully them. If the male lead hadn't interfered in the fight between her and the second male lead, she wouldn't have kicked him. Since the other party wanted to send people to attack her, her counterattack was only natural. Is this called going crazy? This is clearly tit for tat. The one with the problem is the second male lead, yet no one blames him. That's how the world works. Only if you are strong enough, whatever you do will seem reasonable in others' eyes. Thinking of this, she immediately got up to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. She still had to continue training later and couldn't afford to be arrogant or slack off, just because her luck value temporarily increased. She needed to become strong enough so that those people would bow their heads when they saw her in the future, instead of just wagging their mouths and babbling. Once her fortune value surpasses the female leads, she can then convert it into financial management talent points and start her own company to become a big shot. She's eager to see who will really end up on top. But the path still needs to be taken step by step, and meals must be eaten bite by bite. Right now, the most important thing is to seize the key plot points to increase her fortune value. The next key event is the patriarch of the Chi family's 80th birthday, which is 2 months away. The original owner, under the villain's instigation, had someone release a video of the male lead and female lead kissing in private in front of a large crowd. The second male lead, who was publicly cuckolded, not only didn't believe it, but thought it was all a deliberate attempt by the original owner to sow discord with a fabricated video. In fact, the truth didn't matter. People only wanted to believe what they wanted to believe, and no one would believe the male lead was involved with his own brother's fiancée. So the original owner was mercilessly criticized. The male lead also didn't admit to his relationship with the female lead. Instead, he privately warned the original owner. Then a photo of the original owner drinking with the producer leaked online, causing even more ridicule on the internet. People thought she sold herself to get ahead, and no matter how much the original owner tried to manage the public relations and explain, it was all in vain. At this time, the villain carefully took care of the original owner. In this dark moment, having someone willing to believe in her was like a ray of light leaking from the abyss. As a result, the original owner sank even deeper into the gentle trap set by the villain, which also laid the groundwork for her betrayal of the Sioux group. Because she trusted the villain and thought that leaking such a small amount of information wouldn't cause any problems. But the villain and the Sioux group were competitors. That small amount of information was enough for the villain to destroy the core team of the Sioux group. Sumi felt that the slap she gave earlier was still too light. The men in this story are truly more disgusting one than another. Next time I see that greasy villain, I will definitely spray him with detergent, and then sue him for sexual harassment. Time is tight. She must quickly improve herself in these 2 months, or else the male lead might change bodyguards again. What if she gets dragged down then? She booked the flight for the next afternoon, and in the morning, she went to the training center for classes. As for visiting the old man in the hospital, it wasn't necessary. She didn't want his blood pressure to spike again upon seeing her. She increasingly felt that the old man had no good intentions in giving her shares. Knowing full well that so many people coveted the company's shares, he still gave them to her in front of everyone. This was clearly causing her trouble. Meanwhile, the female lead only knew how to secretly leave a will, so this old man's calculations were sharper than anyone's. But she had no reason to be angry because she never thought the old man had any good intentions. The facts only confirmed her suspicions. After arriving at the training hall, it was usually she who arrived first, but this time, surprisingly, the coach was already inside waiting. Perhaps he was afraid of losing this wealthy client, so he felt a sense of urgency. "How is it? Is your neck feeling better?" She put on her gloves and walked over. The man punched the punching bag, sending it flying, then turned sideways, letting her see for herself. Unlike the bruises last time, this time there was no blue color. It looked completely healed. Sumi was about to speak when she saw the black short-sleeve shirt clinging to the man's abdomen. Due to the sweat soaking through, the clearly defined muscles were faintly visible. The lines seen through the layer of fabric added a certain smoothness. She opened her mouth, then slowly turned her head. Damn it, that thought of spending money on a man came back again. "Did you go to the hospital? Whatever the examination fee is, put it on my tab." She patted her gloves and looked at him friendly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take it easy today." Right now she lacked practical combat experience, so she had to improve her reaction ability through sparring. Last time the opponent was just a training partner and didn't fight back. If he fights back this time, she thought it wouldn't be so easy to hit him. "Did you hit Chi-Yun?" Lin Yu asked casually. Yesterday's incident caused such a big stir. Everyone in the circle must know about it. The other party knows so many wealthy women, so it's not surprising they know about this. Sumi nodded, showing a look of regret. "Yes, but unfortunately I only kicked him once." Seeing that she was truly annoyed, Lin Yu pursed his lips slightly. "May I ask, why do you dislike him so much?" It seems she didn't just hate Chi-Yun. Chi was also beaten by her in public. What did the Chi family do to offend her? Hating someone definitely has its reasons. His little brother sprays crap at everyone he meets. I've already been holding back after beating him up. Sumi punched the punching bag. That bastard Chi Yun isn't any better. He doesn't even greet me when he sees me. You think he's mute and probably has something wrong with his eyes. After I taught him a lesson, he only then regained his ability to communicate? Thought he was so tough, but he's just a decorative pillow? Looks good but useless. Lin Yu was silent for a moment, watching her punch the bag again and again, not joking at all. Because he didn't greet you, you want to hit him? That's just one thing. The most important is that Chi and I were fighting each other, and he actually played dirty with a sneak attack. That bastard has no sense of honor. So what if I beat him up? Sumi suddenly remembered something and looked back at him. By the way, didn't you also not greet me when we first met? Their eyes met, and Lin Yu's mouth curved into a polite smile. Sorry, my eyes were blurred by sweat at that time. I was looking for a towel to wipe it off. Hearing this, Sumi didn't press further. Actually, she was a very easygoing person. As long as others weren't too excessive, she generally wouldn't mind too much. My flight is in the afternoon, so I can only train for 3 hours. Let's go. She patted her gloves. Seeing her fighting spirit surge, Lin Yu only changed his position, and just then, the person in charge of the training hall suddenly walked in. Miss Su, someone outside is looking for you. The person in charge looked strange. No sooner had the words fallen than several burly bodyguards came in from outside, each with eyes like swords. When the person in charge tried to block them, they simply pushed her aside with one hand, then turned their gaze to the girl on the stage. Miss Su, General Manager Chi is asking you to come with him, the bodyguard said coldly. Sumi glanced at the few people. No need to think to know they were sent by the male lead. That was the male lead being kicked by her in public, losing so much face. Although he appeared calm and composed on the surface, who knows how angry he was inside. Of course, now he had to regain his standing through her. It was obvious without thinking that the bodyguards she brought were under control. As expected, the old man's people were unreliable. The previous batch was much better. She stepped forward a few paces and casually took off her gloves. President Chi really has a big face. No wonder my size 37 shoes can't even fully kick it. Next time, I'll definitely wear a bigger size to avoid President Chi feeling wronged. Hearing this, the bodyguards' expressions changed, and they directly walked onto the stage. It looked like they intended to use force today. Sumi couldn't help but laugh. This was truly the usual tactic of these domineering CEOs. If they weren't the male lead, they would have been reported for illegal entry the next day. Miss Su, please don't put us in a difficult position, the lead bodyguard said, his eyes sharp as a hawk as he stared at her. Just then, the person in charge was heard calling the police. Hello. This is number 23 Gon Road. Someone is illegally entering and attempting to detain my client's personal freedom. Please come quickly. Hearing this, the bodyguards exchanged glances. Clearly it was their first time encountering someone who wouldn't give the CEO face. But the CEO had already said, today we must take Sumi back. With this in mind, several bodyguards immediately surrounded the girl, seemingly aware that she was quite skilled, so they didn't dare to be careless for the moment. It was clear that this group was of higher quality than the last one. Sumi instantly became alert. Why refuse hands-on combat experience delivered on a silver platter? She was afraid of injuring someone and paying compensation when sparring with the coach, but with these people there was no need for such concerns. After all, it was self-defense. Just then, a tall man in a black suit suddenly walked in from outside. Upon seeing him, the bodyguards immediately lined up in unison, not daring to make any move. Chi Yun casually adjusted his cuffs and looked deeply at the person in charge. I remember I'm also your platinum member. How did it become illegal entry? Shouldn't Miss Wang give me an explanation? The person in charge lowered her head more and more, obviously not expecting President Chi to come by himself. She was now like a sandwich cookie, caught in the middle with no one on either side. But for some reason, she still showed an apologetic expression. Your access is to other areas of the training center. This training room is a private space and not within your access rights. We have reason to respect every guest's privacy. Please understand. Seeing her speak to him like this, Chi Yun suddenly raised his head, his gaze landing on the platform, but his eyes fixed on Lin Yu. His already dark pupils flickered with a hint of something different. President Lin is so busy. Turns out he's busy flirting with someone. He glanced at Sumi again and couldn't help but chuckle. President Lin really is desperate. Sumi looked at the person beside her, frowned, then stepped down to the stage step by step. Unexpectedly, she gave Chi-yun a slap on the left cheek with a smack. So it turns out your family's habit of spouting nonsense is hereditary. Seeing this scene, the bodyguards were frightened and quickly surrounded them. The person in charge also turned pale, and his gaze at Sumi was more shocked than ever before. Chi-yun's sharply defined features immediately darkened. His black eyes stared fixedly at her, as if still remembering the bottom line of not hitting a woman. His fingers clenched tightly, then loosened, then clenched again. This young lady has fair skin, a beautiful face and long legs. Liking me is just the normal law of human attraction. Unlike President Chi, who is so desperate he'll eat anything, even stealing his own brother's fiancée. How thrilling, Sumi said with a slight raise of her eyebrows. The person in charge took a breath, feeling as if they had just heard some earth-shattering gossip. Lin Yu wanted to say something, but suddenly felt that speaking might disrupt Sumi's momentum, so he quietly handed over a bottle of water. What do you know? Chi-yun's eyes carried a dangerous glint. Sumi looked him up and down with contempt. What, you dare to steal but not admit it? I heard your father has a heart condition. I wonder if he can withstand the scandal of his eldest son and second son's fiancée having an affair. Such a family disgrace. Expose. Chi-yun grabbed her arm firmly, his eyes full of a strong warning. If you dare to spread a single word of nonsense outside, I will make you regret ever being born. Hearing this, Sumi almost laughed. Where do these domineering CEOs get their confidence? Do they really think they are especially cool and arrogant? Illegal entry, verbal intimidation, everyone's personal safety. Chi-zong should know how to convict. Sumi glanced at the arm he was grabbing, suddenly raised her leg and kicked him hard. One more? One count of sexual harassment. Her movements were too fast. By the time Chi-yun reacted, he had already been kicked in the abdomen. The force was so great that even he took several steps back, veins bulging on his forehead. At this moment, even the greatest endurance had reached its limit. Reached the critical point. President. The bodyguards all wanted to take action against Sumi. Lin Yu glanced complicatedly at the footprints on Chi-yun's suit. President Chi's ability? It makes me look at you with new respect. Hearing this, Chi-yun's anger flared for the first time, his gaze growing colder and his look towards the two becoming increasingly dark. So regarding that project in the western suburbs, I have every reason to doubt your company's strength. Lin Yu twisted open a bottle of mineral water. Let's just terminate the cooperation. Sumi turned around and slapped him with a smack. You're not a good person either. After speaking, she walked straight out of the training room, showing no intention of saying anything more. Only the person in charge stood there drenched in sweat. The grudges within these wealthy families were indeed terrifyingly complicated, and this Miss Su was even more terrifyingly strong. After leaving the training hall, Sumi immediately got into the car to go home, not wanting to waste any more words with these two show-offs. She had always felt something strange about this coach, but it wasn't until today, when she saw him standing next to the male lead, that she suddenly realized the truth. So, both of them have that kind of reckless show-off vibe, not caring about anyone else's life or death. It seems this is the standard for every domineering CEO. She said, how could a personal trainer be busier than herself, and still be so slack and unmotivated? This makes no sense at all. Now everything is clear, including why Sister Zhou was so polite last time. It was understandable. Since the other party knows the identity of this bastard but didn't tell her. Isn't that like turning a blind eye? Having someone like that around, who knows if she'll be sold out tomorrow without even realizing it. But she didn't want to condemn him outright, so she still called to ask what exactly was going on. See, she already knows about this matter. The voice on the other end of the phone clearly sounded troubled. I'm sorry, Mississippi. This is my fault. I thought this was your private matter, so I wasn't sure whether I should intervene. I only informed the chairman immediately. The chairman just told me to keep a close eye on you. If Lin Yu has any improper intentions, I should tell you right away. But none of us know how far you and President Lin will develop, so we dare not make decisions on our own to interfere with your relationship. These words were spoken with great tact and discretion. How could someone who became a senior executive be a fool? Sumi didn't hold on to this matter either. Even though she knew the other party's silence was to avoid offending anyone, after all, she was not their direct superior. It was normal for them to choose to inform Sumin first. Her father remained silent, probably observing. More importantly, Su Ruan married Qi, so having the Qi family backing her gave her more confidence. And if she could be with Lin Yu, the old man would also be more considerate and not show too much favoritism. From Sister Zhou's apprehension, it seemed that Lin Yu's family was no ordinary one. Although her father's intentions were good, Everyone has a different perspective. Things that require relying on a man to obtain will one day also be lost because of a man. In this world, only relying on yourself is the most reliable. Wealth depends on one's own ability and value, not on temporary connections. But you can't blame her father for looking down on others. The world of the wealthy is always complicated. They believe that even if she is given great wealth, she might not be able to keep it, so it's better to find support early on. What they don't realize is that support can also backfire. In this world, you can't even fully rely on family, let alone others. After returning home, she asked Sister Zhou to send over Lin Yu's information, then search for Coach Li Yi's match videos. The video showed a man with dark skin and a medium build, whose skills were indeed impressive. He was an offensive type with fierce moves completely different from what Lin Yu taught her. Most of what Lin Yu taught her were self-defense techniques, while this Coach Li Yi in the video focused mainly on offense. It was clear he was truly skilled, worthy of being a 5-time consecutive world champion. No way those two scumbags could compare. The contract was signed under Li Yi's name, which means Li Yi knew Lin Yu was impersonating him to teach her. Such a deceitful breach of contract seriously violated the terms. Sumi told the butler to go to the training center and get a refund. Not a single cent less than 3 million. "Miss, are you not going to train anymore?" The butler was quite surprised. The young lady clearly had an astonishing talent for fighting, and stopping just like that seemed too much of a waste. Besides, there was still a month of classes left, so how could the money possibly be refunded? Don't waste words with them. If you don't see the 3 million within 24 hours, take the contract and sue that Li Yi. Sumi sat in the back seat with her eyes closed. According to the penalty, he can still be compensated 20 million. Now, as long as they repay 3 million, she is already very kind. Upon hearing this, the butler did not dare to say more, only nodding in agreement. After arriving at the airport and passing security, Sumi started looking at the materials sent by Sister Zhou. Lin Yu, president of Huamao Group, the only legitimate grandson of the Lin family. Because his father loved painting, he was brought up by his grandfather from a young age to be involved in the company's affairs. With outstanding ability, he took over the company less than 3 years ago, and has already achieved considerable profit growth, making him a standout among the younger generation. The only information Sister Zhou could find was just these materials. Sumi didn't want to make things difficult for her either. After all, the private matters of those wealthy families aren't something just anyone can uncover. The original work also didn't have any records about the other party. But why would a domineering CEO from a privileged background neglect their career and instead teach themselves martial arts? Don't talk about love at first sight. That's just lust at first glance. Besides, she's not yet so stunningly beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. That leaves only one possibility. The other party wants to try to get close to her, and then gradually take over Su Group, just like the villain's scheme. No wonder this bastard always sneaks around trying to seduce me. Business battles nowadays are really underhanded. I should have kicked that bastard a few times, really a loss on my part. Just after getting off the plane, she received a call from the butler, saying that the person in charge of the training center had already refunded the money and apologized profusely. He also said that a lawyer had been entrusted to sue Qi Yun for illegal entry, and this time justice would definitely be served for her. After hearing this, Sumi felt as calm as still water. This was the usual trick of these scumbag men, making her feel that either the other party was not intentionally deceiving her, or that they had a reason to continue approaching her to carry out their schemes. She found the scumbag's WeChat and immediately sent a message. "President Lin has a great figure. I'll order you again next time." Block and delete? Definitely impossible, right? It's all angry sex. You spent the money yourself, so what's there to be angry about? Going to a high-end club to hire a top male model starts at 100,000. This quality is okay, and most importantly, it's to buy happiness. Not long after, a message popped up on the phone. "I can be your punching bag anytime." Sumi glanced at it, then turned off the phone. This kind of thing only fools naive youngsters, believing men will be unlucky for life. Next time she sees this group of bastards, she'll definitely beat them up together. When she returned to the hotel, it was already 9 o'clock at night. She still had to attend acting classes, and afterwards she had to go to the gym for training. What she lacked now was practical experience. Whether or not someone taught her was no longer important. So the group of bodyguards sent by the old man came in handy. On the surface they appeared to be protecting her, but in reality they were monitoring her. They were useless at everything else, but they were just right for her to practice on. However, when she went to the set the next day, she found the atmosphere there strangely eerie. Changyu had a thick bandage wrapped around his left ear, and Shui was limping with a cane, gesturing actions to the stunt coordinator. She only took 2 days off. Could something have happened on the set? What's wrong with your leg? She asked, biting into a bun as she walked over. Upon hearing this, Shui's expression immediately turned strange. She glanced in a certain direction, then helplessly lowered her head. I accidentally twisted my ankle during the group scene shoot yesterday. It shouldn't be a big problem and won't affect the filming. The crew was never short of gossip, and Sumi didn't ask too many questions. Instead, she found a place to have breakfast, while the female assistant kept telling her about the events that had happened on set over the past 2 days. It turned out the production had brought in a veteran actor to cameo as a mysterious and elusive villain. This veteran actor had once been a huge star and held a considerable status in the industry, so everyone on set treated him with great respect and reverence. However, the other party had high demands. Yesterday's fight scene didn't involve wire work. Instead, they were actually kicked several meters away. Unsurprisingly, Changyu injured his ear on a wooden nail, and Shui twisted her ankle, but even so no one dared to speak up. They were filming a movie, not risking their lives. Not allowing wire work is no different from murder. Yet the director remained silent, clearly not wanting to offend this veteran actor, who has deep experience and backing. The entertainment industry is just like that, clearly divided by class, and the unlucky ones are always at the bottom of the food chain. Some veteran actors are indeed dedicated, but some just like to lean on their seniority, thinking that because they are older and more experienced, everyone should listen to them and show respect. On his own, he was just like that group of old men from the Su family, and he was easily triggered, extremely fragile. Before filming even started, there was already a loud voice on set. Even one scene is dragged out, filming all day and still not done well, and now you actually want to use a stunt double. I'm not saying this to offend, but you young people nowadays are getting more and more delicate. Back in our day, we would jump from 3 stories high without batting an eye. And now you still want to use stunt doubles. Don't know what kind of bad influence this is. Sumi glanced over at the person in the black robe shouting at the stunt coordinator, then raised a hand to signal the makeup artist to stop applying makeup, and walked over holding the script. But Shui twisted her ankle, and many scenes have already been cut. If there are any more problems, it will affect our subsequent shooting schedule and, more importantly, waste your valuable time, teacher, the stunt coordinator said with a troubled expression. Xiaoming frowned deeply. Can't shoot just because you twisted your ankle? Back then we kept filming even with broken ribs. If you can't endure this little hardship, go shoot those lovey-dovey scenes somewhere else. What are you causing trouble here for? Hearing this, Shui immediately hobbled forward. Teacher Zhao is right. Actually, I don't have a big problem. It's better not to use a stunt double. The action director glanced at the assistant director who was pretending to be deaf and mute, and finally reluctantly said, Then I'll rig you up with a wire. If it doesn't work, don't force it. No, if we use wires, it will all be caught on camera. Besides, there are mats downstairs, so why bother with wires? Xiaoming looked indifferently toward the second floor of the inn. Upon hearing this, the stunt coordinator seemed to have something to say. But, come, he's older, let him jump. Sumi walked straight forward, then looked at the other staff. Don't rig him with wires later. Teacher Zhao is so dedicated. We should respect and understand that. Seeing her approach, Xiaoming seemed somewhat hesitant but still frowned. Can this be the same? How can I fly up without wires? Then, why is it different? Sumi looked surprised. I remember those seniors used to have real skills, they could just kick off the wall and go up. What, you can't do it? Ahem. The staff all tried hard to hold back their laughter, almost failing to do so. After filming for so long, they always thought Sumi was a humble and polite insider. After all, she was not only hardworking and dedicated, but also very courteous to everyone, often treating extras to milk tea. They never expected her to have this kind of temper. You. Xiaoming's expression changed involuntarily. Thinking that she was an insider placed by the investors, he finally remained silent and went to discuss the script with the director. Change the stand-in. Sumi immediately pointed to that staff member. Shui hobbled forward with a cane, her face full of gratitude. I'll do it myself. Hanging on the wire shouldn't be a problem. In the past, Sumi never attended the crew gatherings, and usually, her interactions with them were lukewarm with little communication. But she didn't expect the other party to actually stand up to Teacher Zhao, such a senior, for her sake. Do as you see fit. Sumi didn't say much, instead turning back to her seat to let the makeup artist touch up her makeup. She just can't stand some old-timers who rely on their age to act superior. They can't do anything themselves but demand perfection from others. However, this old-timer only shoots for 5 days on set, since he doesn't have many scenes anyway. Fortunately, the other party didn't cause any more trouble later on, so everyone's scenes progress smoothly. In another month, the crew will be able to wrap up filming. In 2 months at Master Chi's big birthday celebration, with her skills, she will definitely be able to break through the male lead's bodyguard and beat him up, triggering the mission. There's no need to worry about triggering the mission. With that big idiot male second lead around, there's certainly no shortage of ways to trigger it. That guy can't spit out anything good from his mouth. Now she already has 190 luck points. After completing a few more major tasks, she should be able to surpass the female lead. But the core still lies in her own abilities. Those people are now on guard, and the difficulty of going crazy on her own is also rising sharply. Fortunately, that bastard Lin Yu was sensible and didn't bother her anymore. But she still hoped he would come looking for her, because now she felt that beating him up was no longer a problem. When filming was almost finished, the director suddenly asked her to attend a dinner, saying that the show had already been reserved by a certain TV station. This time they needed to build a good relationship with the TV executives to secure a good time slot, and the later promotion would also need to be done through the station. Seeing how sincere the director was, Sumi agreed to go to the dinner. She had backing, but she couldn't neglect all interpersonal relationships. Normal relationships could be reciprocal, but for abnormal ones, don't blame her if she flips the table. After finishing the night shoot, she went to the hotel with Chang Yu and several other lead actors. When they arrived at the private room, it was already full of people. Sister Zhou was on a business trip abroad recently, so she couldn't accompany her to the event. She only asked her to send a message every 5 minutes. After all, one must always be cautious. This must be our female lead, right? She looks like a promising talent. Director Lee really has an eye for gems, an investor said seriously, raising his glass toward the director. The latter smiled. Not at all. It also takes everyone's support for us to achieve better results. Sumi politely greeted everyone, then just sat there eating, completely ignoring the attempts to offer her drinks. Coming here was already doing the director a favor. Expecting her to entertain with drinks? That was probably wishful thinking. Did you see her? It was just a polite gesture. The others could only awkwardly put down their cups, as if they knew she had a significant background and dared not be too unruly. But soon after, a man dressed in a black suit with a gentle and refined demeanor suddenly came in from outside. Everyone immediately stood up together when they saw him. Isn't this President Pei? No one said you would come today. If we had known earlier, we would have reserved a bigger room to avoid making you uncomfortable. An investor quickly stood up and extended his hand. The others were also a bit surprised, then looked at the host, as if they all understood something. It seemed that today's gathering was not really about the wine. It was just unclear which beauty it was aimed at, or maybe not even at Changyu. Anyway, people nowadays play so extravagantly that they don't care about gender anymore. I just happened to be eating next door, and heard that President Zhang was here, so I came over to say hello. Pei Yun smiled faintly. Is that so? But the person had already come to sit beside Sumi, and immediately someone handed over a glass of wine. Since President Pei is here, it's definitely a night of drinking until we can't go home. You know, usually we can't even get a chance to meet him. The originally lively private room instantly rose in warmth, but the other 2 actresses sitting there didn't know whether they should take the initiative to greet. It seemed they weren't very familiar with this kind of scene, and only at the end did they awkwardly toast Pei Yun with a glass of wine. Only Sumi sat there motionless like a mountain, eating the skewers she had brought, as if she hadn't touched any of the food on the table. Miss Su seems to have a grudge against me? Pei Yun slightly leaned in. Last time he didn't say anything, just seemed to ask a question, and was slapped by her. He didn't believe she was really crazy. It must mean he had offended her somehow. But even so, no one had ever dared to hit him before. Feeling the man approaching, Su slightly frowned. This greasy man was really like a piece of dog skin plaster, but there was no other way. As long as the luck value hadn't surpassed the female lead, the plot couldn't be changed, and this greasy man would still foolishly offer her warmth. What was even more unfortunate was that the other party wasn't that idiot male second lead. Otherwise, she could have triggered a task from him to gain some luck points. I have a big prejudice against men who are short and small, Sumi said without changing her expression. In an instant, everyone in the entire private room turned to look, and no matter how well they managed their expressions, they couldn't hide their shock at this moment. President Pei? So young and yet. Pei Yun's expression changed slightly. He cleared his throat lightly, still smiling as he looked at her. I don't understand what Miss Su means. The latter turned her eyes to him. Oh, I almost forgot to say, I also have a prejudice against 3-second men. Ahem ahem ahem. The entire private room suddenly filled with coughing sounds. Even with quick reflexes, no one knew how to smooth things over at this moment, as if no one had expected the two to actually know each other. Pei-yun was not angry either. Instead, his eyebrows twitched slightly. You? Are you talking about me? Sumi blinked. Sorry, I was talking about that male model I hired a couple of days ago. He's just a decorative pillow. Looks good but useless, a waste of my money. In conventional terms, when a woman has a relationship with a man, the woman's reputation is the one that gets ruined. But in reality, as long as she is powerful, even if she publicly dates 10 male models, people will admire her taste when they see it. Ahem ahem. Even Chung-yu couldn't help but choke on his drink. I still have a scene tomorrow, so I'll leave first. Enjoy, everyone. She kept smiling as she stood up. Then she looked at the other two actresses. Are you two leaving together? Seeing a chance to get away, the other two quickly stood up and repeatedly apologized to the producer. Seeing this scene, the others didn't know what to say. Actually, they had vaguely heard something. This Sumi was the eldest daughter of the Su family, but they all knew the Su family only had one daughter, Su Ruan. It was said that this one had just been brought back, and no one knew the exact situation. However, it seemed that this Miss Su held quite a grudge against President Pei. An ordinary person definitely wouldn't dare to speak so insolently. After leaving the private room, Sumi went to the restroom, and the other two insisted on waiting for her to go back together. After washing her hands and coming out, she saw Pei-yun standing outside the corridor, his handsome and deep features carrying a hint of a smile, while the other two stood farther away waiting for her. Is there a problem? She frowned slightly. Could he possibly think he was handsome? The man's brow twitched slightly. I don't know where I offended Miss Su, but I believe there's a misunderstanding between us. Sumi stepped forward, looking at the puzzled face before her. Those peach blossom eyes were now filled entirely with her image. The original owner must have been bewitched like this. You? This face falls within my aesthetic taboo zone, seriously? Affecting my mood, so please stay away from me. Or else I can't guarantee what horrifying things I might do. She looked serious. Their eyes met and Pei-yun suddenly grabbed her arm, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. But I am very interested in Miss Su. Glancing at that hand, Sumi gradually raised the corner of her mouth. If you don't understand human language, then I also know a bit of martial arts. Opportunity. Pei-yun's expression stiffened. Then he relaxed his fingers and took 2 steps back. Others might not take it to heart if he said this, but having seen Sumi's performance at the engagement banquet, he knew the other party was not joking. Actually, he was more curious. How could someone who had only been working out for a few months suddenly become so skilled? Even he felt inferior. The person was completely different from the one in the profile. Seeing that he was somewhat sensible, Sumi didn't say much more. After taking a few steps, he suddenly came back and slapped him across the face with a smack. If you dare to make a move again, this young lady will make sure you come in standing and leave lying down. The burning pain stimulated the sensory nerves. Pei-yun raised his hand to touch his left cheek, his eyes wildly staring at the departing figure. Stepping out of the hotel, a cool breeze blew outside. The two actresses looked at Sumi in disbelief. If they hadn't heard the voice, they could have told themselves that Sumi and President Pei had a conflict. But they clearly heard Sumi's warning. It was obvious that the two were not very familiar, and that it was only President Pei who was pursuing Sumi unilaterally, and she had slapped him. This Sumi was completely different from the one they usually remembered. Although the other party is not very sociable, they are polite and courteous to them, and even very patient with the staff. However, since the incident with teacher Zhao last time, they have developed a new understanding of Sumi. The other party seems to have a somewhat straightforward temper, but fortunately they have strong self-control and usually do not lose their temper with them otherwise. Do you have a car? If not, come back with me. Sumi glanced at the two behind her. Sure, Shue and the other immediately shook their heads. Thank you, sister, you go ahead first. We still want to take a walk around. Would you like to join us? Usually the shooting schedule is busy, with a large amount of action scenes every day. After filming all day, there's no time to go out for a walk. Now that there's a rare chance to stroll around, of course it's nice. Most importantly, at their level of fame, there are no paparazzi following them. Sumi refused. You guys go ahead, I still have to go back to class. Upon hearing this, the two immediately nodded and turned to leave. However, their understanding of her deepened to another level. No wonder her acting is so natural. It turns out she works so hard privately. This must be the reason she doesn't join dinners. Seems they should also work harder. Just as Sumi was about to get into the car, she saw a black sedan parked by the roadside. Suddenly, someone got out of the car and stood at a distance, as if afraid she would punch him in the face. Not wanting to pay attention to that bastard, she opened the car door and sat inside. As the car sped through the city streets, the black sedan behind kept close pursuit, yet always maintained an appropriate distance. After 15 minutes, the car stopped at the hotel entrance. Before Sumi could open the door, someone was already standing outside. The sharply defined features showed obvious regret, completely lacking the usual casual arrogance. Sumi didn't get out of the car, just rolled down the window and quietly looked at him. "I don't think I ordered any service from President Lin." Lin Yu did not speak, but took out a large bunch of fried and grilled skewers, tied around with golden threads. They looked sizzling and oily, making people very appetizing. "Sorry, I have gone against the education I received since childhood. The surrounding environment has made me arrogant, demanding of others while forgetting to demand of myself," he said with a sincere expression. During this period he was also reflecting on why he had developed a tendency to treat people differently. Politeness and respect for everyone are basic qualities. Although this world is inherently divided by class and survival of the fittest, he shouldn't become part of it just because of unspoken rules. This was completely contrary to the education he had received since childhood. And indeed, it was Sumi who woke him up. How touching! President Lin actually has this kind of insight. Sumi pushed open the car door and headed towards the hotel. That bastard was indeed scheming and even knew to go against the grain by giving something so down to earth. He was a bit smarter than that greasy guy. Thinking that saying a few human words could fool himself, he might as well go fool the ghosts. "Deceiving was my fault, sorry." For a moment he didn't even know how to explain the reason. At first, he didn't have any thoughts. It was just Sumi's determination that sparked his curiosity. He didn't think Sumi could hold on for long, but reality kept pressing his face into the ground day by day. It's not that Sumi went crazy, but that this world is essentially used to exploiting the weak, so she has always been protecting herself. Without acknowledging the other person, she walked out of the elevator and all the way to the room's door, opened it, and slammed the door shut with a bang. She picked up her phone and immediately ordered takeout for herself. It was just barbecue skewers. She could order it herself. As if remembering something, she called the butler again. "Replace my previous batch of bodyguards. I want to see them tomorrow." After hanging up, she had the acting teacher come over, since she couldn't miss her lessons. Looking back and forth, the previous batch of bodyguards still looks better. The old man? This batch he found are all informants, and the tall ones aren't that good either? Unlike the batch the butler found, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted and sharp-eyed. Isn't it just men? As long as there's money, what men doesn't she have? That bastard really thinks he's so charming, but it's only because she's being gracious that she spends money on him once. She can pay attention to many more people. After finishing the performance class, she ate grilled skewers for a full 10 minutes, then reviewed her lines for a while before going to the gym. Training cannot be interrupted, otherwise there will be no strength even if you go crazy later. Unless something unexpected happens, there will be another person appearing out of nowhere in the gym. She kept smiling, then took out her phone and typed a line of text as she walked over. "Since President Lin is so eager to apologize, of course I won't be petty. After all, we will have to see each other again in the future. Here." Read this sentence aloud. She raised her phone. Looking at a sentence on the phone, Lin Yu's sharply defined features froze for a moment, his expression slightly strange. He glanced at her eyes but didn't want to ask more, then said, "With such a malicious heart, how can you compare to Su Ruanyan?" Ding! Key plot triggered. Just as the words fell, a shadow suddenly grew larger in his sight. His right cheek was suddenly struck hard, followed by a heavy blow to his left face, the force obviously much greater than before. Her talent was indeed astonishing. "Miss Ben just spent money to buy some fun from you. There are plenty of people with your figure outside, obedient and good at what they do. What do you have? Mr. Lin's confidence is just like you. Tough on the outside but soft and fragile inside." Another punch landed on his nose. Sumi stepped back 2 steps and decisively withdrew her hand, then picked up her phone and sent a string of medical fees. "All right, it was wrong of me to hit you without reason. You can call the police and accuse me of picking a fight if you want. I've already compensated you with the money. You can go to the hospital yourself." After saying that, ignoring the man whose left cheek had turned a large purple bruise, she walked straight out of the gym. Ding! Host's fortune value plus 30. Listening to the mechanical voice in her mind, Sumi felt much more comfortable. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Since the other party came to her willingly, of course she couldn't miss the opportunity. If they don't go after the heroine but insist on exploiting themselves, how can they still call themselves the strategic and commanding CEO? Don't they realize that the heroine is the one who truly holds the old man's heart? What use is it to them to get close to me? Mr. President, should I call 120 for you? The assistant at the door looked shocked as he watched Sumi walk away, then hurried into the gym. When he saw the man's cracked lip and the large bruise on his left cheek, he wondered how he could possibly attend the board meeting tomorrow. No, the president wouldn't possibly have a masochistic tendency, right? Knowing full well that Miss Sue was furious at the moment, he still came over to get beaten. How could he not know the president had this kind of hobby? She gave me money to go to the hospital, which shows she still has some compassion. Otherwise, why didn't he let Chi-Yun go to the hospital after beating him? Lin Yu raised his hand to touch the cut corner of his mouth. The assistant stared blankly at his president, thinking the world had gone mad in a way he couldn't understand. Or is Miss Sue's illness really that contagious? After returning to the room, Sumi could only take a bath early. Although there was no training, beating up that dog thing still felt quite satisfying. If the male lead hadn't accidentally exposed the other party's identity, who knows what that dog thing wanted by getting close to her? Even if he wasn't targeting the Sue group, there definitely wasn't anything good hidden in his belly. Otherwise, why would he lie to her? If it was love at first sight or lust, wouldn't it be faster to pursue her using his own identity? Instead, he had to sneak around pretending to be a coach to deceive her. Was he afraid someone would covet his money? Then wouldn't it be more down to earth to pretend to be a front desk receptionist? But fortunately, that dog thing didn't show up again the next day. However, she also discovered a bug. If she hired someone to recite lines to trigger key plot points, then couldn't she also farm luck points? Yesterday was system data maintenance. Such behavior by the host is unacceptable, so luck points -30. Sumi, who was watching the script, suddenly looked up. If I insult the system, does that count as going crazy? The only response was silent stillness, and the trembling makeup artist, who seemed to not understand why her aura had suddenly changed. Sumi took a deep breath and let the makeup artist continue applying makeup. She had long known that this system was not a reliable one, so she still needed to leave herself a way out. Even if the plot couldn't be changed, she wouldn't end up in jail and unable to find a job afterward. So she still needs to build her reputation. As long as there is enough traffic and popularity, her topic will be even hotter when she debuts later. Naturally, platforms will invite her to do livestream sales, and working for a year would be enough to buy a large flat villa. So she still needs to boost her popularity first. After thinking it over, she contacted Sister Zhou again and asked her to see if there were any good variety show scripts. Better safe than sorry. What if the drama hasn't aired yet and she gets locked up? It's better to participate in variety shows first to build her reputation. Plus, having popularity will also benefit the promotion of the drama later. Coincidentally, Sister Zhou returned from abroad today and came to the set in the afternoon with several scripts. Obviously, she had already planned the route for her. She only brought popular variety show scripts, all of which come with built-in traffic. As long as she participates, she won't lack exposure. And if she picks a good persona, she will definitely gain fans. Sumi had indeed set her sights on a persona. Given her status, there would definitely be negative rumors later about her buying her way into the group, so having good public favor beforehand wouldn't help. It would backfire later. It was better to fight poison with poison. Let's go with this one. She handed over a script. There were only 2 people in the RV. Sister Zhou took the script and glanced at it. She was not surprised that she took this travel reality show, as the program itself was already popular. But when she saw the character she chose, she frowned, unable to understand why she would pick that one. Won't you reconsider? She asked seriously. Every show has a character script, set by the production team. Only in this way can there be enough conflict and highlights. Yet Sumi chose a sharp-tongued and mean character, which she really couldn't understand. Could it be that this young lady insisted on taking the controversial route? But the other party also has psychological issues. What if she gets criticized by netizens and ends up with depression? How would she explain that to the chairman? I think this is great. Can you arrange the time? Also, try to find some difficult and temperamental guests. Sumi earnestly instructed. Because this way, it's more beneficial for her performance. 2 normal people actually make her feel restrained. This character setting allows her to act naturally without a script. Nothing is easier than being controversial to quickly gain fame. Moreover, with so many haters and insults, some will definitely hit the original owner's emotional weak points. Then she can go crazy all over the internet herself, and maybe her luck value will increase even more than at the last engagement banquet. She can't just sit and wait to die. If there's no opportunity, then create one. Can a living person really be held back by fear? The sooner she raises enough luck value, the less she'll have to face that bunch of greasy, pretentious men like the male lead and the villain. This? Then you. Sister Zhou seemed to be hearing such a request for the first time. Others usually chose guests who were easy to talk to. But this young lady was taking an unconventional path. All right, I'll go back and make arrangements. She still nodded, deciding to report to the chairman when she returned, so that if anything went wrong, it wouldn't be blamed on her. By the way, do you know that your grandfather's condition hasn't been good recently? She seemed to recall something, mainly because Sumi didn't appear to be nervous, but rumors had long been spreading throughout the company. Upon hearing this, Sumi looked up in surprise, then thought for a moment before finally picking up the cup on the table and taking a sip of water. I don't know, it makes no difference. According to the plot, the old man should still have about half a year left. At this point, he is only hospitalized. The main reason is that the supporting female character wants to eliminate the female lead's backing, so she leaked the affair between the female lead and Chi-Yun to the old man. The old man was already fragile. Just a few words from her could give him high blood pressure, let alone learning about the female lead's illicit relationship with Chi-Yun. It should be noted that the female lead was already engaged to the second male lead. In the old man's feudal mindset, the female lead's actions were no different from an affair, so in a fit of anger, he fainted. No wonder it's been so quiet lately. It turns out she was hospitalized. Her father probably kept it to himself for everyone's sake, so the old man wouldn't get his blood pressure even higher after seeing her. A granddaughter having an affair with her fiancé's older brother, and that fiancé's older brother also has a fiancé. Another granddaughter has psychological issues. The old man is probably questioning what kind of curse he has brought upon himself. But who told him to dislike his good granddaughter, to insult and suppress her verbally, and even push his own granddaughter out as a scapegoat? Just for that, she can't bring herself to sympathize. However, the necessary procedures still have to be followed. Since Sister Zhou has already told her, there's no harm in taking a look. The main thing is to see how the old man is doing. If he really can't make it, then it means the story is already starting to change. She must control all the uncertain factors. All right, then I'll go see him after filming wraps up in 3 days, she said calmly. Then I'll book your plane ticket. Sister Zhou immediately grabbed her bag and got ready. Sumi didn't say anything else. In fact, the others had already finished filming one after another. It was just that her role was heavy, so it needed to be extended for a few more days. Sometimes even if it's filmed, it might not be released. But with Sister Zhou following up the whole way, the producers probably won't dare to cut it recklessly. The problem lies in the fear of uncontrollable factors like those two idiots, the male lead and the second male lead. What if they get angry and want to take revenge? Then secretly use their capital power to contact the producers and mess with her scenes. This is very likely. After all, those two won't just let it go after being wronged. The best way is to strike first and hard, making these people cause chaos so they'll be too busy dealing with themselves. Actually, she has already planned it out. In a month, the old master of the Chi family will have a big birthday celebration and publicly reveal the relationship between the male and female leads, using this to cause a big uproar. This will definitely boost her luck value. As for whether the Su family will lose face, that's not important. After all, she's mentally ill herself, so she's not afraid of being implicated by the female lead and damaging her reputation. Besides, this reputation will be lost sooner or later unless the male and female leads grow old and never interact again, which is obviously impossible. So it's better to increase her luck value. Only by leveraging all the information resources around you can you gain greater opportunities. Otherwise, you can only end up in jail. She has already seen the influence of the plot. Otherwise, after the villain was slapped by her, he still clung on like a piece of dog skin plaster to offer warmth. If that's not the influence of the plot, then what is? The last few days all had night scenes, usually staying up until 1 in the morning before returning to the hotel. Since the crew filmed discreetly and wrapped up quietly, basically no information was released. The production team just bought a wrap-up cake, and then had them take a big group photo together. Aren't you going to eat? Chungyu asked casually. Just after finishing the wrap-up group photo, Sumi handed the flowers to her assistant and then took out her phone again. I still have to catch a flight. Let's take a photo together. It might come in handy later. She handed the phone to the assistant. Hearing this, Chungyu nodded again, then took the initiative to lean in, not daring to touch her shoulder, so he could only raise his hand and make a peace sign. Actually, he really disliked hyped-up CPs, But Sumi's dedicated and hardworking attitude truly changed his perception and made him see a lot about himself. The only issue was that he wasn't very clear about Sumi's true identity. What if she had a boyfriend? Approaching her again might seem unethical. Alright, I'm leaving first. Let's have a meal together next time. Sumi glanced at the others. Okay. Shua was the first to smile and wave. The flight was at 3 in the afternoon. After changing clothes, Sumi took a car to the airport. Since she had to go record that reality show the day after tomorrow, time was quite tight. After all, some things definitely needed to be prepared in advance. Relying solely on the assistant to make plans wouldn't work. There are some grudges and resentments among the guests. If she doesn't take the time to understand, it would seem like she's deliberately touching on sensitive topics. Some tourist spots also have certain taboos, including routes and weather, all of which need to be understood in advance. She can't rely on others to highlight everything for her. The plane arrived in Shanghai at 5 o'clock. After having her assistant send her luggage home, she took a car to the hospital. Although her mother hadn't told her about the old man being hospitalized, she still called every now and then. Seeing that her mental state was stable, she definitely stopped mentioning the old man's hospitalization. After all, only by staying away from those people and things that upset her could she better manage her condition. Upon arriving at the hospital, she didn't even need to ask which floor. She went straight to the 8th floor, a familiar route. The old man had a VIP exclusive ward here, as the hospital had investment from the Su family. But after reaching the 8th floor and before turning into the corridor, she heard complaints coming from next door. I'm not saying anything, but the elder has been hospitalized for so long, and that crazy girl hasn't even come to visit. Maybe the old man, bedridden for so long, just wants to see his granddaughter. Stop talking, stop talking. She's already like that? You still expect her to come over? What if the old master goes directly? As Sumi entered the corridor, she saw a group of people whispering outside. Until someone sharp-eyed saw her coming, the corridor was suddenly filled with coughs, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on everyone's forehead. I told you that that stinky girl is an ungrateful wretch. The old master has been sick for so long, and she only came to visit yesterday. Our Su family has really raised her for nothing all these years. The third branch of the Su family immediately straightened up in fright. Just then Su Ruanswan, who was coming out of the ward, was also stunned, then immediately began to explain. I'm sorry? Grandpa didn't let Dad tell me. I don't know why Grandpa did this. Who are you trying to fool with that? If you really cared about the old man, wouldn't you call him every day to check in? The fact that you haven't noticed for so long just shows you've never called. The old man treated you so well, like his own granddaughter, and yet, before you even married into the Chi family, you disappeared. Exactly, if you weren't the daughter of the Su family, do you think the Chi family would want you? The old man is still alive, and you're already acting like an ungrateful wretch. You really don't have a shred of your sister's kindness and generosity. The third branch of the Su family quickly looked at Sumi. Unlike Mimi, who is busy with work but still takes the time to visit Grandpa. If you had even half your sister's filial piety, the old man wouldn't be so chronically ill. Exactly, last time when she said those things about your sister, you didn't even defend her. If I were the old man, I'd be so angry I'd get high blood pressure. Everyone was talking at once, and Su Ruanswan couldn't help but lower her head with red eyes. It was indeed her fault. She had been busy recording a show recently, and hadn't had time to use her phone to contact the outside world. She didn't know that her grandfather had been seriously ill for a long time. Once she found out, she came over immediately. But after her grandfather woke up, he still refused to speak to her, and she didn't know what she had done wrong. Shut up. What does this have to do with Ruanswan? She suddenly came out of the hospital room, looking displeased as he glared at those who were blaming Su Ruanswan. Seeing him, Sumi couldn't help but brighten her eyes. She was finding the second male lead more and more pleasing to the eye now. Without him, her luck value would at least be halved. Perhaps having noticed her as well, she couldn't help but furrow his brows, as if recalling something. His face turned pale and then flushed again. Without saying anything else, he reached out to pat Su Ruanswan's head. I'm leaving first. If Grandpa Su has any situation, remember to tell me immediately. Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side. After speaking, he glared at the others, as if warning them not to bully Su Ruanswan anymore, then headed straight towards the elevator. Sumi paused in her steps, a look of disdain on her face. You an outsider, what right do you have to boss people around here? Even though he told himself to endure, she couldn't help but turn his head and glare at her angrily. I am Ruan's fiancé, and in the future I will be her husband. What do you think I am? We haven't even gotten married yet. Besides, Su Ruan is not even part of our Su family, said the third branch of the Su family ambiguously. They had known for a long time that the old man had changed his will several times. It was said that he left 10% of the shares to Su Ruan. It was one thing to leave shares to Sumi since she was blood of the Su family, even if she was mentally ill. But what was Su Ruan, an outsider? It was already good enough that she married Chi as a Su family daughter. Now she even wanted shares. Perhaps worried that Sumi would lose her temper after hearing bad things said about her. Others quickly chimed in. Exactly, I'm not saying anything, but you saw how Mimi didn't even greet anyone. Isn't that too rude? As if the embarrassment our Su family suffered last time wasn't enough. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face immediately changed. Last time it was clearly that crazy woman going mad. What does that have to do with me? To this day, that tooth of his still hasn't been fixed. What madness? Who are you calling mad? Someone immediately stepped forward to stand in front of Sumi, speaking seriously. Our Mimi is such a well-behaved and polite girl. It was clearly you who spoke rudely. If you hadn't talked nonsense, would she have hit you? Recording. Brother Chi, you quickly apologized to sister. You can't talk to sister like that anymore or else I will never talk to you again. Su Ruan looked at him with a rare serious expression. Chi frowned tightly, immediately stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Ruan, why are you afraid of her? I told you I won't let her bully you anymore. When Grandpa Su gets better we will get married. By then you won't have to stay in this disgusting place anymore. Hearing this, the others immediately became unhappy. Watch your words. What has our Su family done to her? We've fed and taken care of her well all these years, isn't that enough? Without our Su family, she would probably be working in some remote corner, not living in luxury like now. Exactly. If she feels wronged, then pack up and get out of the Su family. She has biological parents but refuses to acknowledge them, instead shamelessly clinging here, thinking no one knows her intentions. Maybe the old man fainted because of her, snorted the fourth branch of the Su family. Heard that? Upon hearing this, Chi clenched his fists and immediately glared angrily at the other party. You think Ruan is as profit-driven as you? What profit-driven? If she wasn't, why wouldn't she go back to her own home? Who is she bothering by staying here? The third branch of the Su family sneered. Besides, you've had a higher education, and this is how you speak to your elders? It seems your Chi family's upbringing isn't any better. In an instant, the corridor was filled with accusations against Su Ruan and Chi, completely lacking the harmony from before. Overnight, it seemed as if the two were the culprits who angered Su Zhanan. Su Ruan lowered her head, her eyes slightly reddening. Since childhood, her uncles and aunts had treated her very well. Even after learning she wasn't her parents' biological child, they still treated her kindly as before. But she didn't understand what had happened these days for her uncles and aunts to think of her this way. As if having made up her mind, she took a deep breath and said, After Grandpa wakes up, I will ask him to remove me from the family genealogy, and I will never stay in the Su family again. Hearing this, the others all looked doubtful, clearly not believing that she would actually be willing to leave the Su family. They wondered if she was just stalling on purpose, trying to buy time until the old man passed away, so she could then naturally inherit the company shares. From this perspective, they actually felt that Sumi was not such a big threat after all. After all, the board of directors would never let a mentally ill person control the company's power. If Sumi and Su Ruan were out of the picture, and the eldest brother had no other children, then the chairman position would definitely be chosen from among them. So no matter what, Su Ruan must leave the Su family. This is what you said yourself, we never forced you. If when the time comes you say one thing and do another, don't blame me, your aunt, for speaking harshly, said the fourth branch of the Su family in a serious tone. Chi could no longer tolerate these ugly faces and grabbed Su Ruan to leave the hospital, but the latter kept struggling, clearly wanting to stay and take care of the people in the ward. Let go of me, I want to stay and take care of Grandpa. Chi held her shoulders firmly, his gaze sharp as he met the girl's reddened eyes. You are just two. That's kind-hearted, but these people treat you like this. If you stay, you'll only be bullied. I don't care, today you must come with me. Whether you are from the Su family or not, my fiancé will always be only you. How have we treated her? Sumi stepped forward, raised her hand and slapped his right cheek. If you have a problem with your brain, go downstairs for a CT scan, and take her along to check if she has any neurological issues. We treat her badly? Then why does she stubbornly stay here? If that's not a brain problem, then what is? Chi clenched his fists, glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. but thinking that he was no match for this crazy woman, he could only shield Su Ruanyuan behind him. "Young master, should we still stay? Let's leave quickly." The bodyguard immediately stepped forward to take him away. Looking at Sumi's gaze, there was also a hint of fear. Whether this Miss Su really had a mental illness or not, the young master was indeed no match for her. Madam had already instructed that in the future, whenever they saw this Miss Su, they must take a detour. "Trash! What are you all afraid of?" She was furious at the reaction of the group. A whole group of men actually afraid of a stinky girl. During this time, he didn't dare contact his friends. It was all thanks to that damn girl. What's even more outrageous is that the other party actually dared to hit Big Brother. And Big Brother didn't? Stop it. The bodyguards ignored his struggles and quickly took him down, one on each side. The young master's anger was temporary, but if he got beaten up, he'd probably have to be hospitalized again. Seeing that idiot actually leave, Sumi was full of regret. As expected, the luck value isn't as good to farm now. She needs to develop a new social circle. Still, it's Mimi who is well-behaved and sensible, unlike that second son of the Chi family, who talks loudly without any manners. "He should be properly taught how to behave," said the third branch of the Su family sternly. Sumi ignored this group of opportunists and pushed open the hospital room door by herself. Inside, there was only the old man lying there, covered with monitoring devices all over his body, clearly in a critical condition. However, the other party shouldn't die anytime soon. In the original story, it was because the male lead had achieved his goal and wanted to break off the engagement with the third female lead. How could she accept all this? So she secretly removed the old man's oxygen mask, trying to frame the female lead. Even if the female lead cleared her name, she would still be in the mourning period, so there was no way she could marry the male lead anytime soon. Right now, the male lead hasn't broken off the engagement with the third female lead yet, so the other party definitely wouldn't be so desperate as to pull off the old man's oxygen mask. Although she didn't want the third female lead to go down a path of no return. From their last conversation, it was clear that the other party's obsession was even deeper than the original characters. She had no way to make the other party let go of all this, especially since she hadn't resolved her own issues yet. The only option now was to quickly accumulate enough fate points to change the storyline's direction. That way, maybe the third female lead wouldn't be affected by the plot, and none of them would have to end up in jail. She glanced at the old man once more, then left the hospital room. There was no need to wait for him to wake up. After all, seeing each other less was a pleasant thing for both sides. After leaving the hospital, she didn't go home but had the driver take her to another place. It had also been a long time since the original owner's foster parents were seen. According to the private detective, Lu Zhini's family had recently come knocking again. It was normal for these bloodsuckers to cause trouble. It would be strange if they behaved themselves. But what she needed to confirm was the attitude of Zhao Yun and the others. If they still didn't get it, then it would be necessary to use strong measures. At 7:20 in the evening, Zhao Yun and Lu Zhiyun should have already finished work. When she arrived, she used the key to open the door directly and was greeted by the aroma of food coming from inside. That was the smell from the original owner's memories. "Who is it?" Lu Zhiyun came out of the kitchen wiping his hands. When he saw the visitor, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly smiled and stepped forward. "This kid came over without even saying hello. Haven't eaten yet, right? Sit down quickly. Dad will go buy 2 more dishes you like right away." Sumi smiled as she picked up the shredded chicken in her hand. "No need, do you think I would let myself go hungry?" Hearing the voice, Zhao Yun, who was in the room, also came out. She seemed to be on the phone with someone, but upon seeing the newcomer, she immediately hung up and excitedly walked forward to grab her daughter's arm and scrutinize her. "Doesn't the Su family have some nutritionist? Why do you look even thinner?" Zhao Yun's face was full of endless concern. "I've been working out recently, my body fat percentage has dropped, so of course I look thinner, but I've got abs now," she said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun was momentarily stunned, then looked her daughter up and down again, her eyes full of affection. "Good at sports, as long as you're healthy, your father and I will be at ease." As if recalling something, her expression darkened again, and a trace of guilt flashed across her eyes. Madame Su had called, saying she and her husband should pay more attention to their daughter, as her emotions were currently unstable, and she desperately needed the care of those around her. Hearing that her daughter truly had psychological issues, she wished she could slap herself twice, feeling too ashamed to speak with the Su family. The Su family treated Ruan so well, yet she and her husband had caused Mimi to develop psychological problems. It was all their fault. But hearing that her daughter was filming and must be working hard every day, she didn't dare to call frequently and disturb her rest, so she could only consult the hospital on how to help her daughter recover. The final conclusion was to give her ample freedom of care and create a comfortable living environment. Otherwise, even a slight carelessness could put pressure on the patient. "Those people haven't come to see you recently, have they?" Sumi asked casually while changing her shoes. Hearing this, Zhao Yun immediately became serious. "Ruan recently bought us a house. Somehow your second and third uncles found out. They said they want to prepare a wedding house for your cousins and also buy a new house, so they've been coming to borrow money these past few days. But since Ruan gave the money, of course we can't touch it, so we haven't lent them any." She clearly knew why her daughter was ill. If she still couldn't understand at this point, then she really didn't deserve to be called her daughter's mother. No matter what, she would never have any involvement with those people again. "How much do they want?" Sumi asked casually. Lu Jiyun frowned. 3 million, but don't worry, we haven't given them a single cent. Sumi poured herself a glass of water directly. "You call them and tell them to come over in half a month. By then, I'll give them 3 million. On New Year's Eve, they were still pulling her hair. "Don't think that all this is over. If you don't teach them how to behave properly, it would be a disservice to her training them for so long. Not to mention 3 million, she could even send 300 million to these vampires." "Give it to them?" Zhao Yun looked puzzled. "Just do as I say. From now on, whenever they ask for money, you record it and keep the recording," Sumi reminded her. She still had the recordings from the last time those people demanded money. Tomorrow, she would have the housekeeper find a lawyer to sue this group for extortion. Half a month should be enough for them to receive a court summons. If they still dared to ask for money, that would be evidence for harsher punishment. Once these people were all locked up, of course everything would be peaceful. "Okay, I'll record everything from now on." Zhao Yun nodded seriously. "The child must be hungry, come quickly eat." Lu Jiyun immediately went to the kitchen to bring the dishes. Although there were no delicacies from the Su family, the home-cooked dishes were even more appetizing. Sumi unusually ate 2 bowls. During this time, Zhao Yun cautiously asked her if she had been suffering from insomnia recently, or if there was anything upsetting her. Of course she answered that everything was fine. The original protagonist's foster parents both had people-pleasing personalities. Whenever anything happened, they always thought of others first. Gradually, the protagonist became like this too, caring too much about others' opinions, willing to suffer losses herself rather than letting things escalate, and so she kept things bottled up, allowing the villain to take advantage. However, the older generation only believed that suffering losses was a blessing, but the protagonist had received higher education, so she was torn between these two mindsets, repeatedly exhausting herself internally, to the point of reaching an extreme. So people still need to love themselves first. A person only has one life, love however you want. Why should you wrong yourself for others, endure silently? If that's the case, might as well just quit together. After eating, she didn't stay long. The day after tomorrow, she still had a program to record, and she needed to prepare some travel gear. However, Zhao Yun and the others kept asking her to rest well and eat properly, saying that nothing in this world is more important than health. This is true. No matter how much money you have, you need good health to enjoy it. Otherwise, it's all in vain. The best way is to seize the moment and never leave yourself with regrets. By the time she returned to the villa, it was already 9 o'clock at night. She went to the gym and worked out for an hour, then made a list for the butler to prepare travel supplies, and also asked him to find a lawyer to sue Lu Jini and his group. The butler used to ask questions, but now he doesn't say a word, and everyone around her is the same. Quiet and obedient, not daring to have any unnecessary opinions. This is the effect of continuous madness. This world is like this. Those who are fierce fear death. Those who don't fear death go crazy. However, the doctor came again the next day. "Miss Su, your mood seems to have stabilized a lot recently, which shows that you still need a good environment to nurture your mental state." The doctor looked at the measurement chart and frowned again. "Actually, I still recommend you rest more. Your current condition is not very suitable for traveling with strangers. Friction will definitely occur then." Sumi quietly sat there drinking tea. Of course she was stable. She hadn't triggered any tasks for a long time. "This is a career I love, and I feel that my condition is very good. I can also try to control myself," she said with a smile. Hearing this, the doctor had nothing more to say and could only urge her to continue music therapy, spend more time in nature to relax her body and mind, and not pay attention to the miscellaneous noises from the outside world. This time, the show recording lasted exactly half a month. The program's rule was to invite 6 guests to travel to different places. The travel expenses were all determined by drawing lots. Sometimes the budget was sufficient, and sometimes it was a budget trip. Although she had a sharp and sarcastic persona, Sumi did not rely on the script at all. She could perform naturally, and the script would actually hinder her performance. The production team scheduled the meeting time at the airport for 9 a.m. Early in the morning, Sister Zhou came to pick her up for the airport, obviously worried that she didn't understand the current variety show routines, and along the way, she gave her many reminders. When they arrived at the airport, her staff were already waiting there. The cameraman's lens immediately followed her, and Sister Zhou greeted everyone without hesitation. She also had her assistant buy breakfast for everyone, instantly elevating the social niceties to the highest level. After arriving at the departure hall, she didn't see any other guests, so she sat on a chair and looked at travel guides. "It's almost 9 o'clock, aren't you going to find them?" the accompanying cameraman reminded her. Sumi lifted her eyelids. "Why should I go find them? Shouldn't they come find me? If we can't even gather in such a small place with no sense of time, how can we not end up going our separate ways in a foreign land?" The accompanying cameraman said nothing. It seemed this part wasn't in the script, and the other party's state was entering a bit too quickly. After a few more minutes, the crowd stirred, and another group immediately approached. The person being followed was the post-2005 rising film star Zhang Yu, who had even won a Best Supporting Actress award, making her a highly anticipated talent in the industry. Here, finally found you." Zhang Yu, out of breath, pushed 2 suitcases as she hurried forward, then politely extended her hand. "Hello, sister, I finally found you. I looked around everywhere just now but didn't see anyone else. I was so scared. I thought I had come to the wrong place." As expected, she probably played the role of a cute and clueless character. Sumi nodded expressionlessly. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu awkwardly looked at the staff. "Can you call them? We're running out of time, and if we don't gather soon, it will be too late. There are still 2 people stuck in traffic, so they probably won't arrive that quickly. The other 2 went to the wrong terminal. We're at T1 but they went to T2. The staff was holding a phone while contacting others. Sumi couldn't help but frown. She clearly remembered that the other character settings given by the production team were all impressive, but none portrayed anyone as a dumb person with no sense of direction. Forget it, maybe it's just an accident. After about 10 more minutes, the departure hall finally erupted in commotion. 2 tall men were rushing over, pushing suitcases, one of them still biting on a fried dough stick. While running, his hat fell off and he quickly went back to pick it up. The bystanders filming all screamed out loud. Clearly most of them were fans who had received the news in advance. If it weren't for the security guards outside the camera blocking the way, they would have all rushed over by now. Sorry, the driver just took us to T2. How about we all introduce ourselves?" The young man in the black jacket panted as he looked at the 2. Zhang Yu immediately nodded, then shyly smiled. "My name is Zhang Yu and I just turned 18 this month. My name is Li Chuan, I'm 28 this year. Just call me by my name." The man in the blue tracksuit smiled warmly. Li Chuan is also an invisible resource guy. Although his traffic isn't big, his film and TV resources have always been very good. He probably came on this show for the traffic and popularity. After all, there's no artist who doesn't want to be famous. The other man is Yang Ijo, a singer who debuted through a talent show with countless female fans. In a sense, he's considered a semi-top star and has the largest traffic among everyone, but his public image has never been very good. He probably wants to use this show to change his reputation. The entertainment industry is neither too big nor too small. Of course, those who aren't famous aren't known by anyone, so they need to introduce themselves. This segment is also broadcast for the audience to see. At last, Sumi made a brief self-introduction. Only 4 of the 6 people had arrived. The other 2 were still nowhere to be found. If this were a real trip, a few people would have lost their temper by now. Maybe they're at another checkpoint. Otherwise, should we just go through security first? Li Chuan said calmly. Hearing this, Zhang Yu blinked again, looking timid. But what if they can't find us? What if we end up missing the flight? The staff suddenly spoke up. They told you to go in first. Did you hear that? Zhang Yu couldn't help but brighten up. That means they're almost here? We should wait a little longer. Actually, I think it's better if you wait for them at the door. That way they can see you right away. Sumi kept smiling. As if thinking it was a good idea, Zhang Yu immediately nodded. But I'm prone to getting lost. How about we wait for them outside together? Sumi stood up calmly. I'm going in now, but I think it's better if you go to their house to meet them. That way it's less likely you'll get lost. After speaking, she walked straight towards the security checkpoint. Seeing this scene, the two men exchanged glances, instantly realizing that she was playing the role of a sharp-tongued person. But Sumi's natural demeanor didn't seem acted at all. Li Chuan quickly made a decision, telling Zhang Yu not to wait any longer to avoid everyone being unable to board the plane later. Time was already tight. After passing security, they still had to find the boarding gate. Finally, while queuing, they encountered two others who were obviously quite exhausted from running, but one of them still made sure to avoid the camera while touching up her makeup. There was no time to get familiar with each other before several people gradually found their seats with their tickets, but fortunately, the production team arranged for everyone to be in the same area, and their seats were very close to each other. My God, this chair is way too hard, and there's nowhere to put my feet. Another female guest, Himimi, frowned and immediately took out perfume to spray around. Knowing there were no cameras at this moment, she hadn't stopped rolling her eyes since boarding the plane. Especially sitting next to Sumi, she sprayed a few extra sprays of perfume in her direction. Sumi took out some floral water from her pocket and sprayed a few times toward her side. The pungent smell made Zhang Yu over there cough repeatedly. No matter how good her acting was, she never expected Sumi to bring such a cheap thing as floral water. My God, you actually brought floral water. Himimi covered her mouth and nose, her expression of disgust almost overflowing. Zhang Yu immediately tried to smooth things over. Everyone likes different scents. Maybe Sumi just suits this smell. I think it's very down to earth. Sumi tidied her hair, then handed over the bottle. This is from the Doctor series of perfumes, only about 5 million per bottle. Oh, maybe you're not VIP customers, so it's normal if you haven't seen it. Hearing this, Himimi immediately glanced at the bottle and found that it really was that limited edition perfume. She heard that you have to spend to a certain level to be able to buy products from this series. But the agent said the other party used to be just an extra, so it must have been a gift from the sponsor. Such an expensive perfume, and she actually dares to give it away. Himimi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Some people look like limited editions even wearing cloth shoes. Some people look like plastic street vendors even wearing diamond necklaces. Of course, I'm not talking about you. It's just that the scent of this perfume really doesn't quite match the brand. The others exchanged glances, not expecting the atmosphere to become so awkward before they even got to the venue. Is that so? Then I'll convey Sister Mimi's suggestion to their vice president later. Maybe next time they can improve it better. Sumi put on her sunglasses and leaned back to rest. She actually even knows the vice president of Doctor? Himimi couldn't help but curl the corner of her mouth into a cold smile. She was about to say something, but then she thought about how she had recently been involved with endorsing this brand. If the other party really knew him, it would definitely affect her business dealings. I'm just joking, this scent smells pretty good. I was actually thinking of buying it myself. This kind of lingering fragrance gives off a very high-end feeling. She took a deep breath, fully enjoying it. Only Zhang Yu scratched her head. I usually don't use perfume much, my family doesn't really let me use these. Sumi suddenly took off her sunglasses, looking puzzled. You didn't spray perfume? Then why does your body smell like Longjing tea? Intimidation. And there's also a dead fish smell. I was about to say this is a brand. Himimi rolled her eyes again and took out a silk scarf to cover her mouth and nose. Zhang Yu's face stiffened for a moment, but soon she raised the corners of her mouth. She lowered her head to smell her sleeve and said, That? Maybe it's because I ate salted fish this morning? That was made by my grandmother herself. If you want to eat it, I can send it to you in the future. Seeing the atmosphere turn a bit awkward, Yang Ijo immediately raised his hand. I also like eating salted fish. My grandmother also liked to dry these preserved foods, but she passed away when I was very young. As he spoke, he involuntarily lowered his head, a trace of sadness appearing on his face. Zhang Yu immediately turned her head to comfort him. I still have a lot at home. If you want to eat it in the future, just tell me. I will send it to you. Himimi rolled her eyes. There were no cameras now, and she had no time to act out emotional scenes with them. She just took out her makeup mirror and touched up her makeup by herself. What should I do? If someone recognizes me, then how can I still travel? She looked worried. Sumi, wearing sunglasses, leaned against the wall to rest. If you take off your makeup, no one will recognize you. With a snap, Himimi closed her makeup mirror, holding back a strong urge to curse. In the end, she took a few deep breaths, put on her eye mask, and also leaned against the wall to rest. The few men in front were all looking at travel guides. Each seemed to have made one, but the level of detail varied. As they chatted, the conversation turned to basketball and racing, getting more and more excited. Too noisy. It wasn't until an impatient female voice came from the front that the group suddenly fell silent, eventually just exchanging glances and leaning there to rest. They could no longer tell if Sumi was being genuine or if she had gotten into character too quickly, but without the camera now, she didn't have to act so convincingly. The first stop is a popular domestic tourist destination, a picturesque ancient-style town. These tourist spots have all signed promotional cooperation agreements with the production team and the local authorities. With the broadcast of the program, the later stages will definitely boost local tourism popularity. After getting off the plane, the staff had them draw lots again. The more funding they drew, the less financially tight their trip would be. In response, the director team also took away all their bank cards and cash, leaving only a phone provided by the production team on them. Until Sumi took out a stack of bank cards, the sharp-eyed staff immediately recognized the black card, suddenly breaking into a sweat as he handed it over. How about you keep it yourself for now? If this card is lost, their entire production team wouldn't be able to afford it. Seeing that black card, Mimi deliberately took off her sunglasses to glance at it, then put them back on and rolled her eyes. It's just relying on a sponsor to get ahead. Without someone supporting them, who knows if they'd still be a stand-in in some remote corner. It's just a card, what's there to be so precious about? Thinking of this, she immediately turned to the side and sent a message to her agent, asking them to find out who Sumi's sponsor was. To be so generous, even willing to give away such a black card, if she could snatch it, then she would never have to worry about resources again. It's nothing, just a card. We should all follow the rules, Sumi said casually as she handed the card over. The assistant director quickly broke out in a cold sweat and stepped forward to explain. It's nothing, special circumstances require special treatment. You should keep this yourself. If the card was lost, their show would most likely be over. Seeing this, Sumi could only keep it to herself, but the others were all shocked, as if they hadn't expected her to actually have a black card. Only the well-informed Li Chuan understood the situation clearly. He had long received the news that Sumi was actually the eldest daughter of the Su group. Although his own family was not short of money, it was still far behind the Su family. If this show could help build a good relationship with them, it would definitely be beneficial. I usually put my money in my parents' card and I don't really use cash. Zhang Yu handed the wallet with only a few bills inside to the staff. Others gradually handed over their cash and bank cards to the production team for management, and at this time the staff brought a box for everyone to draw lots from. The larger the amount drawn, the bigger their travel budget this time. Whether it was because of that 190 luck value or not, Sumi drew 30,000 yuan, the largest amount among everyone. Naturally, this budget was also entrusted to her for safekeeping. 3 days, 6 people, 30,000 yuan. Isn't that enough? It's plenty, but for these artists used to living in luxury suites, naturally it feels tight. Sumi didn't pay them any mind and was about to hail 2 taxis to the tourist spots when she heard Mimi say over there. It takes an hour to get to town from here, and taxis are so expensive. We still have other expenses later, so let's take the bus instead. It's only 15 yuan per person. She was playing the role of a shrewd and capable person, and since the camera had already started rolling, she couldn't afford to be vague at this moment. Yeah, let's take the bus, we can save some money that way. Zhang Yu immediately agreed. Sumi didn't say a word and gave each of them 20 yuan. Then you guys get on the bus first. I'll go to the restroom, and later we'll take that big bus at the back. Hearing this, the others immediately nodded except Li Chuan, who warmly said, How about we wait for you? That way it's less likely we'll get separated. No problem, we have phones and can keep in touch. I'll send you the hotel location later. Without another word, Sumi pushed her suitcase and walked in the other direction alone. The staff followed her, filming along the way, and noticed she wasn't heading toward the restroom but to the taxi stand. Unable to hold back, they asked, Aren't you going to the restroom? Sumi hailed a taxi, then put the suitcase into the trunk. I want to take a taxi and they want to take the bus. When opinions differ, there will definitely be arguments. So they can take the bus and I'll take the taxi. This way everyone is happy, and there won't be any disputes. People need to have proper communication skills so that everyone is happy. Hearing this, the accompanying staff were all speechless, not knowing what to say. Sounded quite philosophical. But what if they find out you secretly took a taxi? The cameraman asked curiously. Sumi slipped into the back seat of the car and shrugged helplessly. So what if they find out? Am I not letting them take the taxi? They just don't want to, so what right do they have to blame me? The staff all sat down without a word. Although Sumi played the role of a sharp-tongued person, somehow they all felt that her logic made a lot of sense. It took an hour to reach the town. Sumi searched around on her phone and ended up booking a hotel with a good reputation. Although it was quite far from the town, those homestays usually couldn't guarantee privacy, and the town was rather noisy at night, so it was better to stay a bit farther away for rest. Most importantly, this hotel was the only one nearby with a gym. The deluxe twin room cost 800 yuan, but she didn't like sharing a room with others. After all, it's wise to be cautious, so she booked a deluxe single queen room for 600 yuan by herself. Whether the others had any objections didn't matter. After all, the money was in her hands and she was playing this role. Of course, she had to firmly establish it. The ticket for the trip cost 5,000 yuan, which had to be deducted from her 30,000 yuan, right? But 25,000 in 3 days was actually enough. This was the off-season for tourism, and the driver took her on a shortcut. It took less than an hour to reach the hotel. When she checked the group chat, the others were still on the bus and said it would take another half hour to arrive. After getting the room card, she carried her suitcase to her room, then took out a surveillance scanner and scanned inside and outside the room. Only the film crew's cameras were found. There were no hidden cameras, so she felt at ease and started organizing her things. By the time she had planned out the travel itinerary, the group still hadn't arrived. It wasn't until half an hour later that a group of people finally arrived downstairs. Himimi's face was already pale and bloodless. She was crouching there, clutching her chest and continuously retching. At this moment, she completely lacked the poise of a female celebrity. Zhang Yu also seemed to be feeling unwell, unable to utter a single word. The other 3 men were in a similar state. Li Chuan was slightly better but still tactful enough not to ask why they had arrived so quickly. He just told the others to rest for a while before going to eat. You weren't in the car behind us, right? How did you get here before us? Himimi asked suspiciously, clutching her stomach. Sumi remained calm. I don't know. There was no traffic jam on our side. Car, are you stuck in traffic? The accompanying staff decisively shut their mouths. Speaking of traffic jams, Himimi immediately wanted to curse, but thinking that the camera was still recording, she could only go to the front desk with a blank face to get the room card. 6 people, 2 per room, but Songhua got a deluxe king room. After all, there were 3 boys and 3 girls, so there had to be at least 1 male and 1 female staying in single rooms. Himimi immediately turned the camera away, then questioned Sumi. Why do you live alone in a single bedroom, while Zhang Yu and I have to stay in a double room? Sumi remained expressionless. I sleepwalk and might hit people at night. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Hearing this, Himimi sneered. I also have sleepwalking. I'm afraid you can't handle it either. Their eyes met and Sumi nodded. All right then, tonight we'll share a room. Seeing this, Himimi no longer wanted to say anything, just put on her sunglasses and rolled her eyes, letting Li Chuan carry her suitcase upstairs. These people still needed a while to rest, so Sumi ordered takeout and ate downstairs by herself. She was so generous to let them take a taxi, but they refused and insisted on maintaining their image. Who could blame the traffic jam then? After eating, those people gradually came downstairs, but Himimi was dragging her feet again. If the staff hadn't told her she had to visit a scenic spot today, she probably would still be resting in her room. When she came down, she had changed into a floral dress, and her complexion seemed much better. But when she heard they were going to eat, she immediately said it was fine to wait until 6 o'clock for dinner, saving a meal. Zhang Yu also lost her appetite from the bumpy car ride, but a few of the men were getting a bit hungry. Sumi gave them each 100 yuan to go eat whatever they wanted, and told them to regroup in 20 minutes. The first check-in spot was an ancient tree in this old-style town. It was said to be several hundred years old and had a particularly beautiful story. Legend had it that couples who came here would end up together forever. This time, no one objected to her suggestion of taking a taxi. It only cost 30 yuan to get outside the town. Probably because someone recognized Yang Ijo, the road was filled with various screams, and passers-by all took out their phones to film. Himimi was constantly touching up her makeup to prevent any unfavorable leaks from spreading. There were many snacks in the town. Sumi ate and bought along the way, while the others tried to control their calorie intake and didn't dare to eat much. However, perhaps unable to resist the temptation of delicious food, Yang Ijo also bought a bowl of sugar oil rice cake and started eating. While eating, he also reminded the staff not to tell his manager. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a good thing. Artists need to control their figure. Even a slight weight gain on camera can lead to criticism from haters and affect business negotiations. Therefore, artists' daily diets are strictly monitored by their managers. Seeing Sumi eat bowl after bowl, Himimi couldn't help but swallow hard. She had only had a bowl of porridge that morning, but there was no other way. She had to control her diet to maintain her figure. Maybe thinking the camera was still rolling, she enthusiastically approached Sumi. Your skin is so fair. How do you usually take care of it? The latter bit into the sugar oil cake in one bite, expression unchanged, and said, Money. Himimi took a deep breath, almost losing control of her expression management. Poor people who suddenly get rich all act like this, thinking there's something special. If they hadn't hooked up with a wealthy benefactor, forget about a perfume that costs 5 million a bottle, they probably couldn't even afford 100 yuan perfume. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Zhang Yu looked at her own arm with a troubled expression. I'm still in puberty. Eating a little more easily makes me fat. Or does it mean that after puberty, you can eat whatever you want? Hearing this, Himimi couldn't help but roll her eyes. What she hated most was this kind of fake innocence. So what if you're 18? Who hasn't been 18? Is it really necessary to keep emphasizing it every day? Everyone's body is different. You're fat now and you'll still be fat later, Sumi said as she walked straight ahead. Upon hearing this, Yang Ijo immediately interrupted. That's not true. When I was a kid, I gained weight just from drinking water. Now it's much better. You still have to keep exercising. Sumi glanced at his staff. The part where you just ate the skewers? Remember to send it to his agent. Yang Ijo immediately shut his mouth, suddenly started coughing, and twisted open the bottle cap to drink water frantically to cover up the embarrassment. Thinking of the task the agent gave her, Zhang Yu immediately came over with a sweet smile. What kind of exercise do you usually do? I also want to work out, but I can never stick to it. Thinking about having to hype up a CP with the other party, Yang Ijo also looked at her gently. Just playing basketball sometimes. I remember our hotel has a gym. We can go for a run at night. Sure. Zhang Yu tilted her head, her eyes full of delight. Sumi took a bite of the fried skewer. You guys can't run now, but at night you run on the treadmill? Songhua, who usually didn't like to talk much, couldn't help but laugh out loud, but fearing attacks from Yang Ijo's fans, he quickly pointed to the distant show. There are a lot of people over there, let's go take a look? Already exhausted, Himimi immediately frowned, as if she thought of something, suddenly clutching her stomach with a pained expression. Maybe I ate something wrong this morning. Why don't you guys go ahead first? I'll wait for you here. Zhang Yu immediately stepped forward enthusiastically, grabbing her arm. How can you be here alone? Let me stay with you. At least the camera was still rolling here, and the others all showed worried expressions, insisting they would wait for her to recover before going together. No need, you all go ahead. I might just have a stitch, I'll be fine after a while. Himimi kept waving her hands. Sumi bought a roasted sweet potato, then simply sat down on a bench by the roadside. It's okay. What if we get separated later? It's better for us to move together. Upon hearing this, Himimi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, clenched her fists until they cracked, and after 3 seconds she held her stomach and stood up straight. Then, let's walk a bit slower, it should be better. Hearing this, the others had no objections. Sumi walked ahead alone, sipping milk tea while biting into a roasted sweet potato. The tempting aroma was so strong it made people long for it from afar. Himimi swallowed involuntarily, not understanding how the other person wasn't at all cautious and actually dared to eat so many high-sugar, high-calorie foods. If it were them, they would have gained so much weight. This must be an illusion. There's no such thing as someone who doesn't gain weight from eating. Unless they have a stomach problem, the other person would definitely go back and force themselves to vomit. They strolled and ate along the way, and soon they arrived outside the ancient tree attraction. But since tickets were required, Sumi took out 500 yuan and asked Li Chuan to queue up to buy the tickets. Of course, if someone is to be sent, it has to be someone else. She couldn't arrange everything by herself, she wasn't a fool. There were many tourists inside the attraction. When they saw Yang Ijo, they all screamed loudly. It wasn't until the film crew told them not to disturb other visitors that passers-by only took photos secretly, but the screams still came in waves. Visitors could write down their wishes and hang them on the red strings outside the ancient tree. Sumi also took a bookmark, wrote a sentence on it, then rolled it up and stuffed it into a tube. I'll help you hang it up. Li Chuan walked over enthusiastically. The lower red strings were already full of wish tubes, so it could only be hung on the higher red strings. No need. Sumi found a good spot, then jumped right there, and the wish tube was firmly hung on the high red string, swaying gently. Zhang Yueha and Himimi were both stunned for a moment, then looked again at the red rope so high up. Even a tall person who is 1.8 meters would have to jump to reach it, yet she just jumped and grabbed it? The men exchanged glances, feeling that with Sumi's jumping ability, she would definitely be a great basketball player. The cameraman also captured a beautiful ancient-style wide shot, showing them standing together, laughing and chatting, preserving the most precious moment. As the camera shifted, everyone's expressions fell and they each went their separate ways. The time had already reached 7 p.m., and they all needed to find a place to eat. Sumi had long chosen the spot. After all, traveling shouldn't be in vain, so she picked a famous local restaurant. It wasn't some trendy check-in spot, but the flavors were passed down by word of mouth, known only to the locals. These were all things she had the butler investigate. Of course, upon arrival, they had to try the local cuisine. When they got there, opinions were expressed about whether to eat spicy or not. For Zhangyu, Himimi, and Yang Yijo, they couldn't handle spicy food, while the others said it didn't matter. Sumi didn't want to hear this nonsense, so she asked the owner to prepare one dish with chili and one without. Is this okay? Won't it be too wasteful? Zhangyu hesitated to speak. Do you think? Wasteful? We can eat spicy food together, otherwise don't say these useless things. She continued eating by herself. Seeing Zhangyu looking wronged under the camera, Himimi immediately acted as a peacemaker. Ye is also thinking about our budget. You ordered so many dishes, what if we can't finish them and they go to waste? Sumi raised her eyes and lifted the curtain. What does she mean by that? Now there are only two choices. Either you accommodate me or I accommodate you. If you choose to accommodate me, then just shut up. Otherwise, doesn't saying these things mean you want me to accommodate you? But why should I have to accommodate you? Hearing this, Himimi opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She had always thought Sumi was just a gold digger who liked to show off her wealth, but actually was empty-headed. She never expected her to have this kind of logic. The three men were also stunned, as if they knew that whatever they said now would be wrong, so they all closed their mouths and ate. Maybe the food tasted good because each one ate more heartily than the last. Hearing the quarrel, the landlady immediately came out of the kitchen. No problem. I'll just charge you for one portion. Zhang Yu's eyes instantly reddened, then she lowered her head, picking at the rice grains, as if Sumi seemed particularly aggressive. Thinking that he still had to pretend to be a couple with her, Yang Yijo immediately spoke up. Ye definitely didn't mean anything else. She was just worried that ordering too much would be wasteful. Sumi glanced sideways. If she didn't mean that, then does that mean you did? You're the one who ate the most, and you still waste food. The camera deliberately panned over the half-empty dish bowl in front of Yang Yijo. The person involved looked slightly stiff, then decisively lowered his head to eat without saying a word. The atmosphere at the dining table immediately quieted down, perhaps because the dishes tasted quite good, and in the end there really wasn't much left. After settling the bill of 500 yuan, Sumi noticed that the boss's 5-year-old daughter kept peeking over at Yang Yijo, clearly another female fan. Sumi immediately waved to Yang Yijo, signaling that a fan wanted to take a photo with him. Yang Yijo seemed to have a good impression of the restaurant and didn't refuse. He even took a photo with the boss's wife and left an autograph. On the way back, Himimi and Zhangyu were both exhausted and didn't say a word. This time, without Sumi having to speak up, they also knew to take the initiative to suggest taking a taxi. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already 8:30 p.m. Not long after, Himimi moved her suitcase over, clearly determined to stay with her tonight. Sumi changed into sportswear and was about to go to the gym. Seeing this, Himimi followed closely behind. After all, it was just for show. As far as she knew, Yang Yijo was also there, and if she didn't go, she would definitely miss a lot of screen time. When they arrived at the gym, sure enough, the three guys and Zhangyu were all there, wearing tight short-sleeved shirts that highlighted their figures. Zhangyu was lifting a small dumbbell under Yang Yijo's guidance, and the camera deliberately focused on the two of them, as if pink bubbles were floating all around. Himimi also automatically chose a treadmill, walking slowly on it, but she couldn't help rolling her eyes whenever she saw Zhangyu and Yang Yijo. Li Chuan and Song Hua obviously work out regularly. At this moment, they were both doing low barbell rows, and faint muscle lines could be seen on their arms. Sumi glanced over and felt that Linyu, that bastard, still had a better figure. After doing a set of warm-up exercises, she put on boxing gloves and punched the punching bag. Although the gym equipment was not fully equipped and the space was not large enough, there was no room for complaints at this time. Seeing Sumi punch that big sandbag flying away, the others couldn't help but pause their gaze, and Himimi, who was walking on the treadmill, immediately changed her expression. The sandbag in their sight swayed left and right under Sumi's repeated punches, like a leaf drifting in the wind, small and helpless. With a smack, the sandbag was struck again by a side kick, emitting a muffled sound that echoed throughout the gym. Oh? Yang Yijo silently put down the dumbbell he was holding, even forgetting to interact with Zhangyu. His brows furrowed into a wavy line. Li Chuan and Songhua held their breath, and no matter how well they managed their expressions, at this moment they both looked somewhat serious. Mimi suddenly lost her balance and almost fell off the treadmill, her expression showing a hint of guilt, as if she had never expected Sumi to actually practice boxing, and to look so professional at it. No wonder the other party never gains weight no matter how much they eat. Suddenly, she remembered the other person saying that they sleepwalk and hit people sometimes, and she immediately broke out in a cold sweat and stopped the treadmill. That? Today I'll still sleep with ye. I think I still have a box stored there. And it's better than moving it around and bothering others. She picked up the towel on her shoulder and wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Sumi suddenly turned around. It's okay, I'll help you move it. Seeing her prepare to take off her boxing gloves, Mimi hurriedly waved her hands in panic. No, it's not necessary. I'll still sleep with ye. I tend to get up at night, and I don't want to disturb your rest. Sumi smiled slightly. It's okay, I sleep deeply at night. What if you disturb Ye's rest? After speaking, she turned her gaze to Zhangyu. Or why don't you move over and sleep with me? The latter widened her eyes and quickly waved her hand, her expression particularly sincere. I also tend to get up at night, sister, you should sleep alone. Besides, you work so hard today booking the hotel and the restaurant. It's only right that you have a room to yourself. Hearing this, Sumi didn't insist. Instead, she looked at Yang Ijo. Didn't you say before that you practice boxing? I happen to know a little too. How about we practice together? Me. The person involved furrowed their brows and politely declined. No, I don't think I can. Harassment. Actually, I only know a little, so. Just a friendly match? Sumi smiled slightly. No, I have to go to bed before 10 every day, maybe next time. Yang Ijo said as he walked outside, no longer creating an ambiguous atmosphere with Zhangyu. Sumi didn't insist either, but turned around and continued hitting the punching bag. Seeing this, Mimi quietly walked out of the room and hurriedly instructed Yang Ijo to help her carry out the suitcase. The latter looked at the gym behind, then made a gesture to the staff. Cut that last part. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, precisely because he had trained with a coach before. He knew how professional Sumi's movements were. Even the coach who taught him the sidekick wasn't as standard as hers. What if the friendly match is lost? Then this show would not only be for nothing, but it would also affect his overall reputation later on. He originally wanted to use sports to wash away the young idol label on him, but who would have thought something like this would happen? After training for an hour, Sumi wiped her sweat and returned to the room. Mimi's suitcase had mysteriously disappeared, leaving her alone in the entire room. If problems can't be solved by force, then it must mean the level of force isn't high enough. Haven't all these problems been solved now? She took out the surveillance scanner and scanned inside and out again, once more confirming that there were no hidden cameras before she took her clothes and went to the bathroom to shower. The cameras set up by the production team could be turned on and off at will, but she didn't turn them off at night. Instead, she got up in the middle of the night, grabbed a chair, smashed the hotel vase, and then slowly went back to bed to rest. After all, her sleepwalking was a normal phenomenon. It wasn't that she was afraid of the audience finding fault, but this could avoid some unnecessary trouble. This way, when others book rooms in the future, they would definitely let her have a room to herself. Between people, it's still important to learn the correct way to communicate. The next day when she arrived, faced with the staff's surprise, she apologized to the hotel room service personnel and then compensated for the vase, paying 2,000 yuan according to its value. The atmosphere was very quiet during the morning assembly. After hearing that she was going to eat rice noodles, no one objected anymore. Maybe they really didn't like rice noodles. Yang Ijo even secretly bought a few small steamed buns to eat there. The following 2 days of the trip were very pleasant, so much so that she didn't have to put in much effort. In the end, out of the 30,000 yuan, 8,000 remained, which still had to be handed over to the production team. Seeing that saving money was useless, the others only felt it was a pity. If they had known this, why would they have taken the bus that made their stomachs feel like they were going to fall out? It would have been better to spend more on good food and fun activities. The second destination was a scenic spot in the country, renowned both at home and abroad for its mountains and waters. Perhaps it was the 190 luck points that played a role? This time, the largest amount drawn still went to Sumi. But it wasn't as much as last time, only 10,000 yuan. Seeing it was only 10,000 yuan, everyone involuntarily gasped. 10,000 yuan for 6 people, how could they manage? They probably couldn't even afford the plane tickets. That place didn't have an airport to begin with, And there was no direct high-speed train either, so Sumi could only book train tickets. For the convenience of filming, she generously booked sleeper tickets. Maybe everyone else is on their first time taking a sleeper train. When entering the carriage, Himimi clutched her chest and almost vomited out. No, I have to get off. She thought the bus was already a nightmare, but the smell here was even harder to breathe. The smell of instant noodles mixed with leather was bad enough, but there was also such a strong foot odor. After all, the camera was still recording, and the others gritted their teeth and endured entering the carriage, then successfully found their own beds. For authenticity, the other beds were also occupied by real passengers, but they were all sleeping at this time, though two glanced over here a few times. Seeing that Himimi was absolutely unwilling to go in, the staff could only turn off the camera and patiently start communicating. There's only a train that goes directly there, and your budget isn't enough to hire a private car. It's only about 5 hours, just close your eyes and it'll be over in no time. Songhua, who was easily amused, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Maybe thinking about how he was playing the role of a low-profile foodie, he immediately quietly straightened his blanket and lay quietly on the middle bunk, closing his eyes to rest. 5 hours. Oh my God. 5 hours. How am I supposed to endure that? Himimi angrily raised her voice, while putting on 2 masks to guard against the toxic air. Seeing this, the staff was at a loss, but it's all in the contract. As long as it doesn't violate any personal health conditions, you have to follow the rules set by our program for filming, or I can call your agent for you. Sumi was meditating on the lower bunk wearing a mask, frowning at the noise. So noisy. If you want to sit, sit properly. If you can't, get off yourself. Taking the money but having no professional ethics, there's no such good thing in the world. Himimi, who was about to curse, seemed to realize something. After taking a deep breath, she almost vomited again. She could only put on another mask and signaled the cameraman to keep filming. Enduring such a harsh environment herself, this footage could not be missed at the time. But when she saw the quilt crumpled into a ball on the bed, and didn't even know what the dirty black spots were, she could only take out a tissue to wrap her hand, lift the quilt away, and then ask Songhua for a jacket. Thinking she was cold, Songhua handed over a clean coat without hesitation. But a few minutes later, as if he suddenly realized something, he lowered his head and saw that she was draping her own beige cloak over herself, with his black coat tucked under her bottom. A surge of anger welled up inside him, but he held his breath and managed to restrain himself. For several hours no one spoke and no one demanded food. Only the passengers coming and going in other seats glanced briefly at the cameras, assuming they were a tourist group taking photos. Until the train arrived at the destination, the moment she got off, Himimi couldn't help but take off her mask and take a deep breath, feeling as if she had been reborn. Especially when she saw other passengers secretly looking at her, she immediately helplessly put the mask back on. Being too popular really leaves no choice. I think I forgot to take your coat. She suddenly looked at Songhua with a face full of urgency, implying that it was still possible to go back and get it now. The latter walked ahead expressionlessly. Forget it, let's just hurry to catch the bus first. Sumi did not pay attention to the undercurrents between them, but instead led the way in an orderly manner. After leaving the train station, she used an app to book 2 taxis. The fare to the destination was 300 per car, still within the budget. Even with tight funds, no one dared to suggest taking the bus again. It was clear that had already become their nightmare. Sumi still booked a well-reviewed chain hotel. No matter what, the quality of sleep needed to be ensured. Actually, by saving on transportation costs, 10,000 yuan was more than enough for 3 days of fun. No one opposed her having a room to herself. However, when it came time for dinner that night, the production team suddenly announced that a guest star would be joining them on the next trip. Maybe, after sitting in the car all day, they were extremely tired. And no one expressed any opinions, only Zhang Yang and Izhou, who were constantly thinking about business, whispering to each other, deliberately creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Until the camera moved away, the two immediately turned their heads and went back to their own rooms. After resting, for a night Sumi arranged a bamboo raft project which she also wanted to try. It must be said that the scenery here is indeed beautiful, and the air is very fresh. The two shared one bamboo raft, and 3 rafts cost 600 yuan. The elderly man steering the raft was specially arranged by the production team, with the purpose of telling the local history and culture, promoting the advantages of this scenic area, all agreed upon with the local Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The river water was very clear. Sumi took quite a few photos and even took a picture with the elderly man who was rafting. It wasn't until a sudden scream came from ahead that she shifted her gaze toward Zhongyu. The person behind was unusually anxious. Even though they usually managed their expressions well, at this moment they forgot all that and just insisted that the staff turn off the camera. It turned out that the other party liked the surrounding scenery and wanted to secretly take photos with a private phone. As for where she got her own phone from, only she knew. Some people secretly hide a phone without reporting it, which is quite normal. For example, Mimi has 3. But now the problem was that Zhongyu's phone had fallen into the water. Fortunately, the water wasn't deep. Unfortunately, it still wasn't deep. Is the water deep? Fortunately, no one would salvage it, but the problem is the water is so shallow. What if someone salvages the phone? If it's taken out, the data inside would be enough to severely damage her acting career. So at this moment, the other party was desperately asking the staff for help to salvage it, but the staff weren't good swimmers. Therefore, Zhongyu decided to turn to the old man who was rowing the raft, promising that if he retrieved the phone, she would give him 2,000 yuan afterward. The old man rowing the raft definitely knew how to swim, but there were many underwater plants, and the exact spot where it fell was uncertain. It wouldn't be easy to find it anytime soon. 2,000 yuan isn't even enough to hire a salvage team. Besides, how could anyone be so stupid? We all know to keep our phones in cases and hang them around our necks, but she insisted on taking it out to take photos. If she didn't drop it, who else would? Mimi said with schadenfreude, leaning back in her chair to enjoy the blue sky and white clouds. Suddenly, she realized these weren't her lines, so she quickly signaled the staff to remember to cut this part out, then looked anxiously at Zhongyu. How could this happen? But the water is 3 or 4 meters deep and the old man is so old it might be dangerous. It's better to let the salvage team handle it. This should count as an extra expense, right? The staff member said seriously. This will be counted under your travel expenses. Upon hearing this, Mimi's expression immediately changed. This won't do. The budget was already tight, and if they deducted more, they might have to survive on air these next 2 days. The other two, the guy had long since drifted away. Probably because he saw they hadn't kept up, so he took out the phone given by the production team and made a call to ask about it. When Yang Yizhou heard that Zhongyu's phone had dropped, he seemed to remember the two were hyping up their CP, which was a big deal, and it also highlighted his enthusiasm, so he definitely couldn't miss the opportunity. After confirming the location where the phone fell, he gritted his teeth, then took off his jacket and directly jumped into the water filled with aquatic plants to look for the phone. Seeing this scene, not to mention the staff, even Sumi was stunned. No wonder they could become popular. This is what dedication means. This is dedication. Although she knew the other person was deliberately putting on a show, when she saw Yang Yizhou jump into the water without hesitation for her, Zhongyu's heart was still slightly moved. Her gaze at the water also showed a hint of nervousness, as if she was worried about his safety. Maybe it was good luck. After diving down again for about 5 minutes, Yang Yizhou actually managed to find the phone. The moment he surfaced holding the phone, the camera immediately focused on him with a 360-degree shot, and at that moment the silent background music automatically started playing. Zhongyu, with tears in her eyes, pulled him up and was choked with emotion, unable to speak. How many times did Mimi roll her eyes? So many times. She immediately told the old man to push the bamboo raft away, as if she didn't want to look any longer, not even for a second. After landing, upon hearing about Yang Yizhou's feat of diving to retrieve his phone, the other two immediately looked at him differently, as if they hadn't expected him to be so determined, daring to go down despite all the water plants. The afternoon plan was extreme rafting, but Mimi didn't want to go, and Sumi didn't force her. After all, it saved a ticket. This was also her first time rafting. People should try things they haven't tried before. Only then can they avoid regrets. It was only when the airship was swept up countless times by the current that she truly experienced what it meant to have your body flying ahead, while your soul chases behind. Sure enough, some things are still not to be tried lightly. By the time they reached the shore, Zhongyu's face had completely turned pale, and her legs simply couldn't hold her up. Yang Yizhou also forgot about trying to warm up the past and stir up a CP. Li Chuan and Songhua also sat there for quite a while before coming back to their senses. Actually, they had done rafting before, but they didn't expect Sumi to be so fierce, booking such a high-difficulty extreme rafting trip. Almost everyone got swept away. On the way back, there was silence one after another. Everyone ate much less at dinner and went back to their rooms early to rest. Actually, these tourist spots aren't expensive, but some restaurants are a bit pricey. Sumi always booked restaurants with a better cost-performance ratio. Otherwise, going to those popular check-in spots would cost at least 1,000 for 6 people. After 3 days, she still had 500 left in her hand. The one who drew the highest amount in the third lottery was Himimi. Probably seeing that Sumi always had money left over, she was even more grateful to have drawn 50,000 herself. This time she decided to plan carefully, fully showcasing her smart and capable persona. This trip was to the seaside, but when Himimi saw the local hotel prices, she couldn't help but frown, not understanding why the prices here were several times higher. A decent hotel's ordinary deluxe double room actually cost 1,600. Normally it wouldn't matter, but now she was holding the program team's budget, and she couldn't let the money run out and ruin her capable image. However, thinking that 50,000 yuan was enough, otherwise, any leftover money would have to be returned to the program team in the end. But just the 6 plane tickets had already deducted nearly 10,000 yuan. She didn't even know how Sumi had managed to save money before. The program team must have secretly slipped money to her. Otherwise, how could there still be money left after spending 10,000 yuan? The hotels here were very large. After Sumi got the room card, she found that Himimi had booked a deluxe single room for each person. She didn't know what Himimi was thinking. Prices here were high, and 50,000 yuan really wasn't much, but this wasn't something she should worry about. In the afternoon, the production team asked them to go to the beach to shoot scenic footage, which would later be edited into the preview. There was also a mysterious guest arriving. The sun outside was so bright it was hard to keep eyes open. After applying a layer of sunscreen, Sumi wore long sleeves and long pants to the beach. Most of the others had already arrived. Since they needed to maintain a pure image, Zhangyu wore a simple dress, while Himimi wore a sexy swimsuit with a beach hat, her long hair flowing as she posed for the photographer. When she walked over, Sumi also saw the mysterious guest this time. A young male rock singer named Li Chuan. He and a few others wore short sleeves and shorts, but the guest was shirtless, thinking he looked cool enough to be filmed. Sometimes she really didn't know where these greasy men got their confidence from, completely disregarding others. Hi. Hello, my name is Du Yu. Seeing someone coming over? The man immediately smiled and walked over to greet them. When he saw her in Zhang Yu's outfits, he looked even more puzzled. Why aren't you wearing swimsuits? Sumi rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. Why should we wear swimsuits? Who says you have to wear swimsuits when you come to the beach? The others were all playing with the sand as if it was nothing unusual. Li Chuan, who was supposed to be the peacemaker, also kept silent. Only Du Yu looked awkward and quickly started to explain. I didn't mean anything else, it's just, aren't you hot wearing so many clothes? While minding others, you'd better manage your own figure as well. After all, if you're not afraid of losing face, why do I feel hot? Sumi glanced at the other staff members. If you're going to shoot, hurry up and shoot. Dragging it out, my sunscreen is about to melt. Having probably seen the attack power of this young lady, the staff could only quickly follow the procedure, letting them enter the frame at different times and then pose together. The sun was already strong, and due to a lack of coordination, Du Yu couldn't find the right camera angle, causing a delay of more than 10 minutes without any shots. Seeing this, Himimi immediately leaned over to Sumi and provocatively teased. It's not like we're rookies just starting out, and we can't even shoot a short clip. If this keeps dragging on, who knows how long it will take. The guys obviously aren't afraid, but what if we get tanned? Sumi glanced at her eyes, slowly uttering a word. Get lost. Himimi took a deep breath, probably because the camera was still rolling, so she could only keep smiling and turn to leave. She endured it, waiting for the show to air, eager to see how netizens would criticize the other party. Seeing that Du Yu still couldn't find his rhythm, Sumi fanned herself as she walked over. One last time, if you can film, film. If you can't, find a substitute. Oh? Du Yu looked at the others in disbelief. In all his years since debut, he had seen arrogant and domineering artists before, but this was the first time he had seen something so exaggerated. He was brought in by the production team to attract viewers, so if they didn't let him appear on camera, wouldn't that be a waste of their money? And yet, they actually refused to let him be on screen. What audacity. All right, one last time. The assistant director immediately told the cameraman to adjust the shot. However, this take still didn't pass. With no other options, the production team had to find a staff member with a similar build to Du Yu to reshoot the back shot, planning to edit it in later to make it look about right. It was the first time he had encountered something like this, and Du Yu was so angry he almost laughed. It wasn't until his assistant told him that Sumi had backing and was not to be trifled with that. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally put on a floral shirt and went over to apologize. When he got close to the girl sitting on the beach chair, he crouched down and flashed what he thought was a charming smile. Sorry, this is probably my first time shooting a short like this. Caused you trouble. How about I treat you tonight? Consider it my way of making it up to you. The girl slowly turned her head, not even taking off her sunglasses. Get lost. Blushing? Afterwards, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. You frowned and teased in a voice only two people could hear. I'm not good looking, but there are still plenty of women who want to climb into my bed. Want to give it a try? Sumi suddenly took off her sunglasses, stared steadily into his eyes, and with her left hand, delivered a slap directly to his face. The crisp sound of the slap immediately echoed across the entire beach. Everyone looked over at the same time, only to see Du flying like an arc, kicked from one end of the beach to the other, even knocking over the crew's light-blocking board. Before the staff could react, they saw Sumi step forward, pin the man on the ground and punch him again and again. Li Chuan and the others stood there in a daze, their clothes instantly soaked with sweat. Yang Ijo immediately lost control of his expression. His original vague imagination of Sumi's strength suddenly became concrete at this moment. Du's assistant immediately rushed up in a fury. Damn it, are you crazy? How dare you hit someone? Can't you respect a man? Believe it or not, I'll go report you to the station chief. Before he could get close, his abdomen was suddenly kicked hard, a tremendous force causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping in pain. Seeing this, the staff who were about to intervene froze in fear, only able to watch helplessly as Du was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, a grown man completely unable to fight back. Having worked in the industry for many years, this was the first time encountering such a situation. Conflicts and fights between guests were common, but this kind of one-sided crushing was unprecedented. Not far away, Mimi's expression changed slightly. Then she took out her phone and secretly took a photo. As long as she posted this online, Du's fans would definitely tear Sumi apart. After stopping, Sumi asked the staff for a towel to wipe her sweat, then pointed at the person on the ground and said, "Take him to the hospital, I'll cover the medical expenses." The short film was also finished. She decisively turned and walked towards the hotel, while the startled staff hurried to help the person up. After confirming he was still conscious, they quickly sent him to the nearest hospital. Back in the room, Sumi called Sister Zhou and told her to kick this Du out of the show. She also asked her to get some dirt from the paparazzi to blacklist him. She never wanted to see him active on any platform again. She could tolerate sleaziness, but sexual harassment was truly intolerable. She considered it self-defense. At most, the other party had minor injuries, which did not constitute excessive defense. I'll come over tonight. Sister Zhou's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Sumi didn't say much either. Sister Zhou arrived quickly, around 9 o'clock in the evening, and even brought along her psychologist, obviously having received news about her hitting someone. After the hospital assessment, Du was found to have only minor injuries. It seemed to be the first time Sister Zhou had seen her hit someone, and she still found it hard to believe. It wasn't until she saw Du's bruised and swollen face that she was even more uncertain that Sumi was the one who did it. To beat up a grown man like that in public. Wasn't there anyone who tried to stop it? Seems like I've heard about it. This young lady is quite capable, so she didn't ask too many questions. After hearing about the other party's sexual harassment, she could only solemnly promise that Du would apologize. Moreover, Du often brings young models home for group parties. They just need to buy some material from the paparazzi and release it. And the other party's entertainment career would most likely be over. As for whether anyone has taken photos of the assault, it doesn't matter. She will have the company monitor any online activity immediately, and even if photos are taken, no one would believe such ridiculous rumors. The first meeting outside the Su family's place, the psychologist looked helpless. Miss Su, didn't you say you were in a good state and could control your emotions during this work? Sumi leaned back in the hotel room, her face serious. Am I not in control enough? He sexually harassed me, and if it were before, I would have broken his legs. You have to endure sexual harassment? Then what's the point of her training? She might as well just go straight to jail, saving all these plot developments. In the dead of night, the psychologist still guided her rationally. You can use other means to protect your rights, but I still don't advocate solving problems with violence. Besides, this is a show recording. Aren't you afraid of causing some negative impact? Sumi drank a sip of water calmly. All I know is that if I don't hit him, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Sending money. And I don't think I have a problem. There are so many weird people around me, so why do I only hit him and not others? The one who should reflect is himself, not a victim like me. Sumi's expression gradually grew serious. When facing harassment, if I choose to be afraid of others' opinions and hesitate to move forward, that is the sad part of this society, and it also encourages the arrogance of those scumbags. So now I am contributing to social progress. Why does it become mental illness in your words? And why is it that when men hit others it's called having a bad temper, but when women defend their rights by hitting they are labeled as mentally ill? What kind of pathological phenomenon is this? Why do you as a doctor also hold this kind of thinking? Isn't this the sorrow of society? Upon hearing this, the doctor also fell silent. He had dealt with many patients with mental illnesses. In fact, many people's thinking goes beyond the ordinary, but their thoughts easily get stuck in a dead end. However, Sumi's thinking is very open-minded, and so far he has not found any other pathological thinking. But according to the description from Old Master Su, Sumi often flips tables and hits people, showing a very unstable state, while Mrs. Su and Chairman Su describe a different state. This phenomenon of conflicting accounts is very common, which precisely indicates that there is a problem in the family's condition. However, Sumi's test scores do exceed the standard, but this is only an auxiliary basis for judgment. Unless he personally witnesses Sumi having an episode, it is difficult to determine whether she actually has mania. Sorry, Miss Su, it was narrow-minded of me. You are not wrong to defend your own rights. I do not recommend you use force to solve problems because accidents can easily happen. If you lose control even slightly, the consequences could be unpredictable. Therefore, I still suggest you use other methods to protect your rights in the future. Speaking of which, the doctor immediately added, of course, if you use force to protect yourself when suffering unlawful harm, that's not a problem. But in other disputes, it's better to try to resolve the issue in a more civilized way. As he spoke, the doctor also broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't exactly encourage patients to resort to violence at every turn. If he ended up hitting Old Master Su, his career would probably be over. Because in Miss Su's mindset, anyone who wrongs her, even her grandfather, probably wouldn't be spared. I've already been very civilized, Sumi shrugged helplessly. If she were uncivilized, she would have already smeared a pile of shit into that idiot's mouth, sparing others from coming out and polluting the air with their chatter. Then you should rest first. If you have any questions, you can contact me immediately. By the way, how is your sleep quality? The doctor asked while tidying up the things on the desk. Sumi thought seriously for a moment. Very fragrant. Since she started working out, not only have her legs and feet become more agile, but her appetite has improved, her sleep quality has also upgraded to a new level, and even her skin is better than before. So life really depends on exercise. Alright, I understand. The doctor nodded and said no more. Sumi just watched the other person walk out, then whispered with Sister Zhou outside, not knowing what they were talking about. But it didn't matter. Even if the other person told others that she didn't have a mental illness, others probably wouldn't believe it. After thinking for a moment, she still picked up the tablet, pulled up the measurement form and secretly took the test again. Seeing the normal score, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Others can say she is sick, but she really can't be sick. She took her clothes to the bathroom, took a shower and rested. The next day, she slept until 8 o'clock. After all, the recording was still ongoing. It was impossible to stop just because of a little incident. She wasn't someone without professional ethics. It's just that Sister Zhou obviously hadn't left yet, and she even brought 2 people with her. Sorry, Miss Su, it's all my fault for not informing you in advance. He's the kind of person who just likes to talk nonsense. If you're still upset, you can punch him a few more times. About what happened yesterday. Or maybe just forget it. Of course, if you want any compensation, we can discuss it. The woman wearing a beige chiffon blouse looked earnest, while Du-Yu, standing beside her with a bruised and battered face, had completely lost the flippancy he showed yesterday. His left eye was swollen in a large circle, but the pleading on his face was still faintly visible. He stood there bowing and nodding, not daring to make a sound. Sumi leaned back on the sofa eating rice noodles. Upon hearing this, she only glanced at Sister Zhou indifferently. The latter's brows twitched. Then she looked seriously at the woman. Being a decent person is the foundation of one's character. If it were someone else, would Du-Yu's verbal harassment be considered acceptable? A person's character determines how far they can go in the future. Clearly, he is not suited for this path. Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the woman's face. Du-Yu was someone she had painstakingly nurtured and was also the company's cash cow. If she gave up just like that, wouldn't all the early investments have been wasted? But if she doesn't give up on Du-Yu, and if she offends the Su group, their company might also have a hard time. But what can she do? She had already warned the other party that the production team had connections and told them to be careful, but who knew they insisted on courting disaster? Usually a dirty mouth would be forgiven, but now they've kicked such a hard iron plate. Really? Looking for trouble for no reason and causing nothing but trouble. It's all my fault. I have a foul mouth. At that time I was just joking with Miss Sue. I promise from now on to reform and never talk nonsense again. Du suddenly knelt down, anxiously slapping himself. No matter how stupid he was, he knew he had kicked a hard iron plate. If he couldn't calm the other party down, his career would probably be over. He had worked hard to climb to his current position, and absolutely could not afford to fall back to square one. So noisy. Sumi frowned impatiently. Sister Zhou turned to the woman. Are there others in your company or not? Don't lose the big picture over small matters. As if realizing it was powerless to change the situation, the woman decisively pulled Du out to prevent him from making more foolish mistakes that could implicate the entire company. However, the latter absolutely refused to go out, kneeling there and trying to hold onto Sumi's leg. Sumi directly kicked the person flying a meter away, and at this moment the bodyguards also came over and dragged the person who was crying and making a scene away. The other people's rooms were right next door. When they heard the commotion here, they all secretly poked their heads out. When they saw Du being dragged out by the bodyguards like a dead dog, they all suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Himimi, who was about to secretly post an anonymous message, immediately deleted all the photos she took yesterday. She had overlooked Sumi's influence. How could she have thought that the other party was connected to the Su group? But everyone in the circle knew that the Su group only had one daughter, Su Ruan Yuan, so Sumi must be the illegitimate daughter of the Su family. No wonder she was so arrogant and could buy a 5 million yuan perfume just like that. The show still had to be recorded, and Sumi certainly wouldn't let some idiots affect the filming. That would also affect the progress of the entire production team. Of course, yesterday was just an exception. Could it be? Still have things to handle? Sister Zhou also booked the nearest flight to leave. After gathering in the hotel lobby at 9, everyone arrived very punctually. Even Himimi, who is usually always late, was surprisingly on time this once. Sister Mimi, have you had breakfast? I just bought some steamed buns outside and some soy milk. Zhang Yu enthusiastically walked up, naturally linking her arm with hers, a friendly sweet smile on her face. Sumi glanced sideways. Go away. Zhang Yu's face stiffened, then she silently stepped back a few paces, but didn't dare to show any pitiful posture, looking much more composed. The staff were sweating profusely. This young lady's performance fit the character profile too well. In fact, it was a bit too fitting. How were they supposed to edit this? Although airing it would definitely boost the buzz, wouldn't that be like sacrificing the other party? The consequences would be predictable. Where are we going today? She glanced at Himimi. The latter looked at the notebook honestly. Today we're going yachting out at sea? She had specially booked a yacht, which cost several thousand yuan for just one day. The most important thing was that it wouldn't be tiring. Then let's go. Sumi put on her sunglasses and walked straight out of the hotel. The others also followed one after another, not daring to say another word. When they arrived at the yacht rental place, Himimi suddenly noticed the yacht was very old, so sticking to her shrewd and capable persona, she haggled with the other party for a long time and finally got a few hundred yuan off. After boarding the yacht, it was Zhang Yu and Yang Izhou's CP moment. The two sat alone on the deck under the sea breeze, whispering to each other, and an ambiguous atmosphere naturally arose. Himimi couldn't help but roll her eyes a few times, then changed into her swimsuit and posed there, constantly showing off her great figure. Sumi sat alone eating skewers with no one bothering her. She was just scrolling through her phone when she saw a trending topic. It must be said that Sister Zhou is indeed efficient. No wonder she became the deputy general manager. Because paparazzi suddenly released a video showing Du passionately kissing two young models on the street, then escorting the two into a hotel, only bringing them out the next morning. As the leader of the young generation of rock music, Du's popularity is still strong. At this moment, #Du kissing to women on the street late at night # instantly shot up the trending list. V5 la la la. Alright, another one has fallen. Next please. Smiling face. He. Hasn't he always been like this? It's just that it was only exposed today eating melon. Watermelon frost. Unknown full picture. No comment, smiling face. Why strawberries are so sweet. Ha ha ha, they even captured his brother's pores, and it's still an unknown full picture laughing and crying. Crooked, two people can still argue about boyfriend and girlfriend, but with three people, I want to see how the fans will defend this melon eating. Silently unnoticed. The girls in the video just posted saying he didn't pay them, speaking of which this counts as soliciting. Government agencies can get involved now. Melon eating? Pondering. I was just at work for a bit. How did it collapse like this so quickly? Runny nose? Osmanthus fragrance. It's just that the fans have a thick filter. This scandal isn't small at all. Soliciting and not paying is really disgusting. Vomiting. Woo, isn't it? Fans didn't say he was a guest on the travel variety show? Lilililii. Ha, as everyone knows. Fans are all washing machines, laughing and crying. The video was only out for half an hour and it already exploded all over the internet. For the gossip-hungry netizens, they all rushed to the front lines. Sumi also joined in on the gossip. It turns out that Worm often goes abroad to play without paying. But since it didn't gain much traction on foreign websites, it hasn't crashed yet. So Sister Zhou didn't need to put in much effort to get the dirt on the other party so quickly. As for getting the girl in the video to post a solid proof, it's also very simple. As long as the corresponding benefits are given, naturally someone is willing to come forward. Not long after, the production team immediately issued a statement to distance themselves from the matter. Our leisure time v. Throughout the entire recording of this episode, there were only 6 regular guests, and no mysterious guest flights. We will take serious action against any false rumors. Self-awareness. Huh? Didn't his fans previously post the recording notice? Is this really a collapse? Dragging it out, the production team's speed in clarifying this is even faster than my gossip consumption. Laughing and crying. Pink Sky. Just now, 2 more brands unilaterally terminated their contracts with DU. I hope the entertainment industry treats certain artists with corrupt morals and illegal behavior the same way. Applause. Here it comes. By the way, can you show some clips of JoJo for us to watch? Drooling. I was so scared. If my brother's show can't be aired because of this, then I will become DU's biggest hater. Smiling face. Wow. Ha, the production team's emergency maneuver is brilliant. Thinking it over. Fans are still unaware of the full picture. Laugh cry. In the face of solid evidence, only a small portion of fans are struggling to defend her. Sumi was eating melon seeds when she suddenly received a call from her mom, probably having gotten the private number of the show's production team from Sister Zhou. The other party must have felt wronged and needed someone close to comfort her. Sure enough, after the call connected, there was a series of caring questions. However, her mom was very perceptive and didn't mention DU's matter. Instead, she sensed her emotional state through other topics, and only hung up after confirming that she wasn't emotionally unstable. Other parents always like to nag with a bunch of trivial questions to show their concern for their children, but ever since learning about her psychological issues, her mom has never nagged her once in front of her. Only the old man has never called her at all. They say that when people are about to die, they always think of their loved ones. Yet, the old man only thought of the female lead as he neared death. No wonder the original owner had emotional knots. Anyone in that situation would feel depressed. So the original owner did so much just to prove that someone truly loved her. In fact, one doesn't need to crave others' approval because we are inherently complete. Each of them can love themselves. But next time she sees the villain, she must find a way to trigger the mission. If she doesn't beat up that despicable greasy man, it would be unfair after being disgusted by him for so long. After being out at sea for several hours, by the afternoon Mimi was unwilling to go out anymore. And the others obviously had no plans to go out either. After all, the sun was too strong, and going out was no different from being roasted. It wasn't until the evening that they went around the nearby night market, still eating a seafood feast. Even Mimi and Yang Ijo, who were supposed to control their diet, couldn't resist eating several lobsters. The price was that by the 3rd day, the budget was running out, and the 6 of them could only have steamed buns and plain porridge for lunch. Mimi seemed very dissatisfied with this part, repeatedly explaining to the camera that she had exceeded the budget given by the production team in order to let the others enjoy the seafood feast. As for how the production team would edit it in the end, no one knows. The last leg was to go hiking at a scenic spot or historical site. Because there were many people during the day, the production team's condition was to hike at night. This time the budget was the sum of the leftover budgets from the previous trips. Altogether it was more than 10,000, although they couldn't afford high-quality hiking gear. They could still provide each person with a set of ordinary equipment. However, after only half an hour of hiking, Mimi sat down and refused to move, saying she would wait there for them and that she didn't need to be filmed at the summit. The staff naturally didn't indulge her. After a long scolding, she finally agreed to move. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was dragged up by Yang Ijo, and the two constantly maintained their sweet interactions without any gaps. At this moment, Sumi once again experienced the benefits of exercise. After climbing for 2 hours, she still felt as light as a swallow, while the others had long been left behind by her, and she had no intention of waiting for them. Do you usually go hiking? The staff member looked at the person ahead in disbelief. Sumi kindly took the camera for him. First time. As a corporate slave, where would she have time to go hiking? Even on her 2 days off, she was still required to work overtime. Why was her liver so overactive? It was all because of the overtime work. The original owner doesn't even need to be mentioned. Working leaves no time, let alone climbing mountains. Who do you most want to stand with at the summit and gaze at the distant scenery? The staff member asked, panting. Sumi lifted the camera, aiming it at the mist on the mountaintop. Why with others? I can enjoy the layered mountain views all by myself. Eating alone is still eating. Eating with 2 people is still eating. The food doesn't taste better just because there's an extra person. And her future won't be better because of someone else. On the contrary, it would be a mess, so it's better to be alone. But having one more person also means one more support. After all, being alone can be lonely, and when you're old, you also need someone to take care of you, the staff member said seriously. Having one more person isn't necessarily support. It could actually be a burden. When I'm old, it won't necessarily be them taking care of me, but most likely me taking care of them. And if I have money, I can hire many people to take care of me, Sumi said without changing her expression. A person who is empty inside will feel lonely and empty no matter how many people surround them, while a person who is fulfilled inside will have a rich and colorful world, even if they are alone. When empty, you can spend money to buy happiness. Men may betray her, but money won't. Listening to her words, several staff members were stunned for a while. The logic of this young lady was indeed flawless, but they all agreed on one point. Relying on others in this world is certainly unreliable. The only one you can truly rely on is yourself. Actually, they also wanted to live as richly and colorfully as this young lady, but the problem was, they had no money. They arrived at the mountaintop just as the sun was rising. The morning glow appeared on the horizon, and Sumi took many photos again. After all, the phones from this production team would eventually be given to her, so it didn't matter which phone she used to take pictures. After about half an hour, the second person to arrive was Li Chuan. He was drenched in sweat from climbing and sat down to rest for a while. Then Songhua, Yang Yizhou, and Zhang Yu gradually climbed up one after another. At this time, the sun had already risen halfway, golden beams of light streaming through the clouds and falling on the earth, as if symbolizing the dawn of hope enveloping the world. Sumi took a deep breath, and suddenly felt a moment of calm. But the next moment, her anger flared up uncontrollably again. Because Mei Mei was still halfway up the mountain, and it would take at least 3 more hours for her to climb up. They both had to wait for each other to reach the top to take a panoramic photo before going down together. It was the last day, and Sumi still hadn't broken any rules. Instead, she was squatting alone eating instant noodles with biscuits. Someone did recognize Yang Yizhou, but most people were too exhausted from climbing to chase after celebrities, at most sneaking a few photos. It was almost noon when Mimi finally reached the summit. The others were basically impatiently waiting. After taking a group photo of the 6 of them, they immediately started descending the mountain one after another. They say it's easy to climb up but hard to come down. Sumi also felt her legs were a bit sore, but still within a bearable range. After descending, she immediately took a car back to the hotel to rest. As for waiting for the others, it wasn't necessary. Who knew how many hours that would take? You're always on your own. Do you ever worry about not fitting in? The cameraman couldn't help but ask. Sumi leaned against the car and slightly raised her eyes. The strong walk alone, only the weak need to stick together. The cameraman seemed to have gotten used to this. This young lady really dared to say anything and wasn't worried about whether they would edit it badly. But judging from her attitude, she did have a point. After all, climbing such a tall mountain, this young lady just went up as she said, without any sign of back or knee soreness. It was simply outrageous. But what's even more outrageous? Being kicked so far that you was sent flying, it's completely beyond comprehension. After returning to the hotel, Sumi immediately took a shower and lay down to rest. As for the gathering, it was unnecessary. Maybe by the time she woke up, those people hadn't even come down the mountain yet. Sure enough, she slept until 10 at night. She got up, ate something casually, and was about to go to the gym for training when she saw the others hobbling out of the elevator on crutches. Probably seeing her dressed as if she was going to the gym, the others all frowned, their faces full of disbelief. Training, of course, cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, how will the tasks be completed in the future? If you are not strong yourself, then you can only watch the enemy slowly grow stronger. Moreover, the enemy has financial power and can hire bodyguards with higher combat value, making it increasingly difficult for you to go crazy as you wish. After training for another 2 hours, Sumi finally returned to her room to rest. She was certainly tired, but it was still within an acceptable range. The more physically exhausted she was, the more the training could stimulate the potential within her body. Early the next morning, the production team gathered them together, returned each person's personal belongings, and also had them take a psychological honesty test. They answered questions posed by the production team and wrote their responses on a board, which only the cameras could see. The first question was, "How was the overall experience of this trip?" Sumi wrote quickly, while the others seemed to have a grudge against the question board and wrote with extra effort. The second question was, "If there was another chance to travel together, who among the 5 would you most want to travel with?" This was also easy to answer because Songhwa's transparent personality came in handy. She couldn't bring herself to do the kind of unscrupulous things the others might. Although Li Chuan wasn't meddlesome, the other party was too purposeful and slick, and she didn't like dealing with people like that. The third question was, which trip was the most enjoyable? She answered the second trip. That extreme rafting was indeed unforgettable for a lifetime, and she definitely won't do it again. After answering several questions, the production team officially announced that this trip was completely over. Sister Zhou had already arrived at the hotel to pick her up long ago. After refusing further filming, she didn't say goodbye to anyone and went straight to the airport by car. Overall, aside from encountering that idiot, everything was still within her acceptable range. After all, people are always diverse. She could tolerate ordinary idiots, but those who were too greasy were truly unbearable. "I will keep a close eye on the post-editing and definitely won't let them cut in anything inappropriate," Sister Zhou said suddenly, holding a tablet. "Also, Madam has found a dress designer for you. They will probably come by tomorrow to ask about your preferences and ideas." "Oh." Sumi leaned back in the rear seat and closed her eyes to rest. Why make a dress? Of course it was for Old Master Chi's big birthday next week. As a relative by marriage, they definitely had to attend. Last time she didn't get to wear the dress, and her mother thought she didn't like it. So this time they specially arranged for someone to ask about her preferences in advance. It was indeed thoughtful. But it is indeed a fact that the dress affected her performance. As if thinking of something, she turned her head to glance at Sister Zhou's women's suit, elegant and capable. It would be even more perfect if the lining had a bit more thought put into it. Most importantly, high heels hurt more when kicked. "Do I have something on me?" Sister Zhou stiffly glanced at herself, not knowing if she had somehow displeased this young lady. "Nothing much, I just thought your skin looks good." Sumi turned back and continued to rest with her eyes closed. "Tomorrow have the designer create an elegant and gentle women's suit. So it will be both formal and won't affect her performance." Only Sister Zhou smiled strangely. This young lady really knows how to joke, but maybe she should also learn from the other party. Perhaps exercise really can improve skin condition. The plane arrived at the airport in the afternoon, and the butler was already waiting outside early. However, before getting in the car, Sumi received a call from Zhao Yun. It turned out that Lu Jini and his group had come to demand money. Moreover, the other party had received a court summons, this time truly coming on strong, so Zhao Yun called her as instructed. Good, this time the other party did not just silently endure and digest it themselves. This was already quite a significant improvement. "Go to Longcheng community." She suddenly looked at the butler. The latter was momentarily stunned but did not say much, quickly turning the car to head in another direction. Although the chairman was waiting at home specifically for the young lady to have dinner, since the young lady had her own ideas, the chairman would presumably respect and understand them. However, when he heard the young lady ask him to buy several boxes of ghost money, he suddenly realized that this trip might not be so simple. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the residential complex. Sumi had the bodyguards carry several boxes upstairs. Just as she got off the elevator, she could hear the sound of an argument coming from inside the door across the corridor, and other neighbors nearby were also standing outside watching the commotion. "What door are you closing? You even dared to sue us in court. So why are you suddenly afraid of losing face now? I'm telling you, if you don't let that damn girl withdraw the lawsuit today, I'll make sure everyone knows what kind of people you two really are. You say we're family, but now that you have money, you want to kick us poor relatives aside. You sure have wild ideas. When you had no money, you were all honest and obedient. Look at you now, once you got money you turned fierce and angry. What kind of people are you?" The one cursing was Lu Hua's wife, while the others were probably still sitting inside. Meanwhile, other neighbors were pointing and whispering, as if they only heard the words "take to court," and couldn't understand why such an honest couple like Lu Jiyun would sue someone. "Relatives? Relatives should give you money? When Auntie had money, why didn't she think about giving to my family?" Sumi walked straight over. Seeing the newcomer, Zhao Yun stood there with a face full of anger. If it were before, she would have handled it herself, but her daughter had repeatedly urged her, so she could only follow her daughter's instructions and call the other party to come and deal with it. What kind of words are those? Every time I come to your place I buy fruit. Even if you're not from our Lu family, we raised you from childhood. And now you're actually suing us in court? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Yu Zhen raised her hand and pointed at her angrily. Sumi kept smiling. Yes, so today I specially came to give auntie money, not more not less, exactly 300 million. It should be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. 300 million? The neighbors all gasped in shock. Looking at the box the bodyguard brought over, Yu Zhen couldn't help but brighten up, and the people in the room, hearing the noise, also came out one after another, as if they hadn't expected Sumi to actually bring the money. For a moment they were all so excited that they were somewhat at a loss. 300 million. How much money is that? As expected, this brat still needs to be taught a lesson before she behaves. Lu Ha hurriedly went over to open the box, but when he saw the rows of ghost money inside, his expression immediately changed. He clenched his fists and glared angrily at Sumi. Damn it, brat, you're playing us. Seeing that it was actually ghost money, Lu Zheni and the others instantly darkened their faces. They didn't expect her to bring out such an unlucky thing. Wasn't this clearly meant to provoke them? Aren't you guys after money? Isn't this enough for you? Saying that, Sumi suddenly lifted her foot and kicked him to the ground, then grabbed his short hair with a dark expression. What, do you still want me to burn some more for you? Barring. You little brat, if you've got the guts, let go of me. Just watch how I'll kill you. Lu Ha gasped, glaring angrily at Sumi. The latter smiled faintly, decisively released his arm, and before the other could get up, kicked him to the ground again. Then stepped forward, grabbed his short hair once more with a dark expression. You wanted to kill me? Relying on that filthy mouth of yours? A useless piece of trash like you, besides whining every day. All you have left is mooching off your parents. Right now, this lady is giving you money only out of family ties. If I see you again, I'll break your legs. The sharp pain in his chest constantly reminded Lu Ha of what had just happened. At this moment his scalp was also painfully tugged. Those eyes full of anger mixed with disbelief. Only a short time had passed, and this brat's strength had become so great. No, this is impossible. Glancing at the opponent's abdomen, he suddenly clenched his fist and struck out. But before his fist could hit, he was suddenly kicked hard in the shoulder, flying back to the corner of the wall, unable to move for a long time. Hee. Yu Zhen, pale with shock, rushed over to help the boy up. Then pointing at Sumi, he gritted his teeth and cursed. You little brat, you're so cruel-hearted, even daring to hit your cousin. If you don't have $1 million or so today, I'll make sure you end up in the police station. Lu Ha lay there gasping in pain, unable to believe that this brat was so quick to react, especially since she had just been grabbed by the hair not long ago. Everyone saw it. He was the one who was about to hit me first, and he was the one who insulted me first. This is self-defense, Sumi said expressionlessly. The others watching the commotion also chimed in. Exactly, he was clenching his fists ready to hit someone. I saw it clearly. That's right, such a big man actually trying to hit a woman. Where does he get the nerve? Exactly, they can't even fight back, and I don't understand how a bunch of meat can grow like that. They're not fools. Lu Zhiyun's whole family is so honest. They must have been forced into this. There was no other way, so they reported these people. And since these people are so unreasonable and stubborn, this couple is no match for them. I just remember that before, old Lu's daughter was always quiet and gentle. It's only been a short time since we last saw her, but she seems like a completely different person now. However, there's no other choice. If the whole family doesn't become stronger, they'll probably be picked apart and drained dry sooner or later. Hearing these jeers, Lu Ha felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could kill that damn girl right now. You wait. Just watch how I sue you. Yujin immediately took out her phone and dialed 110. Illegal entry, deliberately provoking trouble, punishable by up to 5 years in prison, detention, or control. The butler spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Hearing this, Yuzhan suddenly paused in her actions, while Lu Hua kept coughing insistently, signaling her to quickly put the phone down. Where does it hurt? Quickly tell Mom. Yuzhan could only turn her head and look at her son with a full face of concern. The latter collapsed there gasping for breath, unable to clearly say where it hurt, but any movement made the whole body ache. We're all family, so what's the point of arguing like this? What would it look like if others saw? Lu Hua said sternly, stepping forward. Sumi glanced at him. Wasn't it Auntie who just insisted on letting others watch the commotion? What, now you feel embarrassed? Since you want others to judge, then let everyone hear how you're making outrageous demands, always asking for 3 million. Now I'm bringing you the money, so why are Uncle and Aunt still unhappy? 3 million? What kind of people are these? Wouldn't robbing a bank be faster? The surrounding people's expressions changed instantly, and the looks they gave Lu Zheni and the others were full of disdain. No wonder old Lu and his wife want to sue them. Don't say they have no money, even if they do, why should they give it to him? What kind of thing is this? Exactly, and they even have the nerve to act kindly? Coming to cause trouble at old Lu's door. Isn't it just bullying the honest and straightforward old Lu couple? In my opinion, it's better to let the police handle it. Aunt Wang from next door immediately came over, grabbed Zhao Yun's hand seriously and said, "Sister, don't pay attention to these shameless old folks. Let's have the police deal with them. We all saw it. These old folks just made a huge scene for so long. The police should lock them up for 10 or 15 days. Seeing this scene, Lu Zheni and the others couldn't help but change their expressions and had to turn their gaze to Lu Zhiyun. Big brother, we're all family. Isn't it natural for family members to help each other? Now that you have money, you're eager to push us away. Have you forgotten what Dad said before he passed? He told you to hold up this family. And now look at you, you're ready to sue us over a few bucks. If Mom knew, she might be so upset she'd just pass away on the spot. If she swallows it, she swallows it. When the time comes, I'll pay for the cremation, and I guarantee it will be done with full honor." Sumi glanced displeased at the group. Just because you have money you think you deserve it? The bank even has fixed deposits. You shameless old things, if I were the old lady and knew I gave birth to you shameless brats, I'd surely kick the bucket right away. You? Lu Zheni gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Zhiyun. Look at what she's saying. What kind of words are those? She actually cursed us and Mom to die. Is that how you speak to your elders? I think all the books she's read over the years have gone straight into the dog's belly. Sumi smiled. Wasn't it third uncle who said girls reading so many books was useless? Now you suddenly remember the importance of studying. As she spoke, she stepped forward a few paces, casting a cold glance at several people. I'm in a good mood and call you uncle, but you really think you're some rare treasure. Shameless old things who don't know how to take a hint. You? Lu Zheni was so angry that he clutched his chest, his face flushed bright red. She suddenly took out a pepper spray from her pocket and sprayed it at the faces of the few men. They immediately raised their hands to cover their faces and retreated repeatedly, the spray stinging so much that they could barely keep their eyes open. At this moment, several bodyguards suddenly stepped forward and forcibly pulled the men away. The various insults gradually faded away at the entrance of the corridor. It's all our fault, your mother and I. We can't even handle such a small matter properly, Zhao Yun said, blaming herself as she held her daughter's hand. Sumi smiled faintly. Everyone has their own way of handling things. For the next few days you all can move into the house Ruan Yuan bought. If they come looking for you, call me immediately. As long as Zhao Yun and the others don't make reckless compromises, this is already the greatest progress. Okay, your father and I will move over there tomorrow. Zhao Yun nodded immediately. Madame Su said it's best not to mention Ruan Yuan's name in front of her daughter, but she saw that her daughter seemed quite normal and didn't have any extreme reactions. Still, it's better not to mention it. It's never wrong to be cautious in everything. Knowing that Su Min was deliberately waiting at home to eat by herself today, Sumi did not stay long and left the community after giving a few reminders. Sitting in the car, she closed her eyes and suddenly said, "My uncle and the others all have pretty stable jobs." Upon hearing this, the butler immediately nodded knowingly. Rest assured, I know what to do. Losing a few jobs is naturally very easy, and no one would refuse to show respect to the chairman. On the contrary, countless people want to take the opportunity to curry favor. Outsiders only saw the eldest miss as hot-tempered, but he actually thought she was just a person of strong emotions. In reality, her mind was clearer than anyone else's. Before letting those few people into the police station, she first cut off their financial sources. Those people, in their frustration, would only commit more illegal acts. The more charges they accumulate, the heavier the sentences would be, naturally eliminating future troubles forever. On the other hand, the second miss was too weak. It just so happened that the old master liked the second miss's innocence and charm. In the end, most of the shares would probably still be left to the second miss. At that time, the other branches would definitely cause a huge uproar, and there would likely be a bunch of troubles afterward. After returning to the villa, the food in the dining room remained untouched. Su Min and the other person were obviously still waiting for her. After Sumi changed clothes, she went to eat. Without the old man around, the air in the dining room felt fresher. There's something. I don't know if I should say it. If you don't want to hear it, Dad won't ask. Sumin held his chopsticks, looking hesitant to speak. Sumu glanced at him, then looked at her daughter. There's nothing to hide. Your father just wants to ask what's going on between you and that Linyu. If you're just ordinary friends, that's fine. If there's potential for something more, you should also tell Mom. You're still young. And if he has any bad intentions, your parents can help watch out for you. The daughter usually behaves very normally. As long as she doesn't say those unpleasant things, she definitely won't get angry. She was also puzzled about this matter. That general manager Lin pretending to be a coach to get close to her daughter. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to have good intentions. Could it be that he's targeting them just because they only have a daughter and wants to take advantage? Of course, if the other party truly likes the daughter, she naturally wouldn't oppose them being together. After all, Lin Yu's family background and appearance make him a standout among the younger generation. Nowhere comparable to that rude kid Chi-Shi. But none of them come from ordinary families. The business world is full of intrigue and deception. What she fears most is that those tactics might harm her daughter. If that is the case, is it still not as good? Wake up your daughter earlier? I have nothing to do with him. The things that happened before are all in the past. I won't fall out with him, so as not to affect the normal business between your company. Sumi lowered her head and quietly ate her meal. She wasn't such a petty person. Since the fight had already happened, as long as the other party stopped pretending in the future, she could also make peace. Hearing this, Sumin immediately showed a slight smile on his face. As expected, Mimi knows what's important. But in the future you should stay away from him. I'll find you a live-in son-in-law, so you won't have to marry into another family and still have to watch their faces. The main thing is whether the daughter's temper means it's better to find a live-in son-in-law. Otherwise, the strict rules of other wealthy families might be too much for her to handle. And what if her condition worsens because of those constraints? That works too. Sumi drank some water without changing her expression. Whether to marry or not isn't important. The problem is that the plot needs to be changed first. No one has been scolding her lately, and her luck value hasn't increased for almost 2 months. This can't go on. Sue's mother smiled and served a lion's head meatball. It doesn't have to be marriage, dating is fine too. Dating a few people can also help change your mood. Otherwise, how will you know which type suits you better? Hearing this, Sumin immediately frowned. What are you saying? What if it's our daughter? What if someone takes advantage of her? Sue's mother turned her head and gave him a cold look. I regret now that I didn't arrange more talks back then so you could have gotten a better deal. To put it nicely, it's called an alliance marriage. To put it bluntly, it's just a business transaction. What kind of words are those? How can they be the same? Sumin frowned and put down his chopsticks. Although he and his wife had a business alliance marriage, it was because they liked each other that they got married. Over the years, he had never acted improperly. The assistants and secretaries around him were all chosen by his wife. Apart from the daughter being switched, he had never done anything to betray his wife. Forget about money, he might as well have given her his heart. What did I say wrong? And what kind of good person are you? You promised to let Ruan go back, but then under your dad's pressure you let her stay. If it weren't for Ruan, would our daughter have turned out like this? Sue's mother grew angrier as she spoke. Let's take a step back. If it weren't for Ruan, who knows if you wouldn't have, under your dad's instigation, used Mimi for a political marriage for the company? Maybe now Mimi would be the one marrying Chi-Shi. Hearing this, Sumin stammered for a long time without saying a word. In his memory, this was the first time his wife had confronted him like this. The political marriage was also for the company's benefit. If their daughter didn't like Chi-Shi, he definitely wouldn't have let her marry him. No matter what, he would never joke with his daughter's happiness. A sudden outburst must be the result of long-term suppression. Sumi didn't try to mediate. It's normal to vent grievances. Even the gentlest person has a temper. Enduring for a moment causes mastitis. Backing down causes ovarian cysts. Her mother should also take good care of herself. Look, men stammer because they have nothing to say because it hits their sore spot. Without saying a word, after finishing the meal, she immediately went upstairs. In the afternoon, the designer came by, and she also told them her own ideas. The clothes should be as loose as possible, otherwise it would affect her movement. Actually, she had already thought about how to trigger the task. As long as she did what a vicious supporting female character should do, constantly making things difficult for the female lead, the male lead and the second male lead would definitely lose their cool and verbally attack her. The task would then immediately appear. Although causing trouble at someone else's birthday banquet is not very appropriate, between being shameless and ending up in jail, She'd rather be shameless. She was now curious about one thing. In the original story, it was the original protagonist who, under the villain's instigation, released the video of the male and female leads kissing. Now that she hadn't followed the plot, she wondered how the story would unfold that day. Nothing happened in the following 2 days, but just the day before the Chi family's birthday banquet, she did receive an unexpected guest. Entering from the villa's main hall, Lee was led upstairs by a servant. Passing through a long corridor, they stopped in front of a room. He clearly saw the servant hold their breath and carefully knock on the door, as if afraid of knocking too hard and waking the person inside. The door then opened automatically, and the servant smiled at him before cautiously stepping away. He had come into contact with many top-tier tycoons before and had dealt with strict rules, but this was the first time he saw a servant so nervous. Thinking about the purpose of this visit, he cautiously entered the room. There was no sign of a fierce storm. He saw a girl sitting on the sofa watching a movie, holding a large box of ice cream in her hands, looking peaceful and beautiful. Sue. Miss Sue. He stepped forward, a trace of apology appearing on his face. The last matter was my fault. I shouldn't have violated the contract and colluded with President Lin to deceive you. I don't want to make any excuses for myself. As long as you are willing to forgive me, I will do my best to compensate you. Although he had already returned the money, this line of work relies on reputation. If he offended Miss Sue, it would affect his reputation in the circle in the future. Although he was helpless in this matter, he had to offend one side or the other. President Lin was also his half-boss. Compensation? That definitely should be compensated. Sumi took a bite of ice cream. Then let's compensate 20 million according to the contract. Hearing this, Lee couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment on his face, but thinking of the compensation offered by General Manager Lin, he gritted his teeth. As long as you're willing to calm down, 20 million it is. This time it's only a compensation of 20 million, but if one's reputation is ruined, the future losses will be far more than 20 million. Sumi couldn't help but look at him more closely. It seems Lin Yu gave you quite a lot. 20 million just like that, and he said that bastard couldn't have any good intentions. What good person would sneak around pretending to be a coach to deceive others? If it weren't for her talent, she might have been led astray by that bastard. No, our training center was originally funded by General Manager Lin. At that time I had to withdraw from the competition because of an old injury, and it was also with General Manager Lin's help that I opened that gym. So General Manager Lin is kind of my half-boss. After all, I can't just disobey my boss's orders, so this was something I had no choice about. His whole face was tightly wrinkled. Sumi turned off the computer, then dug into a tub of ice cream. Forget it, I'm not the type to fuss over every penny. 20 million is fine. From now on, you can be my sparring partner to make up for that 20 million. It's not easy being a worker. All of this is that bastard's fault. No, she definitely can't get involved in that mess. After all, everyone is just trying to make a living. By the way, do you offer home services? After saying that, she paused. I mean home sparring services. Upon hearing this, Lee immediately raised a smile and nodded. Rest assured, I am available 24 hours a day. Just one call from you, anywhere, any place, I guarantee I will never waste your time. Looking at the other party's attentive smile, Sumi put down her ice cream and rubbed her neck. See, this is the kind of reaction a personal trainer should normally have. All right, let me see your level first. She casually tied up her hair, stood up and walked out. Lee immediately followed closely behind. He didn't know how President Lin had taught Miss Sue, but he had vaguely heard that Miss Sue had slapped President Xi in public. Unfortunately, that President Xi was also his client. Normally, no one should be able to get close to President Xi's person, so how could Miss Sue have kicked him in public, especially with so many bodyguards protecting him? It was truly baffling. Or perhaps, compared to himself, President Lin was more suitable to be a coach? Arriving at the gym on the second floor, Sumi grabbed a pair of boxing gloves from the locker and tossed them over. A friendly match. If you can knock me down today, I'll give up those 20 million. Hearing this, Lee was stunned on the spot. Wasn't it that he looked down on her? This Miss Sue, even though she had been out of the martial world for many years, shouldn't be so weak as to lose to a beginner. Otherwise, all his trophies and medals would have been won for nothing. Ordinary people who have trained for 2 or 3 years might not even have practical combat skills, let alone the other party who had only trained for half a year. But since the other party said so, he certainly didn't want to crush her confidence. He quickly put on his boxing gloves, then came to the center of an open space, his eyes burning as he stared at the girl. Sumi also tapped her gloves, then fixed her eyes tightly on him, suddenly launching a heavy left punch toward his head. In an instant, the latter immediately raised both arms to block. As if she had anticipated it all along, Sumi smoothly pulled back to break the defense and instantly bent her arm to elbow strike his head. As the opponent leaned back to dodge, she took the opportunity to lift her leg and knee him in the chest. It seemed he hadn't expected her speed to be so fast, and Lee had to immediately block with his arms, but just from the initial contact, he was almost kicked hard in the chest. Outsiders watched the excitement, experts watched the technique. It was just a simple combo, but Lee instantly realized that Miss Su was probably not joking. He suddenly understood why Mr. Chi had been kicked in public, because this Miss Su definitely didn't look like a beginner. She seemed more like a seasoned fighter who had learned many combat moves. To reach this level in just half a year, he didn't believe it. To be blunt, even Mr. Lin couldn't have trained someone to this standard. He reacted quite quickly, and even just on defense he could steadily avoid his own attacks. He was indeed much stronger than that bastard Lin Yu, not just by a little. Sumi immediately became fully alert, then threw a right hook to the abdomen, taking advantage of the opponent's bent arm to block, followed by a strong left and right punch attack, but all were blocked outside. The opponent's solid muscles were clearly well-tempered. Ordinary attacks probably wouldn't hurt him. Sumi instantly lifted his left leg for a high sweep aimed at the head. As the opponent bent down to dodge, Sumi immediately followed up with a flying kick. The latter staggered back several steps while evading. Knowing the opponent dared not attack him, Sumi had to stop. Forget it, that's enough for today. Being a 5-time consecutive world free-fighting champion is definitely different. His defensive ability was truly not something an ordinary bodyguard could compare to. But that was good. At least from now on he wouldn't lack sparring partners. Miss Su practiced before? Li Yi raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. How did he see some Wing Chun techniques on the other person? I just train by myself every day, following the teaching courses given by your general manager Lin. She glanced sideways. Li Yi immediately took off his boxing gloves with a guilty look. Actually, General Manager Lin is already very good, but it's different from the matches we fight, and real combat in reality is different. In our line of work, General Manager Lin can be a coach, but now he definitely can't teach Miss Su anymore. He felt that even accompanying Miss Su for practice was a bit troublesome, let alone General Manager Lin. He didn't know how he taught, yet he actually managed to train someone like this. I heard that Chi Yun used to be your client as well. So, do you think I could take him down in a few moves? Sumi asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Lee thought for a moment and didn't know how to answer. General Manager Chi was also his client. And if a client got beaten by another client's apprentice, wouldn't that mean the coach was useless? Under normal circumstances, you'd only need 3 minutes. He still seriously estimated the gap between the two. Hearing this, Sumi couldn't help but furrow her brows. 3 minutes. By then, she would have already been dragged away by the bodyguards, mistaken for a lunatic. Why did your boss suddenly ask you to come over? She pulled a towel off the cabinet to wipe her sweat. Lee tugged at the stiff corner of his mouth. President Lin said you probably want to hit someone, but he no longer has the ability to teach you. At first, he thought what President Lin meant was about the relationship between two people, but now he realized this sentence was meant literally. Sumi looked him in the eye. Go back and tell him I'm not that petty a person. The past is the past. As long as he learns to treat people politely from now on, that's enough. After saying that, she walked straight out of the gym. As long as the other party doesn't put on airs anymore, she certainly wouldn't mind too much. After all, this is a common problem with domineering CEOs. But for the male lead, who is in the late stage of pretentiousness, there's probably no cure. The male lead probably thinks the whole world should revolve around him, and he even said he wanted her to regret coming into this world. He really thinks he's God. What an idiot. She wants to see who will regret coming into this world first. Expose. After all, he had already come back. For the sake of appearances, Sumi still went to the hospital in the afternoon. This time the old man was awake. The female lead was busy attending to him at the bedside. He seemed to have forgiven the female lead and the male lead's reckless behavior, and the old man looked much better. She had originally thought that if the female lead and the male lead's affair was made public, it might anger the old man to death, but now there was no need to worry about that. This damn old man could accept the female lead and her fiancé's brother having an affair, but couldn't forgive his own granddaughter's bad temper. If that's not a sign of a messed up mind, then what is? And he kept going on about rules and regulations. How could he shamelessly say those words? Sister. Just as Su Ruanswan came out, she almost bumped into the person at the door. When she saw Sumi, She realized she had said the wrong thing and nervously lowered her head. Sorry, you. Sister Sue, are you here to see Grandpa? Grandpa just woke up, you should go in quickly. Sumi glanced at her coldly. Did he agree to remove you from the family register? Hearing this, Su Ruanswan secretly raised her head again, a trace of helplessness appearing on her face. I've already told Grandpa many times that I want to transfer my household registration back to the Liu family. But Grandpa he's just a dying old man, and he can still stop you from transferring your household registration? Sumi frowned slightly. Won't you ask your parents for the household registration book? Could they really stop you from acknowledging your ancestry? Hearing this, Su Ruanyun seemed to have opened up a new line of thought, but soon frowned again. But Grandpa is like this now. What if I secretly move the household registration without telling him? And his blood pressure goes up again. Upon hearing this, Sumi just stared at her expressionlessly. You care about his high blood pressure, but have you ever thought about your biological parents? Wouldn't they also be longing for you to come back, tossing and turning at night, unable to sleep? Everyone has selfish desires. It's one thing to admit it openly and honestly, but saying one thing and doing another is hypocrisy. On one hand, she wants to stay. On the other, she wants people to think she's doing it out of filial piety, trying to gain a good reputation. There's no such good thing in this world. Su Ruanyuan's eyes reddened. She looked at the person in the hospital room again, as if she had made a decision. I'll tell Dad in a couple of days to move the household registration out of the Su family. Now she can earn money on her own and take care of herself without relying on the Su family. As for whether Grandpa will be angry later, there's nothing she can do about it, because her existence has already caused a lot of unhappiness for the Su family. She can't continue to be so selfish. Sumi looked into her eyes without saying anything else and directly turned around to leave the ward. The other party said it like this, and in the end, even if the old man's blood pressure rises, the female lead will still choose to stay. If the other party is really determined to move out of the Su family, they can completely do it first and report later. What could the old man do to her after he finds out? But it doesn't matter if she stays, she stays. It's also convenient for her to refresh her luck points, and she won't have to find someone else later. You came out this quickly? The butler outside couldn't help but glance towards the hospital room. Sumi didn't say anything and went straight into the elevator. She didn't bother to see the old man. She was afraid that if she spoke, it would anger him to death. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to attend the Chi family's birthday banquet, and instead, her own family would have to hold a funeral. After all, she wasn't in the habit of causing trouble at funerals. She still had this bottom line. After returning home in the evening, Sister Zhou suddenly sent over the rough cut of the variety show footage. This was just a rough edit. If the direction was roughly correct, the subsequent editing would follow this direction. She roughly watched a few episodes, and indeed it was tough for the production team. They managed to edit her into a cold and sharp-tongued persona from various fragmented clips, and the conflicts were focused on her and Mimi, so that Yang Yizhou's fans wouldn't attack her later. But she wasn't satisfied with this effect. How could a supposedly sharp and caustic persona end up as two women fighting over a hair accessory? Of course, indiscriminate attacks are what make everyone equal. The harsher the netizens' insults, the more it would trigger the original owner's emotional wounds. That way she could go crazy every day. Even a mosquito is meat. If the numbers keep rising, who knows, it might reach 600. She couldn't rely entirely on the male lead and the second male lead, that would be too passive. She needed to seek new opportunities. So she asked Sister Zhou to edit according to the originally planned sharp and caustic persona, without deliberately avoiding anyone. Highlighting her conflict with Yang Yizhou was fine, since the other side had many fans who would definitely insult harshly. Hearing her request, Sister Zhou was silent for a moment, but ultimately agreed. After hanging up, Sumi went to the gym and trained for another 2 hours, then took an early bath to rest. She slept until noon the next day. Her parents were already waiting downstairs for her to have lunch, and this time the female lead was also present. Because they were going to the Chi family's birthday banquet later, and there was only one invitation, the female lead could only attend as the second young lady of the Su family. Perhaps worried that she might be unhappy, Su Min kept the atmosphere lively during the meal. You're also someone I've watched grow up since you were little. No matter what, you're still considered a child of me and your dad. Since you've decided to marry Chi-Shi, you need to be mentally prepared. If you don't like him, your dad and I won't force you. There won't be any impact on the two companies without the alliance with the Chi family. I don't want you to agree hastily now and regret it later. Su's mother suddenly looked seriously at Su Ruanruan. The latter was stunned for a moment, then stared at the rice in the bowl, as if wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. Sumi finished half a bowl of rice before seeing the female lead nod with a twisted expression. Know what to do. Sometimes she really couldn't understand the heroine's way of thinking. Just because the old man liked him, the heroine had to get engaged to Chi-Chi? But the problem was she never intended to marry the second male lead from the start. Why not say it now? Instead, she insisted on waiting for this female supporting character to expose them publicly. Could this really be an unavoidable plot twist? Forget it, let her follow this storyline. After triggering the mission, she can publicly expose the relationship between the male and female leads. Such a level of madness should definitely boost her luck points quite a bit. As long as you've made up your mind. Although Chi-Chi is rude and hot-tempered, as long as you like him, your father and I will respect your choice, Mother Sue said calmly. According to reason, since the other party publicly insulted Mimi, she would never admit this son-in-law. However, she also didn't want to be the one to break up a couple. As long as the other side came over less often in the future, that would be fine. But if they continued to be disrespectful, then don't blame her as an elder for speaking harshly. Thank you, Mom and Dad, I'm full. I'll go change my clothes first. Su Ruanyun suddenly put down her chopsticks, then got up and walked upstairs. Watching her figure walk away, Su Min nervously glanced at his daughter again, only to find that she was calmly eating her meal without any sign of anger. It seemed that his daughter had been recovering well during this time. He told himself that his daughter was perfectly fine and wouldn't hit anyone. It must have been because those people spoke too harshly. Also, Dad, whenever he speaks, he always compares me to Ruan and Mimi. Who talks like that? Younger generations would definitely feel unhappy hearing that. After finishing the meal, Sumi went back upstairs to change clothes. The custom-made outfit was indeed different. It looked slim and sharp, but the lining was actually very loose, not hindering her movement at all. Seeing that she liked this style, Sue's mother didn't say much, but she picked out a pair of ruby earrings to adorn her. The banquet was held at a hotel in the city. By this time, the hotel had long been fully booked, and inside and out, countless luxury cars were coming and going, along with some noblewomen dressed in elegant and exquisite gowns. As soon as I entered the hotel lobby, people immediately surrounded me, their words full of teasing. Today is really unusual, to actually see Chairman Su bringing his two daughters out. They say daughters are their parents' little cotton-padded jackets, and Chairman Su is so lucky to have two such outstanding little cotton-padded jackets. Yeah, I wonder when we'll get to drink at the wedding banquet of the young lady and Master Chi heir. When that time comes, we can also share in the joy. More and more people gathered around, flattering and fawning endlessly. Sumi kept smiling but did not speak. Not at all, this is something the young people have to decide for themselves. We elders can only offer our advice, Sumin said warmly with a smile, while gesturing for others to enter the elevator first. After some final hesitation, he still took his wife and daughter inside first, while the others quickly followed, hurriedly saying pleasant things in an attempt to build good relations. It's said that the daughter recently brought back by the Su family has a mental illness, but to their eyes she seems quite normal, and a very distinctive young lady at that. She's nowhere near as exaggerated as the rumors suggest. If she really had mental issues, would the Su family have been able to bring her out? Upon entering the banquet hall, Sumi also greeted the uncles and elder men along the way. If others didn't greet her, she certainly wouldn't randomly insult anyone. She's not crazy. This must be your beloved daughter, right? Such a lovely and spirited young lady, about the same age as my son. If there's a chance, you young people should get to know each other and become friends. It would be more lively if you played together, said a middle-aged woman wearing a brown qipao, suddenly looking at her warmly. Sumi smiled slightly. If there's a chance, definitely. It's all just for show. After today, the other party probably won't have this idea anymore. Mimi is a bit slow to warm up, it's better to just let things happen naturally, Sue's mother said with a smile, gently holding her daughter's hand. The people around looked at Sumi with curious eyes. Some had seen her before, but the image of her last time, wearing sportswear and kicking Chi Yun, was so vivid that for a moment, they couldn't connect the polite, beautiful girl in front of them with the person they saw last time. But the most baffling thing? It wasn't that the other party hit someone, but that the other party brutally beat Chi while surrounded by a group of bodyguards, even kicking Chi Yun. This is not something an ordinary person could do. The abilities of this Miss Su truly make one's scalp tingle. Aunt Su, Uncle Su. At this moment, Chi, dressed in a brown suit, immediately came over. Even though he saw Sumi, he didn't show much disgust, simply ignoring her and turning his gaze to Su Ruan. Looking at the delicate and lovely girl, a flash of admiration appeared in his eyes. Mom and Dad are still busy right now, so how about I take Uncle and Aunt to their seats first, he said warmly. Sumin smiled faintly. No need, I'll take Mimi and the others to visit your grandfather first. Hearing this, Chi also nodded, then enthusiastically took the lead in front, but his gaze occasionally flickered towards Su Ruan. The latter avoided his gaze, searching through the crowd with her eyes, but did not see the person she wanted to see. I can't speak, so I won't go. You all go ahead. Sumi suddenly stopped walking. She was going to cause trouble at someone's birthday banquet later, and now she still had to visit them? Forget it, she still had some shame left. Upon hearing this, a trace of sarcasm flashed in Chi-Chi's eyes. This crazy woman actually had some self-awareness. Then wait here for us and call if anything comes up. Su's mother immediately whispered a reminder to her daughter. Perhaps a little worried about her daughter, but thinking that she hadn't had an episode for a long time, Su Min could only let her be alone here for the time being. Watching them disappear at one end of the corridor, Sumi found a spot to sit down by herself. She had to wait for both the male lead and the second male lead to be present at the same time to trigger the task. Only then would her luck value increase significantly. No matter what, that green hat was definitely going to be worn by the second male lead today. Isn't that the crazy girl from the Su family? She looks alright, but unfortunately, she's got some issues in her head. By the way, can she really beat Qi Xiao like that? Maybe Qi Xiao was actually beaten by his brother, and since he couldn't save face, she just made up some random excuse. But I heard she even beat Qi Xiao's brother. Sumi raised her head while holding her phone, only to see a few men nearby sneering at her. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, as if they thought it didn't matter even if she heard them. You actually believe that nonsense? If she could beat Qi Xiao's brother, I'd eat shit standing on my head today. Forget it, stop talking. Didn't Qi Xiao say to be careful when we see her from now on? Sumi glanced at the desserts on the table, then suddenly picked up 2 small cakes and walked over. Are you Chi-Chi's friends? She asked politely. A few people exchanged glances. One man with peach blossom eyes raised his eyebrows dismissively, then looked her up and down. Yes? What do you want to say? Qi Xiao being beaten into hospitalization by this girl? Don't joke around, that would be like saying the sun rises from the west. I'm not used to letting people eat shit. Sumi suddenly slapped the cake onto the other person's face, still wearing a polite smile. But if you really want to eat it, you can go out, turn left, and head to the restroom. Suddenly having a face full of cake, the man froze on the spot, as if encountering this kind of thing for the first time in his life. The others around also showed expressions of shock, but fortunately, they quickly reacted and approached Sumi with displeasure. What do you mean? Don't think we won't hit you just because you're a woman. How dare you compare yourself to Su Ruanyuan like this? No wonder Qi Xiao doesn't want to be engaged to you. No one would want a rustic shrew like you. Ding! Key plot triggered. As soon as the words fell, the speaker suddenly bent forward, and the whole person was kicked flying 3 or 4 meters, startling the others to turn their heads and look. Of course he doesn't deserve to be engaged to me. Our Su family wouldn't accept a useless son-in-law. Sumi grabbed a man's hair, her expression dark. Birds of a feather flock together, and maggots always gather in swarms. No wonder you came in shouting about wanting to eat shit. If I had known, I should have set up a new table for you in the bathroom, so you wouldn't spray filth and pollute the air. The person involved gritted his teeth in pain and swung a fist at her head, but the next moment he was kicked 2 meters away by a high heel. The intense pain radiated from his abdomen to his sensory nerves, and he immediately clutched his stomach, gasping for breath, wanting to curse. But the pain was so severe he couldn't even open his mouth. Only when she noticed the pointing and whispering glances around her did she grit her teeth and curse. You wait. The others instinctively stepped back a few paces, seemingly recalling what she had said. They wanted to step forward but dared not, so they hurried to help the person on the ground up. Crazy, truly crazy. No wonder Chi doesn't want her. A tigress like that probably won't get married for her whole life. Just as the words left their mouths, the speaker suddenly clutched their stomach and took a few steps back, glaring angrily at Sumi in pain. But remembering how she had kicked someone flying with one kick, they could only blush deeply and shut their mouth. Sir, crazy, right? Another muttered. Sumi slapped him sharply with the back of her hand. You're really pushing your luck, aren't you? You're upset because I didn't hit you, right? You. He covered his face, looking at the strange glances from the people around him, then at his friend on the ground, and finally hurriedly backed away. A wise person knows when to adapt. If there were still doubts about what Chi said, What else could be unclear at this moment? Which normal person kicks someone that far? No wonder Chi Xiao stayed in the hospital for half a month. You damn well know you should help me up. The person on the ground gritted his teeth and glared at his companion. Looking over at Sumi over there, none of them seemed to dare step forward, only able to instruct the waiter to bring the person over. This is fucking ridiculous. Is Chi-Chi sure this woman came from the countryside? She's almost like someone just discharged from the battlefield. But what can be done? They can't win in a fight, and the other side has the Su family backing them. No wonder Chi-Chi took the loss silently without daring to make a sound. The waiter also broke out in a cold sweat, put down the tray, and then 2 by 2 dragged the 2 grimacing people on the ground away. Ding! Host's luck value plus 30. Listening to the mechanical voice in his mind, Sumi expressionlessly walked through the crowd to the restroom to wash his hands. After touching maggots, washing hands was obviously necessary. Otherwise, it would be like getting shit on his hands. But it was already pretty good. Even a mosquito is meat, so it counted as a first gain in 2 months. Luck value is hard to increase now, so any increase is welcome. Birds of a feather flock together. And hanging out with an idiot like the second male lead can't be anything good. And he's really brainless. Just stepped out of the restroom, and in just a moment, she saw the banquet hall bustling with noise, everyone pointing and whispering about something. Even if she had hit someone, these people's reaction speed was way too slow. But when she entered the banquet hall, she was shocked to see a large-scale explicit scene playing on the big screen. In the empty corridor, a sharply dressed man in a suit pressed a girl wearing a princess dress against the wall. The two were in an intimate pose, and as they talked, the man lowered his head and kissed the girl's lips. Then followed a passionate, intense kiss until the girl, panting and blushing, pushed him away. The man still reluctantly held her waist, his face showing an inescapable possessiveness. Sumi was stunned on the spot. She definitely didn't have such an explicit video. Isn't that President Chi and the second young lady of the Su family? Didn't Su Ruanyuan get engaged to Chi-Chi? This is just too much. This is too improper. Chi-Yun is also engaged to the Hua family. And now he's secretly involved with his own younger brother and his brother's fiancée? This is nothing but incest. The second young lady of the Su family looks so pure and innocent, but who would have thought she'd do something like this? They aren't even married yet, and she's already cheating. What will happen after they get married? Chi-Yun doesn't seem like a good person either. He's clearly engaged to the Hua family, and Miss Hua is such a dignified and good girl. Yet now he's secretly involved with his sister-in-law? I think the Chi family's values must be seriously flawed. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, pointing fingers at the video that kept playing on a loop. The entire banquet hall erupted in commotion, as if no one expected the usually indifferent Chi-Yun to be this kind of person, and that the pure and lovely Su Ruan would actually be involved with her fiancé's brother. It just goes to show you can't judge people by appearances. Even though the wealthy circles are chaotic, scandals like incest are still rare. Don't just blame the Chi family. Doesn't the Su family have problems too? They raised 2 daughters like this, one with a mental issue, the other with a character flaw. No wonder old Master Su was so angry he fell ill. Look at the clothes, they're clearly from the last engagement banquet. The 2 of them were secretly involved while getting engaged. What kind of behavior is that? Looking at the image on the big screen, Su Ruanyuan's face instantly turned pale, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back, but was promptly supported by Chi-Yun. He looked at the assistant with a grim expression. Find out who released this. Seeing this video, Chi's father and mother felt their heads buzzing, and their blood pressure skyrocketed instantly. Fortunately, having been through many storms, they quickly ordered someone to take down the video, and then turned their questioning gaze toward their eldest son. Chi clenched his fists tightly, seeming on the verge of exploding. Without a word, he rushed over to Sumi. Was it you, right? How could you be so vicious? What grudge do you have against me? What happened to Ruanyuan? If you slander her like this, are you even human? Ding! Key plot triggered. Sumi frowned, raised her hand and patted his face. Have you eaten too much shit? If your brain has a problem, go get a CT scan. Why are you coming out to scare people? I slandered her? Didn't you take the video and verify it with a technician yourself? You keep saying I slandered her. If your Chi family is so poor that you can't even afford the testing fees, I wouldn't mind rewarding you a little. In front of everyone, she approached Chi-Yun, whose face was gloomy. Come on, President Chi, tell everyone that you and my sister Su Ruan are innocent, that the one you love is Miss Hua, and that you have never liked my sister. Hearing this, Su Ruan couldn't help but look at the man behind her. Her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Sumin's head was buzzing. Standing there. He never thought that his obedient and sensible daughter would actually do such a thing. I did ask for her opinion, so how could she secretly be involved with Chi Yun? How are they supposed to save face in the Su family from now on? You crazy woman, what nonsense are you talking about? How could my eldest brother possibly have anything to do with Ruan? You must be the one causing trouble. She glared at her furiously, his fists cracking as he clenched them. Sumi slowly turned her head, then slapped him away and kicked him. You never learn, do you? I told you to watch me take a detour, but you just can't hear, can you? President, the video was secretly leaked, and the surveillance was also turned off. We can't find out who did it, the assistant said hurriedly, holding a USB drive as he approached. Sumi suddenly grabbed the USB drive. If someone deliberately fabricates facts to slander my sister's reputation, our Su family will definitely not let such lawbreakers go. Whether this thing is true or false just needs a technician to verify it. After speaking, she took out her phone and called Sister Zhou, asking her to bring a few more people over. What on earth is going on? Chi's father looked at his eldest son, struggling to contain his anger. The latter just stared gloomily at Sumi, then signaled his assistant to bring the items over. The assistant stood there with a serious expression. The president was really putting him in a difficult position. He was no match for Miss Su. Break up. This is a matter of our Chi family. I will handle it myself. Give me the things. Chi Yun reached out his hand to her. Sumi couldn't help but sneer. What do you mean by your Chi family's matter? Su Ruan is also a member of our Su family. This matter concerns my sister's reputation, and even more so the honor of our Su family. I have the right to investigate this matter thoroughly and clear my sister's name. Hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, feeling that what she said made perfect sense. If there was nothing to hide, why wouldn't it be clarified publicly? Why would it have to cause gossip? The Chi and Su families are considered to be deeply established clans, right? They wouldn't be unable to distinguish even this bit of priority, would they? Chi Yun, what's going on here? Huixian's brows furrowed slightly as she stepped forward from the crowd in disbelief. Listening to the harsh murmurs around her, Su Ruan's face grew increasingly grim, and she almost lost her balance. She could only cast her gaze toward the person behind her, as if hoping he would say something. Facing two different gazes, Chi Yun frowned slightly and could only look at Sumi again, a trace of coldness in his eyes. Hand it over. The latter glanced contemptuously around with a sneer. Who are you? Why should I give it to you? Or are you just a guilty thief? Miss Hua is standing right in front of you. Yet you don't even have the courage to clarify. What, even saying you don't like Su Ruanyuan is so hard to admit? Again. Or are you the type who eats from the bowl but eyes the pot, unwilling to take responsibility on either side, just wanting to toy with two women's bodies and feelings? Besides, cheating is one thing, but cheating with your own brother? That's really playing with fire. The expressions of the people around instantly changed, and the looks in Chi Yun and Su Ruanyuan's eyes were even more filled with suspicion. Chi Yun endured and took a deep breath, then suddenly stepped forward toward her, raising his hand to snatch the USB drive. But with a slap, he was struck across the face. This slap is for my sister. Sumi wiped her hand on her body with disgust. You cheating scumbag who plays with women. You've completely disgraced the Chi family's reputation. Chi Yun clenched his fist but still did not fight back. Instead, he looked at the assistant behind him, who tremblingly hurried to take out his phone to let the bodyguards outside in. To deal with Miss Su, the CEO had specially hired some foreign special forces veterans at a high price. Today it probably wouldn't end so easily. Suddenly, a group of fierce bodyguards burst in. Everyone was so frightened they quickly stepped aside. No one expected that a perfectly good birthday banquet would turn into such a scene. It seems the marriage between the Chi and Su families won't happen. But what was even more unexpected was that today we could witness such a dramatic spectacle. It truly caught everyone off guard. What are you doing? Su's mother suddenly walked forward with a stern face, looking at Chi Yun with disappointment. If you have a clear conscience, why are you afraid of people finding out? Mimi was right. A test can also clear Ruanyuan's name. Your Chi family has no shame, but our Su family cannot afford to lose face. Chi's father and mother both looked at their eldest son with stern faces. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know the truth, but they never expected their usually outstanding and sensible son to do something so disgraceful that would ruin the family reputation. He was already engaged to the Hua family. How could he be involved with another woman in such a shady way? How are they supposed to explain this to the Hua family? What ungrateful sons! But no matter what, a son is still your own. If today the incestuous matter is truly confirmed, it will not only ruin the Chi family's reputation, but they will also have no face to face the Hua family. Today is also my father's 80th birthday. If there is anything, we can talk about it after the birthday banquet. Don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation today, Father Chi said earnestly, looking at Mother Sue. The latter kept a cold face and said nothing, seemingly unwilling to make the matter irreparable. Just as Sumi was about to say something, she sensed a gust of wind coming from behind. She quickly dodged to the left, only to see a fist the size of a sandbag slam past her ear. Taking advantage of the opponent reaching for the USB drive, she suddenly spun around and delivered a back kick, sending the person flying back 3 or 4 meters. In an instant, another gust of wind came from behind her ear. She swiftly turned sideways and delivered a high sweeping kick to the head. With a loud crash, a chair leg was broken. The banquet hall, which had been bustling with voices, suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned, staring at the scene. Chi Yun, who had been lying on the ground without anyone helping him, involuntarily took a deep breath. The anger on his face gradually turned into fear. Such a thick chair, and she actually shattered it with just one kick. The bodyguards around also changed their expressions, as if they hadn't expected her to have such explosive power. Stop! What are you doing? Isn't this embarrassing enough? Chi's father looked at his eldest son with a face red with anger, wishing he could slap him awake. What kind of sin had he committed to have 2 such sons? Sooner or later, these 2 unfilial sons would anger him to death. Go! The assistant quickly waved to the bodyguards. It would be troublesome if Miss Sue got involved, and it would be embarrassing if she got hit. That would be even more embarrassing. Chairman! Sister Zhou suddenly came over with several technicians, each holding a laptop, as if ready to conduct video inspections at any moment. The reason the other party was so fast was, of course, for a reason. Better safe than sorry. Sumi specifically had the other party bring technicians to wait outside the hotel in advance. Because she knew the plot couldn't be changed. Even if she didn't release the video, someone else definitely would. But in the end, the blame would still fall on her. She could do unscrupulous things, but she couldn't be wrongfully accused of such unscrupulous acts by others. Going crazy recklessly is only momentarily satisfying. Going crazy with reason and evidence can make yourself feel good, while also ruining others. This. Father Chi looked at Su Min with a troubled expression. The latter was now filled with a mix of anger and disappointment, and at this moment he didn't really react. Mainly because he couldn't react. His daughter was clearly on the verge of a breakdown, and he definitely had to stand by her side. After all, his reputation was already ruined, but he couldn't let his daughter's condition worsen. Come, take a look and see if the video inside this is artificially synthesized. Sumi handed the USB drive to the technician. It was the first time conducting such a test in this kind of setting. Even a technician was breaking out in a cold sweat. But since he was getting paid, of course he had to do the job. Seeing that the chairman did not object, he immediately opened his laptop and inserted the USB drive. No need to check. Su Ruanyun suddenly spoke with a pale face, then moved her lips and looked at Chi Yun with a face full of disappointment. Why? I trusted you so much. You said you would quickly break off the engagement with the Hua family, but it turns out you've been lying to me all along, deceiving me like a fool, spinning me around. Chi Yun, I hate you. After saying that, she covered her mouth and ran out of the banquet hall crying, while the others were all stunned, clearly not expecting the person involved to admit it themselves. So that means the video is real, and Chi Yun really was privately entangled in a passionate kiss with his brother's fiancée on the day of the brothers' engagement? Today truly was an incredibly dramatic spectacle. This. Chi immediately held his breath, his whole being seeming to lose its soul and spirit, just staring blankly at the elder brother he had always respected, then looking toward the direction where his beloved ran away in despair, feeling as if all the blood in his body was flowing backward. This is fake, brother, you have to tell them this is all fake. How could you possibly have anything with Ruan? He shouted in disbelief. His most respected eldest brother was actually having an affair with his fiancée, and what's even more ridiculous is that they were entangled in passion on the very day of his own engagement. Usually, Ruansoft always rejected his touch, but it turns out it wasn't because she was shy. It was because she liked someone else entirely, his own eldest brother. You unfilial son. Father Chi couldn't help but step forward and slap Chi Yun, his whole body trembling with anger. You've completely disgraced the Chi family's reputation. This video shows no signs of any artificial editing. We can trace back where the video was copied from, but it will take some time. the technician said, sweating profusely as he stood there. Sumi waved her hand. Keep investigating. Hearing this, Huaxian suddenly stepped forward to support Chi's father. Although Chi-yun is also at fault in this matter, there's no point in talking about it now. It's normal for men to be tempted. As long as Chi-yun keeps his distance from those women in the future, I will pretend that nothing happened today. In an instant, everyone looked at Huaxian in disbelief. They didn't expect her to be so open-minded, and also so considerate, knowing to give the Chi family a way out. With such a good fiancé, they wondered what Chi-yun could possibly be dissatisfied with. Sure? Is that? Chi-yun, who was seduced by Su Ruan, actually involved with her fiancé's older brother? Who knows how promiscuous she might be in private? Logically, she was also raised by the Su family from a young age, so how could she do such a disgraceful thing? Could it be that the faults of the upper generation lead to the corruption of the lower? Sumi's expression changed suddenly, and she pushed through the crowd with precision to stand right in front of the speaker. Who did you say is crooked at the top and twisted at the bottom? Where exactly is your old Liang straight? As if she had seen through her abilities, the middle-aged woman speaking waved her hands repeatedly. I was just joking, just joking. The people around quickly chimed in. Miss Su is truly upright and proud. Su Ruan isn't even a real member of the Su family. You can't change the genes deep in her bones. No matter how you teach her, it's useless. A lowly bastard is just a lowly bastard. Shut up. She suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the speaker, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Who gave you permission to talk about Ruan like that? She is my fiancée no matter what. She will always be my fiancée. Saying this, he suddenly raised a stool and started smashing it around wildly, scaring everyone into quickly running out of the banquet hall. Crazy. Crazy. All the young people nowadays are crazy. Seeing this scene, Chi's father suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed straight down. The people around immediately called 120, cleared the banquet guests, and sent someone to restrain the crazed Chi. Sumi looked at the second male lead with a slight frown. Was this guy trying to steal her lines? You all go to hell. Go to hell. Chi with bloodshot eyes was like a madman smashing anyone he saw. Suddenly, Sumi walked over, raised his hand in a knife strike, and directly chopped at the side of his neck. In an instant, the once frenzied man suddenly fell straight down, and only then did those around immediately go to help him up and together send him onto the ambulance. Today's matter must have an explanation. We must find out clearly who seduced whom. As for the marriage between Chi and Ruan, there's no need to mention it anymore. Su Min glanced at Chi's mother, then pulled his wife and walked out. Parents-in-law? Chi's mother looked troubled, wanting to explain something, but in the end, she could only glare angrily at her eldest son, whom she had always been proud of. Do you really want to drive your father and me crazy? Auntie, please calm down. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as Chi-yun doesn't have any more dealings with that woman in the future, it will be fine. Huaxian immediately supported her with concern. The latter patted her hand apologetically. It's all our Chi family's fault. We're sorry. We don't have the face to meet your parents. If you want to call off the engagement, we won't oppose it. Upon hearing this, Huaxian looked at Chi-yun again. Chi-yun and I know each other well. Who can guarantee other men won't cause trouble? But this time he really made a mess. I just hope he can consider the bigger picture in the future and save some face for our Hua family. Otherwise it will also affect the cooperation between the two companies. Hearing this, Chi's mother immediately glared at her son and questioned. How has Xian wronged you? You want to treat her like this? Ruan is your brother's fiancée. Don't you have any sense of ethics and morality in your heart? Just thinking about it made her head buzz, and she had to be supported to sit down before she felt a little better. Chi-yun just lowered his eyes in silence for a moment, then calmly looked at Huaxian. Sorry, this time it was my fault. Upon hearing this, the latter said nothing, only helping Chi's mother into the room to rest. Leaving the hotel, Sumi saw her dad on the phone with the female lead. He probably wanted to ask what exactly was going on. The blame for cheating couldn't be shaken off, but they also couldn't let the Chi family pin the reputation of being promiscuous on them, or else it would be the Su family's face that got lost. In the original story, no one believed the video was real, so the original protagonist took the blame. But now the plot has indeed changed somewhat, although the charge of secretly releasing the video still falls on her. Ding! Host's luck value plus 120. Special reminder. The female lead's luck value is decreasing, so she will be unable to support the original plot direction. Hearing the prompt sound in her mind, Sumi slightly frowned. If the female lead's luck value can decrease, does that mean it can also increase? Yes. Although the system didn't say, Sumi could still figure out some patterns. Why would the female lead's luck value decrease? Is it because of her influence? That definitely couldn't be the case. If it were, then the other party's luck value would have started to decrease from the very beginning. This is a popular pet story, and it is highly likely that the affection of the people around the female lead has undergone some changes, which in turn has somewhat affected the female lead's fortune value. After all, at the beginning, everyone liked the female lead very much, but now that the relatives know the old man is going to give his shares to the female lead, they would rather have her dead than anything else, so how could they still like her? Chi's father and mother only found out about the eldest son and the female lead later on, and at that time they also discovered the true nature of the third daughter, so they continue to love the female lead as always. But now that things have come to this, both the Chi and Su families are blaming each other. Moreover, with the third daughter being so considerate and sensible, Chi's parents will definitely favor the third daughter, and probably feel more disappointed in the female lead. After all, no matter what, the fact that the other party is entangled with the two sons is right in front of them, and no parent would accept this relationship. Where does the plot start to go wrong? Probably started going wrong from the video part. Actually, there's no need to think about it. She also knows who released the video. The villain wouldn't do something so reckless as to alert the enemy. He would only incite the original owner to act. That leaves only the third female lead. The other party is deliberately trying to provoke the male lead's guilt. After all, the Hua family lost someone for no reason, and the third female lead is so considerate of the bigger picture that any man would feel guilty. Even if it's for the cooperation between the two families, the male lead will at least restrain himself a bit in the future, and won't so openly flirt with the female lead. As long as the male lead feels guilty, and the third female lead gradually corrupts him, it's possible she might actually manage to win him over. Normally it would be like this, but this is a group favorite story, and the male lead only has eyes for the female lead. He feels guilty towards the third female lead now, but that doesn't stop him from eventually getting the third female lead killed in jail. Only then can he truly show his care for the female lead. Just a bit nauseating. This fig leaf still has to be torn off by her, right? Each and every one is unwilling to break off the engagement, huh? When she traces the video back to its source and exposes the third female lead's true colors, what reason will the male lead have left not to break off the engagement? When the time comes, the cooperation between the two companies will have to fall apart. This is exactly what she wants to see. Let the male lead's company continue to grow? That's impossible. How are you? Did you get hurt anywhere just now? In the car, Su's mother looked her over carefully, not bothering to scold Su Ruanyuan's behavior at this moment. Sumi shook her head without changing her expression. Of course I'm fine. You should go check on Grandpa. It's really a pity not to have beaten up the male lead as expected. This scumbag brought a new bodyguard over? But gaining so much luck value is not bad either. You can beat him up anytime, but changing the plot is the most important thing. At this moment, the old man heard this embarrassing bad news and maybe his blood pressure soared again. I've already called the hospital. Ruan didn't go there, but Dad still found out about this. She's still in the operating room being rescued. Sumin tiredly rubbed his forehead. How could Ruan do such a thing? For so many years we've always asked her if she liked Chi, and she never opposed marrying him. As long as she said one honest word, could we have sold her? No way. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He never thought that his always obedient and sensible daughter would actually do such a thing. Now she's even being labeled as promiscuous. Outside, who knows what they're saying about the Su family's reputation, and they're unfairly dragging Mimi's name through the mud. There's no use talking about this now, Su's mother said with a slightly darkened face. No matter what, we can't let the Chi family recklessly throw accusations. They have no shame, but do we have to? I've long said there's not a single good person in the Chi family. A few grown men can't beat Mimi, so they call for help. I find it embarrassing. All right, I'll handle the Chi family over there. For now we need to find Ruan first. She shouldn't be the type to act so recklessly. How could she do something so foolish? Sumin helplessly patted his wife's arm. They were going to the hospital to see the old man, so Sumi asked the driver to drop her off halfway. No one objected to this. She definitely didn't want to see that old man, of course, unless the other party was about to pass away. Then that would be another matter. Now that the third female lead has achieved her goal and successfully gained the support and favor of the Chi family, it's unlikely she'll be taking the old man's oxygen mask away anytime soon. She called a car halfway to the riverside, then called Sister Zhou. Whether the technicians could trace the source was another matter, but the third female lead didn't seem worried at all, so most likely nothing would be found in the end. However, the surveillance at this hotel was broken, but the surveillance at the hotel where the engagement banquet was held last time was not. Whether the third female lead went through the staff or checked the hotel surveillance herself, these actions would leave traces. She only needed Sister Zhou to follow the clues and check who had accessed the corridor surveillance that day. Surely something would be uncovered then. The third woman doing something unethical herself? That might be forgivable, but to pin the blame on her? That is definitely unacceptable. If the other party had given a heads up in advance, maybe she wouldn't have said anything. After all, the impact of the video is indeed much greater. As for why going to the riverside, it's because in the original work, the female lead also disappeared alone after the banquet, as she felt that sooner or later the matter would be exposed, and the male lead did not take the initiative to admit their relationship, so she was very upset. The original character was like a tool, not only having to push forward the relationship between the male and female leads but also bearing the function of the vicious female supporting character being slapped in the face because everything she did was instigated by the villain, and it did not involve loss of life, so the author kindly left the original character alive, only letting her be alienated by everyone and end up in jail. But since the third female lead was involved in kidnapping the female lead, even if she went to jail, the male lead would still want to kill her, using this to demonstrate his deep feelings. A scheming and commanding CEO, huh? She wants to see who kills whom first. Thinking about getting engaged to the third female lead to strengthen the company, while also wanting to win over the female lead. Go eat shit. The car stopped by the riverbank. She looked around in the crowd and quickly spotted the female lead. The other party was wearing a mask to avoid being recognized, not because of the female lead's aura, but because she was still wearing an evening gown, making it hard not to notice. Sure enough, the plot hasn't gone too far off track. The female lead actually is really here contemplating life. As she slowly approached, she saw 2 lines of tears on the heroine's face, her hair messy, her eyes red and looking pitifully touching, but at this moment her gaze was somewhat hollow, as if filled with confusion about the future. Do you think avoiding the problem can solve it? Have you ever thought about how much pressure your parents are under because of you right now? Grandpa is still in the operating room, his life hanging in the balance. What use is it to regret now? She said coldly. Su Ruanruan suddenly turned her head in shock, and when she saw the person coming, she immediately wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, but thinking of her words, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. Yes, she had been avoiding it, but her parents had to suffer criticism because of her. How should everyone look at themselves now? Mom and Dad must be especially disappointed in her. It's all because of her that the Su family's reputation has been tarnished. I'm going to see Grandpa. She choked up and was about to leave. Sumi grabbed her roughly. What good will it do if you go see him? Do you really think that will make everyone forget what happened today? Their eyes met. Su Ruanruan cried with tears streaming down like rain, her frail shoulders trembling slightly, the whole person like a broken doll. I don't know. I really don't know what to do. As she spoke, she couldn't help but squat down on the ground sobbing, drawing the attention of those around her. I'm here to help you solve the problem. The Chi family says you're promiscuous, and Chi-yun has remained silent the whole time. From beginning to end he was just toying with your feelings. Haven't you realized that yet? Sumi said as she took out her phone. I've said before, he's just a scumbag. If he really liked you, would he be willing to let you be his secret lover? Don't talk about company interests or not, those are just excuses. At the end of the day, he only cares about himself. Haven't you noticed he hasn't come to find you yet? Doesn't that say something? Hearing this, Su Ruanruan's eyes seemed to focus, and memories of the past surfaced in her mind. Every time she brought up breaking off the engagement, the other party was always vague. It's true that those involved are often confused while outsiders see clearly. She never thought she would believe such a big liar. Just now, she had so hoped the other party would admit their relationship publicly, but when she saw him avoid the topic again, at that moment she finally saw clearly. From beginning to end, the only one who couldn't see reality was herself. Chi-yun never had her in his heart, never did. But what should I do now? She instantly felt confused again. Sumi handed over the phone. Call him and curse him a dead scumbag. Then break up with him. Upon hearing this, Su Ruanruan seemed to have made up her mind. She immediately took the phone and precisely dialed a number, but then, as if thinking of something, a trace of guilt appeared on her face. But will Grandpa get better this way? Sumi showed no expression. You just have to listen to me. First, retrieve the call records and chat messages between you and him. Then I'll have Dad arrange a meeting with the Chi family. At that time you throw all the things he said to sexually harass you right in their faces. That way, they won't have anything to say. Quality. Hearing this, Su Ruanyuan's face showed a flicker of struggle, her fingers tightly clutching that phone, her eyes full of hesitation and entanglement. If she did this, it would inevitably mean no future with Chi Yun. She wasn't afraid of breaking ties with Chi Yun, but she worried about how the Chi family would see her. Uncle Chi and Aunt Chi had been so good to her. How could she disregard the Chi family's reputation? Seeing the heroine trapped in conflicted thoughts again, Sumi frowned tightly. Get a grip. They all call you fickle and shameless, and you're still worrying about them? Are you out of your mind? You don't care about your own reputation, think about others too. If you don't clear this up, how will the other young people in the Su family get married in the future? Who knows, the old man might even be so upset that he dies. I told you long ago to move your household registration out, and now look? Even I am implicated because of you. I suspect you want to deliberately make me angry to death, so you can then naturally inherit everything of mine. Hearing this, Su Ruanyun shook her head frantically. No, I didn't. I'll call right now. I'll listen to everything my sister says. As if afraid she would have another episode, Su Ruanyuan hurriedly pressed the dial button. After a few seconds, a man's displeased voice came from the other end. Sumi. This scumbag actually still knows her phone number. Sumi held back the urge to curse, then smoothly pressed the record button. Why did you lie to me? Su Ruanyuan's voice was full of uncontrollable grievance and anger. Hearing her voice, some movement came from the other end of the phone. Where are you? Answer my question, why did you lie to me? You clearly said you would break off the engagement with the Hua family, so why just now did you stay silent? You never loved me, did you? You big liar. Su Ruanyuan shouted, tears streaming down like rain. Seeing her bring up these romantic matters again, Sumi frowned deeply and immediately took out another phone, typing a string of characters for the female lead to read aloud. This is only temporary. I have my responsibilities and I can't neglect the company because of my personal issues, Chi Yun said softly in a gentle tone. Where are you? Why are you using Sumi's phone? Looking at the word Sumi handed over, Su Ruanyuan hesitated for a moment, but in the end she cursed into the phone. I'm the fool. 17 I actually believed your deceit. You liar. If you don't break off the engagement with the Hua family within 3 days, then we're done for good. Hearing words that didn't match the girl's character, the other side of the call fell silent for a few seconds before a warning came through. Sumi, if you dare lay a finger on her, I guarantee you'll go down with her. Oh? Sumi just wanted to punch this idiot in the head. It didn't feel that way when reading novels, but hearing this kind of domineering CEO lines in real life makes her want to vomit up last night's meal. Wanting her to go down with him? Is this idiot's brain not filled with shit? Yes, Su Ruanyuan is indeed in my hands and I want to make her unable to live or die. She took the phone and hung up, then looked displeased at the female lead. Did you hear? How did he talk to me? He even wants me to die. With him. If this isn't attempted murder, then what is? If I ever commit suicide from depression, it will definitely be because of you too. Su Ruanyuan anxiously hurried to explain. No, Chi-yun definitely doesn't mean that, he's just worried about me. Sumi took a deep breath. Are you out of your mind? I've told you so much and you still defend him? That scumbag is pooing. He just wants to play with your body and feelings, then have you be his secret lover. Are all the men in the world dead? Is he the only one for you? Use your brain. If I ever catch you secretly contacting him again, don't call me sister anymore. And I won't consider you my sister either. After speaking, she coldly walked straight to the roadside. Still want her to go down with you? Then let's see who gets to the police station first. Su Ruanyuan suddenly brightened her eyes, taking small steps to follow her, still showing a bit of timidity on her face. Then, can I call you sister from now on? Stopping a taxi, Sumi glanced at her. If you really consider me your sister, you wouldn't have stayed in the Su family. Knowing full well she had a psychological barrier, and that the main reason was her, the female lead still stayed behind using her grandfather as an excuse. Perhaps deep down she felt she was being filial, but in reality, she was ignoring her selfish side and telling herself she was not wrong. She couldn't say the female lead had problems either. After all, who in this world doesn't have issues? Everyone has selfish desires, but she had no mood to argue about sisterhood with the other party. What she wanted was only the fortune points. Watching her get into a taxi, Su Ruanyuan stood still with red eyes, her face full of guilt. As expected, her sister still minded that she stayed at the Su family, but she had no choice. Every time she wanted to leave, her grandfather would strongly oppose it. Maybe her sister was right, she was just too selfish. If you don't go back soon, You might not even get to see the old man take his last breath. A cold female voice came from inside the car. Soo-won quickly slipped into the back seat. Thinking about her grandfather still being in the operating room, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. It was all because of herself that Grandpa ended up like this. Even though Grandpa had already told her to stay away from Chi-yoon, she just couldn't bring herself to be ruthless. Maybe her sister was right. She was someone who couldn't live without a man. Why did she end up like this? Seeing the female lead crying all the way, Sumi didn't know what to say. Being a villainous supporting female role is indeed not easy. No wonder every supporting female ends in failure, because no matter how they try to separate the male and female leads, they are like two magnets that must stick together no matter what. Together. She didn't go to the hospital either. After seeing off the female lead, she returned home alone. Anyway, the old man wasn't going to die anytime soon, so let others handle the duty of filial piety. Tossing and turning all day, the sky outside had completely darkened. Afterwards, she went to the bathroom to take a shower, then went downstairs to eat dinner alone. Why make the female lead say those things? It's because sexual harassment of minors and harassment of adults are completely different crimes. The former can at least be punished with up to 5 years in prison. Although whether the male lead ends up in jail is another matter, it is entirely possible to have him detained for a few days. By then, everyone would know that it was the male lead who molested the female lead, and the Soo family would not fear public opinion. They would decisively use legal means to protect their rights, so naturally no one would point fingers at the female lead or the Soo family. They would only see it as the male lead's problem. If that idiot still wants her to end up in jail, then let's see who goes in first. So what if it's a top-tier legal team? Who can't afford one? As for whether her parents would agree, or if there would be a fallout with the Chi family, that's not important. As long as she's the one who brought it up, they probably won't object. After finishing the meal, Sister Zhou sent some information. The other party did find some things. One of the security staff at the hotel where the engagement banquet was held resigned, and suddenly bought a car and a house. Sister Zhou sent a lawyer to question him. At first, he flatly denied everything, but when he heard he might go to jail, he reluctantly revealed the truth. It was indeed the third woman who gave him 1 million, asking him to retrieve the surveillance footage from the hotel corridor that day. Such easy money no one would resist. Moreover, he was cautious and kept a copy of the footage the third woman came to get, probably having watched too many crime dramas, fearing he might be killed to keep him quiet. However, given the third woman's later personality, it was indeed possible for her to do such a thing. Looking at the evidence, she only told Sister Zhou not to inform others, so as not to alert the suspects. She must present the evidence again when the two families are confronting each other, so the male lead has no excuse not to break off the engagement with the third female lead. This way, the cooperation between the two Chi families will definitely be affected, and the male lead's company will not be able to advance any further. The position of the richest person must be held by their Soo family. It was probably the next day when she saw Soo Min and the female lead. Judging by their appearance, she knew the old man was fine, but the female lead's eyes were red, as if she had been crying all night. While having breakfast, she mentioned the meeting with the Chi family, and also brought up the matter of reporting Chi-yoon to the police. Only by doing this could they completely clear the black mark on their family. When you were 17, Chi-yoon already? Soo's mother suddenly put down her chopsticks, a thin layer of anger appearing on her face. Soo-won lowered her head, not knowing what to say, feeling especially confused at this moment. No, it didn't get to that point. At that time, despite her struggling, the other party still stopped, but now she still belongs to him. Beast! Soo Min slammed his palm on the table, his face full of uncontrollable anger. How could he? So shameless. Just thinking about how the other party actually tricked his underage daughter into doing that kind of thing made him want to slap that beast several times immediately. After all, they were old family friends. How could that beast do such a thing? What was even more infuriating was that he had been kept in the dark for so long. You've really disappointed me. How could you be involved with him? He frowned, looking at his daughter with a face full of disappointment. Your sister was right. Go get all the records of your interactions with him. We'll report this to the police. Since they have no shame, we don't need to give them any face. At this moment, she didn't dare to say anything. Soo-ruinsoft just lowered her head with red eyes and softly said, Sumi busied herself with the meal. She noticed that the hostess lived up to her name like a soft persimmon. Whatever others said was whatever it was, never having a single original thought. So she seriously suspected that the male lead was attracted to this very trait of the female lead. and then got the original owner thrown into jail. That way, the entire Sue group would belong to the male lead. Why doesn't the male lead like the third female lead? That's because although the third female lead is somewhat paranoid, she won't give up her own interests, and she definitely won't hand over the entire company to the male lead to manage. But the female lead was different. She didn't care about the company shares at all. Even if later the male lead used the excuse of cleaning up the company to get rid of all the Sue family and all the elders, the female lead didn't think it was a problem. Everyone knows you have to pick the soft persimmons to squeeze, so the male lead effortlessly obtained Sue group. This was much easier than those business battles. Sure enough, looking from different perspectives reveals new problems. From the perspective of a love-struck mind, you only see the male and female leads madly in love, but from the perspective of money it's different. The male lead clearly wants to wipe them out completely. His calculations are exceptionally shrewd. Chairman General Chi is here to see you. The butler suddenly hurried over to report. Sumin's face immediately darkened. Get him out. Seeing that the chairman was currently angry, the butler immediately went back to notify the security to have him leave. The male lead probably thought he was constantly hitting and scolding the female lead, so he came to the rescue like a hero. Sumi suddenly felt that the porridge in the bowl had lost its flavor. Suppressing the urge to vomit, she picked up the soy milk and went back upstairs. Maybe not knowing what to do now, the female lead could only follow the elder's advice, so she quickly organized the chat and call records with the male lead. She probably thought these were sweet memories, which is why she had kept every word intact all these years. After reading those chat records, the domineering CEO quotes that disregard others' feelings hit her again. Sumi didn't even want to continue reading. She couldn't understand how the female lead was so obsessed with the male lead, especially since 5 out of 10 messages were sexual innuendos. If this isn't sexual harassment, then what is? If she could, she really wanted to print them out and hang them at the entrance of the other party's company, so those employees could see just how strategic, arrogant, and cool their aloof CEO really was. However, some things still needed to be clarified, so her father arranged a meeting with the Chi family 3 days later. When the time comes, she wants to print these out and show them to the Chi family, especially the second male lead, so he can see how his good big brother flirts with his fiancée. The next day, Our Leisure Time also released the first teaser trailer, and it is expected to be broadcast on satellite TV next Friday. The original owner did have a small Weibo account, but it had very few followers. The current account in use is a new one opened by the company, managed by the staff. However, just a few hours after the teaser was released, Sumi noticed at noon that this big account had gained 10,000 followers, and there were more than 200,000 comments below, but upon checking they were all insults. And Sister Zhou also sent several messages, implying that she shouldn't watch these. If she really feels unhappy, she would contact the production team to change her persona and cut out some negative parts. The other party probably thought she couldn't handle these things. After all, some words were indeed very harsh. Many people with poor tolerance would easily develop depression, which is quite common, especially since she now also has psychological issues. Yang Ijo also sent her a series of apology messages early in the morning, saying he would definitely restrain his fans, and if necessary, would personally step in. Sumi didn't reply. When she opened the trailer sent by the production team, the comments below had already reached as many as 500,000, almost all of which were insulting her. Our Leisure Time v. 6.18 Looking forward to experiencing the charm of the 1,000-year-old ancient town with at Sumi at Yang Yizhou at He at Zhangye at Lichuan at Songhua. Oh, what? Who is Sumi? Where did this resource person come from? Why is their ranking first? I silently think. Has the production team lost their mind? If it weren't for my brother, would you have so many sponsorships? Constantly thinking. So it's a case of crossing the river and destroying the bridge? Using my brother's traffic to get you sponsorships, and then later kissing up to the capital back person? Space robot. The trailer has a suffocating vibe. Where did this resource hoarder suddenly come from? She greets him with a sour face. Who is she showing that to? Taro, no, why should others go find her? Doesn't she have feet? Can't she go look for them herself? All eyes. Knowing full well that Li Chuan and Yang Ijo went to the wrong airport, she still didn't think to pick them up? She actually waited for others to come find her? I'm just saying this resource hoarder is way too into it vomiting. Mo Jing. Brother Zhou's look of disdain is about to overflow the sky. Why is she so arrogant? Ow ow ow, oh, no parents to teach, of course. No manners, smiling face. Ding. Key plot triggered. Swiped for a full half hour finally got her to swipe? The original owner's emotional knot. Seeing the barrage of insults on the screen, and the overwhelming flood of comments calling her a resource hoarder in the forum, Sumi immediately asked Sister Zhou for the account password. The latter gave it quickly, but accompanied by a series of warnings not to look at those things, and said if she felt uncomfortable, she would immediately have a psychologist come over. Sumi did not reply but logged into the account, then it mentioned the netizen who was insulting others. Sumi at Aoa. Did your parents teach you? Did your parents let you go online and spray nonsense? Looks like your parents aren't much better after all. Rotten persimmons come in bunches, smiling face. Sumi at all eyes on me. Why should I pick them up? They didn't watch where they were going and went to the wrong airport. Who's to blame? Or are you blind too? So pitiful, so young and already blind? Smiling face. Sumi at space robot. What's wrong with being a resource expert? If I had money I could even fly to the sky. He greets me so I have to respond. You think I'm you never seen a man before? Sumi at always on my mind. Relying on your brother for investment? Rely on what of his? He can't even find an airport? Blue enchantress. Sorry haha she sounds so reasonable. Covering mouth crying. Data cable? This sister's attitude is disgusting vomiting. Medical checkup item. Not even famous yet. Already showing off her low emotional intelligence vomiting. Sneaky. This is the first time I've seen such an ill-mannered artist vomiting. Woo-woo. Who is she? Does she have any works? Lakala. Someone just dug it up. This sister used to be a stand-in for He Qiao, and after finding a sponsor, her resources skyrocketed. She starred as the female lead in Qingyin Sword with Chang Yu and even kicked He Qiao, who played the second female lead, out. Oh, I heard she even overshadowed Chang Yu. Chang Yu's fans have been fighting over this project for a long time, and still haven't let it go. Eating melon. Self-centered. A passerby said. Wasn't it originally Li Chuan and Yang Yizhou who went to the wrong airport? Sumi wasn't wrong either, so why should she be the one to pick up those two guys? Don't they have legs of their own? Rising steadily. The internet trolls arrive late, but sure enough, how much per comment upstairs? Take me along, smiling face. Yang Yizhou v at Sumi. Sorry, it was me and Brother Chuan who didn't pay attention. Crying, sorry to keep you waiting so long. Oh, brother, do you want? Were you kidnapped? Just blink your eyes. Hee haha, this groveling is way too fast. Clattering watermelon. Stay awake. Don't compromise with capital. Jetney Tutu. Haha, I'm going to laugh and get rich. Freestyle. The fans are still tearing each other apart wildly, but the main person is the quickest to kneel. Ha ha ha. Wow. It's all for the show. My brother is just a decent guy. Smiling face. Talking to myself. Haha, I suddenly realize Sumi looks really good. Sect entrance. The #1 person in the entertainment industry to slip and kneel. Ha ha ha. Me, Yang Yizhou, wouldn't be playing the role of a loser, right? If that's really the case, fans can go scold the studio. Smile, face. Tutu. A dead extra. If no one supports him, how could he possibly get on this show? Smile, face. Ding. Host's fortune value plus 30. Ding. Key plot triggered. Sumi just saw Yang Yizhou trending on the hot search, and before scrolling through a few comments, various mechanical sounds kept ringing in her head. Indeed, being an extra was also a mental block for the original owner, because it constantly reminded her that no matter how humble she once was, no one was willing to use her, which is why she wanted to prove herself when she entered the entertainment industry. Even a mosquito is meat. 30 is 30. As expected, Yang Yizhou's fans are harsh when insulting others. As long as she keeps going crazy every day, she will soon accumulate enough luck points. Sumi at Tutu. What's wrong with being an extra? A Zhengmei at Xiangyu at Li Ji were all extras too. Did that stop them from winning Best Actor or Best Actress? Is it because they had financial backers that they got lead roles? So, do rich people not have daughters? Then does that mean all those seniors who were extras had financial backers too? Constantly on my mind. Is she crazy? Undoubtedly terrifying. She actually dared to tag these big shots. You have to believe me. I suggest getting your brain checked. Maybe there's a mental problem. Remind me. How dare she? Zhuoma. How is she kind-hearted? Comparing herself to these Best Actor and Best Actress winners? Their acting skills are solid. What does she rely on? Selling her body to get ahead? Oh Momo. This is so surreal. She actually dares to insult these big shots. Talking to oneself. Quickly blacklist this woman. Feels like there's something wrong with her brain. Ding. Host's luck value plus 10. Sumi at Zhuoma. My acting skills aren't good. Just a little better than your brother's. Smiling face. How did I rise to fame? Of course I rose by insulting you, you idiot. Smiling face. Lilililii. Ha ha ha. Once the drama airs, I definitely want to go see this sister's acting skills. Momo. I'm now full of anticipation for that drama, laughing and crying. Here I come. Someone with this kind of attitude can even act? Feels like if I can do it, I can rise up to smiling face. Always walking alone. Ha ha ha, watching around in a circle, am I really going to? This sister is laughing, making a fortune. I am willing to call her the #1 living person in the Chinese entertainment industry. Sumi is searching for new key plot points, but all she sees afterward are people criticizing her for lacking emotional intelligence. The same criticisms keep coming, and there's nothing new to see. Just half an hour later, probably because Sister Zhou took effect, she saw the few Best Actor and Best Actress winners she tagged come out to speak. Zheng Mei v at Sumi. Very few people raise this question. I don't think being an extra is a point for attack. Everyone's experience and background need to be slowly accumulated before there can be a brilliant performance on the big screen. If being an extra is also a black mark, then many of us might be impure. Xiang Yu. I have always believed that someone who dares to face criticism head-on, at Sumi, must be an actor with strict professional standards. Like Li Ji. I am very fortunate because I caught director Zhang's attention by playing minor roles, which led me to gradually star in roles that belong to me. But it seems few people question men in this way, while women face many reputational insults. I think this is a sad phenomenon. What causes society's discrimination against women? Why can't it be that an actor's own excellence leads them to meet their benefactor? I really admire this kind of actor at Sumi, who dares to face criticism head-on. I hope we get the chance to work together. Like, Lulutong, uncle, did you take money or what? Brilliant life. It's the first time I've seen so many big shots come out to support a resource fan site. The entire entertainment industry has been hijacked by her? Sniffling. Sect entrance. Ha ha ha, I finally understand why Yang Ijo slipped and fell so quickly. Rising slowly. What they said isn't wrong, is it? Why do fans only accuse women of being gold diggers? Suddenly, when their resources improve, they're just clinging to a sugar daddy? Who in the Chinese entertainment industry hasn't clung to a sugar daddy? Who hasn't done bit parts or run errands? Walter. Sumi is absolutely right. Fans shouldn't be too crazy. Don't rich people have daughters too? I hope this sister stands firm and bans Yang Ijo. Let's see how his fans react then. Smiling face. Takoyaki. Ha ha ha. Sumi's mental state suits me perfectly. When faced with online attacks, you should fight back. Why should we let those stinky fans slander Huang Yao? Who knows what her brother is secretly doing behind the scenes? Probably kissing up to them, eating melon. Constantly on my mind, do fans even have brains? It's obvious this lady has powerful backing. Her family actually dares to go against Sumi, not afraid of really angering her? Eating melon. Pink sky. I've long been disgusted by those foul fans. She's a woman herself yet makes dirty remarks about other women vomiting. I don't know if Sister Zhou sent the internet trolls to attack, or if Yang Ijo's side controlled the fans' comments, but gradually fewer people are insulting her. However, there are still some scattered fans passionately speaking out, even involving some indecent images to insult her. But this is very normal. This is the usual state of fan circles. Once some fans get worked up and start insulting, even if the main person steps in, it doesn't help. Scrolled through, around, unable to find comments that trigger the key plot, Sumi could only log out of the account. Just as she was about to go to the gym for training, her phone suddenly popped up with another message. Yang Ijo, sorry sis. I've already sent the studio down. Don't be mad. How about I mute those radical fans? These are all program editing effects. Now the popularity just suddenly shot up. Sumi immediately replied again. It's okay, he didn't post anything. This won't do. She must get Sister Zhou to send some water army to keep stirring the pot. Only then can those people curse even more harshly. Just after instructing Sister Zhou, she heard some noise coming from downstairs. When she opened the door and went out, she saw the others in the Su family angrily pointing fingers at the female lead, as if because of her, the entire Su family had lost face. Breaking news. I knew you were a two-faced girl, saying one thing to my face and another behind my back. You said you wanted to move out of the Su family, but now there's not even a sound. Do you think we're all fools? Look at how people are talking about us outside now. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. You're making us lose all our face. The old man treats you just like the princess married into the family. You're even worse, stealing from Chiyun himself. Go out and listen to what those people are saying. I'm embarrassed for you. In the hall, everyone was angrily exchanging words, and Su Ruanyuan's gaze was filled with an unmistakable disgust, as if she were some kind of unclean person. The person sat there sobbing like rain, tears streaming down, their face full of self-blame, as if they didn't know how to respond. Talking about it now? What's the point? We need to find a way to make amends, or else the reputation of the Su family will be completely ruined by her. The third branch of the Su family angrily rubbed the crow's feet at the corner of their eyes. It's all because of that damn girl that she hasn't dared to show up at any recent friend gatherings. Who knows what people outside are saying about their family? Sumu glanced unhappily at the others. Ruan will have to move out of the Su family sooner or later, but no matter what, she was raised in our Su family. If you elders don't protect her, wouldn't that just make a laughingstock of us to outsiders? Hearing this, the others quieted down a bit. The fourth branch of the Su family immediately asked suspiciously, but didn't the old master refuse to let that dead girl move out? Does second sister-in-law have another plan? Sumu picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip of the clear tea. Her household registration is with me. I decide when she moves out. The old master is old now. We can't just let him have his way in everything. In the past, she would have just endured it, but now this daughter acts too unconventionally, and her weak nature is completely exposed. If she really continues to stay in the Su family, who knows how much trouble it will bring. That Chi Yun probably had the intention of wiping out the family long ago, so he lured and coaxed the foolish girl Ruan early on, making it easy to take over the entire Su group. No matter what, she absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. Second sister-in-law is sensible. I've long said the old man is confused. He clearly has Mimi, his own granddaughter, yet he insists on favoring an outsider. I don't know what he's thinking, said the third branch of the Su family seriously. Sumi stood upstairs listening for a long time, showing no intention of coming down. Did she have to manage the heavens and the earth and also make sure the female lead wasn't bullied? Well, she really didn't have the leisure for that. In a way, the other party and the second male lead were actually quite compatible. Although the second male lead was a bit brainless, he truly had deep feelings for the female lead. Even when he was cheated on, he never blamed her. Such a fool is actually hard to find these days. However, she also knew that no matter how much the people around tried to separate the male and female leads, there was still an inexplicable attraction between them. Maybe the female lead was still thinking about the male lead. Regarding this kind of thing, although she didn't understand it, she still chose to respect others' wishes. But when that idiot male lead provoked her, she simply couldn't tolerate it anymore. Madame Manhwa is outside. The butler suddenly stepped forward and whispered. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Sharp-eared immediately changed expression and could only cast an angry glare at Suruansua. It's all because of you, you damn girl, causing trouble. Now look, they've come to confront us. I wonder how you have the face to see them. Exactly, knowing full well that Chi Yun has a fiancé, she still goes out of her way to cling to him. If that's not despicable, then what is? Suruansua's face grew paler and paler. She could only lower her head and fidget with the hem of her clothes. She didn't know how to face Huxian, nor how she had been fooled by Chi Yun's coaxing to secretly meet him for so long. But Chi Yun said? In his heart he only had himself, why has it become like this now? Miss Hua. Seeing the butler bring in a woman wearing a beige long dress with a gentle and dignified temperament, Su's mother nodded slightly and then signaled the servant to prepare tea. The others in the Su family also looked at the visitor with warm expressions, feeling somewhat embarrassed at this moment. Such an incident must mean that their Su family has wronged her. If it ends up affecting the cooperation between the two companies in the future, that would be a loss far greater than any gain. I came without an invitation, sorry to bother you. Huxian showed an apologetic expression and nodded slightly, but she neither took a seat nor looked at Su Ruanyuan, only directing her gaze toward Su's mother. I'm here to see Sumi. Miss Su is straightforward, and we have always had pleasant conversations before, so we arranged to do beauty treatments together today. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, as if they hadn't expected her to come looking not for Su Ruanyuan, but for that crazy girl Sumi. Huxian had always been a model figure in the socialite circle, so how could she be involved with that crazy girl? And they could even have such pleasant conversations? Right this way. Hearing the voice from upstairs, Huxian suddenly looked up. When she saw the person waving at her, she immediately nodded to the others and then turned to go upstairs. Su Ruan, who was already feeling ashamed, was completely stunned. She had prepared herself to be scolded, but now the other party didn't even question her relationship with Chi Yun. Seeing the third female lead showing up uninvited, Sumi just had the servant make a pot of hot tea. She had basically already guessed why the other party came to see her. It must be said that the other party was indeed very clever, deliberately ignoring the female lead to create psychological pressure on her. so that the female lead would feel even more ashamed to associate with the male lead in the future. And the graceful composure of the third female lead still leaves everyone with a decent and good impression. This kind of poised and emotionally stable young lady from a respectable family is what most people see as a noble socialite. But no matter how clever or calculating the supporting female characters are, they are still supporting characters. They can never break free from the constraints of the plot, and will ultimately be defeated by the Mary Sue aura of the female lead. However, if you set aside the constraints of the plot, every supporting female character can have a brilliant life. Manhwa, associating with someone like me, a mental patient, aren't you afraid it will damage your reputation? She said with a faint smile. Huaxian followed into the room, then casually put down her bag and naturally sat down on the sofa. If Miss Sue is ill, then I'm probably worse off than you. She looked intently at the person opposite her. Pei Yun really isn't a good person. If you need, I can help you. Their eyes met, and Sumi suddenly changed her sitting posture, while her mind was flooded with racing thoughts. She had only interacted with the villain twice. Even if there was some unpleasantness, to outsiders it shouldn't have reached a life or death level. So why did the other party mention ruining Pei Yun, instead of the female lead who caused her mental problems? I'm not used to others meddling in my own affairs, and besides, I don't think I made an appointment with Miss Hua for beauty treatment. Her eyebrows twitched slightly. Hearing this, Huaxian just lowered her head and smiled, then looked at her with a beaming smile, her eyes carrying a few layers of deep meaning. We've all come back, so we should cooperate more closely. Or do you want to sit in prison for a few more years, being molested and forced by those people? Sumi took a deep breath and immediately lowered her eyelids to hide the shock swirling within. The other party actually knew she would go to prison, and even used the word again. No wonder the plot suddenly changed. It seems it has little to do with her luck value, but rather because the third female lead was reborn. Why isn't it a transmigration? That's because the hatred in the third female lead's eyes is too obvious. Even if a transmigrator knew the plot, they wouldn't have such a strong sense of immersion. Only the third female lead being reborn can explain it. There are actually reborn people in this world. System. After 3 seconds there was still no sound in her mind. She habitually touched her forehead as usual. This trash system. The third female lead has been reborn. So how chaotic will the plot be afterward? So what do you want to do? She looked at the other party without changing her expression. Seeing Sumi admit it, Huaxian also chuckled knowingly. As expected, her guess was correct. The other party had also been reborn, which explained these strange behaviors. But the other party actually thinks that using force can solve the problem, which is too naive. Do they really believe that beating someone up can make up for the harm they have suffered? She wants Qiyun and Su Ruanyun to die. They all deserve to die. For the cooperation between the two companies, he has been dragging his feet and unwilling to break off the engagement with me. Fine, I will make him lose everyone's trust so that he can only marry me. Then I will stage a car accident to make him and Su Ruanyun die together forever. That way, I can rightfully inherit everything from the Qi family, and you can become the head of the Su family. Everyone will be happy, won't they? She smiled. Their eyes met, feeling the madness in the other's gaze. Sumi suddenly understood why the third female lead, even after being reborn, refused to break off the engagement with the male lead. She was deliberately exposing the secret relationship between the male and female leads to highlight her own magnanimity, and the Qi family would like such a sensible daughter-in-law even more. As long as the male lead marries the third female lead under his parents' pressure, the third female lead can kill the male lead anytime, anywhere. After all, it's hard to guard against someone lying beside you. By then, the third female lead will not only have avenged herself but also gained everything from the Qi family. It's a perfect revenge. Good, the other party, despite being reborn, does not have a love-struck mind but is thinking about killing the male lead together. This is more in line with normal thinking. Is it just that she wants revenge? Fine, let her have her revenge, but why should I take the blame? What are you trying to say? You want me to take the fall for the video you leaked? And then you marry Qiyun? What do I get out of that? Sumi frowned slightly. Huaxian smiled faintly. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it. That way, when Su Ruanrua dies, your hands will be clean too. Isn't this deal still worthwhile? The room was silent for a few seconds until the door opened, and a servant walked in carrying tea and snacks. After setting them down, the servant immediately turned and left. Noticing the cold and sharp gaze the other party cast at the servant, Sumi picked up a cup of tea by herself and said, "The room is soundproof, you can't hear anything from outside." The third female lead has already gone crazy, completely insane. Now it's probably a case of killing anyone who stands in her way, whether human or divine. No one can stop her from seeking revenge. However, it is understandable. The male lead was too ruthless, actually causing someone to die in prison. Although the prison was all women, women can be terrifying too. One can imagine what kind of ordeal the other party went through before dying. Anyone would want to kill that scumbag. But years of social experience have taught her never to meddle in other people's business. Everyone should just sweep the snow in front of their own door. The male lead breaking the law and going to jail is his own matter, but she cannot do illegal things. Otherwise, how is she different from the other party? Each of them should use legal means to protect their own rights. If it really cannot be defended, they can use some tactics, but breaking the law is definitely not allowed. Life is like the wind and rain when we arrive, and like dust when we leave. Recently, I have been cultivating the Tao, refraining from killing. She showed an apologetic expression. Huixian's eyes shifted slightly. Then she suddenly stood up and slowly approached. Her brown pupils glowed with a trace of hatred. Tao? What is Tao? To let us live again, only to endure their mockery once more. Why? Tell me why. To stand by Qi Yun's side, she had diligently studied etiquette, calligraphy, painting, piano, and flower arranging since childhood. However, the other party had always been distant toward her, yet still willing to get engaged to her. If only the other party had made things clear from the start, how could she have fallen so deeply? That's right, she was simply unwilling. Unwilling to lose to a Su Ruan, and that man had even personally sent her to prison, letting those people torment her in every possible way. Who would have thought that after she died from a head injury, she actually returned to the time after Su Ruan and Chi got engaged with everything unchanged from before? The only difference was Sumi, which made her suspect that the other party had also been reborn to the present just like herself. Because the former Sumi was weak and incompetent, she would never have done something like hitting someone in public. But after living again, the other party was still so timid, actually giving up on revenge and letting that pair of scoundrels run free. She loved so much before. Now she hated just as much, wishing she could skin the other party alive, flay their muscles, break their bones, and scatter their ashes. Qi Yun must die and no one can stop her. Perhaps heaven has given you a second chance at life to have a new beginning, not to repeat the same mistakes. There are many ways to seek revenge. It doesn't necessarily mean killing someone. Sumi remained expressionless. I can't cover up the video incident for you. Just like you said, living a second life, I don't want to be manipulated by anyone anymore. Nor do I have any reason to take the blame for things that aren't mine. Since the other party believes she has been reborn, then let them think so. The other party is just too obsessed, thinking that being reborn means they can take revenge easily, not realizing this is a story. If the male and female leads were that easy to defeat, they wouldn't be the leads. She can't make someone let go of hatred because she herself can't do it. So what right does she have to expect others to repay evil with kindness? There are many ways to take revenge. There's no need to break the law. In the end, you'd still end up in jail, which would be a lose-lose situation. But saying all this now, the antagonist definitely won't listen. The other party's eyes have already been blinded by hatred. If she says too much, the other party might even want to take her down too, so she'd better keep quiet. You're still so timid and cowardly. Huixian slowly straightened up, picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip, then gently placed it back on the table. Then let's see if I will repeat the same mistakes. Watching that figure slowly walk away, Sumi raised her cup and took a big sip of tea. At most she would go crazy and hit someone, but when the third female lead goes crazy, she really would kill someone. When the female lead's luck value is insufficient to sustain the operation of the entire world, various bugs will appear. As long as your luck value exceeds that of the female lead, the plot of this world will revolve around you. At that time, you can try to reform the female supporting character. Because of your luck value bonus, there is a high chance you will succeed in reforming her. You didn't? Die. The system needs maintenance, so it will occasionally lose connection. Please understand, host. How much is my current luck value behind the female leads? Host's current luck value is 370. Female lead's luck value is 560. The difference is nearly 200. I need to trigger 2 major crazes, but the next big plot point is probably when the old man dies, which is at least half a year away. But half a year is enough time for the third female lead to stir up trouble. What if the other party sees that I'm not cooperating with her, and then crazily targets me? Then I can only take the initiative to create plot points. The day after tomorrow, when the 2 families meet, will be a good opportunity. Once I've accumulated enough luck points, can I return to my original world? No, you've already been cremated.